Chapter 66, Transition. Walburga, I have heard that your eldest son has been faring quite well at Hogwarts. Voldemort sat high above, gazing down at the wand swirling in his hand, nonchalantly initiating conversation. Below, Walburga trembled slightly, struggling to steady her nerves, and replied with an impassive expression, "My lord, I have but one son, and his name is Regulus Black. He is enrolled in Slytherin." She responded, reflecting on whether the Black family had recently done anything to arouse the suspicions of this esteemed lord. Voldemort cast a fleeting glance at her before nodding towards Lucius on the other side. "Indeed, my lord." Lucius rose and performed a bow, his voice subdued yet clearly audible to the gathered pure-blood aristocrats. The head of the Black family has publicly severed and revoked the inheritance rights of his eldest son. He now has only one child. Voldemort coldly observed the shifting expressions of those below, finding amusement in their reactions. Did he choose these individuals? Was it not they who chose him? Such plans of subservience must be promptly extinguished. Very well. Voldemort gestured for Lucius to take his seat. With a slight flick of his wand, a copy of the Daily Prophet materialized before each table, the contents unabashedly detailing the news of Sirius's disinheritance. Voldemort's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, the silver mask upon his face glinting with an eerie light under the flickering candle flames. "I recall that the head of the Black family is you, Walburga. Is that not correct?" His tone was languid as he regarded Walburga, whose forehead glistened with cold sweat and whose countenance had twisted into a grimace, letting out a light chuckle. "After the holidays, bring Regulus to me. I shall bestow upon him the honor he deserves." Walburga took a few deep breaths, striving to quell the terror within her. She should never have allowed Orion to entertain such thoughts. "The Black family believes in your foresight, my lord." Walburga felt her voice tremble as she swallowed hard. "However, Regulus is still quite young, and I fear that." "Walburga, I do not wish to repeat myself." Voldemort's crimson gaze bore into her for a moment, and the brutality within him surged uncontrollably. "Yes, remember, there is only one heir to the Black family." His wand once again pointed at the followers gathered in the meeting. "Excruciating. Ugh. Walburga's pupils dilated, but she dared not evade the strike, bracing herself against it and collapsing onto the table. The onlookers averted their gazes, squinting to shield themselves from the scene, calculating if they could seize the opportunity to undermine the Black family. Fortunately, Voldemort's actions were merely a minor reprimand. Otherwise, the matriarch of the Black family would likely find herself at St. Mungo's. "Have you grasped this, Walburga?" Voldemort chuckled softly. Walburga painfully opened her eyes. The agony coursing through her body sharpened her awareness, and she realized that this lord had seen through her hidden thoughts. "Yes, my lord. I will bring Regulus to pay you a visit." She leaned against the table, bowing her head in deference. Voldemort sensed a discord in his emotions, yet he found no fault in it. He had previously been too lenient with them. He gave a nonchalant acknowledgement, and with a snap of his fingers, vanished from the spot. No one knew whither he had gone. The remaining attendees exchanged glances before departing one by one. "Head of the family, if you truly care for the family, do not entertain any more ill-conceived notions," Bella remarked, her smile radiant as she linked arms with her husband, departing without waiting for a response. The once crowded meeting room swiftly grew vacant, and Walburga's erect posture slightly bent. "Aunt Walburga, are you well?" Lucius approached with a concerned inquiry. This was a hidden chamber of the Malfoy family, and he could not be the first to leave. Walburga gazed at her nephew, weakly shaking her head. "Aunt, I believe it would be prudent for you to visit the Ministry of Magic as soon as possible." Lucius discreetly retrieved a vial of potion from a hidden compartment and offered it to her, subtly suggesting that he was not particularly fond of that troublesome Sirius, even if he was Narcissa's cousin. Walburga quietly expressed her gratitude, consuming the potion in one swift motion. "Lucius, you cannot possibly understand the feelings of a mother," she confided in him, almost as if speaking to herself. "I merely thought he would return home after facing adversity." Lucius raised an eyebrow. The members of the Black family were indeed eccentric, yet their devotion to family was unwavering. Regrettably, One individual did not reciprocate this sentiment, and even the slightest misstep could jeopardize the family's legacy. Setting aside how Walburga would address this matter with Orion upon returning to the ancestral home, the decision of whether or not to visit the Ministry of Magic would require considerable deliberation. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall of Hogwarts School, it was currently lunchtime, and the majority of students were indulging in delectable dishes. Severus, is it truly acceptable for it to consume food this way? Andre inquired, munching on a sausage while his gaze flitted across the emerald serpent's form. Disguised as Severus's pet snake, the basilisk flicked its tongue and devoured a piece of steak that had been cut and offered to it, even dipping its head into a cup filled with pumpkin juice for a sip. Hiss! Delicious, delicious. Woe is me, I am famished. Cur Salazar. Ah, Severus, please feed me a strawberry. Severus's lips twitched at the basilisk's words. He retrieved a plate of strawberries and placed it before the creature, offering no more than that. Through their days of interaction, he discovered that the serpent was far from the aloof and terrifying being he had initially perceived. Rather, it possessed a rather comical disposition. Perhaps it had been confined for too long, rendering it curious about all things new, necessitating a prolonged hissing every time. It is quite all right. Did you not witness it devour an entire basin of pudding with such vigor? Severus remarked, prodding the basilisk's belly with his finger, indicating that it should temper its enthusiasm. Well, I understand the logic, but why does it eat with its eyes closed? Andre questioned, drenching a chicken leg in gravy and taking hearty bites. You must keep a vigilant eye on it. If it were to be snatched away by an owl or a cat, that would be quite unfortunate. Severus nodded in resignation. Owls had their designated roosts, but creatures such as toads, cats, and snakes had to be kept within the dormitories. Thankfully, the Forbidden Forest was a considerable distance away. Otherwise, he would fear mistaking one serpent for another and suffer a bite that would necessitate a visit to the hospital wing. He had previously assumed that the basilisk could only converse in parcel tongue, not realizing it comprehended English as well. In the basilisk's words, I have lived for a millennium, and I am not one of the bizarre breeds currently on the market. Nevertheless, this proved convenient for Severus, who no longer had to hiss incessantly, nor did he need to fork his tongue. As lunch concluded, Severus intended to escort the basilisk to potions class. Leaving it in the dormitory was not an option, especially after it had inadvertently consumed chicken, raising concerns about it ingesting something peculiar again. He was unexpectedly halted in the entrance hall by an individual he did not anticipate, Ginevra Weasley, who slipped something into his hand before darting away. Severus watched her rush to join the red-haired girl, who greeted him with a radiant smile, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. As the bell for class rang, he entered the classroom, carefully unfolding the note he clutched. 5:30, meet at the old spot by the Black Lake. We have matters to discuss. Severus felt a twinge of curiosity. His relationship with Lily at school had long ceased to be as close as before, and he wondered what could possibly require a clandestine meeting beneath that crooked tree. Had Andre not hurried off to herbology, he would have undoubtedly made a quip about rekindled romance, for everyone knew of the warmth that once existed between them. Severus contemplated, deciding to honor the invitation, albeit unaware of the reason behind Lily's summons. By the Black Lake, beneath the crooked tree, Lily's crimson hair shone brilliantly. Severus, it has been far too long since we had a proper conversation. I heard you pass your apparition exam. Congratulations. Lily spoke softly, her face flushing a deep crimson as if recalling something. Severus, what do you think of someone? Likes. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, and her gaze fell, fingers twisting the fabric of her sleeves. If someone likes me, and he's quite decent, but he once hurt my friend, yet he has changed, do you think I should accept it? Or rather, Lily's toes traced circles on the ground. What do you think? Severus found himself perplexed by Lily's words. Was this a new form of Gryffindor trickery? He felt for his wand in his pocket, casting sidelong glances at potential hiding spots, wondering how far away Potter could be with Lily present. He could not fathom the adolescent girl's sudden infatuation with her childhood companion, who had transformed into a handsome and accomplished young man. Even if he maintained an air of indifference, the heart was a peculiar thing. Coupled with Potter's romantic advances, it was as if she sought to gauge her childhood companion's reaction. Noticing his silence, Lily's shyness morphed into irritation as she stamped her foot. It's that James fellow. He's not as insufferable as before. What does that have to do with me? Severus observed the distant figure of little Barty and contemplated inquiring about Regulus's well-being, offering a perfunctory retort. We are merely friends. I cannot dictate your romantic interests. With that, he turned toward Barty, seizing the opportunity to speak with him. Lily, her emotions in turmoil, failed to notice the approaching figure, merely picking up on her childhood companion's impatience, her countenance paling. Severus, you have changed, utterly unrecognizable from the person you once were. She clutched a corner of Severus's robe, her voice tinged with a sense of injustice as tears brimmed in her eyes. Lily, let go. Severus turned, furrowing his brow in exasperation. How have I changed? Is it not because you perceive my studies in dark magic and my association with malevolent wizards as reasons to distance yourself from me? Severus ruthlessly pierced through her accusations. Although he was a time traveler seeking to distance himself from familiar faces, it was evident that Lily had also begun to maintain her distance following the recent werewolf incident and the biased remarks from Gryffindor students and Potter. No, it isn't like that, Lily retorted, her voice shrill like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. It's entirely due to your studies in dark magic and your denial of James's rescue, not to mention your use of dark magic against fellow students. Indeed, that is true. I merely did what was right, she reassured herself, releasing her grip on Severus's robe. Furthermore, if you genuinely cared for me, you would not distance yourself over trivial matters. Previously, when I was upset, you would send Jenny to seek reconciliation and even gifted me with potion notes. Lily, people inevitably change, and sacrifices must be mutual. I cannot perpetually bend to accommodate others. Severus sighed. While his original self may have done so, he would not. Yet, you clearly like me so much. Lily wept, recounting the various misdeeds she attributed to Severus with a heart full of grievance. She was not oblivious to Severus's feelings. Rather, she believed she could aspire for better. Besides, her mother disapproved of Severus, who resided in Spinner's End, a filthy, ill-mannered, impoverished boy. Although he too was a wizard, Spinner's End was nothing more than a slum. Chapter 67. The Flicker of Potter. Lily's sobs were soft, mere whispers of anguish, with tears cascading down her cheeks, evoking a profound sense of sympathy. Severus stood opposite Lily, and to an outsider, it appeared as though he was the cause of her distress. Although it was not the weekend, a few young wizards were meandering by the Black Lake, yet the secluded spot Lily had chosen remained blissfully free from prying eyes. Get away from Lily, you insufferable toad. James Potter, unable to bear the sight of his goddess being bullied, flung aside his invisibility cloak and leapt out from behind a nearby tree. Had it not been for Peter's tip-off about Lily's presence at the Black Lake, accompanied by Snape, he wouldn't have hurriedly donned his cloak to eavesdrop on their conversation. But upon witnessing the unfair treatment of his beloved, his temper erupted. Lily, fear not. I shall teach him a lesson. Potter reassured her, turning his fierce gaze upon Severus. You foul bat. How dare you torment Lily? Cursed dark wizard. Disarming charm. Potter cast the first spell, imbued with malice. Protego. Severus countered, having anticipated Potter's attack. He fortified himself with an armor charm simultaneously. Damn it. Potter cursed, unleashing a flurry of spells. Bind. Petrificus, Toe-Tailus. Stupefy. His anger rendered him forgetful of the more malevolent curses, as his sole aim became to immobilize Severus in humiliation. Protego. Disarming charm. Severus defended against Potter's onslaught. Steadily advancing. Bind. Disarming charm. Potter retaliated, but his efforts fell short. His wand slipped from his grasp, soaring towards Lily and landing at her feet. In an instant, he was yanked into the air, suspended a meter above the ground, caught in the gnarled branches of a crooked tree, his black school robes hanging down, revealing his polished shoes and trousers, while his tousled hair resembled a broomstick. Put me down, you loathsome toad. Foul bat. Cursed dark wizard. How about a fair duel? Potter shouted, regretting not having summoned Sirius and the others. The guilt he had felt for Severus, nearly putting him in harm's way during his repeated entanglements with Lily and his retaliatory spells against Gryffindor students, had long since vanished. Severus chuckled softly, grateful for his mastery of the silencing charm, which was proving quite useful at this moment. Not far off, little Barty exhaled in relief. The Gryffindor lion remained as intolerable as ever. He twirled the paper crane in his hand, sending it to summon Regulus. Suspended from the tree, Potter hung with his arms dangling over his forehead, swaying left and right. Spotting Lily staring at him in shock, his disdain for Severus grew. It was he who had caused him to lose face before his goddess. When their eyes met, Lily's pallor deepened. Hearing Potter's accusations against Severus had initially brought her a modicum of satisfaction, but witnessing the current scene made her resentful that Potter had come alone. Severus. Lily wiped her tears hastily, furrowing her brow in irritation, casting an angry glance at him. She pointed her wand at Potter and intoned, "Immobilis." Upon uttering the incantation, Potter plummeted to the ground, landing heavily in the grass, splattered with mud. Potter awkwardly scrambled to his feet and lunged for the wand at Lily's feet, turning to aim it at Severus. Incendio. Protego. Severus's brow furrowed tightly. Potter truly was infuriating. Disarming charm. Once more, Potter's wand slipped from his fingers, and he was knocked down again. Severus summoned the wand back to him, observing Potter's furious expression with a cold scoff. Did your mother truly not mix you up with a troll? Fool. Snotty brat. Thief. Repulsive bat. You wretched little insect. You should return to the slums with your drunken father and weak mother. Potter rose from the ground, his face flushed with anger, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Severus, clearly incensed. His words caused a change in expression for both Severus and Lily, who were present. Severus pursed his lips, glancing at Lily. Only she, having grown up alongside him, understood the weight of those words. Silencio, he shouted at Potter, his face twisted in anger, his heart unmoved by Potter's insults. Determined not to let this opportunity slip, he cast a stinging hex. Potter's handsome face swelled painfully, yet he could utter no words, only clutch his throbbing face in anguish. Lily, already shocked by Potter's earlier words, felt a chill at the sight of his current state. Her desire to retort against Potter's remarks frozen in place. James, are you all right? We must hurry to the hospital wing. Upon seeing Potter's disheveled appearance, her lips twitched slightly as she turned her tear-streaked eyes toward Severus. Are you pleased now? James is in this condition because of you. Return his wand at once. Severus was left bewildered. Oh dear girl, double standards are unacceptable. Before Severus could act, Sirius Black pushed through the crowd of onlookers, flanked by Remus and Peter, positioning themselves protectively around Potter and Lily. Ha, snotty brat. Sirius's face twitched as he raised his wand. You should hand over James's wand like a house elf. He paused, adding, You bothersome little pest. Severus shrugged, tossing Potter's wand into the air, observing Sirius's haughty demeanor, perplexed as to what he was truly angry about. Both sides remained at a standstill, unwilling to yield. Ah, such a lively scene, little Barty chuckled softly. With his arrival and the two accompanying him, the numbers were now even, and Potter's advantage had dissipated. Sirius glared at Regulus, who stood behind Barty, rage igniting within his eyes. Regulus, must you oppose me? I am your brother. Sirius shouted, disregarding even Severus, his wand now pointed at his own sibling, essentially compelling him to make a choice. Regulus sported a faint smile, gazing at Sirius as one would at a child lacking understanding. Brother? I have only a sister and a younger sibling, but no brother like you. Regulus recalled the letter from his mother, and at last, his heart settled. He could not openly state that his father's method of banishing Sirius in his name had failed, as that would be deemed jealousy, fear, and a refusal to accept his brother. Moreover, the esteemed individual had explicitly requested a meeting, suggesting that it was not merely a warning to the Black family. His mother, Walburga, as the head of the family, was overly concerned. However, her eldest son, Sirius, showed no gratitude. She had irrevocably destroyed the family crest she had prepared for Sirius and had registered that only Regulus would be the sole heir to the family fortune, effectively erasing Sirius's existence and stripping him of the possibility of returning to the family fold. Regulus, have you delved so deeply into the dark arts that you can no longer recognize your own brother? Sirius, unsatisfied with Regulus's response, recalled the family's adulation of Voldemort and spat. You have sacrificed much to join the Death Eaters, to be Voldemort's lapdog, all for that suffocating family. He cast a disdainful glance at Barty, who was assuming a protective stance, and at Andre, who was inquiring after Severus's well-being. Regulus observed his brother, dressed impeccably and exuding arrogance, and found it hard to imagine how he had truly been stripped of his name and all resources by the Black family. He had no intention of fighting and, at that moment, gazed at Sirius with a sense of pity. Severus, do you see? Regulus is pointing at Potter's wand, and the meaning is unmistakable. Severus watched the unfolding drama with keen interest as he tossed the wand to Regulus. Thank you, Regulus replied. Severus nodded slightly, patted Andre's arm, and departed without uttering a word. Before leaving, he cast a meaningful glance at Lily, who was comforting Potter, pondering whether their relationship could ever attain the harmonious beauty depicted in the original narrative. Hiss, Severus, why don't you retaliate? The basilisk poked its head out from his pocket. Though it could not see, it sensed the surroundings with its forked tongue. Did that black just go to Gryffindor? Quite a rarity, reminiscent of days gone by. Severus, unable to speak freely outside, merely stroked the basilisk's head in response. Andre, however, had no such reservations and chattered away. Severus, did you confess to that Evans? And duel with Potter too? Ha ha ha, how cliché, he teased, gesturing wildly with both hands. Look at Potter's disheveled state. Had it not been for Lupin and the others, you should have tossed him into the Black Lake for a bath. Severus noted this method and found it quite amusing, contemplating the opportunity to try it out. Have you seen today's Daily Prophet? Andre pulled a piece of chocolate from his pocket and mumbled, the Blacks have issued another disownment letter regarding Sirius Black, complete with the Ministry of Magic's seal and signature. Quite strange, isn't it? Severus nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was peculiar. The herbs in the greenhouse were flourishing, with some ready for harvest. As June arrived, England's weather remained dreary, with rain falling every few days. Andre's O.W.L. exams were approaching, forcing him to spend several hours each evening studying, while Severus occasionally rose to peruse his own books, concerned for his own sleep. Severus brewed a large batch of sleeping potion, consuming a bit each night to prevent being disturbed by his roommate's antics. Andre, having pulled several all-nighters, bore dark circles under his eyes, nearly dozing off in Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class, unable to bear witness to Andre's self-destructive behavior any longer. Severus took the time to create a study schedule for him and provided some potions. Andre clutched the schedule as if it were a treasured possession and, shaking the potions, asked curiously, what are these? Calming draught and sleeping potion, Severus replied, pouring some of the glorious potion into the basilisk's mouth. The basilisk flicked its tongue, coiling up to admire its emerald scales, contentedly falling back into slumber. Oh, Severus, I truly don't know how to thank you, Andre said, tears welling in his eyes. These would cost a fortune in galleons. Having a roommate with such exceptional potion-making talent is a blessing. Severus, eyeing his roommate's exaggerated display, averted his gaze and cleared his throat. Get to bed early and don't disturb me. He pursed his lips, gesturing toward the schedule and potions. You can show them to little Barty and the others. Andre chuckled in response, finding a satchel to stow his belongings before departing with his assignments. Once he was gone, Severus retrieved a letter concealed beneath a stack of books. It was a letter from Petunia sent by Owl a few days prior, and he had yet to decide how to respond. Chapter 68, The End of 6th Year. Ever since the incident at the Black Lake, Lily felt embarrassed and seemed to vanish from Severus's side. Potter, sporting a face still recovering from the sting of a jinx, passed the apparition exam accompanied by his loyal friends. The subsequent days were rather mundane. Aside from the occasional outbursts from the now disowned Sirius Black and the subtle exclusion from the Slytherin peers, which likely pleased Severus more than anything else. The O.W.L. exams were impartial, allowing every fifth-year student to discover if their time at Hogwarts had been well spent. Andre charged into the exams with fervor, then dedicated himself to frenzied review, finally liberating himself from the tests just days before the vacation. Severus, I looked over the O.W.L. materials you collected. Thank you for helping me with a few answers, Andre grinned, his smile fading slightly as he leaned closer to Severus and whispered, if only you had done this sooner. We could have sold them at school, and our little treasury could have earned a bit more. Severus raised an eyebrow at him, pondering the possibility of preparing a guide for third year in E.W.T.S. fifth year O.W.L.S. Quite astute, indeed. You might consider it next year. Severus said, the educational system in the magical realm is truly difficult to assess. Andre hastily waved his hands. With my intellect, what could I possibly achieve? Can I come to London to visit you during the break? Andre ventured hesitantly. Truthfully, he would prefer to stay home, but the boredom was overwhelming. We could ride our broomsticks to watch the Scotland team play rugby. Severus rubbed his temples, recalling the potion ingredients sent by Lucius, and reluctantly declined Andre's invitation. I'm afraid not, Andre. My holiday is filled with potion work. Andre showed no surprise, having spent considerable time with this roommate. He had increasingly discerned Severus's hermit-like tendencies. Well, I guess I'll have to go alone, he lamented, grabbing a piece of licorice wand nearby. Severus perused his potion notes, his quill dancing upon the parchment as he calculated whether the prices in Diagon Alley had been affected by the substantial quantities of potions he had sold. In conjunction with the letter from Lucius, he arrived at a startling conclusion. The Malfoy and Black families had consumed a significant portion of the goods in Diagon Alley. Utilizing the rudimentary economic principles he had learned in his previous life, Severus boldly formulated a hypothesis. Although various families owned shops in both Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley, these establishments remained discreet. All were acutely aware of this unspoken agreement to stabilize prices. Even if some items remained exorbitantly priced and inaccessible to wizards, it was an inevitable consequence of luxury branding. After all, the magical realm lacked a comprehensive fiscal system, suffered from low productivity, and exhibited severe wealth disparities without any social safety net. Hogwarts professors lacked the benefits of a stable career, despite their positions being somewhat permanent. The magical legal system was riddled with flaws. The Ministry of Magic controlled the distribution of resources in the magical community, with pureblood families holding the majority of power and acting as the backbone of most industries, invigorating the magical economy. Thus, controlling the ministry equated to controlling the entire magical world. Not quite. At this thought, Severus felt a headache coming on. Why couldn't Voldemort take on a public role and actively engage in political affairs, seizing control of the magical world without bloodshed? Why hide in the shadows, allowing his infamous reputation to stir chaos? It was incomprehensible, truly incomprehensible. Little did he know, Voldemort would indeed pursue such a path in the future. Soon, the holiday arrived, and although tensions ran high among the houses, everyone tempered their tempers in anticipation of returning home. This year as House Cup went to Ravenclaw, as the clever Eagles adeptly utilized their knowledge to secure nearly 100 points in the final moments. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was lively, and the final feast before departure was quite sumptuous. Severus glanced at Dumbledore, who wore starry glasses and regarded the young witches and wizards with a kind gaze, occasionally conversing with Professor McGonagall and smiling warmly. Noticing someone observing him, Dumbledore turned to scan the crowd, but the sheer number of students made it difficult for him to discern the source of the gaze. As Dumbledore turned his head, Severus promptly averted his own gaze, pondering whether Dumbledore had cast an enhanced perception charm. Otherwise, his sensitivity was remarkable. He subsequently devoted his time to indulging in his meal, oblivious to the concerned glances cast upon him by Regulus. As the banquet came to a close, the young wizards returned to their common rooms, chattering animatedly. Regulus, in his capacity as prefect, maintained order within the group, while little Barty ambled ahead. "Are you truly not going to tell him?" Barty nudged Regulus with his elbow, gesturing towards Sirius. "Hasn't the head of the Black family just donated 10,000 galleons to Hogwarts for new broomsticks and to repair the Quidditch pitch? He even established a championship prize." Regulus shot Barty a weary glance, forcing a smile upon his face. "Oh, my dear Mr. Crouch, do you truly believe that he possesses the intelligence to comprehend this?" Barty chuckled awkwardly, relieved that he had no siblings. Otherwise, his heartfelt concerns would go unappreciated. "Isn't it rather evident how affluent your family is? After all, the 12 trustees contribute only a mere 100,000 galleons to Hogwarts each year," Barty lamented, tears of envy welling up in his eyes. Although his father held considerable power at the Ministry of Magic, their finances were strained, as his mother had invested all the income from their estate into his father's endeavors. Regulus sighed, recognizing the lengths his parents went to secure a future for Sirius, even going so far as to procure new broomsticks. He hoped that someone might grasp the family's intentions. "Enough of this," Regulus declared as he settled on the sofa in their dormitory, pressing his hand to his forehead. "You had best delineate your boundaries," he said vaguely. "And do not forget our collaboration." "Understood," Barty replied, momentarily taken aback, tugging at his collar, feeling constricted by his tightly knotted tie. A silence enveloped the room as they began to pack their belongings. The following day, after breakfast, Andre hurriedly stuffed his silk pajamas into his suitcase, donning his watch before hastening to catch up with Severus. However, this time, Andre found himself seated alongside several fourth-year Hufflepuffs, fervently promoting their collected OWL data and study schedules. Severus occupied a compartment at the end of the express train, having cast a disillusionment charm on the door, hoping to avoid interruptions. As for Andre's money-making scheme, he could only wish him success. Thus commenced the splendid holiday. Severus's newly acquired small apartment in the city center, purchased at the behest of Zhang Mingyuan, became his refuge. After arranging his modest abode, he ventured to Diagon Alley to procure potion ingredients and enchantments for safeguarding his home before heading to the Ministry of Magic to activate the Flu network. Barely a few days into his holiday, Severus received a letter from Lucius, inviting him to Malfoy Manor for a visit, along with the opportunity to meet his future niece. What option did he have but to acquiesce, all the while preparing a gift for the little princess of the Malfoy family? When the appointed time arrived, an unfortunate downpour commenced, causing the pothose leaves he had nurtured on the windowsill to rustle. Few knew the location of Malfoy Manor, which was protected by magical barriers, rendering many spells, including apparition, ineffective, unless the owner consented or a specific path was opened. Any unauthorized intrusion would yield one of two outcomes: death or a fate worse than death. It was essential to remember that the Malfoy family had long been practitioners of dark magic, albeit with an unsuccessful transition to more respectable endeavors. Through Lucius's letter, Severus learned that a house elf would escort him to the manor, which he otherwise would have preferred to avoid, despite the allure of the exquisite and rare white peacocks within. He set aside the gift he had prepared, idly watching television as he awaited the arrival of the house elf. "Halbo, would you like to accompany me to Malfoy Manor?" Severus inquired, glancing at the small green snake that was coiling its tail around a bowl of popcorn while watching television. He reached for the remote control to change the channel. "Not going. What is so enjoyable about Malfoy Manor?" The snake flicked its tail against the nearby cloth, snatching the remote back and returning to the animated show with keen interest. If I revealed my true form, my many tails could crush a whole swath of land." "Very well, you stay here and watch television," Severus replied, exasperated yet amused. He added, "If someone arrives, remember to close your eyes. I lack the ability to revive them." "Understood. You are even more nagging than a Gryffindor." The snake tapped Severus's pale hand with its tail, a creature that adhered to rules and would not engage in unnecessary slaughter. Severus observed the red mark on his hand, sighing. He remained uncertain whether bringing the snake along was a wise decision, yet its presence undeniably provided a sense of security. "Do remember, if Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic discover you, you might be flayed and skinned, providing a bounty for the Ministry, and I could find myself confined to Azkaban, alongside Dementors." Severus pondered, regretting his hasty decision. The snake, blissfully absorbed in the television, remained unaware of its temporary caretaker's troubled heart, diving into a pile of grapes to feast. Suddenly, there was a thud. Severus sprang up, wand in hand, only to discover the source of the noise was a diminutive house elf, clad in a dirty towel, thin as a twig, with large bat-like ears and tennis ball-sized eyes. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Snape, for disturbing you. I am Coco, the house elf of the Malfoy family." She bowed deeply, her long nose brushing against the towel covering her chest. "I am here at the behest of my master to escort you to the manor." Severus inhaled deeply, suppressing his displeasure as he swallowed a curse. He had nearly forgotten that house elves could apparate within Hogwarts. "Very well, I understand." He waved his hand for Coco to rise, stealing a glance at the snake happily munching on grapes before turning back to Coco. "I am ready. What must we do next?" Coco raised her head to appraise him, extending her thin hand. "If you would not mind, please take my hand. I will guide you as we apparate." Coco stated her purpose directly. Severus's eyelids twitched. The distance from central London to Malfoy Manor was considerable, and he had never attempted a long-distance apparition. Moreover, why was the magical world so outdated? He adored automobiles. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance." He glanced at his watch, exhaling a frustrated breath as he approached and grasped Coco's hand. Coco said nothing, curiously glancing at the television before snapping her fingers, initiating the apparition. The experience of long-distance apparition was far from pleasant. The intense pressure from every direction made him feel as if his heart were being squeezed by invisible hands, ready to burst at any moment. His head throbbed, his vision engulfed in darkness. As the blinding light faded, it took a considerable time for Severus to emerge from that suffocating sensation, his pale lips tinged with color from the abrupt breathing. Once he adjusted, Coco spoke slowly. "Mr. Snape, please enter that house adorned with a white wind chime edged in blue. Inside, you will find Floo powder." Coco mentioned a location, watching him as he approached the house. The door was unlocked, and Severus pushed it open, finding the interior quaintly furnished, with an incongruous fireplace. Following the instructions for using Floo powder, he stifled the urge to flee, waiting for the flames to engulf him. After enduring a discomfort akin to apparition, he stumbled out, dizzy and barely managing to steady himself against a nearby table to avoid falling flat on his face. "Oh, Severus, you truly are delicate. You must acclimatize better." A familiar aristocratic voice echoed in his ears, prompting Severus to reply without thought. "Then I may not be able to adapt, Lucius. You might lose this frail friend of yours." He gradually composed himself, lifting his head to gaze expressionlessly in that direction, regretting his decision to come. Had he known it would be such a hassle. "Ahem, I was merely jesting, Severus," Lucius chuckled lightly. He performed a cleaning charm to rid Severus of the dust clinging to him, yet upon noticing Severus's continued displeasure, he awkwardly rubbed his nose. The recent tensions had been overwhelming. He hoped for understanding. Lucius sighed, contemplating that if this remarkably talented potions student were to join their ranks, their meetings would not be so fraught with difficulty. Severus emitted a non-committal hum, quietly observing Lucius's antics. As Lucius spoke, his hands were not idle, guiding Severus to the outskirts of the estate, where he cast another disillusionment charm, finally leading them into the inner sanctum of Malfoy Manor. Severus rubbed his forehead, understanding Lucius's caution, yet the repeated use of disillusionment was quite taxing. Noting Severus's pallor, Lucius gained a deeper awareness of his frail constitution, reconsidering the prospects of recruiting him. After some idle chatter in the sitting room and a delightful afternoon tea, they finally addressed the purpose of Severus's visit, to see the newborn princess of the Malfoy family. Narcissa had given birth a week prior, Her complexion was as pale as parchment, adorned with an elegant blue embroidered headscarf, though she had taken potions. The toll of childbirth was not easily recovered from. Narcissa gently cradled her daughter, greeting Severus, her eyes betraying an inescapable sorrow. Lucius stepped forward, embracing Narcissa, and remarked to Severus, "See, my daughter is quite adorable, isn't she?" Severus looked on with curiosity, just as the cherubic infant blew bubbles. Her large blue eyes sparkling with innocence, an utterly charming sight. Truly delightful. She has inherited both your and Narcissa's beauty. I dare say the threshold of your manner may soon be worn down, he praised, presenting the carefully chosen gift to Narcissa. Amused by his analogy, Narcissa accepted the gift and began to unwrap it. Inside the box were not only a bottle of high-quality Felix Felicis, but also a set of Panhaligon Beast Head perfumes that Severus had purchased upon Penny's suggestion. Narcissa picked up the dragon and peacock designs, her fingers caressing the exquisite lids, her smile becoming more genuine. "On behalf of my little darling, I thank you, Severus," Narcissa said with a smile. Lucius, having previously used only magical perfumes, recognized that these were Muggle products. He was intrigued to try them, but hesitated to usurp his wife's gift. "You two continue your conversation. I shall take our little one to play," Narcissa said, casting a sidelong glance at her husband before leaving with her squirming daughter, thus providing them with privacy. Once Narcissa had departed, Severus let out a quiet sigh of relief. Content that she was pleased. "Severus, you are quite lacking in courtesy. I have assisted you so much, yet you have not once presented me with a gift," Lucius half-joked, sipping the freshly brewed tea prepared by the house elves. Severus understood that he was referring to the potion's procurement, which indeed had been a significant help in his endeavors. Chapter 69, Future. After Narcissa's departure, the two resumed their light banter before finally broaching the main topic. "Currently, the adult factions are formidable. I believe the magical world will soon fall under his control," Lucius hinted fervently, speaking of the mysterious, powerful, and ambitious heir of Slytherin. "I am confident he will lead us to greater glory." Severus understood the implications of his words, but chose to remain silent, quietly sipping his tea. "You must be aware that if you do not join us, it will be exceedingly difficult for a half-blood to navigate the magical community, especially a half-blood from Slytherin," Lucius remarked, glancing at the reticent young man while tapping his fingers on the table. "I have heard from Holland that you have undergone significant changes in the past year. Both in character and demeanor, you have become markedly more composed." "Lucius, I do not possess such grand ambitions. I merely," Severus paused, his fingers tracing the rim of his teacup, "wish for a tranquil life." Lucius furrowed his brow. This student had previously hinted at aspirations for greatness before graduation and had later written to request his assistance in charming Voldemort. Why had his attitude shifted so dramatically? "Have you lost interest in that Gryffindor witch with the red hair?" Lucius's eyes narrowed, and countless speculations raced through his mind. Severus blinked in surprise, shaking his head slightly. "Then why? Are you willing to squander your potion-making talents and settle for a mediocre existence as a half-blood wizard?" Lucius expressed his frustration, humorously entertaining the thought that perhaps Dumbledore had some leverage over him. "Is that why you were hospitalized in the infirmary for so long?" Severus sighed, astonished by Lucius's imaginative leap. Noticing Lucius's determination to continue questioning, he raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, unwilling to delve deeper into the matter. Lucius's brow knitted tightly as he pondered the notorious group of bullies from school and their tumultuous relationship with Severus. Surely they could not have caused him such injury? If Severus knew the thoughts swirling in Lucius's mind, he would undoubtedly give him a thumbs up, as the essence of the truth was not far from his musings. However, it was fortunate that Dumbledore had merely unleashed a werewolf. Had he encountered Hagrid during his time at school, the eight-eyed spider would likely have taken residence in the castle. Was it due to Sirius Black, his wife's brother-in-law, who had thoroughly offended Severus? Lucius was tempted to inquire if Severus realized the gravity of the situation. After all, he had offended a future master of potions. Lucius believed he had grasped the crux of the issue, wishing fervently that he could make Sirius disappear with a flick of his wand. It must be noted that while many wizards could brew potions, only a select few could produce high-quality ones. Otherwise, he would not have paid such close attention to Severus after discovering his talent. "Oh dear, this is quite the predicament," Lucius lamented inwardly, knowing their team required an exceptional potions master. "Severus, I hope you will seriously consider joining us. It would not be a loss for you." Lucius adjusted his demeanor, smiling at Severus. "Of course, even if you choose not to join, we will remain good friends. We can collaborate, Lucius. I prefer a quiet existence." Severus emphasized the words collaborate and quiet to convey his intention to provide potions while refraining from participating in the inner workings of the Death Eaters. Lucius nodded in response. Although he had not achieved his desired outcome, Severus's words indicated a willingness to affiliate with the Malfoy family, thus fulfilling his recruitment ambitions. Malfoy Manor was vast, its scenery exquisite, and the food prepared by the house elves was deliciously reminiscent of their lineage. After dining with the master of Malfoy Manor, Severus was escorted back by the house elf Coco. Upon returning to central London, after a few days of brewing potions, Severus found himself restless. Encouraged by the basilisk, heir of the serpent, he visited the zoo, nearly causing an escape of the reptiles within. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Severus quietly addressed the small green snake nestled within the pocket of his chest, nearly losing his 3-scoop ice cream to the frenzied crowd. He chided himself for placing trust in the serpent's whimsical words. "Hiss, I was merely too excited, and it was an accident. Haha," the snake awkwardly replied, retracting its head in embarrassment, having merely exhaled a slight breath of air. Thus, the leisurely plan to stroll through the zoo came to an abrupt end. As Severus intended to return home, he unexpectedly encountered Zhang Mingyuan and his family, who were on their way to the British Museum. "Severus, what a coincidence. Have you had your meal?" Zhang Mingyuan suggested. His wife and daughter proceed to explore, while he engaged Severus in conversation. "Would you like to visit the villa? It's all set up." Thanks to Zhang Mingyuan's regular visits to oversee the villa's renovations, he had opened a Chinese grocery store in a local community of Chinese expatriates, swiftly capturing a portion of the market for Chinese food and drawing in many students from China. Severus believed it better for the house to air out a bit. He was in no particular hurry to move in, so he shook his head in refusal. "Ah, by the way, my uncle recently returned from China and brought back some items. Is there anything you desire?" Zhang Mingyuan exclaimed as if struck by a sudden inspiration, rubbing his thumb against his fingers with a radiant smile. "They're silk and porcelain. I can sell them to you at a good price." With an expression devoid of emotion, Severus regarded him, silently observing his performance. Noticing Severus's indifference, Zhang Mingyuan chuckled and shifted the topic. "Recently, a producer approached me, requesting investment in his film. Do you think I should invest?" Having thrived in England for so long, Zhang Mingyuan possessed a certain acumen, primarily concerned about the possibility of being swindled. "That is for you to decide," Severus replied thoughtfully. "With Mrs. Thatcher about to assume office, a springtime for the real estate sector is on the horizon. I would recommend investing in real estate as it is a more secure option." With clarity in mind, Zhang Mingyuan sought a cigarette, but, mindful of the setting, settled for popping a candy into his mouth. Their idle chatter stretched on for a considerable time until Zhang Mingyuan's daughter called out to him, running over to embrace her father's leg. Severus gazed at the chubby little girl and chuckled softly. "You should go explore. I, too, must take my leave. Do reach out if anything arises." Zhang Mingyuan nodded and, cradling his daughter, entered the museum. The subsequent days remained monotonous, apart from receiving a request from Lucius for assistance in brewing several soul stabilizers. He had ceased his custom potion services in Diagon Alley. Yet another overcast day blanketed London in a grey haze, the wind carrying an unusual floral scent. In one corner of London, 2 Death Eaters clad in black robes collided mid-air while riding their broomsticks. The mishap caused by 2 mischievous children who had playfully traversed much of London, disarming them of their wands as if to toy with 2 mice. The 2 robed wizards, stifling their humiliation, supported one another as they departed, relieved that the wands they had lost were merely second-hand, sparing them from identity exposure. Had it not been for the task assigned by their master, those 2 children would have been in grave peril. Unbeknownst to them, a passing journalist captured their images, and the Daily Prophet published a photograph showcasing the silhouettes of Sirius and Potter. However, any clear frontal shots had been sold off to those seeking to avoid notoriety among the Death Eaters, who paid to keep them from circulation. Upon seeing the photograph, Walburga was filled with a mix of shock and fury. This occurred right outside Hogwarts. If anything were to happen, who could we turn to for justice? My eldest son truly lacks understanding. Orion sighed, his pale face reflecting his concern, and glanced at his equally furious wife, slamming his hand on the table. "You must have Alpheus contact Andromeda immediately. We cannot allow her to provide any further support to that wretch. Look at the trouble he has stirred." Orion approached his wife and embraced her gently, apologizing softly. "Very well, I am sorry, Walburga. It is entirely my fault. I should have heeded your warnings from the outset and not placed our family in such peril." Usually strong-willed, Walburga felt a pang of emotion, her uncertainty transforming into resolve. She should have recognized the gravity of the situation when Sirius was sorted into Gryffindor. Even without Voldemort's emergence, her eldest son would have caused considerable turmoil. "It's all right. Orion, go on, contact Alpheus swiftly." She patted Orion's arm, her teeth clenched in determination. "Regulus has already sacrificed too much for our family. We cannot allow Sirius to ruin everything." After Orion contacted Alpheus, he observed his wife returning to the sofa, continuing her work on the family crest for Regulus. Her thoughts a whirlwind. At that moment, Regulus found himself in a quaint town in Austria, dutifully trailing behind Voldemort, diligently playing the role of an obedient follower. Though the occasional pain in his left arm served as a harsh reminder that there was no turning back, Voldemort had arrived in Austria without Nagini. Leisurely strolling along the banks of the Danube, listening to the Muggles sing soothing melodies and laugh about unknown matters, feeling a peculiar lightness in his previously turbulent emotions. However, he did not dwell on it. His purpose for being in Austria was not mere amusement. After all, enticing a powerful dark wizard to join his ranks, especially one who was Dumbledore's arch-nemesis, was far more engaging than idle chatter with his followers. 3 days later, Voldemort arrived at Nurmengard. The prison, situated within a forest, was guarded by Muggles, making it relatively easy for wizards to infiltrate, while the tower was manned only by the guards. Regulus awoke groggily after waiting overnight at the inn, and upon freshening up, awaited Voldemort's summons. Regulus, you may amuse yourself, but return to London in 7 days. Voldemort suppressed his wrath at not finding his quarry, softening his tone. Enjoy yourself. Wearing a silver mask that obscured his emotions, Voldemort's demeanor remained inscrutable. Though Regulus was unaware of Voldemort's plans, he submissively acquiesced, knowing he had no authority to decline. As the door opened, Voldemort, with a dark expression, stood by the window for a moment, gazing at the sky before vanishing from the room. In the western Austrian snow-capped mountains, a shadow suddenly appeared mid-air, soaring towards a distant, ancient castle. Having long known the castle's location, the concealment charm he cast proved ineffective. Though the castle appeared close, reaching it took Voldemort considerable time. Fortunately, with the aid of magic, he moved undetected by the Muggles below. Upon arriving at the castle's periphery, he sensed a familiar magical aura, prompting him to descend gradually and advance. The grand entrance opened automatically, revealing an elderly butler in a tailcoat. "Sir, please come in. The master has been awaiting your arrival." The butler, with a respectful demeanor, gestured for him to enter with his gloved hand. Voldemort raised an eyebrow at the butler's words, filled with suspicion. Very few were aware of his journey to Austria. Even if his whereabouts were leaked, there was no reason for such promptness. The butler stood tall, smiling at Voldemort as they maintained their silent standoff. "Mr. Riddle, rest assured. Our master harbors no ill intentions." The elderly butler, with murky eyes, peered into Voldemort's soul, jesting. "I am but a mute. All the servants of the castle have been given leave, so you need not worry." Voldemort's pupils constricted beneath his mask, realizing the butler was aware of his suspicions. Otherwise, such arrangements would not have been made. Thus, he followed the butler into the castle, which was warm, starkly contrasting the chill outside. Everywhere he looked, he found exquisite porcelain and oil paintings, with even the curtains made of smooth silk. The elderly butler, with an unhurried demeanor, led the guests to the second floor. Upon opening the door, one was immediately struck by the exquisite crystal chandelier that illuminated the room with a bright, inviting glow. One wall of the room was lined entirely with books, while the opposite side was adorned with delicate sculptures and oil paintings, complemented by a grand Chinese-style clock beside the fireplace. The elderly man seated by the hearth turned around, his formidable presence overshadowing the frailty of his aged visage and the strikingly mismatched color of his eyes. Clearing his throat, he gestured for them to sit. Grindelwald glanced at Voldemort, who was wearing a white mask, casually indicating a chair nearby, and instructed the butler to brew a pot of hot tea. Voldemort stared at the old man, astonished that the once dominant dark wizard of Europe had aged into such a frail state, willingly confining himself in Nurmengard for decades. Reflecting on Dumbledore's white-bearded appearance and his endless struggles for love at Hogwarts, he found the man before him somewhat more agreeable. Shortly thereafter, the butler returned, filling their cups with tea and silently standing by, as if he were invisible. "I know you, Tom Marvolo Riddle, the infamous Dark Lord of England," Grindelwald remarked, lifting his eyelids and taking a sip of tea. "What brings you to seek the counsel of this old man?" Voldemort's crimson eyes flickered, and as he lowered his gaze to sip his tea, he found that his prepared words faltered in the presence of this elder. "If you seek to learn from my experiences, I regret to inform you that there is nothing to impart." Grindelwald chuckled heartily, aware that many who sought him out after imprisonment were eager for his support and connections to orchestrate another grand upheaval. "You are not yet a century old, are you?" Voldemort pondered for a long moment before asking a seemingly unrelated question. Grindelwald was taken aback by the peculiarity of his inquiry and nodded. "Indeed, I have 4 years remaining." Voldemort sighed, recognizing that Grindelwald was once a powerful dark wizard capable of nearly incinerating the city of Paris. If he had aged so significantly, it would imply a severe decline in his magical prowess. Perhaps the pursuit of immortality he coveted was not in vain after all. "I wish to ask you, why did you choose to organize your downfall during your prime? Was it for the Deathly Hallows?" You were so close to achieving domination. Yet you relinquished it at the last moment. Grindelwald's demeanor shifted as a flash of displeasure crossed his eyes, his aura growing colder. The elderly butler behind Voldemort broke into a cold sweat at the boldness of his words, realizing that Voldemort dared to speak without restraint. For a greater purpose. Grindelwald replied softly, seemingly indifferent to the war he had instigated. We should not cower beneath the law. We are all free, powerful, and unshackled. Wizards ought to lead the world and guide societal transformation. Voldemort remained silent, contemplating that these very ideals were the foundation of his own pursuits, with power being the ultimate truth. I am aware of your reputation, Mr. Marvolo, Grindelwald reiterated, his fingers resting upon the Daily Prophet. But you seem to underestimate the strength of Muggles. The law is not designed to protect them. I cannot comprehend your deep-seated prejudice against Muggles, nor your fixation on bloodlines. He murmured, gazing at the silver mask Voldemort wore. Perhaps you ought to remove your mask, as it is quite impolite to converse in such a manner. Voldemort contemplated retorting that his focus lay solely on power, and that the pureblood ideology was merely a means to control his followers. Yet, reflecting on his own bias against Muggles, he found it perplexing. He merely disliked them, viewing them as potential laborers once he had secured his dominion over the wizarding world. Mr. Grindelwald, I presume you would not wish to see my face, Voldemort replied coolly, bemused as to why the conversation had shifted to his mask. Grindelwald remained silent, sipping his tea while observing Voldemort intently. The intensity in Voldemort's red eyes grew, and ultimately he removed the mask. The burns on his face had mostly healed, revealing a grotesquely waxy distortion that appeared pale and aged. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes, a flicker of understanding crossing his gaze. Have you employed advanced dark magic upon yourself? He asserted, accepting the tarot cards from the butler and shaking them before Voldemort. Would you be interested in a reading? Voldemort's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but recognizing he was within the confines of the Elder's castle, he managed to suppress it. It would be my honor, he nodded, for he had never believed in divination or prophecy, placing his faith solely in himself. Grindelwald's smile was benevolent, seeing Voldemort as a mere child before him, dismissing any threat he posed. What would you like to inquire about? Grindelwald asked, shuffling the tarot cards with deftness. About the future, about myself, Voldemort replied, lowering his brow as he casually uttered 7 numbers, awaiting the outcome of the divination. Power, the High Priestess, reversed, the Wheel of Fortune, death, the Lovers, upright, the Devil, and the Tower. Grindelwald regarded the abundance of soul cards, glancing at Voldemort's marred visage, and began to form conjectures in his mind. Throughout history, many dark wizards had attempted to create Horcruxes. His own family had documented numerous instances. The severity of Voldemort's facial injuries, coupled with the magical energy leaking from him, made the deductions rather straightforward. Prior to Voldemort's arrival, Grindelwald had performed a reading for himself, aware that this encounter would bind their fates, or he would not have so readily welcomed him inside. What does my future hold? Voldemort inquired, noticing Grindelwald's prolonged silence and prompting him for an answer. Grindelwald sighed, struggling to grasp the mindset of the current youth. You are not yet whole, Mr. Marvolo, he delicately stated, casting a knowing glance at the butler. The scope of the divination was too vast to articulate. Voldemort furrowed his brow, his already distorted face appearing even more grotesque as a flicker of violent rage ignited in his eyes. Are you mocking me? He growled in a low voice, attempting to stifle his fury, his emotions fluctuating wildly. Grindelwald set aside the tarot cards, donning his gold-rimmed spectacles, his once benevolent expression now replaced with a suave demeanor. Mr. Marvolo, you have lingered here long enough. It is time for you to depart. Grindelwald stood, shaking out the sleeves of his shirt, casting one last glance with his mismatched eyes before turning to exit, moving with a vigor that belied any signs of age. Voldemort's red eyes flickered as he donned his mask once more, producing a bag of documents and handing them to the butler before striding out with purpose. Thus, the encounter between the two Dark Lords concluded rather ambiguously. Although Voldemort did not obtain the answers he sought, Grindelwald's words planted a seed within him, prompting him to reconsider his attitude towards Muggles. My lord, this is what Mr. Marvolo left behind upon his departure, the butler announced as he entered the greenhouse, respectfully presenting the documents. Grindelwald gazed at the pure white snowdrop flowers, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Upon receiving the documents, he casually glanced through them. Yet his body froze upon seeing a photograph on one of the pages, the contents crumpled in his grip. There stood a tall, slender, and elegantly poised Albus with bright, clear blue eyes. How had he transformed into a long-bearded, flamboyantly dressed old man, obstinately stubborn? Grindelwald mused silently, wondering if the heartbreak from their separation had taken such a toll, or if he had altered his appearance for the sake of teaching. After all, Had it not been for Voldemort's impending arrival, he would still be the charming, handsome figure he once was, who would willingly choose to become a cantankerous old man. Despite his complaints, he continued to read on. Meanwhile, Regulus found himself somewhat bewildered. What was initially agreed upon as a 7-day excursion had now turned into a mere 3rd day, and they were to return. Fortunately, during his wandering, he had procured some local specialties, which would serve as a suitable explanation for his return. Voldemort said little, simply escorting Regulus back to London. Once home, Regulus contemplated how to explain his early return to his family, but Voldemort, with Nagini in tow, discreetly returned to the gaunt residence. The London sky remained overcast, with charming little shops aglow, becoming the favored choice of customers. Severus tightened his coat against the gusts of wind that tousled his long hair, revealing his smooth forehead. Hiss! Severus, I detect an unusual scent, hissed the basilisk, Hellbow, from within the pocket of his clothing, flicking its tongue. You must be smelling something delicious, Severus retorted flatly. Having encountered this routine far too often over the past month. Just the other day at Zhang Minjayuan's restaurant, the serpent nearly devoured all the pork from the kitchen. No. It's a peculiar serpentine aroma, Hellbow insisted. Well, I must linger. I have shooting practice to attend to, so I shall escort you home first. Severus replied dismissively as he hurried towards his small abode. Around him, the streets bustled with life. Mothers scolded their children for jaywalking, while high school students chattered excitedly about which pub to visit. None noticed the peculiar man beside them, donned in a silver mask, with a white snake coiled around his shoulder. His gaze swept through the crowd, lingering a moment longer upon a particular youth before he followed discreetly. Shooting Enthusiast Club? The strange man murmured, reading the sign above, a glimmer of brutality flashing in his eyes as memories of his childhood and wartime gunmen resurfaced. Perhaps one should not underestimate muggles. His curiosity piqued at the sight of the youth entering, and he cast the disillusionment charm to follow him into the club. Severus, having practiced for several weeks, donned his ear protection and goggles with practiced ease, gun in hand, as he entered the training room and began to shoot under the guidance of his instructor. It was a stroke of luck that when he expressed his desire to learn marksmanship to Zhang Mingyuan, the prominent lawyer Li Ming had just happened upon him. Upon hearing of his need for a coach, he promptly offered a business card for a club owned by a retired veteran, perfectly suited for him. After paying the membership fee, he commenced his training, knowing that while he could not take the skills with him yet, once he came of age and obtained a gun license, everything would fall into place. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets marked the target, hovering around the 5 and 6 rings. Severus was quite satisfied with this performance, considering the limited time he had spent training. The strange man wandered through the club, observing the types of firearms that differed from his memory. While astonished by their power, he still felt that magic was superior, as few muggles possessed weapons. He silently watched the flushed face of the youth, his eyes growing ever brighter, pondering whether shooting was truly so enjoyable. After a while, boredom overcame him, and with a flick of his wand, he vanished from sight. Oblivious to the man's scrutiny, Severus concluded his practice, stretched his sore arms, and chose a restaurant to enter. Chapter 71. The Role of the Basilisk. Outside, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, blurring the boundary between sky and earth. Severus, rarely receiving an invitation from Penny, found himself at the park, only to be thwarted by the sudden fog and forced to retreat to a nearby fast food establishment. They say that fate accounts for 30%, while 70% relies on hard work. Severus stared in disbelief at Penny before her nod confirmed the truth, snapping him back to reality. So, you've recently started dating someone? He asked, suppressing the itch in his throat, his voice low as he inquired further. Isn't this a bit early for romance? Have you turned 18? Penny giggled, seemingly amused by his surprise. His name is Vernon Dudley. He is a tall, sturdy, handsome lad with unique insights on many matters, she continued, sipping her cola. He is very caring and attentive to my feelings. He confessed his feelings yesterday, and I agreed to be his girlfriend. Severus blinked, lowering his gaze to his fries, wishing to avoid the sour scent of romance. I've been accepted into the university I applied to. I'll be starting in September, Penny added, glancing out the window. I hope my parents can adjust. Severus struggled to find a response, managing only a smile and a congratulatory remark. Thank you, Penny replied softly, her voice as light as a feather, barely settling in the air. They don't value me, so I must learn to love myself. This is for you, to wish you joy in your university life. Severus said, presenting a thumb-sized ginkgo leaf brooch, adorned with the magical runes and protective charms he had crafted over the summer. What is this? Penny asked, examining the pin, feeling its cold metallic surface but unable to discern its nature. Severus recalled the recent encounter with Death Eaters, although there was no direct confrontation. The sense of danger had been palpable. It's platinum, he replied, then added, There's magic imbued within it. It's not particularly safe these days. Upon hearing the word magic, Penny's eyes widened in understanding, and she ceased her inquiries. Once the fog had lifted somewhat, and they had finished their meals, they bid farewell and departed. Following this conversation, Severus finally recalled the villa he owned in the small town beneath St. Albans, and on a subsequent day, he took Helbo to visit it. "Is this your mansion?" "Hiss," Helbo remarked, slithering across the floor before finally resting atop a glass fish tank. "Indeed," Severus nodded, delighted that, unlike in his previous life where he could scarcely afford housing, he had managed to purchase a grand villa here. The space is ample. Over 300 or 400 square meters, with a garage and a back garden. He explored the first and second floors multiple times. Though the gardens in front and back were bare, they were now his domain, where he could do as he pleased. Helbo shot him a disdainful glance, recalling that even the smallest room in Salazar's estate had been larger than this. "Hiss, enough with the staring. You should first use magic to secure the house," the basilisk advised, climbing onto a soft pillow, its tail pointing at the window. "That child climbing the tree outside has been watching you for quite some time." Severus turned to the window to see a thin, ragged child peering curiously, seemingly attempting to catch a glimpse of the villa's new owner. "You're right, Helbo," Severus agreed, drawing the curtains and casting a protective spell with his wand. An invisible barrier enveloped the villa, causing muggles passing by to become distracted and wander away. Severus augmented the defensive charms, rendering the villa even less conspicuous. "The child has left, Severus," Helbo remarked impatiently, prodding a hole in the soft pillow with its tail. Feathers spilling out. "When are we returning to the city center?" "I wish to watch television." "Tomorrow," Severus replied, frowning at the scattered feathers. "I will set up more charms. You can accompany me." Helbo, lamenting the loss of the feathers, sighed as it was dragged along. "Hiss, Severus, I believe I have something I neglected to tell you." The basilisk sneezed, sending dandelion seeds flying into the air, where they drifted onto the ivy-covered wall. Severus wiped the sweat from his forehead and, with a flick of his wand, severed and incinerated the ivy clinging to the surrounding wall. Without turning his head, he acknowledged the voice of the basilisk. "What is it?" Severus licked his parched lips, contemplating where to dine after descending the mountain. "Do you remember the terms of the contract we signed?" The basilisk, bored, coiled itself into a circle before rolling slightly to the side as if recalling something. Observing the creature's foolish antics, Severus harbored doubts about its claim of having lived for a millennium. "I can hardly recall. I found it rather perplexing when we entered into that contract." He frowned as he gazed at the serpent's dusty form, mumbling to himself while levitating the basilisk with his wand and tossing it into the bird-feeding trough in the garden. "Wash yourself, or you shan't find your way into my pockets." "Humph." The basilisk was caught off guard, splashed with a mouthful of water, which turned clear to murky as it writhed. "You truly do not know?" Unfazed by Severus's brusque behavior, the serpent's head struggled to rise and rested on the edge of the trough, its glassy yellow eyes staring at him in disbelief. "The contractor is entitled to inherit 1/10 of Salazar's legacy. In those days, that vault was overflowing. Hiss. Just get rid of this wretched villa and come live at Slytherin Manor with me." The basilisk became increasingly animated, its thoughts drifting back to its glorious past alongside Salazar. Severus's expression twisted in a mix of amusement and concern for the creature's pride. Yet he felt compelled to remind it. Salazar had passed away over a millennium ago. The manor you speak of must have long since ceased to exist. His understanding of the basilisk's naivety deepened as he continued. "The treasures you mention have either been squandered or turned to dust. Otherwise, the contract would not have found its way to me. Do you not see that the Slytherin lineage is nearly extinct? The wizarding world has all but forgotten them. And Voldemort's mother was but a distant relative of Slytherin, yet she ended up destitute, with her family plagued by a multitude of ailments due to inbreeding." The basilisk, taken aback, fell silent and retreated into the water. Severus, perplexed by its sudden withdrawal, recognized its resilience and chose to disregard its presence, casting spells to protect the wall from fire and moisture. "Woe is me, Salazar, you departed too soon. Your legacy has been squandered by ungrateful descendants." The basilisk hiccuped, submerged in the water while clutching its tail, weeping. "Hail, the days of Helbo remain unfulfilled. Alas, whatever became of your inheritance? Helbo's Little Lamb Manor, woe is me." The creature's wails startled Severus, and upon discerning its words, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. It had remained unmoved by Salazar's demise over a millennium ago, yet it wept bitterly upon learning of the loss of riches. Growing weary of the basilisk's strange lamentations, Severus cast a silencing charm and resumed his work on the villa. Initially, the basilisk had been genuinely sorrowful, but realizing that its plaintive cries did not evoke Severus's sympathy, it coiled its tail and began blowing bubbles in the trough. What a sorrowful day for the serpent, indeed. August in England was stifling, with individuals fanning themselves with newspapers at every turn. Severus felt fortunate to be a wizard, capable of casting spells to cool himself, especially with a cold-blooded serpent by his side, rendering the heat bearable. "You've eaten far too much, Hellbow," he remarked, poking the basilisk, who was watching television nearby. A pile of empty pizza boxes on the table attested to the creature's voracious appetite. Although magic could clean up the mess, it was undeniably bothersome. Hellbow curled up, aggrieved. Knowing that its contract restricted its petrification abilities and forbade it from attacking humans, despite its lack of desire to do so. After all, it was a civilized serpent. "You devoured 100 galleons worth of my resources over these past few months," Severus lamented, feeling a pang of regret. The compensation he received upon his arrival had barely sufficed for the basilisk's needs for 2 or 3 months. "Yes, but you don't allow me to go out and forage," the basilisk protested, feeling wronged. Its enormous body had not been satiated in nearly a millennium, and it longed to feast. Severus rubbed his temples, letting it out to hunt. What could it possibly catch? Mice, cats, or perhaps other urban strays? If it ventured into someone else's pasture to feast on cattle or sheep, the consequences would be dire. "What did you eat while at Hogwarts?" Severus inquired, furrowing his brow. The forbidden forest was vast. Had the basilisk shrunk to hunt? The basilisk paused, its emerald body warm to the touch. "The centaurs would feed me, and I could also venture into the forbidden forest to eat." Severus was at a loss for what expression to wear. It was no wonder the basilisk had survived in tunnels for nearly a millennium. The creature continued to recount its exploits in the forbidden forest. "Did you know? There's a half-breed giant who grows the sweetest pumpkins. They're a bit small, but that group of spiders and the giant squid in the lake. If only I could catch the largest one, it would taste like fried chicken." Hiss. As the basilisk reminisced about those delightful flavors, saliva began to pool in its mouth. The more Severus listened, the more his expression darkened. It seemed the pumpkin theft and spider disappearance cases had just been solved. One could only wonder how Hagrid would react upon learning the truth, and whether he would increase his chicken stock near his hut. "Are you full now?" Severus inquired, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the basilisk. "Ha!" The creature chuckled awkwardly. "Almost, just a little more to go." Severus feigned ignorance, producing several glass tubes from seemingly nowhere and placing them beside the basilisk. "Your venom. Fill these up," he instructed, gesturing towards the basilisk's pristine fangs and the glass tubes. "From now on, your living expenses will come from these." Upon hearing this, the basilisk's face contorted into a peculiar expression, its mouth twitching in an unnatural manner as it flicked its tongue. Severus, indifferent to its reaction, headed straight to his bedroom for a much-needed rest. Having spent the night concocting blood-replenishing potions, which he planned to deliver to Malfoy Manor in the morning, as the streetlights filtered into the house. The sounds of honking cars and murmuring crowds reached him from downstairs, signaling the end of the workday. Severus was roused from his slumber by the cacophony, blinking his bleary eyes at the ceiling. It wasn't until his stomach grumbled that he rubbed his wrist, rose, and prepared to wash up before dinner. The living room was dimly lit, lacking the usual brightness of the television, which was strangely turned off, and the basilisk was nowhere to be seen upon the sofa. Severus switched on the light and discovered 5 neatly arranged glass tubes filled with a thick black liquid on the table beside the sofa, while other empty tubes lay haphazardly on the couch. Knowing that a king cobra typically expelled 3 grams of venom in a single instance, he pondered how much the basilisk had managed to produce. Shaking off the questions swirling in his mind, he hurriedly secured the tubes containing the venom, knowing that when the time came to face Voldemort's Horcruxes, a single vial would suffice. "Hellbow, come out. I'm going to grab something to eat." "What would you like?" he called out, hoping to comfort the weary creature with a meal. When there was no response, he called again. "Hellbow? Hellbow?" The room remained eerily silent. "You go ahead and eat." "Hiss, I want to hibernate QAQ." The basilisk's voice trembled from a corner. Following the sound, he found the creature peeking timidly from beneath the lampshade of the fireplace, appearing much like a cowed spouse. Severus couldn't help but chuckle, brandishing his wand to lower the basilisk down. "Given your size, how can you be so overwhelmed by just a few tubes of venom?" He used a cleaning charm to rid the creature of dust and gently stroked its head, earning a fond nuzzle in return. "Only the concentrated essence is truly valuable, Severus. I cannot deceive you with inferior poison." The serpent creature's unexpected honesty stemmed from the kindness of its keeper. In return, it felt compelled to reciprocate. Despite residing in a cramped space and being rather pedantic, the serpent creature couldn't help but grumble internally. Severus felt a twinge of emotion upon hearing this, and thus added an additional 50 galleons to the serpent's provisions, deducting the cost from the sales of its venom. As August drew to a close, with only a few days left before the commencement of the new school year, a fresh batch of young wizards prepared to enter Hogwarts. armed with their shopping lists as they scoured Diagon Alley. The returning students were equally busy. Those with experience had already begun rummaging through second-hand shops. In Nocturne Alley, at Borgin and Burke's, a hunchbacked man idly smoothed his slick hair. When he heard the bell signaling a visitor, he did not rise, but merely lifted his eyelids slightly, continuing to admire his handsome visage in the mirror. "Good day, Mr. Borgin," a gentle female voice echoed through the shop, filled with peculiar dark magical artifacts, accompanied by the tinkling of a bell from the counter. Though the wizard was clad in a commonplace robe and wore a mask, the brown hair that peeked out and her cherry-painted nails, coupled with her delicate, fair fingers, indicated that she was indeed a lady. Borgin's eyes lit up involuntarily as he stepped forward to the counter. "How may I assist you, beautiful miss?" "Welcome," he smiled, "I assure you. The goods in my shop are fairly priced and free from deception." Disguised as a lady, Severus languidly surveyed the shelves filled with glass eyes, protein necklaces, and skulls, all items of dark magic. Upon Borgin's arrival, he pursed his lips and stated, "I am not here to purchase, Mr. Borgin. I have come to sell." "Sell?" The smile on Borgin's face faded slightly, yet he adhered to his professional integrity. "What do you wish to sell? If it holds little value, I recommend you try the old shops in Diagon Alley." He took a cloth and began to wipe the counter. Severus let out a light chuckle at this and tossed a bottle the size of a fingernail towards him. "This, a century old. Are you willing to accept it?" Borgin took the bottle, sniffed it beneath his nose, then placed it on a specialized instrument for examination, his expression a blend of fear and anticipation. He cast a meaningful glance at the lady, his thick fingers caressing the bottle, greed evident on his face. "How much of this do you possess?" "I shall take it all." "Not so hasty, Mr. Borgin," Severus replied, frowning and altering his voice. "I can sell it all to you. This is all I have. But I need your discretion." As he spoke, Severus produced 3 glass vials, shaking them to reveal the thick black liquid within. Borgin's gaze followed the vials, calculating the potential for black market dealings. Yet, considering that the lady could be bold enough to venture into Nocturne Alley alone, he believed she must have some backing and thus offered a fair price. "Then, may our collaboration be fruitful, Mr. Borgin." Severus found the offer satisfactory, fully aware that the venom originated from a millennium-old serpent creature, but who would believe him if he divulged that? If they did, the one who would suffer would be himself. "Indeed, may our collaboration be fruitful, beautiful miss." Borgin was equally pleased with the price and handed Severus a small key to a vault at Gringotts, allowing him direct access to retrieve his funds. Severus accepted the key, confirming there were no tracking spells, and left the dark magic shop with haste. Once the door closed, Borgin's smiling face turned serious as he stared at the glass vials for a considerable time before retrieving a two-way mirror to report to his contact. To possess such a rare item for sale, could it be that a fallen noble is on the rise? As Severus ambled through the grimy alley, passing a large cage filled with dark, enormous spiders, he could hear the serpent creature, Hellbow, swallowing hard. He walked leisurely, paying no mind to the 2 wizards who whispered furtively as he passed. The alley was dim and winding, with wizards donning strange masks and moving furtively, wielding items that sent shivers down one's spine. Severus stroked the serpent's head through his robe, clutching the key given by Borgin as he made his way to Gringotts. The 1st to 3rd levels of Gringotts were standard vaults, easily opened with a key provided by the bank. Upon seeing the key, the goblin did not inquire further and led him to the 2nd basement level. Severus withdrew several galleons, then approached the counter to have his vault exchanged and a new key made. The goblin glanced at him and, understanding, he handed over 5 galleons. The transfer process was swiftly completed, and he received the new key. Finding a secluded spot in Diagon Alley, Severus waved his spare wand and dissipated to a small grove at Charing Cross Road, then walked a short distance before dissipating again to another location. Eventually, he arrived at a hotel on the opposite side of the city center, where he checked into a room. Using his wand, he recited a series of incantations to ensure he was alone and safe, then exhaled in relief as he shed his heavy disguise, revealing his true appearance. The serpent creature, Hellbow, feeling dizzy, poked its head out for a breath of fresh air, unaware that it had become disoriented from the disapparition. Severus considered the high risks associated with selling the venom. Though the profits were substantial, he could only afford to do it once or twice. "Hellbow, aside from the venom, do you possess anything else of value?" Severus inquired, poking the slumbering serpent in curiosity. Hellbow lifted its head weakly, looking at him with a disgruntled expression. "If you desire my body, you could simply say so. No need for such euphemisms." Chapter 72. The Centaurs of the Forbidden Forest. Severus chuckled, poking the serpent's body again before contemplating. "You may keep half of the galleons from that vault. You shall have the key." The serpent's tail flicked as it pondered how many lambs and treats it could acquire with that money. "I have shed skins," Some can still be found in the underground tunnels of Hogwarts, while others might have been taken by the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest, Helbo replied candidly. Not merely acquiescing due to Severus's promise of half the vault's funds, despite having shed several skins. Severus stroked his chin, mulling over the possibility of quietly retrieving the serpent's shed skin from the Chamber of Secrets. With only a few days remaining before the school year commenced, he had no intention of continuing to brew potions. Instead, he opted to stay home and spend leisurely days watching television with Helbo. Meanwhile, on the other side, Regulus had remained by Voldemort's side throughout the summer, and witnessing Voldemort's formidable magical prowess and perfect control over affairs only deepened his admiration, transforming it into fervent zeal. Little Barty, due to his father's influence, spent his summer either at home or observing various ministry officials visiting his father. He extracted bits of information from their discussions, inadvertently contributing to the Death Eater's cause. Malzyber and Avery, on the other hand, were more straightforward. Being from pure blood families, they were assigned numerous tasks over the summer. Strangely, the Dark Lord had instructed them to procure many Muggle death row inmates. The Death Eaters soon realized a shift in Voldemort's policies, the most apparent being his directive to begin collecting the recent history of Muggles, as well as new weaponry from the magical world, with the official rationale being to better enslave Muggles. They were puzzled but lacked the courage to inquire directly. Lucius and the close confidants of Regulus were increasingly distressed and could only reveal that Voldemort had traveled abroad. As September dawned, the weather unusually turned clear. Severus meticulously packed his belongings, accompanied by the Basilisk, and set off towards King's Cross Station in a second-hand car that Zhang Mingyuan had procured from an unknown source. Am I truly unable to take a look inside? Zhang Mingyuan inquired once more, his long-held desire to glimpse the Wizarding Express evident. Severus found his persistence rather remarkable. After all this time, his thoughts still lingered on Platform 9. I fear not, Severus replied, pressing his lips together, and, under Zhang Mingyuan's watchful gaze, he passed through the wall. Zhang Mingyuan stood there, disheveled by the wind, contemplating why such chaos followed him even abroad. Something that could be excused in Hua country, but not elsewhere. Meanwhile, Severus met up with André in a compartment at the rear of the train. As the train commenced its journey, they purchased some snacks and began to delve into their books. Outside the compartment, the head boy patrolled the corridor, and whenever he encountered the head boy of Gryffindor, both would turn away with disdain, each harboring an aversion for the other. Hey, Regulus, what are you scribbling away for? Inquired little Barty, returning from his patrol and noticing Regulus engrossed with a quill. Regulus glanced at him, nodding in satisfaction after calculating an equation. I managed to acquire the figures regarding the donations to Hogwarts from the Ministry of Magic and the Board of Governors over recent years, Regulus stated, frowning as he dried the ink. I have serious doubts that Professor Dumbledore has been spending most of the funds on Bidooks desserts. He paused. Despite the substantial gold galore contributed each year, the school remains unchanged. Little Barty gasped upon perusing the notebook, closing his eyes momentarily to reassess the figures. Well, that may not be the case, considering the castle's vastness, the multitude of teachers and students, and the numerous house elves, all consuming quite a bit daily. He began to tally the expenses, including the financial aid for impoverished students, all of which required funding. However, our school doesn't have that many underprivileged students. At least not that many orphans, Regulus interrupted. The school aid is conditional, not everyone qualifies. Do you recall the group behind Dumbledore? Little Barty fell silent, contemplating the Order of the Phoenix that opposed the Death Eaters, and quietly returned the notebook to Regulus. Then what use is this calculation? The ones funding it aren't you. He resumed his seat, pulling out a cherry to nibble on. Regulus replied, I'll have my mother donate less next year. We shan't be taken advantage of. Little Barty looked puzzled. The train continued to speed along, and the young witches and wizards within began to doze off. Upon their evening arrival at school, Hagrid bellowed for the first-year students to board boats to cross the lake. The older students prepared to take the thestral-drawn carriages to the castle. Regulus had shed his youthful naivete. His features were now more defined, and he exuded a steady charm, with a smile that captivated countless young hearts. André sat with Severus and two Hufflepuff students, discussing the summer's gossip. Severus stole several glances at Regulus, a pang of bitterness in his heart. Yet he recognized that the current circumstances were more advantageous for him. Bored, he scanned the surroundings and noticed Potter leading Lily into a carriage, while Wormtail Peter was left behind, helplessly watching as his three friends departed together. Severus pondered this. It was no wonder that later on, Wormtail felt a sense of imbalance. In truth, it was rather typical. Potter, after all, belonged to the noble class, especially with a Sirius by his side. The two young gentlemen, both entrenched in the aristocracy, naturally enjoyed a closer bond. Remus, being a werewolf, was at a disadvantage, and having two noble companions was indeed a stroke of fortune. Peter, however, lagged behind. If it weren't for their shared dormitory, he might not have been included at all. Before the distinction between the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters, the ties among the nobility were quite close, particularly given the extensive influence of the Black family within the magical community, while the Potter family was relatively sparse in numbers. Even the lesser nobility tended to align with the larger houses. The Hogwarts feast commenced in its traditional manner. Most students gravitated towards Gryffindor, while the remaining houses received only a handful of new students. After a collective rendition of the school song, they queued to return to their respective dormitories. In the dormitory, Andre changed out of his wizarding robes into newly purchased silk pajamas and yawned. "We have to sing this song every year. It's quite tedious," he complained, rubbing his eyes as he lay on his bed. "I'm so stuffed I can hardly keep my eyes open, especially after such a long journey. Good night, Severus." "Good night, Andre," Severus replied, busying himself with his belongings without raising his gaze. The following day dawned bright and sunny, but the early rising students were greeted by disheartening news from the Daily Prophet. The Death Eaters had re-emerged, a Muggle neighborhood had been bombed, and countless lives were lost. Such sensational headlines adorned the front page, with ghastly images of severed limbs causing the students' faces to pale. The first-year students, unaware of the gravity of the situation, soon found themselves embroiled in heated arguments within the Great Hall. Gryffindor students, fueled by indignation, brandished their wands, nearly pointing them at the Slytherin students in a fit of rage. "Silence. Everyone focus on your meals." Professor McGonagall's stern voice echoed throughout the hall. Her eyes filled with disapproval. "Humph, those vile, wretched Slytherins. I knew they were up to no good. The Muggles have faced another attack, thankfully not near my home. Thank goodness I'm not in Slytherin. They're all a bunch of dark wizards." The Slytherin students, overhearing the whispers around them, turned pale, unable to stomach their breakfast, and gradually made their way to class in small groups. Severus stuffed the Daily Prophet into his bag and hurried after the throng, while he was unafraid of a confrontation. The situation was indeed vexing. In truth, the conflicts within the magical community had begun back in the 1970s, and they had now reached a fever pitch, with the Death Eaters in their prime and the Order of the Phoenix at a disadvantage. Logically, one would expect the Gryffindor students to be more subdued or to keep their distance, yet for reasons unknown, Hogwarts seemed to embolden them with audacity, overshadowing the other three houses. From the 5th year onward, Hogwarts students became increasingly busy, aside from the looming Owl's examinations. 6th year studies involving apparition and 7th year Newt's exams were enough to give them headaches, not to mention juggling Quidditch commitments, which only further strained their limited time. The squabbles typically involved students below the 5th year, although if one disregarded their studies, even the older students engaged in daily skirmishes. After yet another day of Quidditch practice, Potter was regaling Lily with tales of his summer exploits, where he had playfully teased two Death Eaters alongside his good friends. Jenny, seated nearby, encouraged him with applause. Thoroughly entertained, Sirius leaned against Remus, idly chewing on a piece of grass, his gaze wandering to the clouds above. Wormtail Peter, perched on a nearby stone, busied himself with his homework, occasionally glancing at them, his expression dark and contemplative. "Severus, if you dislike them, I could devour them whole. If I swallowed them, no one would ever discover their absence." The basilisk hissed, its yellow, glassy eyes fixed on the homework-writing Wormtail, who appeared rather delectable. Over the past few months, the basilisk, Hellbow, had gained an abundance of energy, mastering the control of its petrifying gaze, now capable of observing people without turning them to stone. Otherwise Severus would not have dared to let it out. "Not at all, I assure you. That is not necessary," Severus replied, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his temple as he patted the basilisk's head, seeking to offer praise. "Is that truly the extent of your murderous ambitions?" "Oh, very well then," the basilisk replied, flicking its tail dismissively, "but tender lamb is far more appetizing. Perhaps a visit to that ice cream shop in Diagon Alley would be delightful. I find it perplexing that the little wizard is not regarded as the beacon of hope for the future of the magical realm." Severus stood by the castle window, gazing down at the young wizard frolicking on the grass, his eyes filled with bewilderment. "This school is meant to be a sanctuary for education. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that it has become one of the battlegrounds of the future." The latter half of his thought was almost a whisper, so soft that even he could scarcely hear it. The basilisk, confused, flicked its tail against Severus's chin, signaling its hunger. Severus, after a moment of contemplation in those amber eyes, sighed, conceding, "All right, but you must be frugal. We've only just returned from Hogsmeade 3 days ago." The basilisk feigned ignorance, burying its head in his robes, dismissing him with a retort that the sweets were simply too diminutive. Severus, in exasperation, sometimes mused whether Salazar had confined the basilisk within the secret passages of Hogwarts due to its insatiable appetite. As time swiftly passed, November arrived, heralding yet another full moon. Madame Pomfrey, having inspected her potions, handed a vial to Lupin, guiding him with her wand to the Shrieking Shack. She meticulously checked the chains securing Lupin before departing with reassurance. As the full moon ascended, Lupin, having ingested the Wolf's Bane potion, writhed in agony on the ground. His mind clouded and his pain driving him to self-mutilation until he ultimately transformed into a bloodied werewolf. Terrifying sounds erupted from the Shrieking Shack, further solidifying the local populace's belief in its haunted reputation. The trio of Potters, cloaked in invisibility, stealthily exited the castle, crossing before the Whomping Willow and transforming into Animagi, prompting Peter, now a mouse, to press the knot and gain entry into the shack. They liberated the imprisoned werewolf, Lupin, and meandered through the school and village under the cover of night. In the Forbidden Forest, the basilisk, Halbo, flicked its tail, questioning the strange noise. Shouldn't the werewolf be in the marshes? What brings it this way? Hurry and leave once you've gathered. A low voice resonated from the depths of the bushes. Halbo, recognizing the voice, turned its serpentine body, flicking its tongue and narrowing its slit pupils. The dense foliage parted as a figure emerged, a man, or rather a centaur, who galloped forth. Bow and arrows in tow, his hair as dark as the night sky. Becrus? The basilisk called out, only to shake its head in denial. For this was a centaur from a millennium past. That is my ancestor, Halbo. I am Bane, the stout, dark-haired centaur, upon comprehending the basilisk's words. Retrieved an amulet from around his neck and scrutinized Halbo. I did not expect you to evolve into this form. Moreover, your eyes won't petrify anyone. It is indeed quite curious, he mused. Though Bane was lost in thought, he noticed the basilisk's bag hampering its movement and reached down to assist, collecting some moonlight grass and stuffing it inside. We all believed you perished. The food we tossed into the hole went untouched, Bane inquired, his hooves shifting with concern. Have you taken to grazing? Would you like some thorns as well? The basilisk lazily swatted at Bane's hand, signaling its desire for sustenance. Hiss. What was that about the werewolf? Have you expanded your territory? It queried, munching on a thorn berry as it awaited Bane's response. Bane continued to gather herbs for the bag, replying, that werewolf is not a purebred from the marsh. It is an outsider, one that has previously clashed with the marsh's wolves. Why not drive it away? Does it not vex you? Halbo curiously asked, having largely slumbered in the tunnels and remained indifferent to external affairs. The werewolf only appears during the full moon, and it is accompanied by companions. I patrol at night to ensure they do not wreak havoc upon the nearby villages, Bane explained as they walked towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Well then, you humans are rather decent, the basilisk responded, coiling its bag and bidding farewell. I shall return in a few days to visit, bringing you some delicacies. Bane nodded in acknowledgement, watching as it slithered away before retreating into the forest. The stars had veered from their original paths, and whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. The basilisk, Halbo, returned to the cellar with a bountiful haul, cleansing itself in fragrant waters before drying off and sinking into a soft bed. What a laborious day it has been for a serpent, Halbo mused before drifting into slumber. Chapter 73, A New Path to Prosperity. The following day, after dinner, Andre returned to find an array of moonlight grass, his eyes widening in disbelief. Severus, you actually managed to procure moonlight grass? And in such abundance, he exclaimed, gingerly lifting a stalk that emitted a soft azure glow. Moonlight grass is a universal remedy capable of dispelling heat and toxins, enhancing immunity, and alleviating pain. If administered to a fledgling wizard, it could ensure their health for 3 years. However, it only appears on the night of the full moon and has been over-harvested by wizards, rendering it a rare commodity. Andre recognized it, having witnessed his uncle's desperate search for medicine for his frail niece. Could you spare some for me? He asked, scratching the back of his head shyly. His cheeks tinged with embarrassment. I'll pay you the market price. Severus pondered the quantity needed for brewing potions for the little princess of the Malfoy household, while also contemplating the potential profit, and thus nodded in agreement. Wow. Thank you so much, Severus. Andre beamed, his face lighting up as he hurriedly opened a cabinet to fetch some galleons. Severus accepted the coins, observing Andre's elation, secretly wishing to inform him that he could brew potions at a reasonable fee. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, frostbite began to plague the hands of many. The Quidditch team collectively sought Madame Pomfrey for remedies against colds, returning to the dormitory with smoke wafting from their ears. Severus noticed that the basilisk had been frequently sneaking out, although it occasionally returned with herbs. Its furtive demeanor raised suspicions. One evening, as the basilisk prepared to slip out through a vent, it was caught red-handed. Where do you think you are going? Severus, wand in hand, cast a silencing charm on the sleeping Andre and fixed a serious gaze upon the basilisk, which was concealed under a blanket, its emerald form evident. Halbo emerged from the blanket, its tongue flicking nervously. Hiss, I'm just going to the kitchen to find something to eat. Severus, eyeing the bag around its midsection, raised an eyebrow but remained silent. All right. The basilisk, feeling the weight of Severus's gaze, conceded, I was going to play with the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest. Recently, it had taken a liking to racing alongside the centaurs, relishing the exhilarating wind. Severus was baffled by the odd friendship between a basilisk and a centaur, as language was a significant barrier. Seeing his skepticism, Halbo continued to explain, centaurs have dwelled in the Forbidden Forest for generations. Salazar forged a pact with them. I am acquainted with their ancestors, who have taken on the duty of feeding me. Severus's lips twitched in disbelief. It seemed this was indeed an inherited task. Halbo persisted, its tail thrashing against the blanket. Now that I cannot petrify any creature at will, I can visit them freely. Heaven knows how I endured a millennium in those tunnels. And what of the serpent's shed skin you mentioned? Have you found it? Severus interrupted, waving his wand. If you cannot earn any money, once your funds are exhausted, you shall have no snacks or meat. Go feast on the offerings of your centaur friends. This is not a threat, it is a statement of truth. The serpent is utterly unrestrained when it comes to indulging in the Duke of Honeybee-esque confections. Speaking of which, do snakes even suffer from tooth decay? Beginning tomorrow, in order to spare you from cavities, you shall indulge in no more than 2 chocolate frogs a day. All other snacks are hereby prohibited, Severus declared sternly, casting a spell upon the snack cabinet to prevent the serpent from gaining access. Oh no, not my treats, my sweets. The serpent writhed in a fit of indignation, whimpering, I'm not up to any mischief. I merely wish to bring some food to play with Bane. You cannot deprive me of the joy of indulging in sweets. Severus, unperturbed, cast a silencing charm upon himself and retired to bed. The serpent, Halbo, feeling quite aggrieved, rummaged through the bag and, after a brief foray into the kitchen, resolutely sought refuge with the centaur Bane, having decided that if Severus did not come looking for him, he would not return. The following morning, upon rising, Severus noted the absence of the serpent in its lair and surmised that it had gone off to play again. After enduring Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class and reviewing the vanishing spell, he increasingly felt the pangs of hunger. Rubbing his stomach, he made his way to the great hall. Just as he sat down to consume a potato, he noticed Andre approaching with an air of mystery. What troubles you? Severus inquired, taking a bite of lamb chop. You look as foolish as a troll. Andre straightened his expression, but faltered mere seconds later. He leaned closer to Severus and whispered, Did you hear? Clinton from Hufflepuff. He rattled off several names, gesturing toward the Hufflepuff table where a few bruised upperclassmen were awkwardly covering their faces. Last night, the kitchen had been raided for dragon liver, leaving a trail of devastation. Those house elves were terrified, believing it was their doing. Haha, what unfortunate luck. But they do always sneak food from the kitchen. Andre chuckled unkindly, pretending to cough into his hand. I truly hope it was Gryffindor. Severus stiffly nodded, already suspecting the true culprit. Who else but that serpent could stealthily pilfer items while the house elves remained blissfully unaware? In the subsequent days, Severus did not encounter the serpent again, yet he felt no concern. Hogwarts harbored no threats to its safety, save for Fawkes, the ancient phoenix. With the increasing frequency of rainy days, the dreary sky compelled Hogwarts to light its candles earlier. Outside, the weather turned chaotic, and it even began to snow lightly. Severus glanced at the calendar, realizing that December had arrived. Yet the serpent's little den remained chillingly cold. Severus, where's your serpent? Andre inquired, having not seen the little green creature in quite some time. Nestled in his covers, Severus turned a page of his spellbook and replied nonchalantly, It has likely gone into hibernation. Oh, indeed, it is winter now, Andre nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, the room filled with soft rustling sounds. Andre got up to drink some water and then returned to bed. My mother suggested that I should return home once I obtain my apparition license, as my family does not expect much of me. Andre's melancholic voice drifted from behind the curtains, imbued with a sense of wistfulness. But I feel compelled to finish my studies. Otherwise, I shall be the only one in my family without a diploma. It seemed he did not anticipate Severus's response. Continuing to murmur, in truth, the subjects taught in each Hogwarts house are quite similar. Why divide into 4 houses? It's not like Oxford and Cambridge. And Beauxbatons and Durmstrang do not have houses, yet their school life is just fine. Furthermore, a person's character cannot be easily categorized. The Sorting Hat's decisions impose specific labels upon students, confining their thoughts. Perhaps the original intent was to identify students' talents and place them in suitable houses. But such subjectivity is too pronounced, like when Harry was sorted into Gryffindor. The hat considered his desire to avoid Slytherin. If the houses were properly promoted, wouldn't the students' preferences during sorting dictate their placement? He pondered. If one attends a prestigious house during character formation, would not their achievements be elevated? The effects of renowned teachers and the impressions made during promotions. Severus listened quietly to Andre's grievances, not fully understanding, yet recognizing that a system that had persisted for millennia in the magical world, without challenge or amendment, indicated that its benefits outweighed its drawbacks. The night was tranquil, with snow gently falling outside. Severus observed that the small creatures seemed to revel in hosting festivities. Regardless of their busyness, they always found time to enjoy themselves. Moreover, with Dumbledore announcing a Christmas ball open to all students, excitement surged among the creatures, each creatively inviting others to be their partners. Gilderoy Lockhart, from Ravenclaw, eager to secure a dance partner before Christmas, flashed his pearly white smile daily, attempting to charm the younger witches and wizards. Although he was not particularly well-liked, he endeavored to attract attention by engaging in many off-putting antics, such as magically inscribing his name in the Quidditch pitch with letters 12 feet tall, for which he was confined for a week by the headmaster and made to assist Filch in cleaning the castle. Severus regarded this individual as quite the character. It was akin to creating support banners for celebrities, except he carved his own name. With still over 10 days until the ball, Hogwarts was suffused with the essence of spring. Severus declined an invitation from a girl wishing to accompany him to the dance. Perplexed as to why both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students continually sought him out, regardless of gender, and all were unfamiliar faces, he contemplated ultimately accepting one invitation, considering it a school-wide event, yet it was merely on Christmas Day, and those wishing to return home would still do so. As Severus's mind conjured the faces of those who had invited him, he realized they were all individuals well acquainted with Slytherin's elite. While passing a classroom, someone suddenly darted out, covering their mouth as they brushed past him, their profile somewhat familiar. "Little Barty, what have you done to Andre?" Severus inquired, catching sight of Barty as he pursued Andre, confirming that Andre had just departed. Barty shot him an irritated glare, rubbing the bite mark on his neck, and replied, "As you can see, I did nothing," before hastily following the direction Andre had taken. Severus blinked, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. Potter had become a prefect in his 7th year, and Lily, after a quarrel last year, had reconciled with him, their relationship now officially recognized as boyfriend and girlfriend, appearing together in public. In an instant, the number of noble boys and girls surrounding Potter visibly diminished, lamenting the loss of yet another pure blood in the magical realm. Especially considering that Potter's mother had been a black before her marriage. The cold wind swept away the snow from the branches, and in the Centaur tribe's dwelling, a bonfire crackled as they wrapped themselves in leather attire. "Hiss, Bane, how much of my shed skin have you collected?" Helbo languidly inquired, soaking in the warmth from the fire. "It has been 30 years since your last molting, aside from what our tribe kept for record-keeping and the werewolves for armor. There is less than 25 meters remaining," Bane the Centaur replied, adding another log to the fire. "Alas, making money is so difficult," the serpent lamented. "Are you seeking to earn some? There is no need for you to sell your snake shed. They may not be able to afford it." The Centaur Bane, bemused, chuckled upon noticing its puzzled gaze and remarked humorously, "There are unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid spiders, and a plethora of other items. Feel free to gather some and present them to that little one. You could fetch a handsome price." "Hiss, but I consume too much. Their food lacks sufficient energy." The serpent creature expressed its grievances. "I do not consume bloodroot either." After a moment of contemplation, Bane proposed an idea. "Why not collect some unicorn hair or phoenix feathers? I have heard those wand makers hold them in high esteem." This left the serpent creature in silence, while unicorns could be persuaded to part with some blood and hair. As for phoenix feathers, no, it preferred to avoid death. The centaur and the serpent agreed to proceed, and under the cover of night, they ambushed the great spider Aragog, extracting approximately 20 milliliters of venom from its abdomen. "Hiss, that is quite little," Helbo remarked, prodding the spider's belly with his tail until he was satisfied with the additional extraction. Aragog, trembling in fear, lay flat on the ground, its 8 legs quivering uncontrollably. The smaller spiders lined up dutifully, each depositing venom into an empty jar. Bane concealed a smile at the corner of his lips. After all, this great spider was a tyrant of the Forbidden Forest, known for its prolific reproduction. It had even nearly captured members of their centaur clan on one occasion, truly overstepping its bounds. Having the serpent assist in clearing it out was quite beneficial. Helbo observed the small spiders fidgeting around, and as venom sprayed from its fangs, the corrosive liquid scorched the earth and vegetation, leaving unfortunate spiders splashed with it to wail in agony, yet too frightened to move. The serpent creature grinned with an odd smile, leaving a note to return for the venom later, and departed with the centaur from the spider's lair. As for the unicorns, They were exceedingly amiable. Upon seeing Helbo and the centaur, they readily took them to collect the fallen hairs of the young ones. For the young unicorns, unlike their adult counterparts, could not yet control their powers. The serpent creature was delighted, gazing at the diligent centaur Bane and grandly promising that upon returning from vacation, he would present him with the finest muggle bow and arrows. Inciting envy among the other centaurs, Bane chuckled helplessly as he carefully wrapped the bottle containing spider venom in a protective covering and bundled the unicorn hair in snake skin before departing the forbidden forest with Helbo. Severus was unaware of the delightful surprise awaiting him. His current concern was whether the mosquitoes at school were indeed that fierce. Andre's lip was swollen, and his well-intentioned offer of anti-swelling medicine was met with a complicated look. Before he could ponder too deeply, Melra, a fifth-year student from Ravenclaw, approached him, inviting him to the Christmas ball, which he politely declined. He intended to return home for Christmas. Whether or not to attend the ball was of little consequence. Having made this decision, he soon fell into a deep slumber upon his pillow, in the tunnels beneath Hogwarts Castle. The serpent creature entered the Chamber of Secrets with a bag in its mouth, its slit pupils wandering over the various jars and vials. These items, though somewhat aged, should still be usable, it pondered uncertainly. Chapter 74, The Serpent Returns. What is this you have brought? A jar of pickled cabbage from a millennium ago, Severus remarked, retrieving an ancient ceramic pot from the magically expanded bag, his expression one of bemusement directed at the serpent creature. The serpent seemed to languidly sprawl atop the glass jar that Severus had reinforced to store flames, lazily yawning. Hiss, that is something left by Salazar in the chamber. I am unaware of its contents. However, do humans not have a penchant for antiques? You could sell it to those nobles, the serpent replied. Upon hearing this, Severus contemplated the potential of selling an ancient pot to Lucius. Inside, there is spider venom and unicorn hair. Bane mentioned that there are many buyers for these. The serpent continued as it noticed Severus's disdainful expression. Do not discard my shed. The skin contains unicorn hair, the serpent cautioned. Severus halted, carefully unfolding the shed to reveal a tuft of at least a dozen unicorn hairs, exclaiming, Did you revert to your form to pluck the unicorn's tail? Compared to Hagrid's giant spiders, he was far more concerned about the origins of the unicorn hair. Though beautiful, one should not be greedy. Curses could bring one perilously close to death. The serpent disdainfully flicked its tail, seemingly irked by Severus's low estimation of its abilities, passionately recounting how the creatures of the Forbidden Forest bowed to it, and then asked if it could have another chocolate frog. Severus studied it for a moment before retrieving a box of chocolate frogs from his drawer and handing it to the serpent. The serpent devoured the frogs eagerly while reminding him, I promised to buy Bane the finest crossbow. Do remember to place an order for me. Severus nodded in agreement, casting a sidelong glance at the creature's endearing manner of eating, wondering once more whether it had spent millennia growing in stature without gaining any wisdom. The serpent declared, I am the MVP of Hogwarts, impervious and unrestrained. The following day happened to be a weekend, and with a light dusting of snow having ceased, eager young wizards flocked out to revel in the winter wonderland, all heading towards Hogsmeade Village for leisure. Andre awkwardly mentioned that he had a prior engagement, foregoing even the Duke of Bees, and walked alongside a tall girl. Severus recognized her as a fifth-year student from Ravenclaw, surmising that she was Andre's partner for the Christmas ball. Could it be that Andre would not be returning home for Christmas? Severus mused, recalling that Andre had never missed their annual family gathering. Hogsmeade Village, aside from its shops, was home to many wizarding families. The Three Broomsticks not only served drinks but also functioned as a lodging for travelers, where visiting wizards would spend a few days at a cost. Severus made his way directly to his destination, the scribulous writing implements, needing to purchase parchment and ink, as the increasing volume of assignments had swiftly depleted his supplies. After acquiring his items, he found himself at a loss, for he did not need to attend the Christmas feast, thus avoiding the crowds at the elegant wizarding attire shops like his fellow students. Walking alone on the path back to the castle, the cold wind billowed his robes, and as he ascended a gentle slope, it felt as if he were the only soul left in the vast expanse of white snow. He did not relish solitude, yet he had learned to embrace it as he matured. Look, who do we have here? Quite the unfortunate sight, all alone in this place. A somewhat grating male voice accompanied by laughter rang out, clear upon the path. Severus raised his eyes to see Mulciber, who had sidled up from the side, whether intentionally or unintentionally blocking the uphill path. Mulciber's words flowed incessantly as he continued. Where are your little friends? Have they abandoned you for others? After all, you are but a half-blood, he taunted, inching closer, his gaze filled with malice that he did not bother to conceal. You are rather handsome, it seems. No wonder you managed to associate with the Black and Crouch heirs. What a pity, though. The young master of the Black family is now the new favorite of the Duke. He would not deign to notice a half-blood without a pedigree. As Mulciber drew nearer, he reached out, attempting to lift the scarf obscuring Severus's face. Severus, expressionless, tightened his fists and delivered a decisive blow to Mulciber's chin, lamenting internally that he could not bring a firearm with him. Taken by surprise, Mulciber stumbled back several paces. Had there not been a tree behind him, he might have collapsed into the snow. Mulciber rubbed his bruised chin, spat a mouthful of blood-stained saliva onto the ground, his temper flaring. No one had ever dared to strike him. Never. I initially intended to offer you some guidance, given our shared studies in dark magic. But it seems you prefer to disrespect my kindness. With that, Mulciber wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, tightened his fist, and lunged towards Severus, aiming for his temple. In an apparent lapse of memory regarding his wizarding identity, Mulciber sought to engage Severus in a physical altercation. Severus, observing the incoming punch, swiftly dodged to the side and retaliated. The two quickly became entangled in a brawl, Severus's physical training during the summer enhancing his agility, allowing him to evade effectively while targeting Mulciber's vulnerabilities. However, Mulciber was no pushover, and both bore wounds upon their faces. As they grappled, they tumbled to the ground, sending thick snowflakes spiraling into the air. Mulciber's vision was momentarily obscured, creating a distance in their heated conflict. Seizing the opportunity, Severus regained his footing, drew his wand, and ensnared Mulciber with a levitation spell, causing him to spin helplessly in midair before crashing heavily into the snow. With a swift binding spell, he secured Mulciber in place. You lack honor," Mulciber muttered incoherently from the snow, his once handsome face now marred with bruises, his eyes and cheeks swollen. Severus touched his aching shoulder and picked up his scarf, now sullied with snow, responding sternly, "I am a wizard. There is no concept of honor in battle." Mulciber was at a loss for words, having completely overlooked such a crucial point before resorting to physical violence. Had he truly been influenced by Avery's brutish methods? It appears you and your ilk are not as formidable as you claim, vanquished foe, Severus taunted, before, under his predatory gaze. Using the levitation charm to reposition Mulciber behind a nearby tree, also employing a jinx to render him immobile, before leisurely departing. After all, many young wizards would pass by, and he wouldn't freeze in that spot. However, Severus found his spirits oddly lifted. Perhaps an occasional clash of this nature added a delightful spice to life. In the following days, Severus remained vigilant for Mulciber's retaliation, yet the latter merely glowered at him from a distance, too intimidated to approach again. It was then that Severus caught sight of Andre's attire for the upcoming festivities, a subtle yet luxurious ensemble befitting the wizarding world, clearly of considerable value. Students of Slytherin typically never stayed at Hogwarts during Christmas, as aristocrats hosted grand soirees and invited fellow nobles to foster connections, promote familial alliances, and perhaps even arrange matches for their offspring. Even half-bloods usually returned home. Only in extraordinary circumstances would they choose to remain. In the days leading up to Christmas, a rumor began circulating among the houses that Dumbledore had invited Harold Mincham, the Minister of Magic, to attend the Yule Ball at Hogwarts. The veracity of this rumor remained uncertain, but most students opted to stay at the school, eager to make a favorable impression before the minister. The Slytherin students were still weighing their options, writing to their parents and relatives to ascertain the truth. Severus was indifferent to the matter. He had no intention of visiting the ministry, and thus found it difficult to comprehend the excitement of others. "You should return to the family estate this Christmas. Do not waste time on the journey," the portrait of Phineas advised his great-great-grandson, Regulus, with affectionate eyes. Regulus gazed helplessly at his ancestor, who had displaced the man in the portrait who was previously enjoying a drink, and nodded slightly. Seeing that his descendant understood, Phineas vanished from the frame. Having arrived just in time, he wouldn't want to be seen by other portraits. Once Regulus was alone, his thoughts whirled. What could Dumbledore's motive be in spreading such rumors? If it were to ensnare the students, it would not fully apply, as some intended to return home. Or was it a ploy to probe the minister's intentions? Dumbledore sensed that his student, originally named Tom and now known as Voldemort, was behaving unusually. For months he had been alarmingly quiet. Even his Death Eaters were compliant, which was decidedly suspicious. It is often said that silence from a child signifies mischief brewing. Dumbledore firmly believed this adage. Considering the numerous encounters between the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters, where casualties were a common occurrence, Dumbledore tasked one of his agents, Mundungus Fletcher, with leveraging his skills to gather intelligence between the Ministry and the Death Eaters. However, the results were disappointing, yielding not a single hint of Voldemort's movements. Moreover, he had to pay Mundungus, lest the unscrupulous merchant resort to smuggling cauldrons on his next visit. As Christmas approached, the young witches and wizards grew increasingly animated. Some of the less affluent students purchased disposable invisibility cloaks to roam the castle and distract themselves. On the morning before Christmas Eve, they awoke to find a heavy snowfall from the previous night, with icicles hanging from the windows. Though the fireplace crackled with warmth, a chilling draft swept through the corridors, rendering the air biting and frigid, causing the glass in the classroom windows to rattle against the wind. The young wizards eagerly anticipated the holiday. Besides attending the ball, staying in their warm, comfortable rooms seemed an appealing alternative. The younger students, bored and unbothered by the cold, began building snowmen in the courtyard. The older students, burdened with their bags, watched them play, secretly scoffing at their childishness, yet enviously admiring their innocence. Hagrid dragged in the last fir tree into the Great Hall, where Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were busy adorning it with Christmas decorations. Severus, accustomed to the decorations, felt no sense of grandeur regarding the anticipated arrival of the minister. He thought the rumor was most likely unfounded. "Andre, are you truly not returning home?" Severus inquired of the glum-looking Andre beside him. Andre, lost in thought, snapped back to reality upon hearing his roommate's voice. "I wrote to my mother and told her I wouldn't be coming home for Christmas," Andre replied, unconsciously rubbing his cheek. Do you need to take some intelligence potion?" Severus remarked, bemused by his dazed expression. "How is your disillusionment charm progressing?" Upon hearing the mention of the potion, a flush of embarrassment crossed Andre's face, and as Severus inquired about his progress, he stammered, I can now move outside the circle. With a bit more effort, I should succeed." Andre's tone was tinged with uncertainty, as much of his recent time had been consumed by little Barty, who had insisted on teaching him to dance. Yet, who in their right mind would consider dance lessons a priority? He felt a surge of frustration, knowing he couldn't retaliate or escape, leaving him no choice but to comply with the dance lessons. Had Severus known the turmoil within Andre's mind, he would undoubtedly have quipped, "Then let little Barty dance the feminine steps. After all, it is still dancing." A day later, Christmas arrived amid the eager anticipation of all. For those returning home, they finished breakfast and boarded the express train back to London. For Severus, who had no one to wait for since Lily remained at Hogwarts to attend the Yule Ball with Potter, he boarded a bus to the city center. His serpent familiar nestled within his scarf. "Hiss, Severus, why not purchase a car? It's rather cold out." The serpent poked its head from the scarf, surveying its surroundings, squinting against the sudden gust of wind. Severus stood amidst the throng of pedestrians crossing the street, silently grateful for the ignorance charm he had cast upon himself during the express journey. Otherwise, those passers-by would surely have been terrified by the sight of a serpent. He gently stroked the basilisk's cool head and whispered, "I am not yet of age to acquire a driving license, and besides, it is not far." The basilisk nodded in bemusement and retreated into the pocket of Severus's chest. Upon returning to his home in the city center, Severus found himself burdened not only with a suitcase, but also with an assortment of fresh fruits and snacks recently stocked at the nearby supermarket, all purchased at the insistence of the basilisk. The house, having remained uninhabited for several months, had gathered a thin layer of dust. While it would take an ordinary person the better part of a day to clean, Severus, being a wizard, resolved the matter with a few incantations, re-establishing the household's protective and concealment enchantments to ensure its security. Christmas carols filled the air in the supermarkets, where individuals dressed as Santa Claus distributed small gifts. Severus found himself warmly presented with a candy cane. He ventured to Diagon Alley to rent a few owls, prepared to deliver the Christmas gifts he had long since arranged. Yet, after all this time in this world, aside from the basilisk named Haribo, he found himself devoid of any friends to invite for the Christmas festivities. Chapter 75, Diagon Alley and Our Reunion. At Ollivander's wand shop in Diagon Alley, Severus observed the notice posted at the entrance, announcing a month-long closure due to the creation of new wands. He stroked his chin, reflecting on the recent days when he had disguised himself to sell unicorn hair and serpent skin. Ollivander, in his wealth, had purchased all of it, even acquiring the venom of a large spider, claiming it was for a gift to be sent to Germany. Severus had made a tidy sum and planned to open a cafe or flower shop in London, knowing that as a wizard, he could easily preserve both coffee and flowers. Today, he wandered into Diagon Alley, seeking to alleviate the boredom of staying at home. "Hiss, divert your gaze from that fluffy pink ball," the basilisk complained, its slit pupils fixated on a gnome-like creature, satisfied only when the gnome shrank behind a stone in fear. "Don't let its fluffiness deceive you. That creature will eat boogers." The basilisk's words successfully drew Severus's attention elsewhere, prompting him to select some owl feed as he made his way to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, where he indulged in a chocolate and raspberry sundae sprinkled with crushed nuts. The basilisk whimpered in his pocket, incessantly demanding strawberry peanut butter ice cream. Severus pretended not to hear, even patting the serpent's head to quiet it down. The ice cream shop was as warm as spring, with a few scattered children engrossed in their writing, their furrowed brows reminiscent of the amusing sight of Andre facing a conundrum. In a moment of reverie, a tall man settled beside him. "Long time no see, young sir." The man's low, gravelly voice jolted Severus back to reality, and he realized someone was indeed seated next to him. Annoyed at his lapse in vigilance, he couldn't help but sneak a glance at the newcomer. A shiver ran down Severus's spine as the man's face shifted from a blur to one he recognized all too well. Malfoy Robinson. "Long time no see, Mr. Robinson." Severus replied politely, continuing to savor his ice cream. The figure masquerading as Mr. Robinson, Voldemort, gazed at the increasingly tall and handsome youth, yet still discerned the slender waist beneath the coat, reaching out to caress his cheek, only to meet the chill of the mask. "What flavor of ice cream are you enjoying?" Voldemort suddenly inquired. "It's chocolate with raspberries and crushed nuts." Severus hesitated before asking, "Would you like me to order you a portion?" Noticing Voldemort's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, he felt compelled to offer. Voldemort's red eyes flickered with irritation, yet he nodded slightly. Severus smirked, rising to pay for another serving of ice cream, which he placed before Voldemort. "Enjoy it. There's no need for embarrassment. I quite relish ice cream myself." He resumed his own indulgence. Voldemort prodded at the ice cream with his spoon, resting his chin in his hand as he observed Severus devouring his treat, the pale lips of the Dark Lord reddening from the cold dessert. Curiosity enveloped Voldemort. He pondered why Severus seemed to undergo such transformations each time they met. Furthermore, he had never instructed Lucius to investigate Severus's identity, for with Voldemort's power, should Severus harbor ill intentions, a single Avada Kedavra could easily resolve matters. "Mr. Snape, I have a question that has long plagued me, and I would value your counsel." Voldemort likened the Order of the Phoenix, led by Dumbledore, to adversarial wizards, though the reality was indeed so, cleverly altering the narrative of their enmity. He articulated his recent reflections on Muggle history, struggling to comprehend why, after years of striving, he had yet to unsettle the wizarding world. As the saying goes, the economic foundation determines the superstructure. Possessing control over the lifeblood of people's lives is tantamount to holding the reins of power. Severus, having absorbed Voldemort's tale, found himself perplexed. "If I understand correctly, you possess a substantial portion of resources. Why allow your enemies to lead you by the nose?" Voldemort appeared lost in thought, reflecting on this seemingly simple question that had never crossed his mind before. Severus continued with examples, citing the ice cream shop itself, singular in Diagon Alley, unparalleled in flavor. Any competitor attempting to establish a similar shop would inevitably fail and shutter their doors. Moreover, the shops in Diagon Alley were limited in number, with few employees, and positions within the Ministry of Magic constrained in quantity. Severus finished his last spoonful of ice cream and proposed, why not reopen a factory? Innovating products absent in the wizarding world, offering generous benefits and salaries to attract workers? This way, your rivals would find themselves without subordinates. Voldemort's gaze fell, pondering deeply, suppressing the urge to consult Lucius for the exploitation of Muggles, waiting for the young man before him to elaborate further. A lengthy silence ensued, the atmosphere growing tense. "Is that all?" Voldemort inquired gently, his twisted visage behind the mask betraying a hint of madness. Severus nodded, somewhat at a loss for words. He had merely spoken offhandedly. "Let us not point fingers. I am no expert. I suggest you seek out Muggles knowledgeable in economics. There are many formidable individuals among them." Severus, noting Voldemort's agreeable demeanor, recalled his previous travels to Albania and assumed he would not be averse to Muggles, thus he offered this advice. Voldemort scrutinized Severus for a considerable time in silence, his fingers drumming on the table. "Are you truly so optimistic about Muggles? There are many capable individuals within the wizarding world as well." He scoffed, his tone laced with vexation. Severus was momentarily taken aback, responding without thought, "But the wizarding world lacks economics." Silence returned, stretching into an uncomfortable length. Voldemort steadied his thoughts, choosing to disregard the trivial matter. "Very well, thank you for your counsel," he said, striving to maintain a gentle tone as he rose, taking the ice cream from the table. "Thank you for the ice cream. I shall see you again." Severus was astonished by the rapid shifts in Voldemort's demeanor. The transitions were swifter than the famed Sichuan face-changing act. "You're welcome," Severus replied, watching as he departed. The man pushed open the shop door, and as he turned the corner, he vanished from sight. The shop remained warm, while a light snow began to fall outside. Severus approached the counter, intending to order another ice cream to take home for the basilisk. Mr. Fawcett, the ice cream vendor, cast a surprised glance at him. "Sir, you have already consumed 2 servings of ice cream. Should you indulge in another, I fear you may need to procure a potion." Severus wanted to assert that he had only eaten 1 serving, but upon observing Mr. Fawcett's unwavering conviction, he squinted and replied, I brought it for a friend. Thank you for your concern. Mr. Fawcett prepared another scoop of ice cream for him, pondering how hearty the appetites of today's youth had become. Severus strolled along the streets of Diagon Alley with his ice cream in hand, where few people lingered, all hurrying along with purpose. Hiss, Severus. That individual just now possessed a most peculiar scent. The basilisk, long silent, suddenly spoke, its slit-like eyes flashing with confusion. I seem to recall having encountered it before, but I cannot place where. As Severus contemplated why Mr. Fawcett had only seen him, he heard the basilisk's remark. Then why didn't you inform me in the presence of others? He retorted. Hiss, is it not because I wish to see you in good spirits? The basilisk chuckled, reluctant to admit its own trepidation. Thus, the man and the serpent exchanged banter as they returned home, leaving the day's events behind. A week later, James Mead, a professor at the University of London and Nobel laureate in economics, mysteriously vanished, with his family receiving neither ransom calls nor letters, suggesting foul play by enemies. By this time, Severus had returned to Hogwarts, blissfully unaware of the turmoil in the Muggle world. His current focus lay on the peculiar demeanor of his roommate, Andre, whose face was contorted in contemplation as he stared vacantly at the window drapes. Severus, I have resolved not to withdraw from school. I will complete 7th year. Andre clenched his fist, determination etched across his face. Severus was perplexed, as Andre had previously displayed indecision, and such a transformation in merely a Christmas holiday seemed abrupt. Andre mumbled for a moment, as if recalling something, then covered his face and inquired, What do you think of young Barty? I suddenly feel that joining the Death Eaters may not be so bad. Severus's impression of Andre was that of a quintessential Slytherin, devoid of aristocratic arrogance, yet remarkably affable. Additionally, as a friend of Regulus, he warranted even greater attention. However, from Andre's insinuations, Severus deduced that young Barty had also joined the Death Eaters. This was quite concerning indeed. Severus narrowed his eyes. Barty's father was a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic. If he joined the Death Eaters, it would unequivocally make him an insider threat. Furthermore, through fragmented memories, he was aware that the Death Eaters ultimately fell to the Order of the Phoenix. Andre, I believe that the Death Eaters may not be a favorable path for us, Severus stated pragmatically. The one who values purebloods would hardly look favorably upon us. Being half-bloods ourselves, our circumstances there could prove quite dire. Andre's gaze remained fixed on the bed curtains, his fingers tracing the family crest in his palm. And after a prolonged silence, he murmured, I know, but the latter part of his statement was lost to Severus, yet he could sense the sorrow woven into Andre's words. In Austria, at the castle of Nuremberg, Gellert Grindelwald, clad in a grey suit and having reverted to his original middle-aged visage, strode behind a chair, gazing ahead. Karma, how goes the task? He inquired. Karma sighed in exasperation. In my youth, I failed to apply myself, and now in old age, I must venture forth once more. The last individual was certainly Voldemort. Karma waved the documents in his hand. The Ministry of Magic in England remains as porous as it was 30 years ago. A mere incentive reveals everything. Grindelwald regarded his former subordinate with a sense of nostalgia. I had not anticipated that 30 years would pass, and Albus would achieve no progress. After being defeated by Dumbledore, Grindelwald had expected to seize the ministry, only to find himself retreating to Hogwarts. Admittedly, Hogwarts remains beyond the ministry's jurisdiction, a sanctuary of peace in the magical world, yet the discord among the four houses is so pronounced that I must question whether Dumbledore is merely toying with the situation. Now, I shall leave the task of gathering the others to you. Karma, Grindelwald smiled, resting his hands beneath his chin. Karma regarded his former superior with little kindness, but nodded nonetheless. It appears you are about to conclude your dalliance with your lettuce lady, Karma quipped. Congratulations. Your love potion has finally worn off. Grindelwald's smile faltered, a twinge of regret creeping in for having summoned the acerbic Karma. He should have chosen someone else. Do not dwell on it. The others have all gone to Durmstrang to recruit, Karma stated, seemingly reading Grindelwald's thoughts without reservation. For your grand re-entrance. The disciples are busy enlisting. He emphasized the word you're with an almost biting tone. Grindelwald's face flushed slightly at this remark, and he waved his hand dismissively. No need for such theatrics. Ha ha ha. I merely wish to take a stroll, not to London. Karma's expression conveyed understanding, as if he saw through the pretense. Looking at Grindelwald, the photographs in his hands fluttered like snowflakes throughout the study. Grindelwald finally understood the phrase a mute eating bitter melon, experiencing a profound sense of unexpressed anguish. In England, within the gardens of Malfoy Manor, Lucius surveyed the Muggle professor before him and remarked coolly, Have you made your decision? Your fate lies in your hands. James Mead, his balding head adorned with dull gray hair, donned unkempt clothing that exuded an unpleasant odor. Beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead, filled with trepidation. 5 days prior, while asleep at home, he had been abruptly seized, confined in a dungeon. Occasionally visited by individuals who posed vague inquiries and ultimately pressed him to join their organization. Initially, he maintained his resolve to remain silent. After all, he was a Nobel laureate. Surely, when the authorities discovered his disappearance, they would come searching for him. Yet, no one came, and he found himself imprisoned in the cellar, starving for days, until an unsightly creature claiming to be a house elf dragged him out to face the elegantly dressed man before him. As James Mead inhaled the mingling scents of flowers and pastries in the air, his mouth involuntarily watered, and his stomach grumbled audibly. "Very well. It seems you do not intend to join us." Lucius set down his cup, brandishing his wand and uttering the incantation, Crucio. The fingers of the man's left hand withered one by one, the bones within shattered to pieces. "Ah, it hurts," James Mead screamed, thrashing violently. But the house elf's spell rendered his struggles futile. "Will you join us?" Lucius asked, irritation evident in his voice. James Mead, drenched in cold sweat, repeatedly exclaimed, "I will join. I will join." He could hardly afford to consider the implications. The methods of the man before him were too insidious, and it seemed his left hand was irrevocably damaged. Lucius furrowed his brow, gesturing for the house elf to escort the man back to the dungeon. Why am I still being confined after I have promised to join?" James Mead lamented, gripping the iron bars of the dungeon, tears streaming down his face. Since becoming a university professor, he had grown accustomed to a life of luxury, and these recent days had been nothing short of torturous. "Also, stop incessantly asking me about joining. How about discussing the benefits and conditions instead? If they suit my tastes, I might even consider switching allegiances." James Mead wailed, overwhelmed with despair. Chapter 76, Farce and Economics. The bells of the clock tower chimed, and the once tumultuous night fell into silence. The sun began to cast its feeble light upon Hogwarts once more, as young wizards busied themselves within the castle. Lily was still seldom seen by Severus's side, as Potter had loudly declared his love for her in front of his close friends after the Christmas ball, vowing to marry her upon graduation. This revelation stirred quite a commotion within Gryffindor, for Potter's mother bore the surname Black, leading many to presume he would take a pure-blooded bride. The unexpected pairing with Lily, hailing from the Muggle world, left them astounded. Some oblivious Slytherins approached Regulus to jest about whether his brother would also choose a Muggle or a half-blood for a spouse. Regulus merely chuckled, repeatedly asserting that he was his parents' only child and had no brother by the name of Black. The announcement of their disownment silenced them, and they dared not confront Sirius in Gryffindor's territory, leaving awkwardly instead. "Regulus, I fear you are too lenient with them," little Barty remarked with a scowl. "These fools come seeking trouble at the behest of others, utterly brainless." Regulus adjusted his tie, the fabric fluttering as he felt a lingering, searing pain on his left arm. "A mere jester," he said nonchalantly, casting a glance at Barty. "Do keep an eye on your father's movements. That gentleman has new orders." Barty nodded slightly, acknowledging he would enhance correspondence with his mother, initially motivated by fervor and Voldemort's formidable power to join the Death Eaters. He had not anticipated the generous remuneration that would alleviate his family's burdens. Peeves continued to flit about the staircases, terrorizing students, while Filch had been pelted with paper balls on numerous occasions. One day, as the Slytherin students attended herbology, Severus inadvertently spotted Dumbledore in his purple robes, accompanied by Professor McGonagall, passing through the corridor. The gusting wind faintly carried their conversation. "I believe there shall be no further troubles, Minerva." Dumbledore seemed to adjust his glasses, the reflection obscuring his azure eyes, grasping the fleeting moment to impart wisdom. "No, it is the Department of Dangerous Magic," Professor McGonagall gasped, lowering her voice. Her lips pressed into a thin line. They were discussing something unknown as they strode toward the castle. On February 14th, the weather was rather pleasant. Severus sat at the end of the long table, partaking in breakfast while sweetening his porridge and peeling an egg. Barty leaned close to Andre, both frowning as they whispered to one another. Just then, the mail arrived. The young wizards had grown accustomed to the sight of 100 or so owls suddenly swooping into the dining hall, circling the tables until they found their recipients, delivering letters or packages directly onto their laps. Regulus unwrapped a parcel containing a gift from his fiancée, Miss Carlo. The card was a delicate shade of pink, its contents all too obvious. He cast a discreet glance at Severus, who was focused on his breakfast, completely oblivious to him, and felt a pang of bitterness. Yet, the path he had chosen must be traversed, no matter how arduous. Unbeknownst to him, Severus consumed his egg without a hint of awareness, skillfully using magic to shield himself from falling owl feathers and droppings. As he finished his porridge and prepared to leave, another several hundred owls flew into the hall. They circled overhead, searching for their intended recipients before ultimately descending upon the Ravenclaw table, depositing a flurry of letters onto the lap of a handsome, blonde youth. The boy flashed a dazzling smile, his pearly whites gleaming as he proudly opened the envelopes. Some wizards, having received no gifts on Valentine's Day, looked upon this scene with envy, wondering who could be so generous. However, the next moment, upon witnessing the chaos on the table, their envy turned to irritation. The gathering of 800 owls left a mess of feathers and droppings on the floor, forcing the young wizards to abandon their meals and grumble as they exited the hall for class. Severus regarded the culprit with a sigh, lamenting that it was no surprise that the one who imitated the dark mark had cast his enormous, shimmering likeness upon the ceiling. The blonde youth, Lockhart, noticed someone watching him and looked up, smiling innocently, completely unaware that an owl feather was stuck in his hair. Severus averted his gaze, clutching his satchel as he joined the throng heading to class. He later learned that Filch was infuriated and had to work extra hours to feed the surplus owls, exhausting the poor old man. Severus had assumed that this year's Valentine's Day would be akin to previous ones, with free chocolates being bestowed upon him. Yet upon returning to the dormitory that evening, he found himself devoid of even a single box of chocolates. Ah, Severus, do not be disheartened. It is merely the school's lack of perception, the basilisk consoled, patting Severus's hand with its tail and flicking its tongue in comfort. Severus turned his face away. You should refrain from that gloating expression. Who knows how I could interpret a snake's demeanor? I merely lament the absence of free chocolates. Severus poked the basilisk's head. You have been single for a millennium. Should I find you a companion? The basilisk nodded fervently. When will you help me find one? Being a solitary serpent can be rather dull. Severus thought, well, that was an unexpected miscalculation. Ultimately, the basilisk's quest for companionship fell through, leaving it curled up alone on its small bed, gazing out at the black lake. Woe is me. All humans are great deceivers. Salazar is a grand deceiver. Time passed quickly, and spring arrived quietly, the grass by the black lake turning a vibrant green. The Easter holiday in April brought yet another break, and André was urged repeatedly by his family to return home for the festivities. For the first time, Severus chose to remain at the school, not only because it was the final term, but also in preparation for the forthcoming Newt's examinations. This also signified that he would graduate from Hogwarts in June of 1978. Hogsmeade Village had been intermittently closed due to the disturbances caused by the Death Eaters in recent years, but it would reopen after a brief span. During the Easter holiday, André returned home and wrote to inform Severus that he would bring him a gift. Only about 20 students remained at the school, most of whom were Gryffindors. Slytherin had but one third-year student, and Severus left behind. He considered himself fortunate, as Hogsmeade Village remained open during the Easter period, on the basilisk's suggestion. He purchased some decorative eggs, although they ultimately ended up in the basilisk's belly. Aside from the jars you mentioned, is there nothing else left by the Slytherin predecessors? Severus, taking advantage of the professors and Filch's relaxed vigilance during the holiday, wandered the halls of Hogwarts with the basilisk. The portraits in the corridors were absent, clearly gathered somewhere to celebrate the occasion. The basilisk flicked its tail, having already shown Severus the treasures from the Chamber of Secrets, revealing that few items were of any use, and that even Slytherin's locket was of greater value. Seeing Severus's skepticism, it sighed, a millennium is far too long. The potions preserved to this day lack their former potency, and ancient tomes are ill-suited for the present. In essence, it was a succinct message: get some rest. Dreams hold everything. Severus rubbed his fingers together, contemplating the inheritance of a serpent, indeed a rather gluttonous one. As the one human and one serpent strolled through Hogwarts, others thousands of miles away were not faring as well. What is tax reform? Merlin, does our magical world even have such a concept? A half-blooded middle-aged man who had taken refuge with the Malfoy family scratched his thinning hair, the ink from his quill nearly blackening the parchment. Alas, do not speak of yourself. In the realm of vocational training programs, a gaunt woman, with a hint of madness in her demeanor, pointed at the large letters inscribed on the parchment, exclaiming, "We are not from the Ministry of Magic. Why should we concern ourselves with this?" A group clad in wizarding robes danced frantically, vociferously threatening to cast the killing curse upon anyone who dared to question them. James Mead, holding the analysis titled Inflation and Deflation in the Wizarding World, offered an awkward yet polite smile to the gathering. He yearned to flee but found himself ensnared. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius entered the conference room with a stack of reports from his subordinates concerning the revitalization of the Diagon Alley economy for this Easter. He instructed Regulus to distribute these documents to the attending heads of families, taking a seat at Voldemort's left side. Regulus positioned himself opposite Lucius, his seat more prominent than that of his mother, Walburga. Voldemort's red eyes, concealed beneath his mask, flickered as he surveyed his followers, clapping his hands to inspect the fruits of their labor. Walburga, as the matriarch of the Black family, typically engaged in trade negotiations personally, as the number of wizards available in the magical community was woefully insufficient. She held enterprises in both Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade, operating from the shadows as the undisputed ruler of those realms. Thus, in the relatively small territory of England, the land had been divided among the aristocracy numerous times. As Walburga perused the report, she was already aware of the plan for Diagon Alley, which had been orchestrated by her son Regulus alongside several other family scions. She had invested considerable effort to ensure her son's favorable impression before Voldemort. Bella cast a restless glance at her husband, Rodolphus Lestrange. Voldemort's demeanor softened, rendering their roles as enforcers obsolete, and Bella's sense of disappointment transformed into agitation. "My lord," began Norton, the head of the Norton family, after rapidly skimming the report. "Our profits have surged by 30%. Based on Mr. Meade's projections, if we maintain this momentum, it won't be long before we control the supply channels in Diagon Alley." He expressed astonishment at the purchasing power of wizards, given that his family's expenditures had previously relied solely on ancestral wealth and the yields of their plantations. Voldemort nodded slightly, seemingly pleased with his response. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his slender fingers tightened around his wand, aiming it at Norton. His thin lips parted. "I do not appreciate unsolicited answers when I have not posed a question." Norton trembled, cold sweat streaming into his eyes, which he dared not wipe away. "My lord, I meant no offense. I was simply overwhelmed with joy, please." The chilling words emerged from Voldemort's deceptively gentle tone, sending a shiver down the spines of those present at the table. Norton collapsed from his chair, his face ashen and his body convulsing. He stifled a cry of anguish. Stammering, "Duke, please forgive my transgression." Regulus, witnessing the scene, exchanged a glance with Lucius, who subtly shook his head, lowering his gaze, evidently unwilling to intervene. Regulus pressed his lips together, contemplative, and followed suit in averting his eyes. Seeing the attendees silenced in fear, Voldemort relaxed his furrowed brow slightly and remarked, "There shall be no next time." With a flick of his hand, the curse afflicting Norton dissipated. Norton clumsily regained his footing, returning to his seat, his left hand trembling intermittently. The unpleasant interlude concluded, the meeting persisted. Under his mother Walburga's encouraging gaze, Regulus reported to Voldemort that the crux of the matter lay in the dearth of population within the magical community, leading to a scarcity of liquid capital. Thus, an expansion of the market was imperative. Voldemort remained silent after hearing this, merely tapping his fingers rhythmically against the tabletop. The hearts of those present synchronized with the rhythm, the atmosphere within the conference room growing eerily silent. "Very well, let us stir some commotion among the Ministry of Magic." Voldemort finally spoke after a lengthy pause. "Are they not tasked with the protection of muggles? Let us invite a few muggles akin to that old fool." Everyone knew Voldemort referred to Meade, the man who had taught his followers the intricacies of economics. The Death Eaters, having reaped rewards far exceeding their previous gains since joining, harbored no doubts regarding Voldemort's ambitions. After all, collaboration was predicated on mutual benefit. Without profit, who would heed him? Moreover, they perceived muggles as convenient tools, not participating in their meetings, and thus regarded them with disdain, remaining silent in opposition. Lucius stole a quick glance at Voldemort, somewhat astonished. Had the Dark Lord finally recognized the muggles' potential for wealth? Wizards shopping in Diagon Alley were astonished to discover an influx of low-priced, yet substandard goods, allowing them to procure more for a single galleon than before, and even enjoy an additional drink. Originally struggling shops now seethed with resentment towards merchants selling inexpensive items, yet were compelled to lower their prices to remain competitive. Although the wizards were unaware of the underlying reasons, they increased their purchasing volume, seizing the opportunity of such bargains, fearing that prices might rise. They exhibited foresight. For once the Easter holiday concluded and the merchants offering cheap prices departed, the products in Diagon Alley reverted to their original prices, with some items appearing even more expensive than before. Some rejoiced at their stockpiled provisions, while others cursed the shopkeepers for their greed. Yet they had no choice but to purchase, as only one shop in Diagon Alley offered those particular items. Severus, at school, remained oblivious to these developments. All he learned came from Andre, who boasted about acquiring a double-sided mirror at a bargain in Diagon Alley. Severus sincerely praised the mirror, noting that in a world devoid of telephones, its function resembled that of a video-enabled phone, albeit at a steep price. "Andre, why does it only have one side? Where's the other?" Severus inquired, inspecting the mirror's intricate design with curiosity. Flushing, Andre retorted defensively, "I left it at home." Humph. He snatched the mirror back, stashing it deep within his drawer, pretending to engross himself in a book. Severus, taken aback by Andre's sudden defensiveness, found himself momentarily speechless, wondering why he had become so flustered. Chapter 77, Preparations for Graduation. How does Slughorn respond? Voldemort inquired absently while stroking Nagini's smooth scales, his gaze fixed elsewhere. Since the onset of the war, they had sought to woo Slughorn, but he proved to be a slippery character, adept at pleasing both sides, oscillating between Dumbledore and Voldemort. Were it not for his status as the acknowledged master of potions in the wizarding world, the Death Eaters would not have exercised such patience in dealing with him. "My lord, he is not yet committed," came the respectful response from Olymp, following the dark marks branding upon his younger son Regulus. It signified the complete entanglement of the Black family with Voldemort, compelling him to fulfill his duties with utmost diligence. "Is that so?" Voldemort replied nonchalantly. "Did the spider venom purchased from Germany reach him?" Olymp recalled the expensive glass vial, no larger than an egg, and silently ground his teeth. It had cost him 300 galleons. "My lord," Slughorn accepted it, but remained noncommittal. He seemed to recall something, lowering his gaze as he continued. "Dumbledore appears to be onto us. Our personnel embedded in Hogsmeade have been largely removed by the Ministry of Magic." Voldemort's interest was piqued. He scratched Nagini's chin, marveling at Dumbledore's continued perceptiveness. "Add another layer to our dealings with the Ministry, and ensure we place our people within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Department of Magical Transportation." Voldemort nodded slightly, confident in Olymp's abilities, yet added, "Do it discreetly." Olymp acknowledged his command and, seeing no further instructions, quietly departed. May 13th dawned as a rare sunny day, with a few wispy clouds drifting lazily above the castle tower. The occasional flocks of birds, winging towards the lake for a sip of water, hinted at the sweltering heat. Despite the impending Newt's examinations, Potter's infatuation with Lily showed no signs of waning. The pair remained inseparable, their figures often seen entwined throughout the school, save for the hours spent sleeping. Meanwhile, the trio of Sirius, who had once enjoyed a close bond with Potter, found themselves cast aside. Sirius, however, felt no resentment. His friend had finally succeeded in courting the goddess, and a little clinginess seemed perfectly normal. Lupin, on the other hand, was anxious that Potter might falter in his exams, and he devoted considerable time urging him to study, only to be met with Potter's indifference. Little Peter Pettigrew observed this all with a heart full of bitterness. Having hoped to elevate his status by associating with two aristocrats, Potter and Black, only to realize he had seemingly made a miscalculation. Some are born into Rome, while others into servitude. Pettigrew harbored an equal disdain for those who, despite holding favorable hands, squandered their fortunes. "Peter, do you believe I speak the truth?" Lupin's voice echoed in his ears. Although Peter failed to catch the full context of their conversation, he nodded instinctively, using the gesture to mask the jealousy brewing within him. Lily's friend, Jenny, echoed similar concerns, lamenting that if they were to flunk the Newts, securing good employment in the magical realm would become exceedingly difficult. Lily nodded in agreement, her emerald eyes flickering with confusion. What lay ahead for her? Should she heed her mother's advice and marry the noble Potter from the wizarding world? Moreover, Potter's infatuation with her was undeniable, his sole merit being his sparse familial connections, while the only downside was indeed the scarcity of relatives. During Charms class, Lily's mind wandered far from the lesson, resulting in frequent mishaps during practical exercises, much to Professor Flitwick's dismay. Subsequently, Lily heeded Jenny's advice and curtailed her meetings with Potter before the exams, justifying her actions as a commitment to diligent study. Although Potter was perplexed by this shift, he too began to revise under Lily's insistence. As their encounters dwindled, rumors of their breakup began to circulate within the school, suggesting that Potter had finally regained his senses and was poised to return to the embrace of a noble lady. Many in Slytherin speculated whether Severus might pursue Lily, as their complicated love-hate saga was well known even among first-year students. Furthermore, the current Severus possessed both charm and skill, the only drawback being his lack of wealth. Such conclusions drawn by the young wizards were hardly surprising. Lily's beauty was beyond dispute, her allure ranking among the finest at Hogwarts. Often referred to as the Flower of Gryffindor, she was also a formidable witch within her house, with many younger students who had felt her wrath dubbing her the Lioness of Gryffindor. Given that Potter had shown affection for Lily since her arrival and his subsequent fervent pursuit, when he finally won her heart, a collective sigh of relief echoed throughout. They would no longer be mere collateral damage in the realm of love. Additionally, Severus and Lily had been childhood companions, and despite being sorted into different houses, their enduring friendship over 5 years was the envy of many. Even after Potter had claimed Lily and Severus withdrew into the shadows, the young wizards could not resist weaving their own narratives. As tales circulated, myriad versions emerged, but the most widely accepted was the heart-wrenching saga culminating in a happy union, a narrative in which Lily transformed into a princess, Potter her prince bestowing joy, and Severus, the silent knight, guarding her. The individuals at the center of this tale insisted, impossible, absolutely impossible, I am no longer who I once was. Have you laughed enough? Are you under the influence of a jinx of joy? Severus glared at Andre, who was doubled over with laughter, his lips pressed into a straight line. He could only imagine the pitying gazes cast upon him by those surrounding him upon hearing such stories. Severus felt a twinge of annoyance. Could their love story not exist without him as the hapless pawn? Ha ha ha, my apologies, Severus. Andre chuckled, his belly shaking as he wiped away the tears of laughter from his eyes, marveling at the wild imaginations of the onlookers. Meanwhile, the reactions of the other two protagonists, Lily and Potter, were starkly contrasting. Lily, initially taken aback upon hearing the stories, gradually found herself swayed by the increasingly persuasive arguments of others. Coupled with Severus's past demeanor towards her, she began to believe them, to some extent. After all, they had grown up together, sharing an unspoken bond. And even if they had grown distant, it was primarily due to Potter's influence. Potter, on the other hand, bristled with fury, his hair standing on end as he brandished his wand, seeking out the rumor-mongers and Severus for a duel. Fortunately, he was intercepted by Sirius and the others, leading him to revert to his clingy state with Lily. Lily found herself bearing this sweet burden, spending her time either in class or buried in the library, unable to have a private conversation with Severus even once. Conversely, Severus wished to avoid Lily, not only to escape the swirling gossip, but also because the basilisk had hinted at bringing back a gift from the Forbidden Forest in the coming days, necessitating his early return to the dormitory. Upon arriving back in the Slytherin dormitory, he noticed that Andre had yet to return by the time he finished his essay. The Slytherin quarters were situated in the dungeons, and through the small window, one could only glimpse the dark waters of the Black Lake and its inhabitants. Severus held his quill, scratching out unsuitable measures from his shop plan when suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the corner. "Oh, Severus, look at the gift I brought for you," Halbo mumbled excitedly, swiftly climbing into the small basin meant for bathing. Severus recognized the source of the commotion without lifting his gaze, stating, "Your snacks are in the bottom drawer. Help yourself." The basilisk hissed in discontent, clearly displeased that its master had not acknowledged the gift it had brought. The serpent's body twisted in the basin in frustration. "Just take a look at my gift, Severus. I promise you'll like it." The basilisk urged with anticipation. Curiosity piqued, Severus turned to see a drenched mantis, soaked to the bone, perched atop the basin. He approached and lifted the 6-inch creature, inspecting it closely to discover it had 2 small brown eyes and a body composed of bark and twigs, with one twig awkwardly bent and its 2 leaves quivering anxiously atop its head. Severus recognized what it was, but couldn't resist teasing the basilisk. "What is this? A mantis?" He gently shook the bashful creature, which was attempting to shield its eyes, and inquired, "What do you think, basilisk?" The basilisk's slitted pupils widened in shock, astonished that Severus did not recognize its offering, its tail flicking back and forth in the water. "Hiss, you're so foolish. Stop shaking it. This is a tree mantis," the basilisk exclaimed, its tone tinged with concern for the creature being jostled. "This tree mantis is injured. Can you help heal it?" Upon hearing this, Severus cradled the tree mantis in his hands, carefully examining its unnaturally bent twig. "How am I supposed to treat it? I am not a magical creature caretaker," he replied candidly, his curiosity piqued about where the basilisk had acquired the mantis and how it had come to be injured. The basilisk shyly retreated into the basin, explaining that it had inadvertently crushed the mantis while trying to rest on a tree in the Forbidden Forest, according to Bane, the centaur. Nearly 100 mantis had not moved, and upon awakening, it had to bear the consequences of its actions, now responsible for healing the injured creature. It had merely sought a tree for a nap, unaware it was the home of a colony of tree mantises. It was certainly too awkward for the creature to speak with Severus, so it could only sulk and blow bubbles. Perhaps it ought to gather some twigs to sell to Ollivander for wand making. "Hiss," I inquired, "and you can indeed use the white ash." "Oh, and it should be fractured," the basilisk replied hesitantly. Severus glanced at the treetop guardian curled up into a ball, and then at the basilisk, who seemed engrossed in bathing, and resignedly accepted the task of healing. Upon learning from Hagrid that the treetop guardian had a fracture, Severus found his healing direction. However, he currently lacked both bone-healing potions and the potent ingredients from the white ash. "Do not fear, I shall commence your treatment immediately." Gently, Severus placed the treetop guardian upon the table, offering soft words of comfort. The guardian seemed to understand, shyly glancing at him. He retrieved a broken quill, trimmed away the feather, and fashioned a splint from the shaft, measuring it against the little tree branch. He then cut several strips of cloth to bind the bent twig. With the splint securely fastened, Severus drew his wand and murmured a spell. The splint tightened suddenly, causing the leaves atop the guardian's head to tremble with increased frequency. "For now, this will suffice. I shall procure some white ash tomorrow." He poked the guardian's leaves, reflecting that if he could not find any, he might seek assistance from Madame Pomfrey or Professor Sprout. As the weather began to warm and the grass grew tall, June quietly approached. During this time, an event transpired. Bartemius Crouch, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, advocated for a stringent approach against Death Eaters, promoting the idea of using violence to combat violence. To win the war, he sought to legalize the 3 unforgivable curses for Aurors in their efforts against Voldemort. This made the front page of the Daily Prophet, and upon reading the paper, students cast peculiar glances at their Slytherin peers. The Slytherin students, at the center of this storm, remained unmoved. They were already accustomed to the hostile gazes from other houses. "Oh, little Barty, your father is quite the character," Regulus remarked, raising an eyebrow at young Barty, who was indeed the director's son. Young Barty swallowed his bread and smiled warmly. "I know him. He would do anything to appease the ministry and confront Voldemort," he said, taking a sip of pumpkin juice, his expression obscured by the glass. "I eagerly anticipate his reaction when he discovers I am also involved." Regulus touched his left arm, lowering his gaze. "You are his son. He would not directly curse you," he murmured. Young Barty chuckled softly, finishing his pumpkin juice in one go, leaving with his books without saying a word. Severus, upon viewing the published newspaper, lamented the ministry's inefficiency, pondering how many Aurors might have been spared if decisions had been made sooner. The Newt's examination was merely an elevated version of the Owl's, with fewer subjects yet of greater profundity. Severus's classes overlapped with Lily's, and occasionally, he would catch her complex gaze during lessons. After class that day, Severus, as usual, lingered at the back, only to be intercepted just outside the classroom. "Lily, is there something you need?" He glanced beside her, noticing she was alone. Lily regarded her handsome childhood companion, her cheeks flushing at recent rumors. She bit her lip, hesitating for a considerable time before speaking. "Severus, I presume you have heard the recent rumors? James and I are quite fond of each other, and I genuinely like him," she confessed, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. "We plan to wed after graduation, and I hope to receive your blessing." Sensing Severus's bewilderment, she added, "You should also try to embark on a new relationship. It would be beneficial for both of us." Once Lily finished speaking, she felt embarrassed, thinking her words too harsh towards her childhood friend, especially since he had always treated her well, despite his less favorable background. "We can remain friends, Severus. You are a good person. I merely missed my chance," she said, offering a pitiful smile, her eyes glistening. Before Severus could comprehend what had transpired, Lily turned and hurried away. As he attended her biology class, he pondered her words, questioning whether he had now become a mere backup option. Chapter 78, The Treant Guardian. Lily's words did not significantly impact Severus. He was merely curious about what had prompted such a peculiar thought in her. Among the wizards preparing for exams, leisure time was often spent at school or visiting Hogsmeade, occasionally gossiping about the love triangle involving Lily and her friends. "Professor Dumbledore, during my rounds last night, I noticed strange markings in the Forbidden Forest," Hagrid confided, mistakenly believing he was speaking in hushed tones, though his voice was audible to those nearby. "The unicorns have ceased to roam that area, and the centaurs seem to have ventured into the heart of the forest for unknown reasons. Even Aragog appears to be unwell. There are far fewer little spiders this year." Dumbledore stroked his well-groomed beard, listening to Hagrid's account while recalling the message conveyed by Moody the previous day. "Oh, Hagrid, they are different from us. Perhaps a special time has arrived?" Dumbledore gently reassured him. "Or you might consult Professor Ketlebin. He is an expert on magical creatures." Hagrid, thinking of the old professor who, despite having only one arm and half a leg, always insisted on visiting the Dragon Reserve, awkwardly touched his nose and declined Dumbledore's suggestion, stating he would investigate further. "Professor Dippet would have my head," Hagrid muttered, bidding farewell to Dumbledore and heading to Professor Sprout's greenhouse. Dumbledore sighed and returned to his office under the curious gazes of those around him. If Severus had overheard their conversation, he would have quipped, "It is all the basilisk's fault." In mid-June, with the weather neither hot nor cold, a growing number of young witches and wizards strolled by the Black Lake, making it a popular rendezvous spot, with couples basking in the sun together. Severus stood alone atop the western tower of the castle, a place for stargazing during astronomy class and the highest point for a clear view of Hogwarts. Besides him were several Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students seeking solitude, overwhelmed by the enthusiastic inquiries of their 5th and 6th year juniors, currently occupied with a game of wizard's chess. Severus leaned against the wall with a book, catching sight of Potter, who was showing off on his broomstick to Lily, and also noticed Wormtail chatting with Lupin, although their expressions were rather grim. A flash of brown hair in the corner caught his attention, and after a while, an enraged Sirius emerged from the woods, followed by a smirking Regulus. Severus mused on the peculiar interactions between the two brothers, each belonging to opposing factions, While he bore no prejudice against Regulus, he truly wished to avoid encountering Sirius. The clock tower chimed, signaling lunchtime, and the young wizards atop the tower descended to the dining hall. 5th and 7th year students often studied while eating, striving to review as much as possible to ensure they passed their upcoming exams. After lunch, upon returning to the dungeons, the dormitory was eerily quiet. Andre was absent, but on his desk lay an open book, accompanied by scattered chocolate wrappers in the corner. Severus curiously glanced at it, discovering it was a tome of doctrine. Is Andre still teaching? He wondered. Not a trace of it can be seen in his daily life. However, he paid little mind to it, with the newts looming. He needed to brew more potions to familiarize himself with the tactile sensations. The basilisk and that bag with the undetectable extension charm had vanished without a trace, and Severus surmised they had retreated to the forbidden forest. The injured bowtruckle, which had been bent and broken, had long since healed and was returned to the forbidden forest 2 weeks ago, bringing back a branch from a pear tree and a bag brimming with pears, which still remained largely uneaten. Severus picked up one, washed it, and began to crunch into it. Meanwhile, at Malfoy Manor, Lucius instructed a house elf to deliver several boxes of ruby-red cherries to Voldemort's estate. The fruits produced from his farm were of exceptionally high quality, making them a favored choice for shops in Diagon Alley. Thus, sending cherries exclusively to Voldemort was quite reasonable. Those large, crimson cherries sparkled like pearls and agates, their intoxicating aroma wafting through the air. Nagini, eyeing them hungrily, eagerly dove into the basin after the house elf, Fifi, had rinsed the cherries clean. Tom, HSSS. These cherries are delightful, sweet, and tart, Nagini hissed. Her mood lifted as she flicked her tail, though the cherries did not surpass the taste of a tender steak. A change of flavor was refreshing. Voldemort, hearing her words, picked up a cherry, squeezed it gently, and the rich juice stained his long, pale fingers red. He frowned slightly. Popping the crushed cherry into his mouth, the sweet and tart taste spread across his palate. Indeed, as Nagini had said, Voldemort squinted his eyes in enjoyment and reached for another cherry. It was rather amusing to think that during his childhood in the orphanage, even having enough to eat was a challenge, let alone indulging in delicacies. Many of the pleasures he discovered only after attending Hogwarts, realizing that sweets and bread could be consumed freely, that meat and fruit were commonplace. These were merely the ordinary sustenance available to typical students, while the aristocrats who monopolized the finest resources undoubtedly lived in far greater luxury. The ambitions and aspirations he once pursued had largely been fulfilled, yet he no longer experienced the satisfaction derived from a simple sugar pastry. Tom, do you still eat these? Nagini curiously inquired, observing Voldemort lost in thought. Noticing his cherries had disappeared, she gazed at his hand, drooling slightly, and the corners of his lips curled upward. Go ask Fifi to give you a bath. You've already had your share for today, he hissed to Nagini, hastening his consumption of the cherries. Tom, good Tom. I haven't finished my cake yet, Nagini pouted, wrapping her tail around Voldemort's wrist. Could I have another pudding, please? Voldemort gently patted her tail, acquiescing to her request. What else could he do? This serpent could wrap around him all day long. In the study of Malfoy Manor, Lucius rubbed his throbbing temples and set aside his work. Rising, he opened the window to see Narcissa tenderly playing with their daughter in the garden. The mother and daughter seemed to have noticed him. Narcissa waved at him while cradling her daughter, who was chasing a white peacock. Lucius, enchanted by his daughter's angelic smile, couldn't help but return it. Layla, let Daddy hold you, he called out affectionately as he stepped out of the study, tossing her into the air and catching her, eliciting a cascade of silver bell-like laughter. Lucius, don't do that, Narcissa exclaimed, rushing to halt her husband's increasingly perilous antics as he tossed their daughter higher and higher. She scooped up the child, wiping her chubby little face with a handkerchief. Lucius shrugged helplessly, grabbing a floral pastry from the table to munch on. The garden was suffused with the sweet scent of snowball flowers, while roses and tulips vied for attention in full bloom. A white peacock, pecking at the lavender blossoms, scattered petals as it passed by. Layla, captivated by the peacock's swaying tail, wriggled free from her mother's embrace, scampering after the now calm bird. The garden erupted into a flurry of activity. The peacock, pursued by the little mistress, lost many feathers in its frantic escape, yet due to the child's status and the watchful house elves nearby, it dared not retaliate, only fleeing in panic. Lucius and Narcissa leaned against each other, their soft gazes entwined as they observed the amusing scene unfold. Eventually, when Layla grew weary from her play, she nestled into her mother's arms and drifted off to sleep. Lucius, is there truly no way? Narcissa gazed at her daughter's cherubic face, stroking her soft golden hair, tears glistening in her eyes. Lucius recalled his father's letter, pain and sorrow swirling in his gray-blue pupils. That curse was insurmountable. Sissy, I'm sorry, Lucius said bitterly, reflecting on how the illustrious Malfoy family, steeped in a millennia of legacy, could not safeguard even one daughter's life. Hope faded from Narcissa's eyes, her long lashes fluttering as the tears spilled forth. Lucius sighed deeply, his heart aching as he watched his weeping wife, contemplating whether keeping their daughter close at birth had been the right choice. As if sensing her mother's sorrow, Layla suddenly turned in her sleep, tugging at Narcissa's clothing and mumbling, "Mama." Upon hearing her daughter's call, Narcissa could no longer contain herself, burying her face in her husband's shoulder as she wept softly. "Sissy, I'm so sorry," Lucius gently patted Narcissa's back, gazing at their daughter's rosy little face, his heart heavy with anguish. Time rewound to a year prior when Lucius had been joyfully penning a letter to his father, Abraxas, sharing the news of his wife's pregnancy and proudly revealing that a magical test had confirmed they were having a girl. In his letter, he boasted about how his father had no daughters, and now he was to have one. His daughter, the little princess of the Malfoy family, was destined to be his cherished jewel. However, Abraxas' words felt like a cold shower, stating plainly that his daughter would not live past 3 years. The reason being a curse upon the Malfoy lineage. Furious, Lucius, unafraid of his father's dragonpox, a highly contagious and potentially fatal disease, apparat to his father's south's secluded estate to confront him. "Lucius, I know what you're thinking," Abraxas said, looking at his weary son across the 3-meter-long table. Tapping the surface with his dragon-hide-gloved hand, his tone calm. "That curse has been in effect for centuries. Initially, when your grandfather told me, I too did not believe it." He paused. Lucius struggled to temper his anger, nodding for him to continue. "Do you remember Belinda? That little girl with round, gray eyes, soft golden hair, and a chubby face, who spoke in a soft voice?" Abraxas closed his eyes, recalling the pain etched on the face of his sister, who had turned pale from dragonpox. "Perhaps you do not remember. She was your sister, Lucius, and she was only 5 years old then." Lucius sprang to his feet, his shoulders trembling as his lips quivered, unable to articulate his disbelief. "Impossible. I have no memory of her. There isn't even a photograph of her in the manor." Lucius's chest heaved violently as he finally managed to grit out those words. Abraxas curled his fingers, turning to instruct a house elf to retrieve a tome from the study. "Take a look, Lucius. Your mother and I went to great lengths to ensure Belinda lived to 5. Abraxas indicated the book, his eyes filled with sorrow. "She gradually weakened, just as the curse foretold. I implore you, do not venture to the magnolia grove behind the family tomb. I doubt it is a sight you wish to behold." With that, he rose and departed. Lucius, feeling his lips tighten, trembling hands pried open the tome, revealing countless photographs from his first year of life. Regardless of whether the boy in the images was crying or laughing, a girl always stood beside him. He gently caressed the frayed edges of the booklet, tears silently cascading down his cheeks. He found himself pondering the emotions his father must have harbored in solitude, while reminiscing about the departed daughter after his mother's demise. After leaving the manor, Lucius made his way directly to the family tomb. Utilizing his serpent-headed staff, he unsealed the concealed entrance and beheld the ancestral burial grounds that had been preserved for nearly a millennium, along with the forebears interred therein. Upon reaching the Magnolia Grove, he conjured a spell with his wand to part the vines, finally comprehending his father's intentions. Row upon row of graves unfolded before him, all belonging to the Malfoy family's untimely lost children, with the tombstones of girls predominating. Lucius's lips quivered as he gazed upon the grave of an infant who had perished merely 3 months into life, alongside that of a girl who had succumbed at the tender age of 7. Strikingly, his sister Belinda was among those few who had lived a longer span. All of this was attributable to that accursed curse. Lucius returned to the manor in a daze, tightly embracing Narcissa, drawing warmth from her presence. Though Narcissa was perplexed, she reciprocated his embrace with tenderness. A pang of bitterness gripped Lucius's heart, yet recalling his father's words, a wave of anxiety surged within him, compelling him to divulge this sorrowful truth to his wife. Now, their daughter Layla had surpassed 1 year of age, thriving in health. Lucius and Narcissa diligently sought means to lift the curse, even turning to his father for assistance, to spare himself heartache. Abraxas had met his granddaughter only once during her first month, opting instead to send gifts through house elves, though he secretly cherished her. Upon witnessing his son and daughter-in-law's plea for help, he instructed the house elves to deliver the gathered ingredients, hoping they might alleviate his own regrets. Naturally, Voldemort had heard of this matter. Intrigued yet somewhat sentimental, he quietly assigned overseas tasks to others, seeking more opportunities to bond with his daughter. When their child reached 100 days, he was invited to a gathering, where, as a guest of honor, he could not act in a manner unbecoming of his status. Merely catching a distant glimpse of a beautiful child with alabaster skin, her arms resembling delicate lotus stems, evoking an irresistible urge to touch and ascertain their softness. The glances Lucius and Narcissa exchanged while observing the child were brimming with affection. He could envision the profound happiness their child must feel. Voldemort could not help but reminisce about his mother. Perhaps, in that fleeting moment when she bore him, her heart too was filled with love and anticipation for his arrival. No one could fathom the depths of Voldemort's musings, yet during that period, he found his spirits lifted, seldom resorting to the Avada Kedavra or the Cruciatus Curse against his subordinates. Severus was somewhat aware of his friend's family's plight, but felt utterly powerless to assist. With exams approaching, his leisure time dwindled, compounded by the need to rein in the mischievous treant. Indeed, it was the very treant he had tended to. According to the basilisk Helbo, it had exchanged a common beetle for the treant, which could be easily fed and cared for. At the moment Helbo was speaking, the petite treant had scurried onto its back, its branch-like hands poking playfully at the serpent's body. I was wrong, ha ha, stop poking. Helbo writhed on its little bed, fearing it might crush the treant, and could only plead for mercy. The treant, upon witnessing this, halted its antics, striking a defiant pose with its hands on its hips, muttering incomprehensible curses. Blah blah blah. The basilisk flicked its tail, and, reluctantly, retrieved its stash of snacks to placate the irritable treant. Severus found himself at a loss as to whether to reprimand Helbo for its coercive behavior or to marvel at the treant's spirited personality. Helbo nestled its head into the little bed, relishing the treant's massage, feeling grateful to finally have a long-term assistant for cleaning its scales. Severus remained oblivious to this, still grappling with how to return the treant, as one snake was already enough for him to handle. Chapter 79, Graduation. What does the treant eat? Naturally, various insects, especially given that Hogwarts, nestled against mountains and waters, was abundant with them. The basilisk also occasionally produced snacks from both the magical and muggle worlds, utterly enchanting the simple treant. Severus observed Helbo's adept feeding motions with a strange sensation in his heart. Is this, my pet, raising a pet? It seems we are in a nesting doll situation. No, Helbo, you must return it. Severus offered a piece of cream chocolate to the little treant, turning to the yawning basilisk and saying, once I graduate, I will leave the school, and our living situation will not be suitable for it. He paused, his voice taking on an odd tone. Are you suggesting I use it to open Dumbledore's office door and pluck the feathers from Fawkes, the phoenix? The basilisk, which had been lazily sprawled on the soft cushion, suddenly stiffened at the mention of its nemesis. Ha ha ha, do not jest like that. Helbo chuckled awkwardly, casting a glance at the tip of its tail, and after a long pause, added, if you graduate and are no longer at Hogwarts, where do you suppose I can frolic? Severus stroked his chin at this remark. Indeed, it was a thought-provoking question, as the villa in town would likely not accommodate the basilisk's true form. Perhaps you could occasionally swim back to Hogwarts for a visit? Severus tentatively suggested, recalling Helbo's boast of having swum across the North Sea with Salazar. Surely, that distance would be trivial. Severus, I am a basilisk, true, but I am not a perpetual motion machine. Helbo grew somewhat irate, coiling its body and springing forth, wrapping its tail around the treant and swimming out through the secret passage. The treant clutched the chocolate tightly, blinking its small eyes in confusion. The leaves atop its head tousled by the wind. Seeing its strong reaction, Severus felt a twinge of embarrassment, thinking of buying some ice mice in Hogsmeade as an apology. However, that would have to wait until after the graduation exams. In just 3 days, they would be facing their tests. The 7th-year NEWT exams and the 5th-year OWLs were scheduled around the same time, but the difference was that after the 7th-year exams, they would have about a week to stay at school, waiting for the other students to finish their holidays so they could all take the express home together. To avoid disturbing Severus's studies, Andrew would rise early each day and return to the dorm late, all to create a tranquil environment. The day before the exams, Severus, instead of heading to the crowded library, returned to the dormitory early. What is this? Severus picked up the gold crown adorned with a sparkling sapphire resting on his desk, reading the inscription at its base. Exceptional wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. That is Ravenclaw's crown. I saw a descendant of Ravenclaw wearing it while studying magic. Aren't you preparing for exams? I thought you might find it useful. The basilisk replied nonchalantly, though no one knew how long it had been scuttling around Hogwarts to find that golden crown, even leaving the little treant behind in the Forbidden Forest. Severus recognized that the crown had been enchanted by Ravenclaw to enhance the wearer's wisdom, yet wearing such a grand golden crown during an exam would surely be deemed cheating. He stroked the gem on the crown, contemplating how much it might fetch, while vaguely sensing he had forgotten something important. What could it be? Severus strained to recall. This crown belonged to Hogwarts lineage, and he certainly could not sell it. Severus, stop daydreaming and try it on. Helbo flicked Severus's arm with its tail, urging him to hurry and wear it. Severus, lost in his thoughts, instinctively began to place the crown atop his head, under the eager gaze of the basilisk. The base of the golden crown brushed against the silken strands of black hair, poised to rest atop the head. Just as the hand was about to crown itself, it froze, only to be swiftly returned to the table by its owner. Halbo, where did you procure this crown? Severus cast a peculiar glance at the basilisk, realizing it was its kindness that he was about to squander. If his memory served him correctly, this crown was one of the Horcruxes created by Voldemort, was it not? Moreover, among the relics of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, 3 seemed to have been transformed into Horcruxes, with only Gryffindor's sword escaping such a fate. The basilisk, despite its confusion over why the crown was returned to the table, responded obediently. It was in the room of requirement, as you mentioned. When I found it, there were even house elves resting inside. Severus, upon hearing this, inwardly acknowledged the truth of his suspicions. Although he had not recently encountered any negative news regarding Voldemort, it was apparent that the crown, which harbored a Horcrux, was indeed involved. He glanced at the perplexed basilisk, and then at the crown in his hand. If Voldemort had a sense of the destruction of his Horcruxes, now was hardly the opportune moment to obliterate it. Severus let out a sorrowful sigh. Even as he prepared to graduate from Hogwarts, he did not require such an extravagant gift. Halbo, I have no need for this crown. Return it to whence you found it, and ensure it is well hidden from prying eyes. He admonished the basilisk. If you sense anything amiss, you must inform me at once. The basilisk, recognizing the seriousness in his tone, took it upon itself to conceal the crown back in the room of requirement, and subsequently raided the kitchen for a satisfying meal before leisurely returning to rest. Severus pondered the matter of Horcruxes for much of the day, and it was only when Andre returned to the dormitory, with the clock striking midnight, that he finally drifted into a muddled slumber. The Newt's examination spanned 2 weeks, with participants prepared with quills and ink, commencing their assessments under the watchful eyes of ministry officials and Hogwarts professors. Severus only sat for 7 subjects. The other 6 proceeded relatively smoothly, save for a moment during the potion's practical when he nearly depleted the jar of Wiggeneld potion. Overall, the experience was unremarkable. After the 7th-year students completed their examinations, they were granted the privilege of hosting a graduation ball in their respective common rooms, albeit with the caveat that only they could attend. The graduation ball differed from other festivities. It did not necessitate the presence of a dance partner, nor was dancing a requirement. Mere attendance sufficed to foster a sense of participation. Severus felt somewhat resigned, with no more than 30 students in each year per house. The event promised to be rather dull, as they could not invite students from other years. Ah, Mr. Snape, why do you linger alone in the corner? Avery approached, clutching a bottle of rum procured from the 3 broomsticks, his eyes gleaming with mischief. If he did not seize the opportunity to bid farewell now, who knew how many years it would be until their paths crossed again after graduation? Severus cast him a sidelong glance, sipping the sweet sherry before speaking in a measured tone. What, have you been specially recruited by the ministry? Or perhaps, he scrutinized Avery from head to toe, finally resting his gaze on his handsome face. You have been betrothed to the Eber family? Finn Eber, a 4th-year Ravenclaw student at Hogwarts, held an infatuation for Avery, and the rumor mill had been abuzz with her attempts to pursue him, alongside the well-known love triangle involving Lily, Potter, and Snape. Avery's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and red, the wine glass in his hand cracking under his grip. I would never fancy her. Worry about yourself, you fickle-minded fool. Avery's retort abruptly halted as a thought struck him. He shot Severus a cold smile. The ministry, I cannot say, but once you leave Hogwarts, don't expect to find employment. Noticing Mulciber approaching, he leisurely took his leave. Severus found amusement in Avery's parting threat, feeling a tad exasperated. He had no intention of seeking work within the ministry or the wizarding world. The wealth he had amassed in the Muggle realm would suffice for a considerable time. However, while he felt indifferent, he recognized the plight of other half-bloods or Muggle-born wizards. Positions within the ministry were as scarce as they were coveted, and Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley had not seen a new face in a century, while other regions of England were less favorable for wizarding development than London. Yet, these were not concerns he wished to entertain. The political lords within the ministry seemed intent only on profit, neglecting the promotion of social advancement and welfare. Other nations had long since surpassed them. Mr. Snape, you appear to be in good spirits, Mulciber interjected, breaking Severus's reverie as he raised his glass of brandy and downed it in one gulp. To our friendship. May we work together post-graduation. Severus squinted at him, aware that a significant portion of the purebloods in the wizarding world had aligned themselves with the Death Eaters. Thus, it was likely that Mulciber, hailing from a pureblood family, was also among them. Did this imply he was extending an invitation to join their ranks? His suspicions were confirmed a moment later when Mulciber extended an olive branch. Severus, May I address you as such? Mulciber inquired politely, continuing without waiting for a response. How about joining my family? I noticed you haven't submitted an application to the ministry nor sought employment. Graduates from Slytherin have never harbored such concerns. He paused, refilling his glass and taking a sip. 4 half-bloods in Slytherin. Aside from seeking positions within powerful families, opportunities in the wizarding world are quite limited. Your prodigious talent in potions aligns perfectly with the needs of my family. Mulciber's suave persuasion aimed to secure the most talented potions student of their year. And even if Severus did not join his family, he intended to prevent others from acquiring his allegiance. In due course, lucrative rewards, beautiful women, and opportunities for advancement would be within reach through the Mulciber lineage. Severus felt a chuckle rising within him, raising his glass to mask the smirk that threatened to escape. Severus, I hope you will give it serious consideration. In light of your conflicts with Potter and the Black family, aligning with the Mulciber family is your most advantageous option. Mulciber, somewhat irritated by Severus's nonchalant demeanor, issued his final ultimatum. Severus found the exchange amusing. It was as if one was playing the role of the villain while the other played the hero. Had they not bothered to investigate his circumstances? Or had they become so arrogant as to believe they could extinguish a half-blood's potential at will? Apologies, Mr. Mulciber, but I must firmly decline. Severus, recalling the basilisk behind him and the wealth he had accumulated in the Muggle world, spoke decisively. I have no desire to join any family. I merely seek a tranquil existence. His words left Mulciber momentarily speechless, the carefully crafted retort lodged in his throat. Is this all you aspire to? Do you not wish to carve out a remarkable career that commands respect? Must you squander your potions talent to remain an ordinary wizard? With such complacency, it is no wonder that the fair maidens will be swept away by that foolish lion, Potter. Mulciber's grip on his glass trembled, his sleeve dampened, and he pointed accusingly at Severus, nearly losing his composure. Fortunately, they were ensconced in a corner. Otherwise, Mulciber would have drawn curious glances. Mulciber struggled to quell his anger, genuinely perplexed by Severus's apparent lack of ambition. What had happened to the fervor he had shown for Lily in years past? He had once urged him to strive for strength and greatness, ideally to join the ranks of that esteemed individual. Yet, lo and behold, now that he himself is joined, this companion has faltered. He had even spoken of a mundane existence. Does that truly constitute coherent speech? Severus, oblivious to Mulciber's grievances and somewhat taken aback by his fervor, rummaged through his memories to recall the lofty aspirations of his original self. He found himself in a rare state of embarrassment and explained in a rather nonchalant tone. I have matured and thus transformed. Before my arrival at Hogwarts, I aspired to be a police officer, akin to an Auror in the Ministry of Magic. Observing the exasperated look from Mulciber, Severus recalled Lily's inexplicable words from the last encounter and added, moreover, I harbor no affection for the childhood companion that Potter has taken from me. We are merely friends. I have no desire to be the third party that disrupts another's relationship. Mulciber shot him a peculiar glance, downed his drink, and turned to leave. The veracity of Severus's claims remained to be ascertained, but there was no urgency. Pressing someone too hard yields no favorable outcome. The festivities continued until 9 o'clock, with attendees thoroughly inebriated. The common room lay in disarray, as house elves busily murmured while tidying up the aftermath. Severus, having consumed only a few glasses of sherry and spent the rest of the time indulging in food, exhibited a slight flush on his cheeks, a stark contrast to the dazed gazes of the other lethargic Slytherins. In the dormitory, Andre had long succumbed to slumber. The burdensome coursework of the 6th year had rendered him utterly exhausted, prompting him to procure some sleeping draught from Severus, as he found it impossible to rest otherwise. Besides, what relation did the 7th year graduation banquet have to a 6th year student? Severus quietly opened the door, swiftly completed his nightly ablutions, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 80, New Beginnings. For us, farewells are a perpetual cycle. The 7th year students of Hogwarts busied themselves packing their belongings, preparing to board the express train that would take them away from the castle they had called home for 7 years. Once outside the castle gates, Severus cast a lingering glance back over the stone bridge. The castle remained magnificent, its towering spires and sturdy walls evoking an immense sense of solemnity and grandeur. Uncertain whether it was his own sentiment or that of his original self, a tinge of reluctance blossomed within him. After all, this was the place he had inhabited for 2 to 3 years. Despite some unfortunate events, the school life had been relatively tranquil. The basilisk peeked out from his collar, inquiring curiously, Severus, will you return? Severus was momentarily taken aback. If Voldemort were still the noseless, bald figure he remembered, intent on slaying the Chosen One, he would undoubtedly return to eradicate the Horcruxes. However, who could predict the future? The train's whistle blared, seemingly urging the students to board swiftly. Andre, trailing silently behind Severus with his suitcase in hand, appeared increasingly composed, shedding the persona of a glutton he once embodied. Severus, how swiftly time flies, Andre remarked. Once they reached the rear compartment of the train and settled their belongings, Severus nodded in acknowledgement, drawing his wand to cast an obliviate charm on the compartment. Andre observed Severus, his words caught in his throat, ultimately opting for silence. As the train traversed the fields, picturesque landscapes faded into the background. Everything surged forward. Severus, when we meet again, will it be like this? Andre asked as the train slowed to a halt at the station. Severus gazed into Andre's clear eyes, nodding slightly but shaking his head at the same time. I wish you a pleasant summer break, Andre, he murmured, his heart heavy with the thought of losing yet another friend, suspecting the camp Andre might join. Andre, with a wistful expression, pressed on, will we meet again? Severus glanced outside, offering no reply, and stepped out with his suitcase in hand. The station buzzed with activity. A cacophony of farewells as some students bid adieu to their friends for the summer, while others introduced their newly acquainted companions to their parents. Severus weaved through the throng, vanishing into an inconspicuous corner. Severus, this is your graduation gift. Congratulations. Regulus intercepted him just before he exited the platform, handing him a piece of parchment resembling sheepskin. His demeanor as gentle as ever. Severus sighed, his feelings towards this roommate of nearly 5 years complex. Thank you, he replied tersely, stowing the parchment in the right pocket of his robe. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the day, a rare occurrence of splendid weather. Observing Severus's acceptance of the gift, Regulus's formal smile softened into a genuine one. Had it not been for the item he had just given Severus, no one would suspect the depth of their camaraderie. If you find the Muggle world unbearable, you may always return to the magical realm, Severus, Regulus teased. Recalling Voldemort's new policies, perhaps in the future, I might frequently visit the Muggle world to see you. Voldemort's minions were diligently compiling information from various industries in the Muggle world, feeling a sense of involvement in the construction of a new era, even enticing their friends and sworn enemies to serve the great Dark Lord alongside them. Severus was unaware of these developments. Had he known, he would have been astonished by the transformation of pure-blood families, who had once harbored a deep disdain for Muggles. Severus, do not worry about Mulciber. My family is no pushover, Regulus assured him, enveloping Severus in a warm embrace, his chin grazing Severus's shoulder before releasing him. Hiss, you nearly suffocated the snake. Severus. Enough chatter, hurry home, I want roast duck. The basilisk exclaimed, and Severus, momentarily dazed by the embrace, nearly broke his stoic facade upon hearing its voice. Biting his lip to suppress a smile. I understand. Thank you for your kindness, Regulus. Severus expressed his gratitude, giving the basilisk a light pat on its body. Retrieving a vial of potion from his left pocket. Here, take this. If you ever feel down, you may find solace in it. The potion shimmered a golden hue, contained within a vial no larger than a thumb. Regulus recognized it immediately, a high-quality Felix Felicis. This realization warmed his heart as he gratefully accepted the vial. Thank you. I truly appreciate it, he stated earnestly, clutching the potion tightly. His family rejoiced at the attention he received from Voldemort. Yet no one acknowledged the anxiety gnawing at his heart. Even the pain inflicted by the dark mark was deemed an honor. In retrospect, he pondered whether it would have been better to have perished in those moments. Severus regarded Regulus's youthful, handsome visage. Recalling the tragic fates of the Death Eaters chronicled in literature, a swirl of conflict and turmoil within him. I have an apartment in the city center, Regulus. You may write to me, Severus found himself saying. Perhaps I will respond when I am not too occupied. Regulus beamed at this, revealing his adorable canine-like teeth. All right, Severus. Severus, witnessing this, tucked away his feelings of regret. After all, the person before him was still but a teenager. Their exchange lasted only 5 minutes. But Kriaker watched anxiously from the side. The master had instructed him to wait for the young master before returning home. But since the young master had opted to chat with a friend, he had merely cast a spell and waited patiently. The two had not seen each other for a considerable time, and after their conversation had dwindled, a profound silence enveloped them. Well then, farewell, Regulus, Severus uttered first, waving his hand as he departed with his suitcase. Regulus stood, lost in thought, gazing at Severus's receding figure. Had he not been jolted by Kriaker, he might have remained rooted to the spot indefinitely. In the basement of Voldemort's mansion, Nagini extended her 5-meter-long serpentine body, flicking her tongue, while a house elf meticulously brushed her scales with a small brush. At that moment, Voldemort struggled to suppress the sudden surge of rage that welled within him. He pointed his wand at the conference table, his voice frigid. Can someone enlighten me as to what this is? Occupying a quarter of the meeting room space were a sleek two-seater sports car and a motorcycle. James Mead, trembling with anxiety, stepped forward. After 6 months of diligent effort, he had barely managed to gain entry to the meeting as an observer. Had it not been for the fact that the idea for the car and motorcycle originated with him, he would never have dared to speak up. "My lord, please. Allow me to explain," Mead stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "This vehicle is a magical creation that fuses magic with technology. It operates without fuel and incorporates functionalities such as land travel, flight, spatial expansion, and invisibility. If we were to sell such a vehicle to Muggles, the profits would undoubtedly surpass those from the mere sale of other magical items. We could even produce magical furniture and appliances, which I am certain would be immensely popular." He continued passionately. Once these innovations spread, they would undoubtedly spark a new wave of reform. Before Voldemort could respond, the head of the Norton family furrowed his brow in disdain. "Mr. Mead should be aware that the Ministry of Magic has prohibited wizards from altering Muggle creations. Besides, our flying carpets are far more convenient than automobiles." He paused, casting a sycophantic glance at Voldemort. "My lord, you aim to lead us in conquering both the Muggle and magical worlds, not to have noble wizards toil for the lowly Muggles. That cannot be said. For every component of these vehicles has been produced by our magical community," Mead countered, seizing the crux of the argument. "Moreover, with the current shortage of oil, if we can tap into their mindset, controlling the Muggle mechanical industry will be effortless." Norton's frown deepened, as if he could crush flies with it. "That does not alter the fact that wizards would be working for Muggles. We are not the fragile beings that Muggles are," Norton declared with finality. Mead felt a surge of annoyance. Had he been prepared, perhaps with a gun in hand, these wizards would not have been able to intimidate him. Muggles were not weak at all. "Wolfsbane, what say you?" Voldemort inquired, casting his gaze toward the matriarch of the Black family, intrigued. Wolfsbane maintained a serene demeanor, for she had long since simmered with anger when Muggle Mead had joined their ranks. However, the successes and profits that followed his inclusion had rendered her unable to sustain her ire, especially as the Malfoy family ought to be the more aggrieved party. "My lord, I find Mr. Norton's words quite astute. We are noble pure-blood wizards, and the Ministry restricts our magic from Muggles' discovery," she said, gently squeezing her husband's hand for reassurance as she rose respectfully. "Yet, Mr. Mead has a point. If we can secure a foothold in the Muggle world, we will be better positioned to control them in the future." Voldemort nodded, seemingly satisfied with this response. "Then let it be a piercing reminder." A green light shot across the room, striking the head of the Norton family. An eerie silence fell upon the meeting room, punctuated only by Norton's suppressed groans. "I dislike having decisions made on my behalf." Voldemort's voice was cool as he surveyed the assembly. Lucius was the first to rise from his seat, bowing respectfully to Voldemort. "Yes, my lord, your words are my guiding light." The others hastily followed suit, silently cursing Malfoy's sycophancy as they rushed to pledge their loyalty to Voldemort. "My lord, your gaze is the future I follow. Your grace, we shall follow you to the death," Bella fervently declared, her eyes fixated on Voldemort, who sat high upon the dais. It seemed that, should she receive an order to eliminate Dumbledore, she would spring into action without hesitation. Bella had joined the Death Eaters immediately after graduating from Hogwarts. And over the years, her formidable magical prowess and ruthless methods, combined with her connections to the Black and Lestrange families, had solidified her as a key player among the younger generation, alongside Lucius and Regulus. "Remember your words. I expect to see new regulations from the Ministry of Magic within 3 months, Voldemort remarked, casting a glance at the stoically enduring Norton, which only heightened his agitation. He gestured for them to remove him from the room. The wizards in the meeting bowed once more, assuring they would complete the task promptly as a demonstration of their loyalty. Once Voldemort deemed the time sufficient, he turned his attention back to the motorcycle and sports car. A thought flashing through his mind. Mead and Orion, stay. The remaining members, understanding the implication, discreetly exited the meeting room. Wolfsbane cast a worried glance at her husband, Orion, fearful that he might inadvertently say something to provoke Voldemort's wrath. She could only hope they would not discuss Sirius. The sleek car and motorcycle soared around the mansion for quite some time, while busy house elves distantly heard the anguished screams of humanity. By the time Nagini emerged, freshly cleaned, she found Mead leaning against the wall, retching in despair. Upon learning that he could ascend to the skies, she implored Voldemort to command Mead to take her up until darkness fell. Only then did the lively mansion quiet down. In contrast, Orion had returned home early, patiently awaiting his wife's assurance that she was unharmed before gently patting her back. "It's nothing, Wool," that esteemed lord merely inquired about Regulus's condition. Orion spoke softly, his fingers brushing against the dark circles beneath her eyes. "It seems Regulus may again be summoned to the Lord's side this summer. We should be pleased." Wolfsbane thought of another ungrateful child and felt a surge of resentment. Previously, Alphard's warning to Andromeda had proved futile, and now that wayward son was still enjoying Andromeda's support, living a carefree life alongside the Potters. Is Cygnus still the same with Andromeda? Wolfsbane inquired about her cousin, as well as about Calidora, who had married Longbottom. I've told her time and again not to trust Gryffindors, she said with an air of exasperation. The Black family was vast and affluent, providing the most generous dowries for their daughters and estates for their sons, urging their young ones not to forsake their family for love or trivial pursuits, even if they could enjoy the wealth left by their ancestors. The notion of squandering it was utterly unacceptable. Orion glanced at the family tapestry, riddled with black holes, and sighed in resignation. Sometimes, siblings were not allies, but rather burdens. Well, perhaps we should cease the family's provisions for them. Why should we share our hard-earned wealth with them? Orion's tone was serious, as he reiterated a sentiment he had expressed countless times before, his mind troubled by those who were nominally disowned yet continued to live in luxury. Oh, and now we must add Sirius to that list. However, upon reflection, the thought of being stripped of one's surname without a hint of remorse, and taking refuge in the home of Potter's eldest son, conjured an overwhelming sense of frustration. Moreover, the memory of the diligent younger son added to her distress. Walburga gently touched her furrowed brow, yet her heart was preoccupied with another matter. She had perused the statistics compiled by Mid regarding the Muggle population and the number of wizards in the magical realm. If Voldemort were to truly unify the two worlds, wizards would become a minority. Now was the time for her family and kin to secure a position of significance. Chapter 81, Kriaker. After graduating from Hogwarts, Severus remained in his city center abode, primarily engaged in the brewing of potions while awaiting the results of his Newt's examinations. The basilisk watched television, muttering to itself. It had recently developed a fondness for Ocean World, often imploring Severus to take it to the seaside. Severus chose to ignore its complaints, unfastening the newspaper tied to the owl's leg. To his astonishment, he discovered that the singing dissonance had ventured into advertising, vaguely listing purchasing addresses for flying carpets and various items. It even claimed that a newly opened shop in Diagon Alley offered a 30% discount on the 15th of each month. In short, an array of products dominated half the page, dazzling the reader. Initially, he thought little of it. But when he saw a discussion in the Prophet concerning whether magical modifications of Muggle items could benefit wizards, he was genuinely taken aback. Those familiar with the history of magical development knew that the Ministry had established a department to prohibit the misuse of Muggle artifacts, addressing the detrimental effects stemming from wizards casting spells on Muggle items and subsequently selling them to ordinary people. In reality, as long as one used Muggle items within the confines of their home, unseen by others or reported, even if reported, the consequence was merely the confiscation of the items, not criminal charges. Moreover, the head of the Department for the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts, Arthur Weasley, had cunningly left himself an escape clause in the legislation against the misuse of Muggle items, permitting the use of magically modified Muggle transportation. Severus browsed through the articles, pondering whether he should visit Diagon Alley, as those products appeared rather intriguing. The Ministry officials were equally perplexed. However, considering the benefits received and the absence of any apparent drawbacks, even if there were drawbacks, Muggles would take the blame, and their satisfaction with the modified products. They refrained from further discussing the regulation of Muggle items. They maintained their wizardly arrogance, viewing ordinary people with a patronizing sympathy akin to observing ants through the eyes of an elephant. The Death Eater spies embedded within the Ministry, upon receiving the approved documents, breathed a sigh of relief and promptly disseminated the information. As the saying goes, life hinges on the four essentials: clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Upon seeing these regulations, the Nobel laureate economist James Mead recognized that their plans could now commence. Their oil-free vehicles could dominate the transportation sector. Voldemort was pleased with this development. Not having wasted an hour each day attending lectures by Muggle experts, progress was finally being made. My lord, we have arranged for an agent in London. Axton's hoarse voice resonated in the conference room, his face, typically grim, now adorned with an appropriate smile. The Muggle world's representative would certainly not be from a pure-blood family or the Ministry. They had chosen a half-blood who had mingled in Muggle society for over a decade, with some connections to their own families. Voldemort inclined his head slightly, leaving Lucius and Regulus behind. The estate was beautiful, adorned with blooming flowers, where a white snake could be seen playfully chasing butterflies among the blossoms. Lucius, how is Lila? Voldemort inquired, strolling along the cobblestone path, his gaze falling upon his nephew's pallid demeanor, a note of concern in his voice. Lucius hesitated, recollecting his daughter's inexplicable weakness at home, and bitterly pressed his lips together. My lord, Lila. Lucius replied hoarsely, Having spent several days at his father Abraxas's side to ascertain the situation, yet finding no solution, Voldemort raised an eyebrow at Lucius's troubled expression, reflecting on the curse that plagued the Malfoy family, a vile curse that had endured for centuries, leaving them without a single daughter. Regulus stood nearby, adopting an invisible persona, his heart heavy with worry for his beloved niece. Yet the curse that had haunted the Malfoy family for centuries remained unbroken, leaving little hope for them. You are entrusted with the Ministry's legal affairs. You understand what must be done, Voldemort remarked, plucking a pink rose and inhaling its fragrance, speaking softly. Do not let Dumbledore discover this. Certain pieces on the board can be moved into the light. Lucius understood that Voldemort was instructing him to create a smokescreen, as the Ministry's regulations were indeed the guiding principles for most wizards. Controlling the Ministry equated to controlling a significant portion of the magical realm. His only concern was the power behind Dumbledore and that dark wizard. Understood, boss. We are currently liaising with the International Magical Cooperation Department and have observed increased interactions with Germany. I suspect it pertains to that individual from Nurmengard, Lucius stated casually, omitting any mention of his secret trip to Austria. At this, Voldemort chuckled, casually tossing the rose back into the floorbeat. Do not concern yourself. Maintain the status quo. His piercing gaze swept over Lucius, noticing the cold sweat forming on his forehead before he spoke slowly. Send a box of yellow fish as a gift for his release. He recalled the old man he had seen at Nurmengard, musing whether the gesture would elicit a reciprocal response. Lucius's complexion grew even paler at the scrutiny, and upon hearing the directive, he quietly acquiesced. Voldemort waved him away, signaling that his subsequent remarks were not suitable for a third party's ears. Lucius bowed his head in acknowledgement and exited the garden, utilizing disillusionment to leave discreetly. The garden was left with only the masked Voldemort and the submissive Regulus, the atmosphere thick with tension. After Lucius's departure, it was not long before Regulus also exited the estate. On a snow-capped mountain in Austria, the long-closed Nurmengard castle welcomed an unexpected visitor. The old steward, disregarding decorum, removed his glasses to wipe them, confirming the visitor's identity before ascending to inform Grindelwald. Dumbledore, adorned with half-moon spectacles and a modest blue robe, his long white hair cascading gracefully down his back, and his chest-length beard meticulously groomed, appeared remarkably affable. His laughter faltered upon seeing the familiar visage of the wizard from decades past, now exuding even greater gravitas, as he tightened his grip on his wand. Long time no see, Gellert. Dumbledore's tone was gentle, as if they had not been separated for years. Grindelwald, lost in the timeless snowy landscape beyond the window, snapped back to reality upon hearing that familiar yet strange voice. When he beheld the elderly face that matched the records, a blend of joy and sorrow washed over him. Long time no see, Grindelwald replied with a smile, his lips moving for a moment before he softly called out, Albus. Their reunion was unremarkable. There were no heartfelt confessions or tearful embraces, merely a warm exchange over cups of hot tea. Originally seeking to report to Grindelwald, observed from the doorway. Satisfied with the sight of the resolute leader, disregarding the steward's displeased glances as he seized some snacks to bring forth, Dumbledore nearly spat out his tea upon seeing recalling how this old rogue had previously sullied his name for Grindelwald's grand ambitions. Ah, long time no see, Mr. Dumbledore. This exquisite sacerdote is specially prepared for you, remarked Karma with a hint of sardonic humor, as he gently placed the delicate pastry on the table. Indeed, after several decades have elapsed, you have yet to pay a visit to your old friends. This is but a token to remind you of your preferences. You must come more often in the future. Gellert found the exchange amusing, yet chose to remain silent. Karma spoke the truth, and it was evident that the grievances of his subordinates needed an outlet. Dumbledore, seemingly oblivious to Karma's jibe, expressed his gratitude before indulging in the cake, even squinting in delight as he savored the flavors. Thank you, Mr. Karma. It has been many years since we last met, yet your charm remains undiminished. He took a sip of his steaming tea, a shadow passing through his cerulean eyes. Pondering whether he was the only one who had aged, Karma snorted lightly, unceremoniously seating himself on a nearby sofa, resolute in his determination to prevent the two from being alone together. Not at all. You are the one who surprises me. Just look at your thick white hair and neatly groomed beard, Karma retorted, casting a sardonic glance at Dumbledore. After all, the chief had not chastised him, and he too had longed to grow a beard, but alas, his wife forbade it, claiming it made him appear too old. He preferred to maintain his current handsome visage. He stroked his own thin mustache, chuckling softly. Dumbledore's hand trembled slightly around his teacup. No matter how much time had passed, he and this old rascal remained at odds. Gellert, I came to inquire about Voldemort. Oh, my former student Tom Riddle, who seems to have sought you out. Dumbledore was unconcerned with the presence of another individual. His gaze directed towards Gellert in inquiry. He, like you, is a wizard with divergent ideas. Currently, the status of the magical community in England mirrors that of your past. He continued, recounting Voldemort's endeavors while also alluding to Gellert's heroic exploits, attempting to elicit a sense of camaraderie. However, Gellert, has the previous limitation imposed by the Ministry of Magic in England and America been lifted? I've noticed a recent increase in trade with Germany and other countries. I do not perceive this as negative, though one wonders if the prices may be exorbitant. The impetuousness of young blood could easily lead to undesirable circumstances. Gellert felt a pang of disappointment at being confronted with such inquiries upon their reunion, yet he also grasped the extent of Dumbledore's current influence. It was necessary to possess connections to glean any information regarding Voldemort's actions in Austria and the forces that Karma had mobilized. We have indeed met. But I do not believe he will achieve the same accomplishments I once did. Gellert calmly interrupted Dumbledore's reminiscence. I have merely lingered at Nurmengard for too long. My funds dwindling, thus seeking additional income. Furthermore, young people ought to venture out and explore, he explained, a smile gracing his lips at the mention of the youth. Setting aside the reunion of lovers separated for decades, even Karma's playful banter rendered Dumbledore unable to voice many of his questions. In a distant land, a brown-haired youth found himself perplexed after receiving a task. Why must he search for the one person he trusted most? Regulus pondered for a considerable time. Realizing that Voldemort's request was both broad and narrow, the individuals he trusted, aside from family, were limited to his ever-loyal house elf, Kreaker. As he thought of Kreaker, his expression softened. The house elf was the one who treated him best, even more so than his parents. In their pursuit of nurturing his older brother Sirius, who possessed formidable magical talent, his parents had shown him little affection. His siblings, too, were deeply bonded with Sirius, rarely including him in their play, leaving Kreaker as his steadfast companion. The fact that Voldemort entrusted this task to him rather than other reliable Death Eaters indicated that few met his criteria. Regulus was acutely aware that failure could result in dire consequences. He wrestled with his thoughts throughout the night, considering the increasingly frail appearance of his parents, ultimately deciding it would be best for Kreaker to undertake the task. If it proved dangerous, he would beseech Voldemort to allow Kreaker to return. Yet, everything remained uncertain. Perhaps the task would not be perilous after all. Moreover, house elves possessed remarkable magic. This opportunity might allow him to penetrate the upper echelons of the Death Eaters, uncovering Voldemort's secrets and leading his family to a throne of honor. Suddenly, the oil lamp began to flicker, the wick bursting forth with a crackling sound as the world dimmed, ultimately succumbing to darkness. The last glimmer of light in the Black family estate vanished. Kreaker, Regulus called softly. After a brief rustling, Kreaker appeared before Regulus, illuminating the room with candles as he bowed deeply. What is your command, young master? Would you like a midnight snack? I have left roast beef for you in the kitchen. Kreaker spoke in a hushed tone, wishing not to disturb the others in the old manner. Thank you, Kreaker, but I am not hungry at the moment, Regulus replied with a smile. As Kreaker straightened, Regulus adopted a serious expression. Kreaker, the Duke has assigned me a task, requesting that I recommend a trustworthy individual. He paused to gather his thoughts. The person I recommend is you, Kreaker. Can you remain loyal to the Duke and fulfill any orders he may give? Of course. Kreaker is willing. Kreaker will obey the young master's commands and remain loyal to the noble, great, and mysterious Duke. Kreaker's eyes brimmed with tears, overjoyed by the young master's regard for him, and of course, he would comply with the Duke's orders. Regulus, feeling shy, turned his gaze away but could not resist offering a few words of caution. Kreaker, regardless of what orders the Duke gives you, your safety must come first, understood? If the situation is exceedingly dangerous, you must either find a place where the Duke cannot see you or return home to tell me, understood? He sighed, aware that although Voldemort's temper fluctuated, his power was undeniably formidable. I understand, young master, Kreaker replied, suppressing his excitement, bowing once more. His large eyes fixed on Regulus as if etching his words into his memory. Regulus observed Kreaker, recalling his childhood, and embraced his arm. Kreaker, we must take care of each other. Kreaker stifled the urge to scream. In the world of house elves, it was unthinkable for a master to touch their filthy bodies. Not to scold or mistreat them was already considered kindness, especially when the one touching him was the young master who had cared for him since childhood. Good young master. Kreaker will return home to wait for you after the task is complete. You still need me to look after you. 3 days later, in the garden of Voldemort's estate, he observed Regulus alongside his house elf, who, despite having been cleaned, still wore tattered pillowcases. Sipping his red tea, he leisurely watched Nagini devour flower petals. My lord, this is Kreaker, the trustworthy individual I recommend to you. Regulus licked his dry lips, sitting upright in his chair, confident that the house elf could perfectly fulfill all commands given by his master, without fail. Voldemort was well aware of the characteristics of house elves, those alchemical creations. Upon taking possession of his estate, he had witnessed unclaimed house elves seek refuge with him, though their quality varied, ultimately leaving him with just 3. God knew how much he had yearned to steal one when he first encountered those diligent house elves at Hogwarts at the age of 11. Having split his soul into numerous fragments, one reason for his relatively stable temperament was that the Horcruxes were close at hand. As he concealed the Horcruxes further away, he gradually descended into madness and brutality. The places where Voldemort intended to hide the Horcruxes were extremely discreet. Utilizing house elves might prove more convenient. Transfer contract. He uttered a few words faintly, thereby acknowledging the individual recommended by Regulus. Regulus secretly exhaled in relief and hastily signed his name on the transfer contract. He had also left himself a safety net. The family's house elf would remain eternally loyal to the first master it recognized. Even if transferred, the elf's loyalty to its former master would far surpass that to any subsequent owner. Few were privy to such matters, as it was quite commonplace for wizarding families to lose their inherited traditions. Moreover, Voldemort, being a half-blood born in the Muggle world, despite reclaiming his ancestral bloodline, lacked certain aspects that traditional wizarding families possessed due to a lack of familial guidance. Voldemort gently caressed the parchment on which the transfer contract was inscribed, observing Nagini, who was thrashing about, stung by a bee, a flicker of softness crossing his scarlet gaze. Chapter 82. The new store in Diagon Alley having remained at home for nearly a month, the results of the newts finally arrived via owl. And the snake's favorite drama had concluded, prompting it to urge someone to venture out. While it could not enjoy the Muggle Zoo, it could certainly explore the bustling Diagon Alley, especially since previous newspapers had reported the opening of numerous new shops. Hiss, Severus, let us visit Diagon Alley. Did you not hear about the flying carpets for sale? We could purchase one for that Chinese individual, the serpent proposed. Noticing Severus's hesitation, it added, my snacks are nearly depleted. You must venture out to replenish them, yes? Severus found himself unable to withstand the snake's beguiling tone and, under its insistence, changed his attire and stepped outside. London felt vast yet small. A rare outing led him to encounter a familiar face. Hey, Severus, where have you moved to? I did not see you in Spinner's End, and Petunia has not disclosed your new address, Lily exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with mock complaint. Hello, Lily, Petunia. It has been a while, Severus greeted politely, waving his hand. Petunia offered an awkward smile to Severus, regretting her decision to accompany Lily for a weekend outing in the city center. After all, they had been at school together for so long and still did not know his new address. Lily, seemingly oblivious to her sister's expression, affectionately asked, Severus, how did you fare in your exams? Where do you plan to seek employment? I believe with your excellent results, returning to the wizarding world would be quite fitting, she added, casting a knowing glance. Severus raised an eyebrow at Lily's unexpected inquiry about jobs, considering it had been less than a month since their graduation. The results were satisfactory. I plan to stay at home for a while, he replied, rolling up his sleeves. You may continue shopping. I am off to Diagon Alley to acquire some supplies. Lily's green eyes sparkled as he mentioned Diagon Alley. Her smile grew brighter. How fortuitous, Severus. I have arranged to meet James and the others. We can chat together, she said, glancing at Petunia. Sister, come along. You must meet my boyfriend, James. Petunia nodded noncommittally, her interest lying more in the offerings of Diagon Alley than in her sister's boyfriend, with the only complication being Severus, who had once harbored feelings for Lily. Severus sensed Petunia's peculiar gaze upon him, feeling increasingly uncomfortable as he frowned. Lily, I am going there to purchase materials, not to idle about, he stated with a serious expression, rejecting the idea of encountering Potter, that raucous mischief maker. I must take my leave. With that, he turned and walked away. Lily stomped her foot in frustration behind him, tugging Petunia along, reasoning that the street was wide enough not to impede his passage. Petunia, feeling exasperated and recalling their mother's incessant nagging, could only follow suit. Charing Cross Road had welcomed numerous new shops, adorned with vibrant signs and small family crests carved into the corners, with patrons flowing in and out, indicating a thriving business. Severus had not visited this area in over half a year and was somewhat oblivious to the changes, but Petunia, being familiar with the city center due to her part-time job searches, was well acquainted with the locale. Is that a wizard wearing a pointed hat over there? Petunia nudged Lily's arm, gesturing for her to look left. Lily glanced in that direction and saw a middle-aged wizard in a purple pointed hat animatedly demonstrating a product, which sparked and occasionally leapt, astonishing the onlookers. Not entirely sure. Let me take a closer look, she said, pulling Petunia closer. They had not yet entered Diagon Alley. and wizards would not use magic in front of muggles. Severus, focused on the apothecary and new shops within Diagon Alley, remained unaware of the sudden disappearance of those behind him. Diagon Alley was bustling. Everyone carried an assortment of goods, and children played on floating boards, their faces alight with joy. Severus squinted. Good heavens, was that not a skateboard without wheels? Moreover, it could float and propel forward swiftly. The once bustling broom shop, usually swarmed by children, was now considerably quieter, the shopkeeper wearing a look of concern. Make way, lower your heads. As Severus was lost in thought, a cacophony erupted nearby. A group of individuals, shouldering large boxes, entered a uniquely decorated establishment, a newly opened shop. Quickly, Molokai is screening a new movie. Let's hurry to buy tickets. Brother, I want to see the snowman. Remember to get me popcorn and cola, exclaimed one, while another shouted in frustration, oh, for heaven's sake, stop pushing me. I'm losing my hair. Amidst the excitement and complaints, the throng of young people rushed towards the venue. Severus was taken aback upon hearing about movies, popcorn, and cola. He was aware of the entertainment industry in the magical realm, but it typically involved singers, bands, and Quidditch. When had they become so avant-garde? He had not heard any news of it. Meanwhile, Lucius, busy in his study, sneezed, dark circles beneath his eyes revealing his toil. He picked up a handkerchief to dab his nose, pondering that these muggles were somewhat reliable, though perhaps a bit wasteful with galleons. Perhaps he should deduct a few coins. In the Diagon Alley, Severus drew closer to the shop, which bore the name Molokai Cinema. A sign beside the door displayed the films being screened and their ticket prices, while the ticket seller diligently attended to customers. This establishment was essentially a direct replica of Muggle cinemas, and the outcome appeared quite promising. Severus, stop staring. Let us grab something to eat first. I am starving. The serpent peered out, tongue flicking in curiosity, but upon seeing nothing of interest, it retreated disappointedly into his pocket. Oh, very well, Severus murmured in response. He wondered if this shop would be subject to inspection by the Ministry of Magic. Yet seeing the casual demeanor of those around him quelled his curiosity. Following the serpent's suggestion, he proceeded to a street vendor. The transformation of Diagon Alley was remarkable. After satiating his hunger, he strolled around, emerging with a rolled-up blanket in one hand and a floating skateboard tucked under his arm. He also visited the apothecary and bookstore, noting that prices had risen somewhat since a few months prior, but he had no choice but to purchase the necessary ingredients for potion making. He left an address for the owl to send the supplies. Lily and Petunia also carried numerous items, their faces betraying their satisfaction. The trio ultimately convened at the ice cream shop in Diagon Alley, indulging in their treats while engaging in conversation. I find the movies at Molokai's quite novel. They are entirely different from what I have seen outside, Lily remarked. Penny took a bite of the fried sausage and continued, expressing her astonishment at the shop's offerings, including flying carpets and non-electric torches, a far cry from the magical items that once required spells for operation. Lily nodded in agreement. Had it not been for the recommendation in the Daily Prophet and James's invitation, she would have spent the entire holiday either at home or frolicking at Potter Manor, contemplating whether to join the Order of the Phoenix. However, speaking of James, Lily's mind, now ablaze with thoughts from her shopping spree, wondered where he had gone. Given their agreement to meet in Diagon Alley, at that very moment, James was seated on Sirius's motorcycle, en route to London, being pursued by two Muggle police officers. The motorcycle ahead came to a halt. You were speeding. Please pull over to the left so I can check your credentials, shouted the white officer, leaning out of the window and bellowing through a loudspeaker at the two ahead. Curiously, James glanced back. Who are these Muggles talking about? He asked Sirius. What are they saying? Sirius accelerated the motorcycle, playfully swerving to evade the police car behind them, and upon realizing they couldn't catch up, he smirked. Let them be. Muggles can't see us, and their rules don't apply to wizards. James nodded in agreement, but, noticing the officer's flushed and furious face, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Sirius, did we cast the Muggle-repelling charm? He asked, swallowing hard, his expression turning uncertain. Did you not cast it? Sirius shot back, catching James's puzzled glance. The smiles on their faces gradually faded, and they thought, this could be trouble. James retrieved his wand, preparing to cast a countercharm when three small black dots rapidly approached. Three wizards on flying broomsticks aiming their wands at the two on the motorcycle. Bind them swiftly. Petrify them all. A curse to the bone. The three broom riders coordinated seamlessly, unleashing spells in quick succession. Not good. Sirius, accelerate. Armored protection. James shouted, redirecting his incantation to cast a protective charm over himself and Sirius, creating formidable obstacles. Sirius reacted swiftly, dodging the spells hurled at them. The green light struck the road, leaving a basketball-sized crater. The police officers in the squad car were left dumbfounded. There were no wires, no cameras, indicating this was not a film shoot. But why were those three able to fly on brooms and create a crater with their wands? Stop. Get off those brooms, or I'll fire, barked the middle-aged officer, discharging a shot into the air. The younger officer in the passenger seat tugged at his partner's sleeve, urging him not to get involved in such bizarre events. Hearing the gunshots and seeing the relentless three wizards, Sirius shot a peculiar glance at the police car. James, I'll speed up. You lift the police car at the right moment to let them crash into it. Sirius licked his lips and hurled a spell at one of the airborne figures, causing that wizard's face to swell grotesquely. James nodded, drawing upon his agility honed at school, and quickly cast a spell toward the trio. We need to get help from the Aurors. These Death Eaters are far too brazen, he declared, recalling last year's attack, making it hard not to suspect a vendetta. Sirius, hearing this, said nothing but pushed the motorcycle to its maximum speed, squinting against the wind. The wizard with the swollen face was supported by the other two, wobbling in the air as they pressed forward, fueled by vengeance. James raised his wand, targeting the police car, and soon lifted it into the air, catching the trio off guard as they collided with it. The officers inside the police car locked the doors in fear, peering through the windows at these strange individuals, their eyes filled with suspicion, seeing the three tumble from their brooms to the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. James decided they would not be pursued for the time being and gently lowered the police car back down. Sirius drove the motorcycle, quickly locating nearby Aurors and returning to the scene. However, by the time they arrived, the only evidence of life was the unconscious police officers in their squad car. All traces of the attackers had vanished. The balding Auror, upon examining the surroundings and spotting the remnants of a broomstick, finally believed Sirius's tale of their ambush. He observed their motorcycle in silence, aware that the ministry's recent policies had made modified vehicles commonplace. You two should leave. I will handle this, the balding Auror said, stroking his mustache and contemplating. The outside world is not like Hogwarts. Be careful. Sirius and James nodded, their resolve to join the Order of the Phoenix solidifying. Once on the motorcycle, they sped away, this time not forgetting to cast the muggle-repelling charm. The balding Auror watched them depart, drawing his wand to cast a memory-altering spell on the unconscious police officers, planning to report the incident later. By the time Sirius and James reached Diagon Alley, they had long missed their agreed-upon time. Thankfully, Lily had anticipated their potential delay and waited patiently at the ice cream shop. As for Severus and Penny, one had returned home to tinker with a flying carpet, while the other had headed off to work. James and Sirius recounted their encounter with the Death Eaters to Lily, emphasizing their wit and bravery. Lily nodded in approval, though she lamented her absence, wishing she could have lent a hand. Meanwhile, the trio of would-be thieves, having been thwarted, collectively sneezed, rubbed their sore limbs, and headed off to the leaky cauldron with money pilfered from the police. In the shadows, little Barty felt both relieved and exasperated, grateful that Sirius was unharmed yet bemused that three adults could be bested by two freshly graduated teenagers. He reminisced about the bountiful earnings from the half-blood wizards and his mother's increasingly radiant smiles, contemplating that joining the Death Eaters might indeed be the better path, as without his father's support, his family might starve without ever knowing why. Hearing that Regulus had been pulled into Lucius's project to refine the Wolfsbane potion, Barty longed to ask his father if he truly had no lost siblings out there. Chapter 83. Lucius's plea. Lucius embraced his dazed wife, his heart heavy with sorrow. Sissy, I'm sorry, he murmured, having lost count of how many times he had uttered those words, yet failing to find a remedy for their daughter's curse. No matter how many times I say it, it feels futile. Narcissa gently patted her husband's arm, her pale face awash with grief. Lucius, I know you have tried your best. It was my decision to give birth to Ileana, she sighed, gazing at their frail daughter lying in bed. You should go now. Your time is needed. I will take good care of Layla. She nudged Lucius. The potion refinement you are involved in has reached a critical juncture. You cannot be absent. Lucius recalled the time he had brought a box of small yellow fish to seek out the dark wizard Grindelwald, only to be thwarted. He had found no solutions among the dark wizards in America to break the curse, and he closed his eyes in despair. Sissy, we will find a way, he said resolutely, casting a final glance at his wife and daughter before turning to leave. Narcissa remained silent, seated at her daughter's bedside, her gaze fixed upon her, as if she had resigned herself to the darkest of fates. In a secluded manor on the outskirts of London, towering walls encircled the estate, and within the high watchtower, two wizards gripped their wands, vigilantly observing a group of individuals frolicking in the garden during their brief reprieve. Oh, Marcus, what do you suppose they are up to? With such generous salaries, they need only maintain their health, remarked a short, dark-skinned wizard, his eyes brimming with envy as he watched the group. The one referred to as Marcus was a tall, slender young man who found a measure of satisfaction in his current job, grateful at least not to be wandering aimlessly as before. We're not doing poorly ourselves, you know? We get bonuses each month. And it's no easy feat for them to venture out. Would you like to trade places with them? I know the supervisor. I could put in a good word. Marcus suggested, nodding toward the shorter wizard, who seemed to bristle with unspoken resentment. The reason for his vexation was that his nephew had not been selected, and he could hardly endure a life of venturing out just once a month. Marcus chuckled softly as he noted the performance of those below. Once the allotted playtime concluded, the individuals in the garden returned indoors. A discerning observer might recognize a familiar figure among them, Remus Lupin, looking haggard as he picked up a tray and made his way to the dining hall. On the surface, the manor belonged to a half-blood wizard, yet in truth, it was a property of the Malfoy family, operating from the shadows to facilitate their operations. The basement of the estate comprised a series of sealed small rooms, devoid of windows save for a small slot in the iron doors for food deliveries. Lucius furrowed his brow as he listened to the supervisor recount the reactions of those who had ingested the drug, then met with the werewolf who appeared weakened and worn after the full moon, a large question mark looming in his mind. What do these St. Mungo's healers say? They are the foremost experts in dealing with infected werewolves, Lucius inquired, his fingertip tapping against a medical record. Despite the existence of the Werewolf Registration Act, many still sought to improve the Wolfsbane potion since its inception. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, the supervisor candidly expressed, it was quite challenging to capture this group of werewolves, but thankfully, there were no casualties. Although our intentions were noble, few are grateful. The werewolves had long endured oppression and discrimination, and the exorbitant cost of the Wolfsbane potion developed by Bellatrix only compounded their inability to lead normal lives, fostering an even deeper animosity toward wizards and culminating in the formation of a vengeful group intent on retaliation, their desire for revenge eclipsing the hope for a normal existence. Mr. Malfoy, time is of the essence, and our research has yet to yield results, the supervisor admitted, his demeanor serious while inwardly lamenting the necessity of providing an expensive batch of Wolfsbane potion to the werewolves participating in the experiment, leaving little room for profit. Lucius nodded, having anticipated this outcome. If it were that simple, the Wolfsbane potion would not have taken until 1970 to be developed, nor would the magical community's centuries-old grievances run so deep. I shall increase the funding. You should frequently seek out Mr. Bellatrix for discussions. Perhaps it will yield fruitful results, he stated, perusing the documents with an even tone. The supervisor, elated by this implication, understood it meant he could travel at the family's expense and reconnect with an old friend, though he was uncertain of Bellatrix's whereabouts. Thank you immensely, Mr. Malfoy. I believe Bellatrix will be quite eager to assist, he replied with a smile, knowing the Malfoy family's considerable influence, especially with Voldemort's backing, would likely ensure the safety of his old friend. Lucius nodded noncommittally before departing the manor, with Regulus, who had been keeping a low profile, walking alongside him, perplexed. Lucius. ISNT Mr. Bellatrix a student of Professor Slughorn? Why not consult the all-knowing professor? Regulus, he is merely a fair-weather friend. Our task is to locate individuals. You may use him to meet others, but you cannot rely on him to provide access to them. Do you comprehend? Lucius replied without glancing up. Regulus, half understanding, pondered whether such social dynamics could truly be quantified. Meanwhile, in the manor, Remus Lupin savored a hearty meal within a clean, tidy abode, free from the anxieties of harming others or the dread of being discovered as a werewolf, for all 22 inhabitants, himself included, were werewolves. Since his arrival, he had often felt grateful for his father's advice to partake in that so-called friend-s experiment. Otherwise, he would not have made so many friends. His gaze drifted toward a young girl with black hair not far away, causing his cheeks to flush. Perhaps this place was where he truly belonged, and he could even send wages home to his mother. In stark contrast to Lupin's fortuitous circumstances, Peter Pettigrew found himself in a rather dire situation. Peter, look at yourself. Stop moping about the house. Go out. Do anything. Just don't stay cooped up. The diminutive and frail Mrs. Pettigrew admonished her son, hands on her hips, her complaints incessant. Goodness, how did I end up with such a son? You have no thought for your aging mother. Get rid of that spider. With tears welling in his watery eyes, Peter manipulated his wand to knock down a spider from the ceiling. Mom, I just graduated 3 months ago. Jobs in the Muggle world aren't suitable for me, he mumbled, reflecting on the fact that neither Harry nor Sirius had reached out to him in those 3 months. As if he had been entirely forgotten, Mrs. Pettigrew huffed, gesturing toward the dilapidated windows and creaking stairs as she shuffled into the kitchen, lamenting their lack of dinner plans. Wiping his eyes, Peter reminisced about his days at Hogwarts, where, despite their poverty, unable even to afford an owl, life had been good and food plentiful. Now, however, he was an adult, shouldering the responsibility of providing for his family, knowing how much his mother had sacrificed to put him through school. I will ensure you have a good life, Mom. He shouted toward the kitchen. The clattering sounds ceased momentarily, followed by Mrs. Pettigrew's sharp voice. I know. Hurry and get some money to buy butter. Honestly, you're no longer a child. At the sound of his mother's raised voice, Peter flinched slightly. But the mention of butter revived his spirits. He sprang to his feet, grabbed a handful of coins from the piggy bank, and dashed out the door. All right, Mom. I'll grab some ham too. A smile crept onto Mrs. Pettigrew's lips, but after a moment, she sighed. She had hoped that sending her child to Hogwarts would bring about some change, yet here he was, still timid and unsure. With the friends he once spoke of so often now vanished from sight. It left her wondering whether it was for better or worse. With the money for groceries in hand, Peter sought a secluded corner and dissipated to Diagon Alley, where he penned several letters to his school friends. In the office of Hogwarts headmaster, portraits of past heads converged in hushed discussion, while Fawkes the Phoenix meticulously preened his feathers. Dumbledore retained his amiable demeanor, though his white hair had darkened and his beard had been trimmed shorter. Professor McGonagall sat across from him, her expression grave, crumpling the letter in her hands. Albus, is this from Germany? Have you consented? I perceive that there is a similar inclination in America, Professor McGonagall said hesitantly. Fully aware of the tumultuous history between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Are they truly attempting to reconcile? Dumbledore took a sip of honeyed water to soothe his throat, quietly listening to McGonagall's subsequent remarks. With Voldemort's current situation remaining uncertain and Germany and America poised to interfere, it was said that the teachers were bringing exchange students to experience life. Perhaps it was merely a pretext to infiltrate. McGonagall spoke in vague terms, aware that they were besieged on all fronts, compounded by a ministry of magic that was a hindrance. Recently, Voldemort had refrained from troubling wizards, which was indeed a blessing. The portraits on the wall chortled and pointed at them, exchanging jests, while Phineas, isolated in his own frame, flickered his eyes, finding this news timely. It is of no concern, Minerva, Dumbledore comforted. He had previously mentioned this matter during his visit to Nurmengard, asserting that their arrival might not be entirely negative. The magical community in England needed a catalyst to break the stalemate. McGonagall frowned disapprovingly, unable to share his optimism. Albus, do you genuinely believe this? Surely it is not for her. She paused, regarding Dumbledore with suspicion. Remember, the students must come first. Hogwarts is an institution. The atmosphere in the headmaster's office grew somewhat tense, for Dumbledore sensed that McGonagall had misconstrued his intentions. He was a prominent figure in the magical world, a leader whose every action bore weighty implications. Yet, at his core, he was the headmaster, their protector. Minerva, we have little left to lose, do we not? Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and patiently explained, this may indeed present an opportunity for us. In time, both sides could engage in a mutually beneficial collaboration. With a resigned sigh, McGonagall made no further protests. She rose and departed the headmaster's office, her face stern as she traversed the corridor. Through the window, she glimpsed the verdant grass and the colorful flowers swaying in the breeze, while some students soared past on flying broomsticks, and others raced on hoverboards through the trees. The memory of her exquisite flying carpet flickered in her mind as she observed the students, her gaze momentarily distant. In a residence in central London, Severus was diligently brewing potions. The cauldron gurgled, the concoction transforming from red to green, as bubbles multiplied, filling the air with an odd aroma. He added a sprig of licorice, and the cauldron began to stir itself. Once the bubbles subsided, he poured the completed potion into a glass vial. Once it cools, I'll have you drink this. I truly do not understand what you've consumed to suffer such indigestion, he remarked, rolling his eyes at the basilisk sprawled on the couch like a lifeless serpent. Hiss, I haven't eaten anything but roast goose, duck, pig's trotters, steamed fish, and roasted lamb. The basilisk, Halbier, lamented as drool dribbled down, struggling to turn over, regretting the absence of hands to rub its belly and indulge further. Severus sighed in exasperation, regretting bringing the basilisk to Zhang Minjiayuan's place. He had not deprived it of food. He cast a spell on the glass vial to hasten its cooling process and poked the basilisk's swollen belly. Open wide, I shall feed you. Obediently, the basilisk opened its mouth, and after gulping down the green potion, its discomfort eased somewhat. Severus, you are truly kind. The basilisk gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, hoping he would prepare more digestive potions in the future so it could feast to its heart's content. Severus gently stroked the basilisk's head, switching the television to a different program, which was currently airing an advertisement. Do you wish to own a multifunctional car? A vehicle that consumes no fuel and can soar through the skies or traverse the roads. Our magical car reaches speeds of 350 kilometers per hour, catering to all your desires. Pre-order swiftly. Call XXXXXX. He found the advertisement perplexing, pondering how impressive cars had become in this era. Perhaps he could send Zhang Mingyuan to purchase one. Just as he was engrossed, a soft tapping on the window interrupted him. Turning, he saw a gray owl perched outside, a package attached to its leg. Once inside, he fed the owl some bread after retrieving the package. Severus settled onto the couch to read the letter. But as he perused it, his brow furrowed. The letter was from Lucius, inquiring after his well-being and requesting certain potions. Before divulging at the end that his daughter was unwell, the handwriting was hasty, a stark contrast to his usual meticulous style, and enclosed was a potion recipe. The package contained several ingredients specifically for brewing soul-related potions. Severus found himself puzzled but diligently examined the recipe, uncertain whether he could successfully concoct it. In a bathroom at Voldemort's manor, a Shoriad shaped like a serpent poured forth hot water, the expansive bathing area occupied solely by a dark-haired man. Voldemort rubbed his throbbing temples. Despite having consumed 2 bottles of soul stabilizers that day, the searing pain in his mind intensified. Submerging himself beneath the water, he relished the warmth enveloping him, finding solace in the tranquility below. After finishing his ablutions, a house elf presented him with a freshly tailored robe, then respectfully withdrew. Voldemort brushed back his hair, which obscured his brow, gazing into the mirror at his ravaged visage. Eternal life, eternal life. Chapter 84, Lily's Engagement. Severus wearily rubbed his forehead. He had been tirelessly brewing the potions required by Lucius for 3 consecutive days without rest. In truth, he need not have rushed. But crafting high-quality soul stabilizers was time-consuming, and he suspected that Lucius had sent word to all the potion masters across England. Though he remained oblivious to what kept him occupied, if one were to inquire how Severus knew this, it was entirely due to the basilisk's recent bout of indigestion. A few days prior, it had insisted on fishing at the reservoir, and when Severus accompanied it, they encountered an owl delivering a letter, its envelope identical to his own. Contemplating the implications of Lucius's actions and the recent changes in Diagon Alley, he felt overwhelmed and ceased his musings. Hey, Severus, stop brewing potions. Let us go see a movie tomorrow. The basilisk sprawled on the couch, its tail pointed at a photo of a ticket seller, causing the figure in the image to scamper about. Severus rubbed his stiff face and picked up the newspaper. Hiss, this one. The iceberg sinking. The basilisk jabbed its tail at a corner of the paper. I want to see how this grand ship sank. I heard many muggles participated. Severus regarded the story summary in silence for a moment. The film recounted the tragic tale of the Titanic, devoid of the romance between Jack and Rose. However, why was the magical world introducing a film from 1958? Could it be that the class distinctions depicted would better resonate with the magical community? Severus's silence was misconstrued by the basilisk as dissent, leading it to twist itself into a knot on the couch, determined to express its desire to go out. All right. I concede. We shall go tomorrow. Severus yawned, rising to return to his bedroom for some much-needed rest. His peripheral vision caught the basilisk's comical struggle to extricate itself, and he shook his head in exasperation. His ancient basilisk, how foolish it appeared. Upon exiting the cinema the next day, Severus strolled through Diagon Alley, the basilisk's incessant commentary filling his ears. Why did those people choose to travel by ship? They lost 3,000 or 4,000 souls. Is it the Port-Cailles' inconvenience or the broomstick's ineffectiveness? The serpent creature rubbed its tail tip against its head, perplexedly inquiring. May I venture into the sea to feast upon fish? That whale appears quite sizable. I could swallow it whole. Severus's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, it dared to dream. Ahem. You can watch films, but why all the questions? He tossed a piece of orange gummy candy into his mouth, cheeks puffed as he responded. The serpent creature flipped over in its pocket twice in protest, but ultimately yielded to the allure of delicacies, extending its serpentine head to salivate over the apple pie. Soon, the man and the serpent returned home. Severus placed their acquisitions on the table and collapsed onto the sofa, rubbing his belly. The number of vendors in Diagon Alley had proliferated, and the food had become increasingly delectable. The serpent creature slithered atop the table, selecting its preferred meats, and ultimately dozed off with the aroma of roasted sausages clinging to it. Severus pulled a blanket over himself, preparing for a brief respite on the sofa, only to be awakened by a persistent tapping noise. Irritated, he opened his eyes to discover a strange owl perched at the window. The owl, seeing that he did not open the window, tilted its head and stared at him with its large eyes, before resuming its relentless tapping. Hoot! Who's there? Quite bothersome. The serpent creature hissed, turning over and drifting back to sleep. Severus, resigned, rose to open the window. The owl swooped in and landed beside the serpent creature, its gaze fixed intently upon it. The serpent remained blissfully asleep, flicking its tongue as if savoring a lingering taste. Severus approached and removed the letter tied to the owl's leg. The envelope emanated a faint fragrance, and within lay a striking orange invitation. He unfurled the parchment, reading it with rapidity. The owl tentatively extended its claws, attempting to grasp the serpent creature, which it deemed a delectable treat. Lily and Potter are to be wed. Severus furrowed his brow in contemplation. He scattered some feed on the windowsill, and the owl hesitated before abandoning the serpent to fly toward the window. The owl pecked at the feed, its eyes narrowing in delight as it savored the taste of premium sustenance. Severus perused the exquisite invitation. The lion crest of the Potter family emblazoned upon it, and the names of Lily and Potter danced across the page. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the wedding was to take place at Potter Manor on March 30th, 1979. Today was February 9th, 1979, leaving just over a month until their nuptials. Severus recalled encountering Lily in October of the previous year, puzzled as to why she was hastily discussing marriage with Potter. Nevertheless, considering the current state of affairs in the wizarding world was less fraught than before, it seemed reasonable for them to seize the opportunity to wed. In drafting his response, he conveyed his affirmative reply and included 2 vials of potions for the owl to deliver. Meanwhile, Lily awaited a response at Potter Manor, having previously written to her parents to invite them for a visit over Easter, March 31st. They readily agreed, but complications arose with her sister Petunia, who declined the invitation, citing her busy university schedule, yet assuring her sister that she would attend the wedding. "So, Lily, has your sister changed her mind?" James inquired as per his routine. Since Lily had been glum for several days following the last correspondence, he had to ask multiple times to learn that it was due to her sister's refusal to visit. James had always had a lukewarm impression of Petunia, and this only heightened his discontent. Petunia's insistence on completing her university coursework and her uncertainty about being available over Easter prompted a sigh from Lily, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She was studying at medical school, and being busy was to be expected. James nodded noncommittally, tenderly embracing Lily and conjuring flowers with his wand to adorn the living room, the vibrant roses filling the space with exquisite fragrance. At that moment, Sirius was at Andromeda's home, playfully coaxing his niece to descend from the floating carpet. "Andromeda, what do you think would be an appropriate wedding gift for a friend?" Sirius smiled at his cousin, who was using her wand to manipulate kitchen utensils for cooking. "How about I gift them the latest broomstick? It would be quite thrilling to have a Quidditch match at the wedding." Andromeda, deducing that his friend was indeed Potter, chuckled and shook her head. "Weddings should be romantic. Do you understand romantic? If you were to gift them diamond necklaces and gold watches, that would be most fitting." Tonks took a sip of her red tea, contemplating before replying, expressing her eagerness to witness a wizarding wedding. "Why not simply give them some galleons? They can purchase what they desire," Sirius replied with a grin, secretly finding this notion quite agreeable. Andromeda hesitated before gently reminding him, "As a good friend, your heartfelt gesture is what truly matters." Sirius nodded, though how much he would heed her advice remained known only to him. The owl departed from Potter Manor, circling London before returning with the letters. Remus, having indulged at the manor and gained a few pounds, was pleasantly surprised to receive a letter forwarded from his mother, announcing that Lily and James had finally reached a happy conclusion. He fetched paper and quill to respond, excitedly affirming his attendance. His only concern was accumulating enough funds to purchase a gift for the newlyweds, unsure if his mother would be willing to sponsor him. As for Peter Pettigrew, he pondered over the orange invitation, unsure of how many would attend the wedding. The various factions within the wizarding community held differing views on the union between the sole heir of the Potter family and a muggle-born witch, some expressing admiration while others scoffed. Those eager to witness the downfall of the Black family relayed this news to Walburga and Lucius, secretly observing their every move. Walburga sighed resignedly at the thought of Sirius associating with Potter's son, reasoning that since they had already been disowned, no amount of mud could tarnish the Black family further. Meanwhile, Lucius, who should have been discussing financial matters before Voldemort, found himself gazing sorrowfully at the fragile figure lying on the bed, the dirt staining his lavish robes of little consequence. "Sissy, we must call for a healer from St. Mungo's. They will know how to help." Lucius strove to regain his voice, addressing Narcissa as if to reassure himself. Narcissa nodded frantically, her pale face streaked with tears. "My dear Layla, my poor little princess. Daddy, Mommy, don't cry. Layla wants strawberry cake. Once I have some, I'll feel better." The young girl blinked her gray blue eyes, leaning against her mother, using her tender words to comfort her family. "Layla, dear, we must take the medicine first." Lucius carefully administered several vials of soul-stabilizing potions into his daughter's mouth. Layla obediently drank, mustering a smile for them. "Daddy, Mommy, when Layla gets better, will I no longer have to endure this bitter medicine?" Her voice was soft and innocent. Narcissa sobbed, covering her mouth, feeling the first pangs of resentment toward herself for bringing a daughter into a world of suffering. Lucius felt a deep ache in his heart, continuously urging the house elf to summon a healer from St. Mungo's, while he retrieved a two-way mirror to contact the potion's master affiliated with the Malfoy family. Malfoy Manor was ablaze with light, the clamor persisting until dawn. "I am deeply sorry, Mrs. Malfoy." The elderly healer in green robes expressed sympathy after examining young Layla with his wand. The Malfoy family curse inflicts grievous harm. Lucius had accepted the tragic possibility of losing his daughter a year prior. Yet when the reality struck, the pain was unbearable. He still donned the long robe from the previous day, his normally well-groomed hair now a disheveled cascade over his shoulders. With bloodshot eyes, he surveyed the four wizards crowded in the room, striving to suppress the turmoil within him as he gently patted his wife's back. "Thank you for your tireless efforts throughout the night," Lucius said, licking his parched lips quickly and courteously. "I shall provide an additional reward. And I hope you can forget the events of last night." He extended his hand, wand in grip, the implication unmistakable. The four summoned wizards exchanged glances, each placing their hands atop his in that moment of shared secrecy. The old healer hesitated briefly, ultimately becoming the most suitable candidate for confidentiality. After they departed from Malfoy Manor, the information that leaked was merely about treating Mrs. Malfoy's headache. 3 days later, at Voldemort's manor. "Lucius, how is Layla?" Regulus inquired, leaning closer to Lucius during the pre-meeting lull. Due to the fear of being caught by other families, the Black and Malfoy families maintained their collaborations in public while concealing their private interactions from others. Narcissa remained by Layla's side day and night. Lucius pressed his lips into a straight line. His father was busy collecting black velvet. Regulus fell silent, realizing how dire his niece's condition had become. Observing Regulus's silence, Lucius let out a deep sigh. The Malfoy family curse remained unsolvable. Chairs were drawn back at the long table in the conference room as wizards trickled in for the meeting. Lucius steadied himself and commenced a detailed report to Voldemort regarding the month's progress. "Are you planning to establish multiple Diagon Alleys in England?" Voldemort's fingers drummed on the table, his red eyes fixed on James Mead, attempting to pierce through to his innermost thoughts. Mead's legs trembled slightly. After nearly 2 years, he still dreaded the presence of this noble lord. "Why, yes, my lord." He swallowed hard, sketching out a few plots on the whiteboard. Here. And here could all serve as new locations. With the increasing transient population in the magical community, a single Diagon Alley could no longer meet the demand. And Hogsmeade's proximity to Hogwarts necessitated security, barring the acceptance of wizards from foreign lands. Mead, trembling, explained that, under Voldemort's tacit approval, he had re-registered the wizards in the magical realm, distinguishing between legal practitioners, illegal ones, squibs, and newborns, discovering that the number of wizards was far greater than he had anticipated. Moreover, the fierce conflict between Voldemort's Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix in previous years had directly resulted in a decline in birth rates. There had not been many young wizards born during those years. Adding to the deceased wizards, the overall number was quite scarce. If one wizard emerged from every 10,000 people, the entirety of Britain could yield around 6,000 to 7,000 wizards, with the magical community possibly nearing 11,000, excluding werewolves, elves, giants, etc. Upon hearing this data, Voldemort nearly ground his teeth in frustration. He wished to confront those wizards, questioning why they could not produce more offspring. This shortage of followers was becoming an urgent concern. Mead continued without noticing the pale faces of the wizards at the conference table. They had always encountered 7 to 8 competitors for each position they sought to fill, never realizing the stark reality of the dwindling wizarding population. In light of this, I believe we should encourage wizards to have 3 children. After all, the rewards of potions and magic alleviate so much suffering. It's practically miraculous. The more Mead spoke, the more animated he became. Directly borrowing from the Muggle world's hero mother policies, the more children one bears, the more rewards one receives. Besides, childbirth in the magical realm benefits from magical assistance and potions. What is there to fear? Lucius's expression darkened, his fury mounting. Did this old man not comprehend the difficulties of wizarding pregnancies? Even with potions and magical support, how many expectant mothers had perished? "Then, Mr. Mead, I happen to have a childbirth potion here. Would you care to experience the sensation of giving birth?" he said with a forced smile, as if he were about to shove the potion into the old man's mouth. Mead's face stiffened, casting a desperate glance towards Voldemort. Voldemort casually glanced at him, acknowledging only half of Mead's assertions. While it was indeed a fact that the magical community was sparse, he was acutely aware of the challenges and risks associated with childbirth. Development, after all, was not an instantaneous affair. Moreover, it seemed this Muggle economist had become rather delusional. "Mr. Mead, might you consider setting an example?" Voldemort inquired nonchalantly, dismissing Lucius's retort, as the father figure needed an outlet for his frustrations. "Haha, my lord," Mead stammered, his moment of clarity swiftly turning his complexion pale. Regulus scoffed. Does he truly believe that consuming a few bottles of intelligence-enhancing potion makes him the wisest person in the world? Chapter 85. Change and Wedding. With Voldemort's gentle encroachment paired with the Death Eater's nearly stagnant offensive, many believed the war had come to an end. Neutral wizards were rallying their friends to explore the new establishments in Diagon Alley. The frequency of meetings among the Death Eaters had increased, with discussions becoming ever more expansive. Voldemort had convened countless meetings with his subordinates, with Lucius invariably speaking first, causing discontent among other families. Mead had been a Death Eater coerced into submission by Lucius, thus developing a psychological shadow over him. Henceforth, he spoke succinctly in meetings, avoiding any topics that might provoke someone's ire. Steve, well versed in the operations of the Muggle entertainment industry, retreated slightly, as it was now his turn to explain how to infiltrate the Muggle realm with magical culture, preparing for the eventual unification of the two worlds. The emergence of characters like the Flash and Iron Man illustrated that as long as characters are accepted by the public, even the darkest narratives can be spun into something white. Voldemort nodded slightly upon hearing this. Those who had capitalized on the Muggle world were now preparing to shoot wizarding series, reportedly titled The Sorcerer's Apprentice, specifically depicting the lives of wizards. The results achieved through gentle methods far surpassed those garnered through violent means in previous years. The latter had only yielded temporary subservience. Aside from the ferocious murderers, most Death Eaters were quite satisfied with the current state of affairs. While Walburga still looked down upon the powerless Muggles, the immense benefits gained compelled her to remain silent, and the trade between her and the U.S. had rendered her overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Magic's occasional disturbances left no Death Eater idle. By the time Lucius returned home after managing his affairs, it was already late into the night. His daughter, Isla, lay asleep with her adorable green dragon plush, while a tear-streaked Narcissa sat at the bedside, reluctant to leave. "Sissy," Lucius softly called, embracing his wife. "Oh, Luke, Isla, she has less than 3 days left." Narcissa struggled to contain herself, yet tears flowed uncontrollably. Lucius felt as though he might suffocate, yet mindful of fragile Narcissa, he merely pressed his lips tightly together, refraining from uttering a word. Time passed swiftly, yet seemed to drag on, ultimately halting on February 28th. Yet, 3 days were sufficient for a small life to depart from this world. The cessation of life was as natural as leaves returning to their roots. Behind the Malfoy family tomb, a small grave was added to the Magnolia Grove, buried here like other girls. With only a modest headstone to inform future generations, a beautiful flower, vibrant yet fleeting, had once graced this world. Upon receiving this news, Abraxas, recuperating in the secluded manner, appeared even more aged, his scarred visage bearing the weight of yet another name to mourn in the book he perused. Narcissa wept incessantly after the passing of her daughter. Isla, clutching tightly to the beloved green dragon toy that had once brought her child joy, she isolated herself within the children's room, refusing even to face her husband. Lucius, caught in the dual role of Narcissa's spouse and the head of the Malfoy family, as well as a favored servant of Voldemort, found himself bereft of the luxury to mourn. Upon learning of this tragedy, Cygnus dispatched his wife to the Malfoy manor to console Narcissa, while he sought out Lucius to deliver a sound beating. As Lucius touched his bruised chin and regarded his furious father-in-law, he acknowledged that the punishment he received was not unwarranted. Following the incident, Voldemort waved his hand, granting Lucius a respite. For he was not the kind of merciless employer who merely exploited his subordinates. Rather, he felt a twinge of regret for the angelic girl who had departed so soon. "Hiss, Tom, you seem somewhat off today," Nagini remarked as she swam to Voldemort, entwining her tail around his wrist and placing a flower upon his lap. "You haven't played with me, and my little lamb is nearly finished." Voldemort picked up the somewhat intact flower, his expression enigmatic. "Nagini, you often speak of how some parents love their children dearly. Why do others not strive for their offspring?" He recalled the mother who had bled profusely during childbirth, a witch who had succumbed to such a ludicrous fate. Nagini tilted her head in confusion. Although she had accompanied Tom since his youth, many matters eluded her small serpentine mind. What is the point of asking you? It's truly a burden for you," he mused, gently stroking Nagini's naive head before rising to leave the garden and descend into the depths of the manor's basement. The basement was fortified with numerous enchantments, along with magical artifacts, rendering it impervious to any seismic upheaval. Voldemort gauged the duration of his potion's efficacy, suppressing the murderous impulses that surged from his headache, and securely locked the basement door. He could not rely indefinitely on the soul stabilizer. Such dependence would be perilous, even if it alleviated the pain, as it was not a sustainable solution. The magical energy surrounding his body intensified, causing objects within the basement to levitate and swirl around him, ultimately disintegrating in the tempest of chaotic magic, akin to a miniature tornado. The pain coursing through him evoked memories of his childhood when he had yet to master his powers, and he had realized his uniqueness once he had gained control. Since then, he had vanquished all who had bullied him. Occasionally, he pondered that the only truly joyous years had been spent at Hogwarts, lamenting the scarcity of happy memories from the earlier part of his life. At Hogwarts, in the Slytherin common room, "Regulus, your brother actually sent you an invitation," exclaimed Barty, brandishing an orange envelope with exaggerated enthusiasm. Regulus maintained his gentle demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I have no intention of attending. You must understand," he paused. "Potter is not far from being expelled from the Pure Blood Circle, and Sirius is certainly not a member of the Black family." He silently added that he did not wish to be ridiculed by Lucius. Barty, stroking his chin, donned a gossiping expression. "When will you marry Miss Carroll?" "I would love to be your best man." "We'll see," Regulus replied, casting a sly glance at him. "And what of Mr. Crouch, your fiancé?" At this, Barty's expression soured. The girl was truly naive, still believing they were merely friends. Observing Barty's silence, Regulus shifted the topic to their potions homework. Meanwhile, the German saints busied themselves with inspections of their estates. Their wealth once spread across Europe to support Grindelwald's ambitions. Had Grindelwald not ultimately failed, they would not have retreated to Germany and Austria. Karma disregarded the leisurely grooming Grindelwald was indulging in, plucking several strands of his hair and wrapping them contentedly in a handkerchief. "Is this sufficient? Should I add a bit more hair?" Grindelwald inquired, raising his razor with a teasing grin, his handsome visage still adorned with mirth. "I am merely going to a lecture at Durmstrang, not preparing for battle." "Must you be so serious?" Karma silently counted the number of assassination attempts that had occurred recently, rolling his eyes subtly. "Boss, have you forgotten your former identity? I fear you may end up like Kennedy, gunned down in the street." He retorted without reservation, "If it were not for this, I would not even consider drinking the polyjuice potion." Karma continued to indulge himself, even finishing the red tea that the old butler had specially brewed for Grindelwald. Grindelwald sighed, observing Karma in the mirror, and resolved to overlook his ungracious eye-rolling. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, while the speculations of the outside world were well known to those within the tower. The German Ministry of Magic was anxiously engaged in discussions with the magical ministries of America and Britain, for the Dark Lord was about to emerge, urgency permeating the air. As time passed, Narcissa appeared to gradually overcome the anguish of losing her daughter, returning to Lucius's side to assist in organizing one lavish banquet after another. On the eve of Easter, March 30th, the gates of Potter Manor swung open to welcome the throngs arriving to partake in the wedding festivities. Severus, clad in a light blue suit and accompanied by a serpent, made his way to Potter Manor, encountering the Longbottoms and the Weasleys along the way. Though their expressions were far from cheerful. "Congratulations, Lily," he acknowledged, gazing at the radiant bride in her wedding gown. Then turning to the irate Potter beside her, he added, "Mrs. Potter, congratulations, this is a wedding gift." Lily blushed at his words, still grappling with her new surname. "Thank you for coming, Severus." She smiled as she accepted the gift he offered, placing it on a nearby table where many presents were piled high. Potter guarded Lily, casting wary glances at his rival from school, yet he maintained his decorum, for it was indeed his wedding day. "Please enter, Mr. Snape." "We welcome you to my wedding with Lily," Potter said with a forced smile, emphasizing my wedding with Lily to assert his claim. Lily shot a look of apology at Severus, tugging at Potter's sleeve, urging him to temper his demeanor. Severus remained unfazed by Potter's provocation. He harbored no lingering feelings for Lily, especially not on the occasion of their wedding. Sirius, serving as the best man, busied himself ushering guests. Upon noticing Severus's delay, he approached him. "Ah, Snivellus has arrived," Sirius instinctively began, but as he beheld Severus's proper attire and handsome face, devoid of the gloom he remembered, he recalled it was his best friend's wedding and amended his greeting. Severus disregarded Sirius entirely, striding directly into the hall. Watching his retreating figure, Sirius spat in frustration before returning to assist Potter. The hall was filled with wizards, the air thick with pointed hats. After exchanging pleasantries with former classmates, Severus retreated to a corner, quietly observing as Dumbledore was encircled by the Longbottoms and the Weasleys, their conversation easing the tension in their brows. Penny's eyes brightened as Severus entered, excusing herself from her parents to approach him. The Evans couple had grown weary of the floating bottles of champagne and were now entranced by the wedding cake, a towering confection adorned with 2 phoenix models, poised to take flight as soon as it was cut. Such wonders were unseen in the Muggle world, and even the occasionally appearing house elves were enough to astonish them for quite some time. "How fortunate that you have arrived. Otherwise, I would have been surrounded by unfamiliar wizards." "I thought you would not come," Penny jested, devouring a piece of cake with the ferocity of one starved. Severus cast her a sidelong glance. the corners of his lips curling slightly as he plucked a grape and winced at its tartness. Of course I would come. After all, I received an invitation. He looked toward Penny, who was indulging in another slice of cake. Are you particularly famished? Penny nodded, dipping a strawberry into cream before savoring it. The academic workload at school has been overwhelming. Had I known, I would have chosen not to pursue medicine. I spent the last 3 days working tirelessly to complete my assignments. Otherwise, I would not have been able to attend Lily's wedding. Despite her complaints, a smile adorned her face. My grades are quite satisfactory. I achieved a 70% completion rate. Congratulations, and may you continue to strive for excellence, Severus sincerely commended. Discovering joy in learning is a rare treasure, particularly in the field of medicine. Penny shot him a playful glare, wiping her mouth with a napkin. Out of the corner of his eye, Severus noticed Dumbledore departing from the Longbottoms, making his way toward another group. Oh, Mr. Lupin, Mr. Pettigrew. It is delightful to see you both again, Dumbledore greeted, his demeanor warm and inviting as he stood in a corner of the hall with Lupin. It appears you have been faring well since graduation. If you ever require assistance, I would be more than happy to provide it. His gaze swept over the stout Lupin and the diminutive Peter. Lupin, have there been any recent joyful events in your life? You seem positively radiant. I heard your father has gone off to the Galapagos Islands to study the blue-footed booby. Lupin offered a gentle smile, acknowledging his father's destination but refraining from divulging the reasons behind his own changes. After all, he had entered into a contract, and the matter of research was crucial for werewolves, revealing it would do more harm than good. Things are going quite well, Headmaster, Lupin replied. Dumbledore, as if engaged in casual conversation, continued to speak for a few moments before addressing Pettigrew about the availability of personnel for the Order of the Phoenix, inviting him to join if he was interested. Yes, certainly. Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore. Pettigrew's face flushed with excitement. He had not anticipated that attending a wedding would also resolve a significant portion of his employment concerns. No need for thanks, Peter. Trust in yourself, Dumbledore advised, his expression remaining benevolent. I have watched you grow and know your character. You must have more faith in your abilities. With a bashful smile, Pettigrew followed Lupin to assist Sirius. Dumbledore, chuckling, adjusted his glasses, soon surrounded by other wizards who eagerly inquired about various matters. It hardly seemed like they were attending a wedding. Rather, it felt like a showcase for Dumbledore. Severus, a rather unremarkable Slytherin student, attracted little attention aside from a few glances from Dumbledore. Most wizards in the hall deliberately avoided him, thus he suffered little disturbance. In the eyes of others, he was merely a neutral party, an unremarkable half-blood Slytherin, hardly worthy of any effort to win over. Dumbledore took his place as the officiant, gazing at James and Lily as they stood before him, and began to recite the vows. After the exchange of rings, the most crucial part of the ceremony was completed, and the solemn proceedings concluded. Dumbledore smiled as he nibbled on some refreshments before departing. The guests, now at ease, began to drink and dance merrily in the hall. Shortly after Dumbledore's exit, Severus, having consumed a few glasses of champagne, slipped away. He was simply not accustomed to boisterous environments, especially with the basilisk in his pocket incessantly lamenting its hunger. Chapter 86, The Coffee Shop. Since attending Lily's wedding, Severus's life had returned to a tranquil state. The decrease in orders for soul potions from Lucius had afforded him more time to pursue his own interests. What? You want to open a coffee shop? Zhang Mingyuan stared incredulously at Severus, nearly spitting out his tea. Severus disdainfully averted his gaze, focusing on the patterns on the wall and nodding slightly. Not just a coffee shop. I plan to establish a flower shop, a bookstore, and a bakery as well, he declared in one breath, as if yearning for a life of leisure. Wiping away the water at the corner of his mouth, Zhang Mingyuan, feeling somewhat guilty, dared not meet Severus's eyes. How about we just start with the coffee shop for now? We could hire a few pastry chefs for the kitchen, which would eliminate the need for the bakery. In truth, Zhang Mingyuan preferred that Severus not open even the coffee shop at all. After taking another sip of tea, he continued, things might be a bit tight financially. Haha. Severus felt perplexed. He had made a substantial profit from the real estate market recently, and now Zhang was claiming financial difficulties? What do you intend to do with my share of the profits? Surely you aren't gambling with it? Severus brandished his wand at Zhang Mingyuan. If you don't provide a reasonable explanation, I shall ensure you laugh for an entire day. Seeing that Severus was genuinely upset, Zhang Mingyuan quickly raised his hands in surrender. And once the wand was lowered, he awkwardly explained, I noticed you have been staying at home lately with little opportunity to spend money. So I wanted to ask if you could invest some funds. Once invested, it would take 6 months before any returns. Zhang Mingyuan lowered his head sheepishly, knowing that the investment was in Hogwarts, and Severus, being British, might not fully understand the policies there. Rest assured, I was preparing to seek you out as well. I had just recently made some progress, he said, eager to elaborate. I absolutely intend to use the money for legitimate purposes. Huiguo is actively seeking foreign investment. I merely wish to contribute to its revitalization. Severus's irritation dissipated, but he still felt a twinge of anger regarding his friend's interest in his finances. You should have asked me sooner. Did you think I would refuse to invest? And you could even bring me some goods from Huiguo? He pointed a trembling finger at Zhang Mingyuan, a resigned smile gracing his lips. This man truly was both earnest and opportunistic. Could you bring back some fruits, perhaps? What about porcelain? Zhang Mingyuan's face lit up with a smile. He was so eager to assist his homeland that he wanted to invest a significant portion of his wealth immediately. Now that Severus had confirmed his willingness to join, with his uncle's assistance, they would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. Thank you, Severus. I am merely engaging in foreign trade, where the profits are high and there are favorable welfare policies for overseas personnel. Zhang Mingyuan, casting aside his earlier reservations, rambled on for half an hour, draining his cup of water. He looked at Severus with anticipation, eager for his reaction. Severus nodded noncommittally. He understood only a fraction of what Zhang had said, but based on his memories of the future, he was certain it would be profitable. Very well. If similar opportunities arise in the future, do not hesitate to consult me, he said coolly, having decided to participate, especially since that money constituted his foundation. The more, the better. There are many capable individuals in England. I suggest you seek out others to join this endeavor. Ha ha ha, of course. I assure you this investment will not disappoint you, Zhang Mingyuan promised. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, inwardly lamenting that one should not rely solely on personal connections to gauge others' intentions. Seeing the broad smile spread across Zhang Mingyuan's earnest face, Severus felt his mood lift. All right, enough chatter. Bring the documents forth. Severus extended his slender fingers, waving them before Zhang Mingyuan. The contract and the recent flow of funds. Zhang Mingyuan eagerly obliged, instructing a shop assistant to fetch the ledger while he himself hurried off to a printing shop to prepare the contract. Let this be my contribution to Huiguo, he thought, resolved that if Zhang Mingyuan approached him again, he would still agree. Severus contemplated the contract, signing it under Zhang Mingyuan's eager gaze. I am to open a coffee shop, so do remember to prepare the funds for me. Having uttered these words, he declined Zhang Mingyuan's invitation to join him for lunch and exited the restaurant. The sun graced the sky on this rare May day, a gentle breeze carrying warmth and bringing life to the branches, while the buds along the roadside bloomed in vibrant competition. On this splendid cloudless day, Severus's coffee shop opened in a corner of London. It is quite unexpected. I thought you would remain at home, Penny remarked, as she placed a dew-kissed rose into a vase, admiring the vintage decor of the cafe. Taking advantage of the weekend, she had brought her boyfriend along to lend a hand. Yes, her boyfriend. After attending Lily's wedding, she had met Vernon's Dursley during a charity event organized by the school. And since then, this tall and robust man had become a familiar presence in her life. They had officially confirmed their romantic relationship just half a month prior. Mr. Dursley was busy moving chairs, his sturdy muscles proving useful in the task. Severus smiled gently. He could have used magic to arrange everything, but the assistance of others brought him greater satisfaction. He carried a tray laden with pastries and sandwiches, inviting Penny and Dursley to take a break. Please, enjoy some refreshments. The interior is nearly complete, Severus said, also serving some to the nearby workers. Dursley fetched Penny her favorite beef sandwich and sipped his coffee. The taste is quite delightful. But to thrive, one must possess a unique character, Dursley whispered to Penny. Your friend should be aware, right? I hope he does not treat opening a shop as a mere game. He regarded Severus with a favorable impression. For establishing a coffee shop in London undeniably required substantial capital. He will find a way, Vernon, Penny replied, taking small bites of the beef sandwich, her eyes gleaming with mirth. He is no ordinary person. Dursley nodded in understanding, believing Severus to be the child of a wealthy family, inheriting some secret formula. Unbeknownst to them, Severus was oblivious to the beautiful misunderstanding brewing around him. Yet, if one were to speak of secret formulas, he had none. However, contemplating the potions of the magical world and the enduring popularity of bubble tea, he surmised that this coffee shop would not falter. The primary clientele would be muggles. Yet he did not wish to exclude wizards, as all patrons were valuable. The only concern lingering in his mind was whether to hire muggle or wizard staff. Lost in thought, he sampled the pastries prepared by the chef. They were sweet to the point of being cloying, a testament to the sweet tooth of the English. After finishing her meal, Penny wandered around the shop. She stepped outside and noticed the space was largely empty save for the sign. I think you should set up some outdoor seating, she suggested, gesturing to the vacant area, then pointing to the adjacent white wall. You could even use your magic to create a flower wall here. It would undoubtedly be very appealing. The idea of using magic to keep flowers fresh without attracting mosquitoes was indeed cost-effective and convenient. Severus nodded in agreement. recognizing that curiosity about novel experiences transcends gender, especially with something as conspicuous as a flower wall. Penny, thank you for your creativity. He winked, recalling the flamboyant storefronts of the future, then turned to her and asked, how about I purchase this idea for £50? The concept of a flower wall was likely not considered by many, but once initiated, it would surely inspire imitators. Ha. No need for that. Only you could bring this to fruition. Penny quickly waved her hands, noting his serious expression. Just give me a few discount cards, and I shall make a point of patronizing your establishment. Severus's coffee shop was conveniently located near a commercial street and adjacent to several universities, ensuring a decent daily footfall. Furthermore, owning a shop run by acquaintances lent a certain prestige. Severus smiled at her words and generously offered several discount cards at 60% off, along with a 1-year free tasting voucher. You are always welcome. Penny beamed with joy, handing a discount card to the nearby Vernon Dudley, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The progress of the coffee shop was relatively smooth. In the end, Severus hired 2 unemployed women, both of whom had children to care for, as well as an older student who had graduated from Hufflepuff a few years prior, a half-blood witch. Thus, the coffee shop officially opened its doors, and its milk tea quickly garnered acclaim. Ms. Brown, a graduate from Hufflepuff, blended bubble tea with popular hot beverages from the magical world, creating a dark drink infused with chocolate and coffee flavors, rich in taste with a hint of alcohol. Severus was profoundly impressed, rewarding her with 20 galleons to encourage further innovation. Within the confines of Voldemort's manor, the elegantly dressed Bellatrix stood in the garden alongside her husband, Rodolphus Lestrange. The duo had been summoned by the dark mark on their arms and arrived at Voldemort's estate early that day. Uncharacteristically, Voldemort had donned a finely tailored black suit instead of his usual long black robe, yet he still wore his silver mask. My lord, good day, Bellatrix and Rodolphus greeted, placing their right hands over their chests in a respectful bow. Good day, Voldemort replied, waving his wand to conjure a chair beside the stone stag, settling into it with a casual demeanor as he extended his left hand. Bellatrix and Rodolphus, puzzled yet dutiful, rolled up their sleeves to reveal their marked arms. Very well. Voldemort's ruby-like eyes scrutinized the grotesque dark mark, reminiscing about Nagini's foolish yet endearing demeanor, a slight smile gracing his lips. This would herald a fresh beginning. Voldemort retrieved his wand and placed the tip against the serpent's head of Rodolphus's dark mark, channeling his magical energy as he softly recited an incantation. A mist emanated from the wand's tip, intermittently infused with a glimmer of white light. Rodolphus felt a searing pain in his arm, gritting his teeth to suppress any sound. His gaze fixed intently on the mist enveloping his arm. The mist penetrated his skin, and the mark began to writhe. The serpent emerged from the skull, twisting frantically, as if something were struggling to break free. Rodolphus shut his eyes in horror, but soon opened them again, the pain forcing him to confront reality. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. Finally, the writhing serpent transformed into gray mist, coalescing into a new pattern that replaced the original grotesque dark mark. It was an Ouroboros, with 3 interlocking triangles nested within the circle formed by the serpent. Thank you for your blessing, my lord, Rodolphus managed to utter through gritted teeth. Bowing deeply before retreating to the side, Voldemort remained silent, his gaze shifting towards Bellatrix. My lord, please bestow your blessing upon me, Bellatrix implored, her voice trembling with excitement. Her heart racing under Voldemort's intense scrutiny, eager to demonstrate her worth. Bellatrix, my dear, extend your arm, Voldemort said softly, the cold tip of his wand resting against her pristine arm, and amidst her restrained gasps, another new dark mark was birthed. Satisfied that the outcome was as flawless as he had envisioned, Voldemort nodded approvingly, tossing them 2 vials of potions. Without hesitation, Bellatrix and Rodolphus uncorked the vials and drank, the agonizing pain of their bones tearing apart alleviating significantly. Dobby, Voldemort called, tapping his wand toward the stone stag, summoning a young house elf to present a black gift box. After the young house elf bowed deeply, it vanished from sight, only to reappear shortly thereafter, cradling a leather gift box in its hands. The entire process was executed in silence, an unusual demeanor for a house elf typically characterized by its eccentricity. Bella, Rodolphus, Voldemort said, taking the box and stroking its surface with his fingertip. You are individuals in whom I place my trust. This item is entrusted to your care. Ensure that no one but you 2 touches it. Can you accomplish this? His gaze, though directed at both, lingered meaningfully on Bella, the implication clear. Rodolphus was acutely aware of his subordinate status in Voldemort's eyes compared to his wife, Bella. In the realm of magic, the reputation and influence of the Lestrange family paled in comparison to that of the Blacks. Thus, he merely nodded respectfully, refraining from taking the gift box. Yes, My lord, I shall regard it as more precious than my own life, he affirmed. Bella gazed at Voldemort with unabashed fervor. She reverently stepped forward and accepted the black leather box with both hands. Excellent, my dear child, Voldemort replied, nodding in satisfaction, confident that Bella would safeguard the contents of the box. Casting a glance at his wristwatch, he noted that there was still time before his scheduled meeting with Mr. Bones, the mayor of London, and waved for them to depart. He observed Bella's tall, elegant figure, contemplating that this scion of the Black family was a talent worth nurturing. Even after her marriage to the Lestrange family, she continued to contribute to his endeavors. Although her inherited madness from the Blacks made it difficult to trust her with independent tasks, Voldemort also thought of Lucius, who was mourning the loss of his daughter. The platinum aristocrat had certainly inherited the cunning of his ancestors, thriving in the Muggle world. It was a pity for his elder, Abraxas, who could only hide in his secluded estate to prevent the contagion of dragon pox from spreading to others. He narrowed his eyes, hoping that this upcoming meeting would not prove to be too disheartening. Chapter 87. Reunion. Since graduating, Regulus had remained by Voldemort's side, leveraging his position as the heir of the Black family to secure a significant role. He had often collaborated with his cousin Bella in eliminating those wizards and muggles who refused to comply. Bella reveled in torturing and killing those individuals. But due to Voldemort's shift in attitude and more lenient methods, she was forced to leave her victims barely alive before imprisoning them. Scholars summoned from the Muggle realm seemed to prefer cerebral pursuits, and alongside the wizards, they seized much of the control over the London government without bloodshed, manipulating public opinion to incite racial riots. Regulus observed quietly, understanding that the struggles for power would sacrifice many, yet personally engaging in such actions was still disconcerting for him. However, he had no time for pity, nor could he afford to reveal any weakness. He diligently studied the techniques of those scholars, aiming to apply them someday in the future. As the heir of the Black family, he needed to solidify his irreplaceable position beside Voldemort. On a day in August, the sunflowers in the flower fields blossomed, attracting swarms of bees that returned to their hives laden with nectar. Regulus, how are you? Lucius, taking advantage of a holiday, invited Regulus to enjoy the sea of flowers alongside his wife, only to find him lost in thought throughout the journey. Regulus was reflecting on the near-death experience of Kriaker upon his return the previous night, snapping back to reality at Lucius's voice. I'm well, he replied, feigning a sip of tea while glancing toward Narcissa, who was weaving through the sea of sunflowers, hesitating over whether to divulge Kriaker's situation to Lucius. He had entrusted Kriaker to Voldemort over 6 months ago, and he was uncertain whether the house elf had completed his assigned tasks. Regulus, having grown up with the loyal house elf, wished for nothing more than Kriaker's safety. Little did he know that when Kriaker had unexpectedly appeared last night, while Regulus was handling an assignment from Voldemort, he had been in a state of poisoning. Had it not been for Regulus's habit of stockpiling various potions, Kriaker might have met his end in Regulus's study. The fact that Kriaker had returned safely and was revived was indeed a stroke of luck for him, coupled with the house elf's obedience. Lucius remained unaware of Regulus's turmoil as he gazed at the delicate white figure of Narcissa, his eyes filled with tenderness. Lucius, are you aware of the Dark Lord's request to borrow my house elf? Regulus suddenly inquired, placing his tea back on the table. Lucius responded with a gentle yes, having seen Kriaker at Voldemort's manor on several occasions. After all, he was an old elf of the Black family and should not have been found there. It made sense now, considering the Black family would not casually discard their house elves. Lucius picked up a pastry, gesturing for Regulus to continue. The Dark Lord has a task for Kriaker, Regulus said, sensing Lucius's composure. He speculated that Lucius had likely been summoned by Voldemort for some secret mission as well. Last night, I encountered Kriaker, and his condition was dire. He was nearly dead. Regulus added silently to himself. Furthermore, Kriaker's lamentations upon awakening and descriptions of the cave led Regulus to conclude that Voldemort was concealing something critical within that cave, significant enough to warrant the extermination of the involved house elves. While he was relatively content with his current life, the implications of Kriaker's revelations served as a catalyst. He did not wish to jeopardize his family's safety due to his own rashness. Thus, he chose to inform Lucius, hoping to gain an ally. Lucius's expression shifted from indifference to contemplation, yet after a considerable period of reflection, he arrived at no conclusions. Voldemort's methods had changed too rapidly for him to deduce anything. Had he been aware of Voldemort's dismemberment actions, he would undoubtedly have exclaimed, "Such wonders lead to ruin. My lord, please don't." Alas, he remained oblivious, suppressing the myriad speculations swirling within him. The affairs of the Dark Lord are beyond our comprehension, Regulus. As long as they pose no threat to us, that is sufficient. Lucius reassured him. Do not overthink it. Let us focus on where to dine instead. Regulus nodded, burdened by thoughts, still curious about what Voldemort had hidden in that cave. Meanwhile, Voldemort sat in the manor's hall, where dishes of exquisite food emerged from the table. Nagini, suppressing her urge to drool, nestled obediently beside Voldemort. Hissed Tom. When will it be ready? Nagini inquired, nudging Voldemort's hand with her serpent head, her unblinking gaze fixed on the table. Voldemort stroked her head and replied in Parcel Tom. It will be ready shortly, hissing. If you cannot wait, you may ask Dobby to bring it to the little cottage. Nagini flicked her tongue in response and swiftly slithered out the door. Then I shall eat first, Tom. Hiss, see you later. The exchange between man and serpent carried on unperturbed, though the cold, raspy tone of their conversation sent shivers down the spines of those partaking in the luncheon. All casting reverent glances at Voldemort, the heir of Slytherin. Where's Lucius? Voldemort inquired, retracting his gaze from the entrance and speaking nonchalantly. The head of the Norton family was about to respond when Karkaroff interjected with alacrity. This tall, slender middle-aged man smiled appropriately and, with a tone of humility, said, My lord, Lucius has taken a holiday. Your benevolence has granted us 2 days off each week, which he has accumulated until the end of the month. Upon hearing this, Voldemort paused momentarily, contemplating whether he had inadvertently become a tyrannical employer who mercilessly exploited his subordinates. The treachery among his followers caused his temples to throb. He recalled that Lucius had taken leave under the pretext of accompanying his wife for a leisurely retreat, prompting him to wave his hand dismissively, interrupting Karkaroff's forthcoming remarks. Very well, let us commence our meal, Voldemort remarked nonchalantly, elegantly grasping his cutlery to carve into his steak. The head of the Norton family cast a sardonic smile at Karkaroff, deliberately ignoring his glowering expression as he lowered his gaze to partake in his meal. The hall was enveloped in a profound silence, occasionally broken by the clinking of cutlery against plates. Voldemort observed his trembling subordinates, striking a line through an item in his notebook. In the future, when dining out, it would suffice to invite only Lucius and his ilk. Meanwhile, those dispatched on errands. Mid and Marzican queried, My lord, are we not your subordinates? In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore completed the final word with his quill on the parchment, exhaling a sigh as he folded it neatly and cast it into the fireplace, where flames engulfed it, rendering it to ashes. Minister Minkin of the Ministry of Magic received Dumbledore's missive, opening it under the watchful gaze of his secretary, his furrowed brow easing slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his features. Although the Death Eaters no longer needed to infiltrate the ministry with the use of the Cruciatus and Confundus curses, he sensed a more profound malevolence. Those under his command had audaciously consented to the establishment of a wizarding broadcasting corporation, blatantly disregarding the confidentiality laws. This signified that he, Harold Minkin, as the Minister of Magic, was being gradually undermined. Minkin scoffed at the characterization in the Daily Prophet of himself as a minister of opportunity. Yet he felt fortunate compared to his predecessor, the former female Minister Jenkins, and held hopes of retaining his position rather than being ousted by the wizards. However, the majority of wizards, lulled into complacency by a deceptive peace, had forgotten the madness and cruelty of the Death Eaters, as well as the protective measures that the ministry once provided. They were enraptured by a facade of tranquility, while the ministry rotted from within. He needed to find a means of survival. Thus, collaborating with England's greatest white wizard became an inevitable course of action. Nevertheless, there were those who opposed their alliance. Unseen forces had their spies conveying information within the ministry, which appeared to them as transparent as a sieve. At the beginning of September, another full moon arrived. Lupin emerged from the basement, weariness etched upon his features, the bite marks and tattered clothing revealing the torment endured during his transformation under the lunar glow. How did it go last night? Any adverse reactions? Was your mind clear? The recorder inquired, armed with a pen, having vigilantly awaited the accuracy of the experimental data for several months. Lupin accepted the restorative potion and drank it. The improved Wolfbane potion granted him at least the strength to walk, unlike before when he would writhe in agony on the ground. His pulse had dropped from 300 to around 230, and his lucidity lasted no more than 3 hours, after which he was ensnared in a fog of confusion. As he consumed a medium-rare steak, he glanced at the bracelet on his wrist and replied, I feel my appetite has increased again. My stomach still feels hungry. The recorder noted his data, glancing at the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, still unable to accept the dietary habits of werewolves. There were but 5 werewolves in the basement, separated due to territorial disputes. As the recorder turned his pen, the data was duly compiled. You have 3 days of rest. After that, you are to accompany Dr. Danton to the werewolf gathering site. Inform your families that you will be away for 7 days, lest they come seeking you in vain, the recorder advised, expressing regret at his inability to accompany them. Lupin frowned at this. He had made plans to meet Peter the following day, and with his father returning from abroad, he needed to go home. "Mr. Hans, I fear I cannot attend." "My apologies," Lupin said, requesting another week off. The recorder, Hans, adjusted his glasses, looking at him quizzically. "Going to the werewolf gathering comes with quintuple pay. And upon your return, you can enjoy a paid leave of half a month." He paused. "There are 10 slots available, and you are among them, truly. You will not go?" He surveyed Lupin, knowing that should he decline, the opportunity would pass to another. Upon hearing of the quintuple salary, Lupin's mind buzzed. His weekly earnings were 35 galleons, and such a sum could sustain him for quite some time, not to mention the half-month of leave. "I will go," Lupin declared resolutely, intending to write to Peter to reschedule their meeting. "Is there anything I need to prepare?" The recorder, Hans, produced a registration form for Lupin to complete. "No special preparations are necessary. Just bring along some personal items. The rest will be provided by the company," Hans replied. "You will be the stars of the show. Return polished and splendid, so that we may entice more werewolves into the company, accelerating the grand designs of our Lord." Unaware of the implications, Lupin nodded and continued to gnaw on a piece of steak, nearly devouring it whole. Hans silently recorded the observation. After the 20th version of the modified potion, there seemed to be an intensifying craving for raw meat. 5 days later, a group clad in sharp suits, traveling in a flying bus, arrived at the werewolf gathering site. In the center of London, Peter awaited eagerly, only to receive a letter accompanied by 10 galleons. With tears in his eyes, he read the letter, then took the 10 galleons to Diagon Alley, purchasing bone regeneration potion for his mother. Peter resented his own inadequacy once more. Had his mother not worked 2 jobs to support him, she would not have been too fatigued to notice the oncoming carriage that struck her. Thankfully, with the bone regeneration potion, her shattered ankle could heal. After buying the potion, Peter returned home to find his mother stubbornly attempting to walk with a crutch. Reigniting his desire to find a lucrative position in the magical world, he had joined the Order of the Phoenix in hopes of acquiring wealth and power. Yet the order was so impoverished it could scarcely afford wages, relying solely on the tenacity of its members. The Death Eaters were formidable and ruthless, leaving him uncertain of his survival should he step onto the battlefield. With their recent silence, the magical community seemed utterly tranquil, and the order was even less likely to distribute salaries. Peter had previously written to James and Sirius, only to find Sirius off in Northern Ireland attending a Quidditch match. Unreachable, James and Lily were engrossed in their own world, offering him a solitary galleon to assuage his needs. In stark contrast, Lupin, with whom he shared a mediocre rapport, had sent him 10 galleons without a word, allowing him to maintain some semblance of dignity. He recalled his entry into the global company after graduating from Ravenclaw. Uncertain if he could secure a job, the fates of the marauding quartet post-graduation diverged dramatically, yet Peter undeniably bore the heaviest heart. As time slipped by, the festive cheer of Christmas arrived. Streets resounded with carols, and employees dressed as Santa Claus in shopping centers chuckled at the innocent musings of children. On a day blanketed in snow, Severus nestled on the sofa, sipping a beverage, when his gaze fell upon the front page of the Daily Prophet, featuring Newt Scamander receiving the title of second-class sorcerer from Sir Merlin. Adjacent to this accolade, bold letters announced the attendance of the head of the Grindelwald family alongside the Rosier family at the Malfoy Manor for the Christmas soiree, leaving him awash in confusion. What connection existed among these 3 families? Was it enough for them to celebrate Christmas together? Moreover, the surname Grindelwald, if his memory served him correctly, belonged to the first Dark Wizard, did it not? Severus's questions remained unanswered, compounded by the incessant phone calls from Mrs. Brown, urging him to procure more sweets from Diagon Alley. As the peculiar confections were flying off the shelves thanks to the muggles, he set down the receiver, rubbing his ears. Had he not stated that the staff would only work half a day on Christmas? Yet, the employees felt compelled to volunteer for extra hours. As the owner, Severus begrudgingly picked up his suitcase and headed to Diagon Alley to fetch supplies, unwilling to endure another lecture from Mrs. Brown. "Oh, I should buy some dental elixir for Hirebo," he mused, thinking of acquiring a potion with the scent of stinky feet, just to make it flaunt bubble tea all day long. The serpent creature, slurping on bubble tea while watching television, shivered slightly, rubbed its body against the soft cushion, yawned, and resumed its viewing. Thump, thump, thump. Bubble tea is truly delightful, Hirebo reveled, squinting its slit-like pupils in satisfaction. Chapter 88. The Board of Governors Challenge and New Life. The scene transitions to January 1980, and Regulus had already been working under Voldemort's command for half a year. On this day, as usual, he accompanied his mother, Walburga, while she reviewed the trade accounts from the previous month, when his father, Orion, entered the study with an odd expression. "Wall, Regulus, I think it's time we send a donation to Hogwarts," Orion said, moving to massage his wife's shoulders, expressing concern. "You can leave these matters to Regulus." Look how exhausted you are. Walburga chuckled at his words, brushing back a loose strand of hair behind her ear, and continued to scrutinize the ledger. How old is Regulus? You just want to shirk your responsibilities. She unceremoniously called out his lazy behavior. Orion, unfazed, leaned over to plant a tender kiss on her cheek. And after nudging Regulus aside, took a seat beside her. Regulus, accustomed to the dynamics, straightened his chair and discreetly placed his wedding planning book at the bottom of the pile. Is it only January? Aren't we supposed to send the donation after Easter? Walburga crossed out some seafood imported from Iceland, recalling the headaches associated with her alma mater. With the ministry's funding and our donations, technically Orion stroked his small mustache, revealing a shocking piece of news to Regulus. The ministry has been pressuring us. They seem to have found some leverage to oust Dumbledore. Walburga pursed her lips. The ministry says this every year. This time it seems genuine. Do you remember Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds? Orion continued as Walburga nodded. He was dismissed for harboring dangerous magical creatures, and it appears his latest pet has sinister intentions. Intrigued, Walburga raised an eyebrow, urging Orion to elaborate. Unlike Ketlebon or Scamander, that Acromantula made its way into the school and injured several young wizards. It nearly killed a few. Orion sighed, relieved that his sons had already graduated. Regulus felt a chill run down his spine at his father's words. Was Hogwarts' defense truly that feeble? Knowing the potency of Acromantula venom, it was a stroke of luck that no young wizard had perished. Conversely, Walburga held a different view, recalling the ministry's spies' reports. This attempt to drag Dumbledore down will undoubtedly fail, she stated, settling into a more comfortable position, observing the unfolding drama with a sense of detachment. Isn't Minister Macon supposed to be collaborating with Dumbledore? Why the sudden boldness? She smirked. Moreover, our annual donation of 100,000 galleons isn't for mere show. It's time to scrutinize the expenditures. After pondering briefly, she added, as long as our goods are delivered on time, I shall see how the ministry resolves this. Orion shrugged, catching a glimpse of their eavesdropping young son, and leaned close to Walburga to share a hushed conversation before gathering a stack of letters and exiting the study. Intending to consult Lucius, Regulus, maintaining an impassive expression, continued to peruse the ledger, despite the presence of several misspelled words. Within Malfoy Manor, Lucius was carefully escorting his pregnant wife, Narcissa, for a stroll in the garden. Yes, Narcissa was now for months along, and they had breathed a sigh of relief after a magical test confirmed it was a boy. They truly did not wish to endure another farewell. Sissy, darling, is the baby causing you any distress? Lucius gently caressed Narcissa's slightly protruding belly, his eyes filled with warmth. Narcissa shook her head slightly. This pregnancy is far easier than when I carried our daughter, Lyra. At least I can still enjoy meat. Lucius, let us hope for just this one child, she whispered. The unexpected arrival of this baby had led her to momentarily believe it might be their daughter returning. Lucius recalled the silence that followed his childhood question to his father about why he had no siblings, nodding gravely in response. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense, the only sound being the rustling of leaves as they walked. Amidst this peculiar ambience, Orion appeared, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes while greeting them. Lucius, Narcissa. Good day. Good day, Uncle, Narcissa replied, momentarily bewildered by Orion's unannounced presence, uncertain of his purpose. Lucius steadied Narcissa and led Orion into the greenhouse, where the three sat down for tea. You are all aware of the incident involving magical creatures attacking young wizards at Hogwarts? Orion stated directly, revealing his intentions. The ministry seeks to use this opportunity to undermine Dumbledore, seemingly unafraid of incurring the wrath of the German dignitary. At the absurdity of it all, he chuckled. What sort of minds inhabit the ministry? Narcissa nodded apprehensively, rubbing her hand over her belly. I've previously mentioned the dangers posed by creatures in the Forbidden Forest to the other board members. They dismissed my concerns as mere overreactions. Lucius tapped his fingers on the table. Professor Ketlebin may keep dangerous magical creatures, but his work is sanctioned by the Department for Magical Creatures. Orion awkwardly clicked his tongue, reluctant to admit he was also among the stubborn members of the board. The board meeting was scheduled for March 1st. Deliberately chosen for a Saturday to prevent the ministry's representatives from avoiding accountability as they tussled with Dumbledore before seeking favor. Representing the board, Lucius naturally demanded an accounting of assets and addressed the losses caused by the groundskeeper Hagrid, as well as the dismissal of several negligent staff members. Their accountant was busy in an adjoining room, jotting figures on parchment and occasionally using a calculator. Thank Merlin, they were in a place where electricity was still functional. Minister Macon arrived to oversee the proceedings, feeling his heart race as he recalled the agreement made with Dumbledore, striving to maintain his composure. Gentlemen, I believe our focus should be on enhancing Hogwarts' defenses and addressing the dangers posed by the Forbidden Forest, rather than engaging in verbal sparring, Macon thought to himself. Lucius shot a silent glance at Minister Macon, signaling to head of the Caro family. The Caro patriarch nodded in understanding and distributed the documents he had compiled to all present. Even the observing member from Wisengamot, Madame McNair, received a copy. These are the materials I have gathered. Please ensure you read them thoroughly. I believe you will find them invaluable, the Caro patriarch stated before taking his seat. The attendees furrowed their brows as they examined the documents, with some pro-Dumbledore board members' expressions shifting from casual indifference to grave concern, beads of sweat emerging on their foreheads. Ladies and gentlemen, it is evident that the magical creature responsible for the recent injuries at Hogwarts was raised in the Forbidden Forest by the expelled student Hagrid, and it is not registered with the Department for Magical Creatures. Wouldn't you agree? Head of the Norton family hurled the documents down, leading the charge against the ministry. Asserting his position despite contributing only 30,000 galleons to Hogwarts each year, he was still a board member. Look how absurd this situation has become, remarked another pro-Dumbledore head of a family, furrowing his brow. Albus, I do not wish for Hogwarts to become a veritable ocean of spiders, especially those venomous acromantulas. Playing the role of the Invisible Man, Walton McNeil puffed out his chest, proclaiming he would venture forth to slay those spiders, thus creating a safe environment for the children to learn. This individual is known as the executioner of the winged beast. The other two members of the Ministry of Magic were acutely aware that the situation was dire, and could only hope for the minister's assistance. Dumbledore maintained his serene demeanor, still smiling gently as he removed his glasses to clean them. Children, please believe that Hagrid is not the instigator. He too was astonished by the sudden incursion of the acromantulas into Hogwarts and the harm they inflicted upon the students. Upon witnessing their injuries, he wished it were he who had suffered instead. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and sighed, having wept for several days, and was still tending to the injured students in the hospital wing, while the acromantulas had been driven back to the Forbidden Forest. Lucius exchanged a glance with Olympe, both of them registering the other's impatience. One of the board members, a graduate of Ravenclaw, slammed his hand on the table, his face contorted with anger as he questioned. Dumbledore, do not forget that those fearsome acromantulas, which have caused harm, were nurtured by the very person you claim to be weeping over the injured young wizards. He proposed that Hogwarts establish a management department to assess the accountability of the staff and bolster the school's security measures. The head of the Caro family forcefully closed a file, slamming it down on the table, the sound echoing clearly in the otherwise muted conference room. His intentions were transparent, and a flicker of hope crossed the faces of those present. If successful, they might see Hagrid imprisoned in Azkaban, where he should have been decades ago. The head of the Norton family was unconcerned by these matters, stroking his thinning hair as he mockingly remarked. Madame McBain furrowed her brow, but remained silent. Dumbledore took a sip of honey-lemon tea to soothe his throat, rarely engaging in a defense for this matter. The incident involving Hagrid was already dubious, and the spiders had only ventured near the covered bridge, not entering the campus itself. He paused, speaking slowly. The spiders have resided in the Forbidden Forest for decades. Something must have lured them out this time. Implicitly, he suggested that the true culprit was not Hagrid, but rather another entity intent on jeopardizing the students. Lucius scoffed at this assertion and resumed discussing the fate of the spiders with the board. There are far too many of them. We could accommodate Aragog and his mate. The two ministry officials, after receiving a glare from Minister Macon, hastily amended their statement. Oh, perhaps we could also take in some of the smaller spiders. Considering the abundance of creatures in the zoo, Dumbledore did not refute this suggestion, tacitly agreeing. Lucius, seeing the resolution of their fate, nodded nonchalantly, secretly deriding the ministry's greed, who was unaware that the venom of the giant spiders was quite profitable. Olympe coughed to draw everyone's attention back to himself and pointed to several pages of documents. I have observed that, aside from the brooms, the boats, carriages, and protective gear for herbology are rather outdated. I recall the last time a first year nearly drowned when a boat capsized, and another fainted due to the mandrake's screams penetrating their earmuffs. Olympe raised his chin slightly, frowning as he spoke slowly. Shouldn't these items be maintained and replaced regularly? Were it not for the rebellious Sirius, how would the Black family have so generously donated 1,000 galleons for the Quidditch team? Both the heads of the Caro and Norton families nodded in agreement. Those boats and carriages had been present since their own school days, demonstrating the durability of magical objects. Lucius stroked his serpent staff, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Mr. Dumbledore, could you elucidate why the school's infrastructure has deteriorated to this extent? Our board just donated a considerable sum to Hogwarts last month. Lucius glanced at Minister Macon, his implication clear. I presume the ministry has contributed as well, considering the substantial grants provided. Macon wiped the cold sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, feeling reckless for aligning himself with Dumbledore. Yet, contemplating Grindelwald's influence, he regained his resolve. Everyone knows that students are lively and prone to impulsiveness, resulting in the inevitable damage of fragile items. Funding is limited, making timely replacements challenging. And with the exorbitant costs of food, teacher salaries, and regular maintenance, Dumbledore paused to sip his honey water, then sighed deeply, as if to convey the weight of his burdens. Lucius closed his eyes briefly, genuinely admiring Dumbledore's audacity in fabricating such tales. Did he truly believe no one had attended Hogwarts? With approximately 300 individuals at Hogwarts, including 21 teachers, the disparity in teaching quality was apparent. I wonder how they managed to pass the owls, mused the head of the Caro family, a look of concern etched upon his face. If we do not establish a management department, I recommend recruiting 21 new teachers from the wizarding world to work alongside the existing faculty, thereby enhancing the quality of education and allowing the students to acquire knowledge more effectively. His impassioned speech silenced the ministry and its supporters. Even Minister Macon had no retort, as this was for the future of the magical community. Olymp noticed Dumbledore's smile fading, and his heart swelled with joy to see the white wizard in distress. Mr. Caro is quite right. Times are progressing, and our students' education must evolve accordingly. I wholeheartedly support his proposal to recruit new teachers from the wizarding community, Olymp declared, raising his hand first to endorse Caro's suggestion. What do you think, Minister Macon? Indeed, you are correct. Ha ha ha, Macon replied, squeezing the handkerchief in his hand. Laughing dryly, Lucius shifted his gaze to the previously silent Madame McBain, pondering what the representatives from Wisengamot would think of the matter. Dumbledore too agreed to the hiring of new teachers, as this would afford him the opportunity to place his own candidates. The establishment of a management department would necessitate a division of power, inviting more interference and potentially compromising the school's secrets. The accountant that Lucius had brought revealed that each year, the funds donated by the board and the ministry allocated 35 for updating commonly used equipment, 40 for repairing the castle and supporting underprivileged students, 15 remained in the treasury as reserves, while 10 was unaccounted for. Dumbledore maintained that this was normal wear and tear, with discrepancies arising from the cost of transporting materials for repairs and the inflated prices of goods. The board members could not genuinely contest such losses, begrudgingly acquiescing. The final outcome was Dumbledore's agreement to recruit new teachers the following week and to set traps around the school to enhance security. The Acromantulas, Aragog and his mate, were collected by officials from the ministry, while the remaining smaller spiders were either exterminated or relocated to other zoos for supervision, thereby clearing a substantial safe area within the Forbidden Forest, which relieved the centaurs residing there. Although Hagrid was not expelled, he was prohibited from caring for any creatures that posed a threat to students. Any violations would result in charges of attempted murder, leading to trial by the ministry, and in serious cases, direct imprisonment in Azkaban. Hagrid tearfully bid farewell to Aragog, his face smeared with tears and snot, yet no one felt sympathy for him. Chapter 89, Recruitment Announcement. News of the events at the board meetings swiftly reached the public, with Rita Skeeter utilizing her long green quill to pen the article The Conspirators of the Forbidden Forest, which was published in the Daily Prophet and became an overwhelming success. Her only regret was not being able to record and interview Dumbledore and Minister Macon on site. Otherwise, the newspaper sales could have soared even higher. Many individuals wrote to Hogwarts inquiring about the recruitment of new teachers, expressing their struggles to find suitable employment and their desire to contribute to their alma mater. The saccharine nature of the letters prevented Professor McGonagall from stepping into the headmaster's office for an entire week. Oh, little Barty, is this truly necessary? Regulus rubbed his arms, feeling the goosebumps rise, and flipped the letter onto the desk. Even if you didn't write it so sentimentally, with your grades, you would surely pass the application. Young Barty had also sent a letter to Hogwarts, applying for the position of Potions Master. After all, the head of Slytherin, Slughorn, was the potions professor, making it easier for him to adapt. This was a letter I composed for Andre, who aspired to apply for the herbology teaching position. Young Barty shot a sidelong glance at Regulus as he neatly folded the letter and sealed it with wax. In this lifetime, Voldemort remained tyrannical, yet managed to maintain a semblance of sanity, having amassed a considerable number of talents from the wizarding world and even recruited a plethora of elites from the Muggle realm. Flourishing in England, the Ministry of Magic had become as porous as a sieve, with its operatives infiltrating the lower tiers, rendering most information impervious to the Death Eaters, who continued to wield dominance. As for Barty, the son of the Undersecretary, he was hardly noteworthy, although he was a pureblood with remarkable magical talent. He was merely one among many in the current Death Eater ranks, and he could not reveal his allegiance. Thus, he sought alternative paths. Coincidentally, Hogwarts was hiring new teachers. Once he entered the school, he could relay information, with far more opportunities to present himself before Voldemort than he currently possessed. As for Andre's motivation to apply to Hogwarts, It mainly stemmed from his parents' incessant nagging at home, fearing he might be coddled, despite having graduated merely 6 months prior. Do as you wish. As long as it brings you joy, Regulus shrugged, feeling a sense of resignation. His obsessive ally seemed to have gained a broader perspective, had it been at 11. He could have sent someone flying with his wand, tumbling for 2.5 weeks. At Potter Manor, Lily caressed her pregnant belly, listening to James as he read a letter from Hogwarts. Lily, hear me out. I don't think it's suitable for you to take a teaching position at Hogwarts right now. He stammered upon seeing Dumbledore's reply. You're pregnant. Would you truly abandon our lovely child to spend time alone at Hogwarts? What he really wanted to convey was that they had ample wealth at home, rendering it unnecessary for the lady of the house to work. Lily furrowed her brow at his words. She could not remain cooped up in the Manor or the Order of the Phoenix forever, as it would lead to a disconnect from society. Moreover, securing a teaching position at Hogwarts would not squander her talents. James, the school year begins in September. By then, I will have given birth and will be entirely capable of going. Do you intend to confine me at home, imprisoning my freedom? Lily retorted, her displeasure evident. James rubbed his nose, not opposing Lily's desire to work, but he thought it prudent to wait until the child was a bit older. After all, even with potion-enhanced recovery, it would take time for her body to return to its former state. No, Lily, the outside world is perilous. We don't know what schemes those Death Eaters are concocting. Have you forgotten the wizards and muggles they killed a few years ago? James grimaced, recalling the repugnant Death Eaters. Perhaps the recent attack by the Acromantula on young wizards was their doing. He lowered his voice, reminiscing about the sights he had seen while roaming Hogwarts in his animagus form. How long? You've known for that long about Hagrid keeping those creatures in the Forbidden Forest? Lily's expression stiffened, her voice sharp. She could hardly fathom that she had been neighbors with such a terrifying giant spider for 7 years. James, noticing her agitation, hastily moved closer, patting her back in comfort. Not that long. He hesitated, gauging her reaction. I discovered it after learning to become an animagus in 5th year while wandering near Hogsmeade. He unveiled his buried secret, knowing well that unregistered animagi were breaking the law. Aside from me, who else knows you are an animagus? Lily grasped James's hand, cautiously inquiring. Sirius, Remus, Peter, they all know. Just like me. You needn't worry, they won't spill it, James assured her, feeling her apprehension as he reciprocated her cold grip. Lily's emotions surged within her, torn between marveling at James's illegal animagus status and their nocturnal escapades in the Forbidden Forest. Sirius entered, helmet in hand, and was greeted by the sight of the two embracing. Hey, Lily, James, it's a pity you didn't join me in Northern Ireland. There were so many Quidditch players, and I even got a few signatures. Sirius seemed oblivious to the tension in the room, flashing a broad smile that revealed his pearly whites. James eagerly stepped forward to hug Sirius, while Lily sat back, smiling at them. Since his graduation, Sirius had been residing at Potter Manor, and James had long considered him a brother, while Lily's thoughts remained inscrutable. James informed Sirius about Hogwarts hiring new teachers, suggesting that if he was interested, attending the interview could be a worthwhile opportunity. Sirius nodded slightly, his mind wandering to flying his motorcycle to Diagon Alley. The skies over England were perpetually gray, leading people to indulge in warm beverages. Severus's cafe was currently bustling, with patrons sipping coffee sparingly, as most were preoccupied with cups of taro milk tea, monopolizing the seating. Severus sat in a small alcove of the kitchen, feeding a piece of pastry to the basilisk while leisurely sipping his milk tea, perusing the Daily Prophet. The invasion of spiders at Hogwarts and the shadowy figures harming young wizards amused him as he read the absurd news. When he reached the section about hiring new teachers, he was taken aback. Halbo, I have a question for you. He directed his gaze at the basilisk, his expression serious. How many teachers have there been at Hogwarts since you can remember? The basilisk, its mouth stuffed with pastry, leisurely sipped its milk tea, its tail flicking at the edge of the table. I don't remember, maybe 15? 30? It replied vaguely, only continuing after being glared at. I can't recall such ancient history. Back then, there were barely any wizards. Having a teacher was already a blessing. Severus read the newspaper's contents aloud to the basilisk, unwilling to grapple with confusion alone. The basilisk was puzzled, though not about the hiring of new teachers, but rather about the absence of the Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest, which meant no more roasted spider eggs, a delightful snack. It slurped its milk tea, concocting a brilliant idea. Severus, hiss, let us open a shop in Hogsmeade. The basilisk declared triumphantly, yearning to revert to its original form, and rolled joyfully on the ground, reminiscing about the delightful Gobrathian tree saplings in the Forbidden Forest. Severus recalled the investment he had made with Zhang Mingyuan and considered the land prices in Hogsmeade. Dismissing the basilisk's notion but agreeing to take it to Hogsmeade for a few days of fun, the basilisk felt a twinge of disappointment. gulping down 3 servings of milk tea before scampering to the kitchen in search of chocolate-flavored butterbeer. Severus wearily rubbed his temples. Raising a basilisk was akin to caring for a child, except he didn't have to worry about its schooling or future family. In the forbidden forest of Hogwarts, Hagrid led the grieving Fong, wiping away tears as his beloved collection and cherished pet were cleared away, leaving only Fong, deemed harmless, to accompany him on his forest patrols. Hagrid's sobs echoed like a broken bellows throughout the woods. Bernard, did you hear something?" A tall wizard in a black robe quietly asked the stout wizard beside him, his greatest fear being the ghosts that roamed the night. The squat and portly wizard named Bernard silently donned his hood and intensified the disillusionment charm enveloping him, accompanying the taller wizard away from Hagrid, toward the direction frequented by unicorns. Fong, the dog, sniffed the air, detecting an unfamiliar scent, and began to bark furiously in one direction, the cacophony startling a flock of birds into flight. Hagrid tugged firmly at Fong's leash. Ever since the ministry officials had departed, the dog had been prone to incessant barking. "Enough, Fong, we still have a stretch of land to patrol. Don't venture into Centaur territory." Hagrid anxiously wiped his brow and carried Fong in the opposite direction, though daylight had not yet faded. The trees within the forbidden forest cast a dense shadow that rendered the interior quite dim. 2 wizards, one tall and one short, navigated the forest with a map in hand, their wands gripped tightly, wary of inadvertently trespassing into the domains of temperamental magical creatures, thus proceeding with utmost caution. After spending the better part of the day, they finally reached the forest's edge. "This must be the spot," Bernard remarked, glancing at the map and then at the jagged stones surrounding them. "It truly is a challenge to locate." The taller wizard nodded in agreement and followed his companion down a narrow path beside the rocky formations, where they were greeted by a multitude of lush trees. As they observed the tree-dwelling bowtruckles, they exchanged glances and pulled out the prepared beetle and pixie eggs, their chances of reward resting on this endeavor. Meanwhile, the basilisk, blissfully unaware of the impending thievery, was absorbed in watching television while Severus prepared to depart for Hogsmeade. Outside the delivery room, Lucius anxiously awaited the arrival of his child. His wife Narcissa in the throes of labor, the metallic scent of blood lingering in the air. All right, Luke, sit down. You're making me dizzy." Abraxas admonished his son, though his gaze remained fixed on the delivery room door. Lucius regarded his father, clad in an oddly sterile white gown and seated a meter away, uncertain whether to be grateful for the ingenuity of muggles or to lament his father's fortune in being able to witness his grandchild's birth up close. Thanks to modified muggle technology, Lucius pondered sorrowfully that had Layla still been alive, perhaps his father's presence would have brought her greater joy. Inside the delivery room, all was quiet aside from the occasional directives from the St. Mungo's healer and the bustling movements of house elves, while the laboring Narcissa bit down on a cloth to stifle her cries. With glazed eyes, she gazed at the starry ceiling, which had been transformed into constellations at Layla's request, as she had once expressed her fondness for the stars. "Madam, push harder, the head is crowning." The elderly healer's shout jolted Narcissa back to her reality, the pain surging through her body as if her very soul were being torn apart. She clenched her jaw, her arms straining with visible veins. As the sounds of a newborn's cries filled the air, Narcissa exhaled a sigh of relief, her fatigued eyelids fluttering shut. The healer passed the infant to her assistant for cleaning and examination while she waved her wand to staunch Narcissa's bleeding, administering pre-prepared hemostatics, blood-replenishing potions, and other remedies one by one. Outside, Lucius, hearing the cries of the baby and the assistant's announcement of a boy, could no longer contain himself and rushed into the delivery room, grasping Narcissa's sweat-drenched hand. "Narcissa, thank you." Lucius took the towel from the house elf's hands and gently wiped the sweat from her brow, planting a grateful kiss between her furrowed brows. The newborn, a wrinkled little boy, underwent a thorough examination by the healer, who noted his relentless wailing and instructed the assistant to fetch specially prepared warm water for him. The boy drank eagerly, savoring his first taste of life. Abraxas was filled with excitement, yet due to his own condition, he dared not approach the infant, even clad in protective garb. He merely watched from a distance. "Luke, have you named the child?" Abraxas inquired, his face alight with anticipation. Lucius gazed at the pitch-black night sky, speckled with a few stars. "Draco, after the dragon constellation," he replied, his voice trembling. Those few words carried immense significance. "Draco? Quite fitting." A smile broke upon Abraxas's dark visage, recognizing the continuation of the Malfoy line. Yet, thoughts of his deceased daughter and the lost granddaughter weighed heavily on his heart. "Lucius, as a member of the Malfoy family, you will eventually come to terms with this." "I know, father. I just never anticipated that the reason for my lack of siblings would be so." Lucius paused, selecting a less venomous word. "Absurd." The origins of the Malfoy family's curse of bearing no daughters were shrouded in mystery. It had existed long before Abraxas had inquired of his great-grandfather. Heaving a sigh, Abraxas patted his son's shoulder. Both had endured the pain of losing daughters, a sorrow too profound to share with the outside world. Chapter 90. Learning to Craft Wands. In the inn at Hogsmeade, the basilisk writhed upon a rather unyielding bed. Severus, when are we heading to the Forbidden Forest? Hiss, I miss Bane and the others. The basilisk languidly sprawled on the bed, astonished that it could not be transported via apparition, having endured a lengthy carriage ride to arrive here. Severus, wiping his damp hair, sighed in exasperation. After days of travel, he was utterly fatigued and longed for a proper rest. As for riding the night bus, regrettably, that was designated for witches or wizards in dire straits, and he had no desire to board a vehicle that was far more jarring than a roller coaster. We'll go tomorrow, and I can only take you to the outskirts. The newspaper mentioned Hogwarts has strengthened its defenses, and I'm not as resilient as you are, he replied while donning his nightclothes. The basilisk twisted and turned for quite a while before finally closing its eyes to sleep at Severus's urging. June in England was perpetually shrouded in mist, Hogsmeade included. Severus gazed at the foreboding clouds, raising his wand to cast several charms against moisture and fire, lest rain drench them. Hiss, Severus, could you pack some ice cream in a jar? After meandering through the village for some time, the basilisk shyly spoke. Knowing it could not carry the honey milkshake beloved by the Bowtruckles, and thus would have to rely on Severus's assistance. He was well aware of the temperamental Bowtruckle-esque preferences and readily nodded in agreement. They opted to traverse through the Shrieking Shack and the Whomping Willow to enter the Hogwarts grounds, which meant the basilisk had to obediently slither toward the willow, which halted its movements. Severus cast a complex look at the claw marks on the house, memories of a life lost here weighing heavily on him. His lips pressed into a straight line. Severus, let us go. The tree has stopped moving. The basilisk hissed, urging him to follow swiftly. Severus gazed at the shack, his wand hand lifting and then lowering, ultimately shaking his head and departing. Emerging from the hollow of the Whomping Willow, the magnificent castle of Hogwarts came into view. Severus was at a loss for words. After all these years, had this passage not been abolished? The school was devoid of werewolves at present, making it a convenient entry point for intruders. Wait here for me, Severus. I'll go fetch someone to help carry the things, the basilisk said, writhing its serpentine body away, quickly vanishing into the dark depths of the Forbidden Forest. Severus could only clutch his suitcase and find a hidden spot to wait. For this was indeed near Hogwarts, and it was better to err on the side of caution. Uncertain of how long he had waited, the serpent creature finally returned. Perched upon the back of a centaur, Severus was taken aback, yet found it somewhat expected. After all, the serpent creature had lived for millennia, and Salazar would undoubtedly have left it with some contingency plans, given its longevity. However, in stark contrast to the sunny disposition of the centaur described by the serpent creature, this black centaur sported a rugged, bristly beard and exuded a coarse, defiant demeanor, all the while shouldering the custom-made crossbow designed by Severus, his sharp gaze fixed upon him. Greetings, Mr. Bane. Severus initiated the conversation, placing his hand at his lower back where his wand rested. Good afternoon, young wizard, Severus Snape, the contract holder of Heelbow. Bane huffed disapprovingly at his gesture, his voice a deep rumble. There is no need for such underhanded behavior. We centaurs do not harm others indiscriminately. His words dripped with pride. Severus, unperturbed by the implicit accusation, merely shifted a nearby trunk to indicate that it contained items prepared by the serpent creature. Bane effortlessly lifted the trunk, and upon receiving a satisfied nudge from the serpent creature's tail, his expression softened. Mr. Snape, I must advise you, the fate that was once set has now been altered. Life is not a smooth path. Bane casually snapped a twig and tossed it to the ground, then gazed skyward, observing the sun and moon's conflicting light, leaving no one to ascertain the outcome. After leaving a few cryptic remarks, Bane prepared to depart with the serpent creature, which, fortunately, remembered to escort Severus outside, assisting him in pressing down the knot of the whipping willow before departing cheerfully. Bane's words left no lasting impression on Severus. After all, it was common knowledge in the magical community that centaurs delighted in interpreting natural phenomena and dispensing platitudes during conversations. As Severus wandered alone through Hogsmeade, he discovered several new shops selling flying carpets, toys, and other wares akin to those in Diagon Alley, presumably operated by the same proprietor. The short, stout wizard Bernard joyfully used spells to cut branches suitable for wand-making, subsequently directing the taller companion to store them in a bag enhanced with undetectable extensions. Several trees inhabited by the tree guardians surrounded the two wizards, their beady eyes watching the pair diligently. Every year, Ollivander, the wand maker of the English magical community, ventured into the Forbidden Forest, seeking materials for wand cores and checking for any new trees tended by the Guardians. The two wizards, having heard from the three broomsticks that someone was in search of wand-making trees, had concocted a rudimentary map after inebriating Hagrid and rushed into the Forbidden Forest in search of treasure. They were fortunate that the centaurs were absent, for otherwise, they would have faced a barrage of arrows. In recent days, they had regularly fed the tree guardians with dung beetles, finally earning their favor. They meticulously cut branches according to the botanical guide they had discovered, eschewing any actions that could be described as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. However, the large tree had been ravaged as if locusts had passed through. Had the guardians not intervened, the once grand tree would have been reduced to a mere bare trunk. Amidst the guardians' grumbling, the two wizards shouldered their bags and exited the Forbidden Forest with light-hearted steps. Due to this incident, when Ollivander returned to the Forbidden Forest to collect wand-making branches, he was nearly left bald from the Guardian's relentless tugging at his hair and beard. In a small meeting room of Voldemort's mansion, Karkaroff stroked his smooth chin, freshly shorn of its beard, his gaze evasive as he dared not meet the eyes of the figure across from him. This figure was Antonin Dolohov, a pale, elongated face twisted in malice. A pure-blood dark wizard who had followed Voldemort since his rise, earning the Dark Lord's deep trust. Of course, Karkaroff was no slouch either. Not just anyone could attend meetings held in the mansion. Voldemort sat at the head of the table, fingers intertwined upon its surface, listening intently to Lucius's report. So, Ollivander has refused to accept an apprentice? He attempted to summarize Lucius's words, his tone contemplative. His wife has passed, and his son and daughter are far away in France. If he does not take on an apprentice, what then? Yes, my investigation reveals that his life is exceedingly monotonous, devoid of personal connections. As he secludes himself in his small cottage crafting wands, Lucius replied candidly, sharing in the concern over the potential extinction of wand-making. As there were very few capable wand-makers in England, Voldemort narrowed his eyes. A man so obsessed with wand-making, was it merely that he refused to accept an apprentice? Or was it that he would not accept someone of Slytherin lineage or with pure blood ties? We must continue searching for breakthroughs. Select a few talented individuals to send to Durmstrang. Karkaroff, you will lead this endeavor, Voldemort declared, shifting his posture as he propped his chin on his hand, speaking with an air of indifference. This craft must remain in our grasp. Karkaroff responded with a low murmur, barely containing his excitement. He was about to meet his idol. Voldemort issued directives, ensuring that each attendee was clearly assigned their responsibilities. Antonin, Regulus, you two are tasked with contacting the Ministry of Magic to strengthen the registration of wand bearers, Voldemort instructed. The suddenly summoned Regulus appeared taken aback. Previously assigned to gather branches for wand-making, this new task ignited a spark of enthusiasm within him. Yes, my lord, he replied, striving to maintain his composure. As for Lucius, he had been granted an uncommon reprieve by Voldemort, allowing him to remain at home with his wife, even if he still had to attend to business matters. Perhaps due to their past losses, they were more vigilant in their care for Draco. Since giving birth, Narcissa had grown agitated whenever she was apart from the child. However, once he was within her sight, calm would wash over her. Fortunately, after Draco's first month, her condition had improved significantly, allowing the child to sleep in the nursery. Much to Lucius's relief, as infants tended to awaken multiple times during the night, severely disrupting one's quality of sleep. Malfoy Manor once again came alive with the arrival of Draco, heralding the emergence of yet another heir to the Malfoy legacy. Were it not for the extraordinary circumstances, Voldemort would not have attended a mere child's celebration. But this was Abraxas's grandson, who, barring unforeseen events, would become the heir to the Malfoy name. Much like Lucius himself, destined to become an asset in the future. His crimson gaze fixed upon the small child who bore a striking resemblance to a young Lucius. He marveled at the strength of the Malfoy lineage. My lord, the banquet is about to commence. What do you think? Lucius interjected, having noticed Voldemort's prolonged fixation on Draco, fearing that the infant's untimely actions might provoke his ire. With the banquet commencing, it was the perfect opportunity to prompt others to leave. Voldemort responded with a soft hum, directing his attention to the sleeping infant, blissfully sucking his thumb. He retrieved a palm-sized box from his robes and placed it beside the crib. Lucius followed Voldemort out of the nursery, secretly exhaling in relief. Unable to fully believe his father's assertion that he had been cradled by Voldemort in his youth, he cast a glance at the tall figure draped in silver robes, exuding a commanding presence, and contrasted it with the frail figure of his father. It was hard to believe these two were of the same era. The banquet was grandly orchestrated, with champagne bottles floating about. Lucius had invited not only pure-blood families and half-bloods, but also a few Muggle scholars. And with those who had arrived uninvited, It was no exaggeration to say that nearly all the influential figures of the magical world had gathered. After presenting his gift, Severus mingled among the crowd. He had initially been reluctant to attend, but considering it was Lucius's invitation and for the sake of Draco, he brought a gift to the celebration. An auror from the Ministry of Magic, disguised, blended into the festivities, as the ministry had invited a few individuals. Though their attendance was scant, and all had consumed polyjuice potion, wary of openly associating with the Death Eaters, Regulus attended the banquet with his fiancée, Cynthia Caro, engaging in light-hearted conversation with his mother, Walburga. Their wedding day, set for August 8th, was approaching, and this gathering served as an opportunity to familiarize themselves with some acquaintances. Severus stood in a corner, surveying the lively hall. He recognized only a handful from the magical community. However, upon spotting several celebrities and renowned scholars from the Muggle world, he felt a mix of astonishment and confusion. How had they come to be here? Did Lucius not fear the Avada Kedavra? Before he could ponder further, a hush fell over the raucous banquet as a wizard clad in opulent silver robes ascended the platform. Adorned with a white mask, he waved his wand, and his voice resonated throughout the hall. With the great fortune of the dragon, may blessings descend upon the earth. His voice was hoarse yet imbued with a peculiar enchantment that urged the audience to listen intently as he extended heartfelt congratulations on the birth of a newborn, wishing peace and prosperity. The wizard's crimson gaze surveyed the crowd before he relinquished the stage to Lucius and departed to the garden, allowing space for the guests to celebrate. Severus remained transfixed by the figure that had just left, having exchanged a fleeting glance with the individual on the platform, an interaction that sent his heart racing. Alongside the astonishment of recognizing Voldemort, there was an unsettling familiarity with those red eyes, as if he had encountered them long ago. Lucius had many to attend to. After exchanging a few words with Severus, he excused himself with an apologetic smile, urging Severus to enjoy the festivities. As the guests observed Lucius's camaraderie with the unfamiliar young man, they turned their attention to Severus, speculating on his identity and whether he was worth befriending. Just as they contemplated approaching him, someone beat them to it. "Hello, Severus, it's been a while." "Indeed, Regulus," Severus replied, the phrase ringing true as he had not seen Regulus since his graduation. He had only glimpsed him occasionally in the news. "This is my fiancée, Cynthia Caro." Regulus introduced the young lady beside him, his face adorned with a warm smile. "Cynthia, this is my senior, Severus Snape." The two exchanged polite greetings. Cynthia Caro gazed at Severus's refined features, seemingly recalling something, as she entwined her arm with Regulus's and smiled sweetly. "Mr. Snape, our wedding is set for August 8th, and you must attend." Cynthia leaned comfortably against Regulus's shoulder, oblivious to his slight stiffness. Severus regarded the beautiful and gentle noblewoman, then glanced at the tall and handsome Regulus. They appeared perfectly matched. He offered a small, sincere smile, genuinely congratulating them. "Congratulations, I shall be there." Cynthia returned a smile, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, she took her somewhat dazed fiancé and departed. Shortly after Regulus's exit, Severus sampled some pastries before leaving himself. After all, the purpose of his congratulations had been fulfilled. He departed Malfoy Manor through the door key and dissipated back to his residence in the city center. "I'm afraid, Peter, I believe you are unsuitable for this position. Perhaps you should explore other avenues." Dumbledore gently set down the parchment he held, his demeanor kind. "Your experience in charms is lacking. Perhaps you could consider the role of librarian?" Professor McGonagall hesitated, her lips moving slightly before she chose silence. Peter sensed the veiled rejection in Dumbledore's words, his face burning with embarrassment, his heart simmering with indignation. All right, Headmaster Dumbledore, I understand." He timidly lowered his gaze to hide the resentment in his eyes. "I shall take my leave now, goodbye." Peter hurriedly made his way through the streets of Hogsmeade, his anger festering as he contemplated why Lily and Sirius had received invitations while he had not, despite his efforts. Dumbledore took a sip of honeymead, awaiting the next prospective wizard to interview. Chapter 91, The Child of Destiny. Professor McGonagall left early, needing to return to the castle to manage affairs with the Board of Governors. After interviewing Andre, Dumbledore prepared to depart, but noticed that the next applicant on the list was Cassandra's great-granddaughter, prompting him to wait a little longer. The newcomer was slender, sporting oversized glasses that concealed much of her face, adorned with chains and trinkets around her neck, and dressed in somewhat worn clothing, giving her a somewhat disheveled appearance. "Good day, Professor Dumbledore." Trelawney, having graduated from Ravenclaw a decade prior, felt a touch timid in the presence of her former transfiguration teacher. Dumbledore smiled kindly, pouring her a glass of violet water, and once she appeared more at ease, he commenced the interview. "You are here to interview for the divination position, correct?" he inquired softly. "Oh, yes," Trelawney replied, producing a crystal ball and hesitantly asking, Would you like me to demonstrate my abilities? Dumbledore nodded slightly, his expression indicating patience. However, the outcome of the interview was not promising, and he contemplated how to gently decline her candidacy. In that moment, Trelawney's body began to tremble violently, her previously unfocused gaze sharpening, and she emitted a piercing sound. A prophecy that would influence the future was born. Dumbledore held little interest in prophetic divinations. He was skeptical of such practices, believing that if one sought foresight, they would be better off consulting Gellert. Others passing by overheard the initial phrases and seized the opportunity to spread the prophecy's content far and wide. Even the Daily Prophet published excerpts, igniting a flurry of discussion. Voldemort's influence now soared, having subdued his inner brutality and enlisted Muggle scholars, thus miraculously improving his reputation in the magical community. Yet, the prophecy reminded people of his past atrocities, prompting a collective sigh of regret. You are saying that a child born at the end of July, who is marked as my equal, will conquer me. Voldemort's voice dripped with amusement as his bony fingers rapped on the table, articulating each word clearly. Dolahov's twisted face exuded malevolence as he caressed the wand at his waist and stepped forward. My lord, shall I eliminate the child foretold in the prophecy? His voice was hoarse, as if he had not spoken in ages. Voldemort dismissed the prophecy. Yet the fragmented pieces of his soul clamored for him to act against this threat. However, contemplating the reality of prophecies within the magical realm made him reconsider. He resolved to investigate discreetly. If this prophecy proved to be a ploy by the Order of the Phoenix, he would not be caught off guard. Voldemort gritted his teeth against the pain emanating from his soul. Dolohov bowed respectfully before quietly retreating. Dumbledore sensed impending trouble upon reading the newspaper and felt compelled to invite Trelawney to Hogwarts for her protection. He also utilized special tools to notify the pregnant members of the Order, urging them to hide to avoid Voldemort's wrath. Dumbledore wearily pressed his temples. After all, this was merely an interview. Who was stirring the waters? Amidst this tense atmosphere, Lily's dreams of a teaching career at Hogwarts came to a close, forcing her into hiding within the old house in Godric's Hollow to evade persecution by Death Eaters. Sirius thus became a guardian, residing at the Potter estate to look after the elder Potters. Lupin and Peter, upon seeing the newspaper, swiftly penned letters to Potter Manor inquiring about the situation. Although their assistance was limited, they sought to confirm the safety of their dear friend. The Phoenix Society stood vigilant, while the Death Eaters seemed to operate with greater ease. Dolohov, obeying Voldemort's orders, conducted his investigations with caution, yet his presence did not go unnoticed by those with keen eyes. After all, who would don a black cloak in broad daylight, obscuring their face save for their eyes, and apparate into the homes of pregnant witches in England to interrogate them? Once discovered, Dolohov ceased to conceal himself, boldly accompanied by several henchmen as he scoured the land for individuals of interest. Those who did not fit the criteria were questioned and dismissed, often receiving a small sum as a form of reassurance. Meanwhile, the truly vulnerable had long since fled, leaving behind empty houses. Yet, some, unable to escape in time, were subjected to interrogation, with expectant mothers nearing their due dates confined indoors, clearly under the watchful eyes of the Death Eaters. Do not fret, James. It may not necessarily be ours, Lily comforted her anxious, unshaven husband, her large belly prominent, as she spoke with a hint of hope. Thus far, the Death Eaters have not claimed a single life, have they? They are merely keeping a close watch on those who are pregnant. James, agitated, tugged at his hair, his bloodshot eyes filled with concern as he gazed at Lily, seemingly having made a crucial decision. I shall seek out Professor Dumbledore. We have no midwife at home, and my mother is not here. A physician must be summoned. He embraced Lily, pressing a gentle kiss on her cheek. Furthermore, we have already visited Street Mungo S for a checkup, and our due date is recorded. It would be quite effortless for them to locate us. Lily returned his embrace, aware that although Voldemort's methods had become less brutal, the shadows he cast lingered in the hearts of the people. Throughout July, London's sky remained overcast, with rain stubbornly withholding its fall. On the final day of this month, a baby's cry pierced the air, coinciding with a sudden thunderstorm that unleashed torrential rain. Severus, poised to leave the cafe, found himself thwarted by the downpour. With nothing to do, he claimed a window seat and immersed himself in a book. The cafe's door swung open and shut repeatedly, as patrons rushed in to escape the deluge. Severus gazed through the glass at the curtain of rain, pondering if the fated child had finally arrived. The rain persisted for 3 consecutive days, causing mushrooms to sprout in the forest. As September approached, the time for school to commence had arrived, and the streets brimmed with children heading to their classes. King's Cross Station once again teemed with oddly dressed men and women pushing carts. Some made too much noise while traversing the barriers, causing the owls on their carts to screech, drawing the attention of passers-by. Observing this, a plainclothes ministry employee brandished their wand, casting spells to modify memories and layering several obliviate charms around the vicinity. Once they confirmed that all students had entered the station without leaving any stragglers behind, they calculated the train's departure time and ventured out to find a restaurant for a hearty meal. As Severus arranged the flower stand, he caught sight of an article in the Daily Prophet regarding the prophecy. It seemed perplexing that, despite the significant changes in the wizarding world, this prophecy still emerged. Shortly thereafter, Petunia arrived at the cafe, bringing news that Lily had given birth to a son, ensuring the continuation of the Potter lineage. Has the child been named? He mused aloud, sipping his milk tea thoughtfully. Harry Potter, Petunia replied, tossing a piece of cake into her mouth. Seemingly forgetting to mention the date of the child's birth, she gestured towards a basket in the kitchen, filled with mushrooms she and Vernon had foraged, suggesting they make a delicious cream of mushroom soup, encouraging him to enjoy it while fresh. Severus repeated the name Harry Potter under his breath, nodding in acknowledgement, but refraining from inquiring further about the birth date. If Lily invites me to Harry's 100-day celebration, I shall bring Vernon along to introduce them. I hope they get along splendidly. Petunia rubbed her fingers dusted with powdered sugar, recalling her robust boyfriend, smiling as she asked, "Do you still have your tooth-strengthening potions and slimming potions? I'd like to purchase some." Severus cast a glance at her body, obscured by the table, before averting his gaze before she could express her irritation. "They are not for me. They are for Vernon." Petunia shot him a glare, frowning as she remarked, "Vernon has gained a good 20 pounds since we've been together." Severus was taken aback by this weight, but readily handed her 2 vials. He harbored doubts about whether Lily would invite Petunia to the 100-day feast, especially in such a tense atmosphere. Nevertheless, he conveyed a subtle warning about the rat through Petunia, uncertain if she would comprehend its significance. At Hogwarts, this year's student enrollment appeared to surpass that of previous years. Gryffindor was no longer the most popular choice among young witches and wizards, as Slytherin welcomed over 20 new students into its ranks. Dumbledore, seated at the high table, stroked his beard, a smile gracing his face, yet a flicker of concern lingered in his eyes. The other professors were in high spirits, raising their glasses in celebration, while Slughorn loosened his bow tie, nodding and smiling at his teaching assistant, young Barty. The students below whispered amongst themselves about the doubled number of faculty members this year, speculating on the ages and appearances of the new teachers. A few Slytherin students discreetly observed the new divination professor, Trelawney, the witch known for her prophecies. Trelawney had not donned any new attire for the start of term. She remained in her somewhat worn robes, yet adorned her wrists with several uniquely designed bracelets. Currently indulging in cup after cup of wine, appearing quite tipsy and slightly deranged, Hogwarts was regarded as the safest place in England. Although it had only recently regained that title after the ordeal with the Acromantula attack in the Forbidden Forest. Now, with enhanced defenses, any forced entry would surely meet with dire consequences. Meanwhile, at Potter Manor, Sirius mounted his motorcycle, shielded by muggle-repelling and disillusionment charms, racing toward the heart of London. Lupin and Peter awaited outside the leaky cauldron, savoring beef burgers as they engaged in light conversation. Me? I'm quite content with my current job. They don't mind my little furry quirks. Lupin tossed his greasy paper into the bin, his expression serene. Isn't Sirius off to Northern Ireland for the Quidditch Seeker tryouts? He is not cut out for teaching. Peter, nearly crushing the soda bottle in his grip, lamented his struggles to secure employment, wishing for a job that seemed to elude him. Off to tryouts. I thought he'd choose something closer to home. Lily just gave birth to little Harry, after all. James wouldn't want the godfather too far away, would he? Lupin was about to respond when they were interrupted. Remus. Peter, long time no see. Sirius exclaimed, tooling his wind-blown hair, his laughter carefree and exuberant, seemingly unbothered by the prophecy. Indeed, it has been a while, Sirius. Lupin and Peter replied with smiles. The trio strolled to Peter's home, where Mrs. Pettigrew warmly welcomed them, offering hot tea and biscuits. Is it safe here? Sirius suddenly inquired after a bout of casual conversation. Peter nodded in confusion, watching as Sirius twirled his wand around the room, occasionally uttering spells. I have something of utmost importance to share with you. Regarding the prophecy, Sirius said, his demeanor turning serious. None of you can speak of this, and you must take an oath. Peter, alarmed, lowered his gaze, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. Lupin, keenly perceptive, sensed the shift in mood, his smile fading gradually. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy as the three of them grasped their wands and took the oath. You are all individuals whom I hold in high regard. Sirius inhaled deeply, releasing a thunderous sigh. Harry's birthday is the 31st. It is now September, the time for students to return to school. Although August boasts 31 days, it hardly warrants Sirius's meticulous attention, which implies something significant. Peter's heart raced, seemingly stunned by this revelation, his breath momentarily stilled. He recalled the information provided by a colleague at the ministry, a myriad of thoughts flashing through his mind. Lupin, too, was taken aback, goosebumps rising on his skin. If his suspicions were correct, then Lily and James, yes, just as you think. Sirius's expression revealed a weariness. He had long sought someone to confide in. If Voldemort truly intends to harm them, I implore you to help protect James and the others. He spoke earnestly, his eyes filled with concern. Ever since Sirius had renounced his family and been disowned by the Blacks, he had taken refuge in the Potter household, considering James as a brother by another mother. How could he not feel anxious when his brother was in peril? Sirius, we will certainly protect James and the others. Perhaps Voldemort will not harm them after all. Lupin reflected on the various events at the secluded manor and the improving situation of the werewolves, wavering slightly. You know, prophecies are often unreliable. Sirius's sensitive nerves twitched, and he stifled his frustration with a resigned sigh. Perhaps, Remus, but caution never hurt anyone. He spoke with trepidation, casting a glance at Peter and shifting the conversation. Lupin sensed Sirius's sudden change in demeanor. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words, resorting instead to nibbling on a biscuit. Though Peter engaged in conversation with Sirius, his mind was preoccupied with the potential profits from the sale of information, his responses somewhat distracted. He kept his head lowered, feigning earnestness, and Sirius, deceived by his appearance and comparing it to Lupin's demeanor, began to lean towards Peter. When dusk approached, Sirius and Lupin finally emerged from the room. Remus, do you believe Voldemort's transformation is beneficial or detrimental to the wizarding world? Before parting ways, Sirius suddenly posed this question, answering himself, regardless. I hope there will be no more sacrifices. With that, he mounted his motorcycle and departed, leaving Lupin in a cloud of exhaust. Chapter 92, Betrayal and Compromise. Until November, Severus had not received a letter from Lily, and Petunia had not attended her sister's child's 100-day celebration. Her hopes of introducing her boyfriend dashed. Severus, however, was not particularly disheartened. If Harry were born on July 31st, Lily and her family must be in hiding. Thus some steps could be omitted to avoid stirring trouble. It was rumored that mothers who gave birth in July were imprisoned by Voldemort. What could he possibly intend? Who knows? Someone murmured. He surely harbors ill intentions. Shoo. Keep your voice down. If someone reports us, you'll be in for it. Come on, just a joke. Hey, let's drink. The Shrieking Shack was a hive of activity. Peter ordered a cheap mead, settling into a dimly lit corner with a biscuit, surrounded by whispers discussing the prophecy of children born in July. A group of elderly women sipped sherry, one of them puffing on a long pipe. A short, stout, bald wizard was engaged in a rather unpleasant conversation with the bar owner, on the verge of an argument. Peter observed the scene as he ate, waiting for his contact. The newcomer, clad in a black robe, wore a hood that obscured most of his face, yet in the dim light, Peter discerned a bluebird mark on the back of his left hand. Many wizards in the bar donned similar attire, choosing to ignore him as they quietly sipped their drinks. The man with the bluebird mark sat beside Peter, tapping his fingers on the table to garner his attention. Startled, Peter looked up, flour from the biscuit dusting his lips. Appearing somewhat foolish. What do you want? The young wizard's voice was bright, revealing his youth. Peter wiped his mouth with his sleeve, contemplating whether to divulge the matter to the senior from Ravenclaw, who now worked at the ministry. You should summon your superior, Peter finally said. What I have to share isn't something you can be involved in. The young wizard frowned at Peter's casual demeanor, clearly displeased by his words. I'm quite busy. Peter, the company has a multitude of matters awaiting my attention, and it's a challenge to carve out time to meet with you. Peter remained unblinking, steadfast in his stance. My information is crucial. The amount you previously offered is not worth this news. He took a sip of his mead, a glimmer of greed flickering in his watery eyes. What do you want? The young wizard responded coldly. You need to increase the payment and arrange 2 immigration agreements to Australia for me. Peter laid out his terms, envisioning a brighter future. The young wizard's expression soured. Yet he recognized Peter as one of the original 4 from Hogwarts, familiar with several members of the Order of the Phoenix. If he wished to extract vital information, he had no choice but to acquiesce to Peter's demands. I will report back to my superior, the young wizard stated with annoyance. Your information better be worth the trouble. With that, he stood and departed. Peter remained seated for a long while after he left, softly murmuring in acknowledgement, his gaze fixed on the mead in his cup. Lost in memories of a month prior, on a day in mid-October, Peter had been brought to the Potter estate by Sirius. It was there that he learned the astonishing news. He was to become the secret keeper. Peter's face flushed crimson at the thought of the merciless methods employed by the Death Eaters, and he hastily declined. No, I can't do it. He stammered. I'm not capable. I'm too timid. The members of the Order know Remus is far more capable. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Hey, listen, Peter. I've discussed this with James. You are the most suitable choice. Sirius placed a reassuring hand on Peter's shoulder, saying earnestly, "You are the most deceptive. If I say you could even become Wormtail, right?" As for Remus, he had been considered, but most werewolves had aligned with Voldemort, and Remus's frequent contact with those werewolf enclaves raised Sirius's suspicions about his loyalty. Hence he was not a viable option for the role of Secret Keeper. Sirius would not disclose this to Peter, lest he add to his worries. "Oh well, I suppose that's fine." Peter hesitated before reluctantly agreeing, the true thoughts in his heart known only to him. Thus, the matter of the Secret Keeper was known solely to James, Sirius, and Peter. With the recollection concluded, Peter returned to the Shrieking Shack. He downed the remaining mead in one gulp and exited the dim bar, uncertain if it was worth it. Meanwhile, Lupin, experiencing yet another full moon, shook his head as he ingested the modified Wolf's Bane potion. Life unfolds in such a manner, constantly recalling the past while moving forward, never truly pausing. The Forbidden Forest, now devoid of a Chromancula, revealed a vast expanse, with snow blanketing the underbrush, burying the centaurs up to their thighs. Centaur Bane was patrolling the territory with Firenze, glancing at the brightly lit Hogwarts castle as they passed the edge. "Bane, the castle is quite lively, isn't it?" Firenze remarked wistfully, turning back toward their domain. Bane gazed mournfully at the sky. How could it not be lively? The stars are nearly claiming the school. Setting aside the concerns of the centaurs, the serpent creature sauntered into the Forbidden Forest for a frolic. Apart from transforming back into its original form to explore the tunnels leading to Hogwarts, it busied itself with feeding the tree guardian with snacks. During this time, the guardian, upon hearing about the creature's indulgence in candied chestnuts, insisted on finding saplings of the sweet chestnut tree to plant in the Forbidden Forest, envisioning a future where they could savor the delightful chestnuts themselves. Inevitably, this task fell to Severus, who mused about the guardian's apparent obsession with collecting tree varieties for the forest. Despite his grumbling, he enlisted Zhang Minjiyuan's assistance in procuring saplings, including various fruit trees, which were subsequently delivered to the Forbidden Forest. As Christmas approached, the streets were adorned with an array of new graffiti, and the bustling flea market drew crowds, all eager to uncover treasures among the stalls. A group of youths, bald and adorned with crucifixes tattooed on their foreheads, distributed flyers while vociferously lamenting the perils of nuclear warfare. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister paced anxiously in his office, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. His astute secretary knocked on the door, announcing the arrival of the newly appointed American ambassador. The Prime Minister straightened himself, wiped his brow, and adjusted his tie in the mirror before stepping out with a smile. Thanks to the harrowing kidnapping incident in April, where personnel from the Iranian embassy in London were taken hostage, other embassies, fearing association, began to criticize the British government for its inaction. Although the BBC broadcast the incident worldwide and the hostages were rescued in a timely manner, the government's credibility suffered a blow. The Prime Minister felt an intensifying headache, regretting not having thought to reach out to the magical community for assistance at the time. With a resigned sigh, he donned a forced smile to greet the new American ambassador. Before long, Christmas passed, ushering in a new year. Severus spent some time watching television with the serpent creature, and soon found himself in a dream on the first day of 1981. After the festive season, the subway resumed operations, and Zhang Mingyuan reluctantly returned the compact car, which had been enchanted to accommodate 10 people comfortably, to Severus, opting instead for his 5-seater vehicle. "Feel free to use it, just don't break it," Severus told him. Noticing his friend's disappointment, recalling a discussion with Andre, he waved his hand dismissively, offering to rent the expanded vehicle for 15 galleons a month. The car, belonging to Andre, who was now teaching at Hogwarts, was left with Severus for earning a bit of extra income. "All right, I'll rent it for a year. I'll send you the galleons later," Zhang Mingyuan replied cheerfully. The vehicle, which required no fuel, was spacious and swift, ideal for someone as frugal as him. Just days prior, Voldemort had celebrated his 55th birthday, returning to London to linger around the dilapidated remains of the Wolves' orphanage, where he spent his childhood. The once thriving establishment was now a shell of its former self, long devoid of life, shrouded in the inky darkness of night, as if a single breath could cause it to vanish entirely. Returning to his manor with an inexplicable sentiment, Voldemort found the grand yet eerily silent room lavishly adorned. "Dobby," he called softly, taking a seat at the long rectangular table. "Prepare a strawberry cake for me." Dobby vanished upon acknowledgement, and soon reappeared with an exquisite strawberry cake. Voldemort waved his hand, dismissing Dobby. He speared a strawberry with his fork, dipped it in cream, and slowly savored it. The sweetness of the strawberry and cream did little to bring him joy. He had never been one to revel in the delights of exquisite desserts. Placing the fork back on the table, he gazed silently at the cake, acutely aware of the many losses he had endured. rendering it difficult to experience the myriad emotions that belong to humanity. Hiss, Tom, is this delightful little cake prepared for me? Nagini emerged from a pile of blankets by the fireplace, slithering over to Voldemort's side. He remained silent, and Nagini, in her memory, happily began to eat. Recalling that Tom had never indulged in such sweet treats, Voldemort's eyes darkened as he stroked Nagini's cool scales, a rare softness flickering in his gaze. It was somewhat laughable. Throughout his life, whether in childhood or as a ruler, the only constant companion had been Nagini. Even his mentor and friend, Abraxas, had isolated himself in the manor due to dragon pox, leaving him with fewer conversable souls. Moreover, one couldn't expect a serpent to offer comfort. After Easter, Peter finally received a response from the mail, which bearing the mark of the bluebird, with the meeting place set at the Broken Broom pub. According to the prophecy regarding the three resistors, aside from the child born on July 31st, the Potters did not fit the description. Peter, a peripheral member of the Order of the Phoenix, was unaware that while the Potters had not publicly clashed with Voldemort, they had covertly disrupted numerous Death Eater plans, leaving even Lucius in a state of disarray. The gentlemen have agreed to your request, so you had best pray your information is worth the price. The young male which remarked, taking a sip of sherry, somewhat envious of Peter's impending 50,000 galleons. Peter remained silent, merely gesturing towards the satchel at his waist. His intent unmistakable. The young witch handed the satchel to Peter, revealing a contract and a Ministry of Magic immigration application. Peter nodded in satisfaction and followed him into the flying car, heading northeast towards London. Upon arriving at their destination, a villa complex, the guards and patrolling witches made it evident that security was tight. Entering a particular house, they cast spells to prevent eavesdropping, allowing them to discuss the transaction details freely. So, in Godric's Hollow, on the 31st, Harry Peter stammered after downing a bottle of whiskey. That's the gist of it. The rest, the money first. He divulged everything except his identity as the informant. Karkaroff stroked his stubbled chin thoughtfully. This man seems suitable for joining the Death Eaters, and could even infiltrate the Order of the Phoenix as a spy. The price is negotiable, Peter Pettigrew. I assent it? Mr. Pettigrew, Karkaroff said, his bloodshot eyes narrowing as he enticingly asked, don't you wish to earn more galleons? Achieve a higher status and power? He recalled his colleagues in Germany, struggling to learn wand-making, feeling a tinge of relief. Peter hesitated before gradually shaking his head, his desires clearly defined. Excessive entanglement held no allure for him. Karkaroff, perceiving his internal conflict, smirked derisively. As long as your status is high enough, those who look down upon you will ultimately find themselves beneath your feet, gazing up at you. Encouraging Peter to embrace the Death Eaters, Karkaroff's words were beautifully persuasive. Join us. Peter, do you not wish for your mother to live a life of comfort and ease? You can remain with the Order, continue providing us with information, and we can repay you in kind. What do you think? Peter's resolve began to waver as he recalled his mother's weary back and the deep lines etched across her face. He extended his right hand. Karkaroff smiled and shook it, moving their hands up and down twice. Pleasure to cooperate, Mr. Pettigrew. Pleasure to cooperate, Peter replied, licking his dry lips. 3 days later, within the confines of Voldemort's manor, Karkaroff reverently placed a meticulously organized file upon the mahogany desk. My lord, the list of infants born at the end of July is here, he announced. Voldemort nodded slightly, gesturing for Dolohov, who stood nearby, to examine the documents laid out on the table. Dolohov perused the pages with a cursory glance, his mind, engrossed in the study of dark magic. Finally began to engage upon seeing the names of several pureblood families. My lord, shall I eliminate them? Rasped Dolohov, his voice thick with a thirst for blood. Voldemort shook his head. With a prophecy in play, there are, of course, means to counter it. If we were to resort to murder, we would merely validate the prophecy. He replied coolly. No, do not concern yourself with such trifles. A subtle smirk curled at the corners of Voldemort's mouth, his eyes gleaming with cold resolve. Dumbledore is our true adversary. Both Dolohov and Karkaroff nodded in unison, and seeing that Voldemort had no further commands, they respectfully withdrew, their innermost thoughts known only to themselves. Voldemort toyed with his wand, pondering that the child of the prophecy must indeed be kept under close scrutiny. Chapter 93, Adoption and Competition. Lucius. Behold the latest report on our firearms experiments, Regulus stated as he approached Lucius, perplexed as to why they had commenced research on Muggle firearms. Lucius acknowledged him with a nod, snapping his fingers, which summoned a steaming cup of red tea from across the room. They were situated in a villa complex built jointly by the Malfoy and Black families, located in the northeastern outskirts of London. Now a haven for wizards and Muggle scholars alike. Is it truly necessary to layer armor twice to withstand a 5.56 bullet? That hardly compares to a bulletproof vest. Lucius mused, having immersed himself in the Muggle world over the past 2 years. While he considered wizards to be of superior lineage, the existence of such long-range weaponry capable of slaying wizards compelled him to retain control over it. Regulus calmly sipped his red tea, having already reviewed the report. Lucius's reaction was anticipated. However, his purpose extended beyond mere curiosity. Following the release of the film by MacGuffin, a renewed fervor for hunting wizards had emerged in England. Some fortunate souls indeed managed to locate them, only to have their memories modified by Aurors in the end. He recalled the burgeoning industries within his family that were entwined with Muggles, most notably his mother's ambition to infiltrate the Muggle medical field. The adult schemes were not without merit, yet the higher-ups at the ministry remained obstinate. Occasionally, Muggles escaped memory modification, revealing the existence of magic to their friends, which incited further exploration and ultimately led to the discovery of Diagon Alley. The ministry merely assumed it was a leak from some wizard. Those old codgers had always been this way. It was no longer an era where wizards needed to hide. Lucius felt a surge of irritation at this, as his mere suggestion to establish a child protection agency within the ministry was met with accusations of ulterior motives. Well, although my intentions may not be entirely pure, is the idea so wrong? He pondered. Hogwarts possesses the Book of Admission, and the ministry has an obligation to protect young wizards. Moreover, Aurors assist children experiencing magical surges during their patrols. Thus, what harm is there in proposing a child protection agency? Should the prophecy hinder progress? Not to mention the orphans among Muggles. The magical world, too, has its share of those living in hardship. Why can't orphanages be established? Do not underestimate their nature. Otherwise, how do you think dark wizards emerge? He remarked, they only care for their own interests. Regulus interjected, has that esteemed individual not already transgressed the statute of secrecy? Yet, no one has stepped forward to intervene. Is it truly no one? Lucius thought bitterly. Those who would have intervened are long gone. Regulus, unfazed by Lucius's expression, continued. The Muggle Prime Minister has recently reached out to us, hoping we might send representatives to assist with a rescue operation. Impossible. He has yet to fulfill his prior promise to allow our personnel into the Ministry of National Security, let alone request further assistance. Lucius interrupted, furrowing his brow. Considering the equally sluggish progress of the ministry, he resolved to have Midge handle these matters henceforth. Muggles understand Muggles best. Regulus, unperturbed by the interruption, nodded obediently. By the way, how is Cynthia? Lucius inquired while organizing the documents. Regulus pondered briefly about his wife, who had been confined to their home and permitted to attend fewer events, a smile gracing his features. She is expecting, you know. Mother has kept her at home, restricting her outings. He radiated joy at the prospect of impending fatherhood, coupled with his career's upward trajectory. I shall have Narcissa invite Cynthia to the manor for a visit. Draco has been longing to see you both, Lucius suggested, his weariness seemingly evaporating as he spoke of his wife, invigorated by the thought. Regulus readily agreed, finishing his cup of tea in one gulp, casually flipping through the documents signed by Lucius before exiting the office. At Hogwarts Castle, Slughorn glanced at young Barty, who approached him bearing a jar of candied jackfruit, a slight scoff escaping his lips. Professor, I have come to request your assistance with a matter, young Barty spoke, quickly producing a box from his pocket to reveal the moonlight grass within. Could you help me brew the potion for the younglings? He asked, pulling out a cloth bag containing additional herbs and some galleons. Slughorn inspected the ingredients, weighing the galleons in his hand before nodding in satisfaction. I can likely prepare 5 doses. Return to me in 3 months to collect the potion. He had ample ingredients for 10 doses, but accounting for waste and the potion master's extraction, 5 was a fair quantity. Barty exhaled in relief, leaving the potions office with a smile. How did it go? Did the professor agree? Andre inquired, having stepped away from the wall to approach Barty as he exited. Yes, the professor asked me to return in 3 months, Barty confirmed, taking Andre's hand as they proceeded toward the hall. Noticing Barty's gesture, Andre, perhaps accustomed to it, obediently followed. That's good. Remember to give me the galleons for the moonlight grass. It was quite the effort to collect, Andre reminded, calculating his expenses for renting a carriage and his teaching salary, alongside the extra income from selling herbs, wondering when he might afford a flat in the city center. Barty smiled gently, tooling Andre's neatly arranged hair. Do not worry. You shall not be shortchanged. Andre, feeling a mix of irritation, swatted Barty's hand away, standing on tiptoe to ruffle his hair back. But a passing student prompted him to abandon the act for the sake of preserving his dignity as a teacher. In Austria, at Nuremberg Castle, Grindelwald, dressed casually, tended to the snowdrop flowers in the greenhouse. He carefully poured a prepared nutrient solution into the pot, eagerly anticipating the blossoms to come. Gellert Grindelwald. At such a time, you still find leisure for gardening? Kama exclaimed, having rushed over without changing out of his slippers, a coat hastily draped over his shoulders. Observing Grindelwald's leisurely activity ignited a sense of profound imbalance within him. Grindelwald paused momentarily in his task before resuming his examination of the flower's leaves. Enraged, Kama stormed over, seized the pot of snowdrops, and dashed toward the greenhouse exit, skillfully evading the elderly housekeeper's attempts to impede him, bounding up the stairs 2 at a time. The housekeeper, witnessing Grindelwald's pursuit, sighed, "I apologize, my lord, for failing to restrain Mr. Kama." Grindelwald merely waved his hand, instructing him to keep an eye on the greenhouse, before leisurely making his way to find Kama. Fortunately, Kama knew his boundaries. He simply tossed the pot of Edelweiss onto the table, thoughtfully casting a warming charm. "Boss, what on earth are you up to? You claim you're making a comeback, yet you've left Nurmengard fewer than 20 times, more than half of which were trips to England to visit your old flame." Kama looked at Grindelwald with a mix of exasperation and disappointment. The much-anticipated resurgence had not materialized, and the boss remained the same old romantic. Kama recalled his own weary travels across Europe, searching for hidden allies, only to find this man reveling in leisure. As Grindelwald noticed Kama's increasingly absurd remarks, he felt compelled to defend himself. "My visits to England aren't solely to see Albus isn't Voldemort there as well. My purpose is to discuss business." The moment he spoke, Kama's irritation intensified. "Business? What kind of business could possibly justify you depleting an entire vault of gold from Gringotts?" He suppressed the urge to shout at his boss, gulping down a mouthful of cold tea. "If it weren't for Sanchez telling me, I would have thought it was a niffler that pilfered it." His frustration made his mustache bristle. Grindelwald couldn't help but chuckle at his friend's expression, laughing openly and consequently earning an irate glare from Kama. "Ahem, Kama. Try not to be so worked up." He struggled to contain his laughter, his demeanor becoming somewhat peculiar. "The gold, I donated it to St. Mungo's hospital in England in the name of the Grindelwald family." He hesitated, continuing, "I heard their magical community has been troubled by a prophecy for quite some time." "Well, that's a relief. I thought you had sent it to that old orange peel, Dumbledore," Kama muttered, stroking his beard, believing he spoke softly. Upon hearing this moniker, Grindelwald's eyelids twitched. He wished to inform Kama that someone's appearance had undergone a significant transformation. Although still aged, traces of his youthful handsomeness were evident. "You mentioned a prophecy. Is it the one about vanquishing the Dark Lord?" Kama attempted to sip his tea, only to find his cup empty, leaving him with no choice but to set it down resignedly. "Is this the same prophecy you referred to? Is he the key to our victory?" He unhesitatingly revealed his doubts. Even with Credence, the Obscurial, they ultimately failed. "The key to our failure is right before us." "Ah, well, I don't know," Grindelwald replied, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Although he was a seer, he had never heard of a healer who couldn't heal themselves. However, their prophecy seems to be different. It appears to concern a newborn child, and it is far more detailed than your prophecy. Kama scoffed. Only he would dare to challenge his former superiors so bluntly. "Have you found the child of the prophecy?" Grindelwald, cradling the pot of snowdrops, posed a crucial question. "What does Voldemort intend to do?" "I don't know. I haven't received any intelligence yet." Kama shot him a sidelong glance, extracting a cigar to inhale its scent. Grindelwald snatched the cigar box from him, trimming the tip with scissors and lighting it from the hearth. Kama, while chastising him for wasting, lit his own cigar with a specialized lighter, reclining on the sofa to take a comfortable puff. "If I were him, I would capture and eliminate anyone fitting the prophecy." Grindelwald gazed at Kama, enveloped in smoke, articulating his intentions, or perhaps he should gather the child of the prophecy close, to wield them for his own purposes. Meanwhile, in Voldemort's manor in England, Lucius, after hearing Voldemort's words, found his typically genteel demeanor nearly unraveling. He steadied himself, hesitantly meeting Voldemort's gaze. "My lord, 2 families fit the description. One is the child of the Longbottoms, and the other belongs to the Potters," he murmured, feeling the tangled emotions dissipate with his revelation. The Longbottoms and the Potters, if scrutinized closely, were indeed related to the Malfoys. In fact, most in the magical community were connected by some degree of kinship when traced through bloodlines. Voldemort rested his chin on one hand, drumming his fingers on the armrest, his eyes fixed intently on Lucius, as if weighing a difficult decision. "Then this task shall be entrusted to you. Let Bella and Regulus accompany you." Voldemort placed a finger before his mask, signaling for silence. "Discuss it thoroughly. I do not wish to make the situation too dire." Lucius's eyes flickered with excitement. Within mere moments, several plans flashed through his mind. "Yes, my lord." He bowed respectfully, departing the manor under the escort of the house elf, Dobby. Upon hearing this news, Bella and Regulus exhibited entirely different reactions. Bella was filled with excitement, her laughter echoing for quite some time as she paced the room with her wand, contemplating what spells to cast on those two families. Regulus, however, wore a perplexed expression, repeatedly confirming the authenticity of the news with Lucius. "It's true, Rel," Lucius affirmed solemnly, stroking the fangs on his serpent staff. "But isn't it rather unethical to snatch someone's child? Moreover, would they truly be willing to part with their offspring?" Regulus recalled his pregnant wife, resolute that he would never relinquish his own flesh and blood. Lucius sighed, recognizing that the difficulty of the task stemmed precisely from the fact that these two families, aligned with the prophecy, were also their kin. "Let us give it a try, Rel," he murmured. The Duke appeared calm, yet the magic surrounding him crackled with agitation. He had once inadvertently witnessed Voldemort consume several bottles of soul stabilizers, which were notorious for their side effects. Regulus nodded silently. Having spent considerable time beside Voldemort, he was, to some extent, aware of the circumstances. The trio did not linger. Donning their black robes and masks, they apparat to the Longbottom residence in Godric's Hollow. That night, the evening breeze mournfully swept through the sycamore trees lining the streets. Frank and Alice Longbottom, as Aurors, had finally concluded their day's work before dusk. In their lovely home, they warmed themselves by the crackling fireplace, cradling their precious son, Neville. Everything appeared so cozy. At that moment, the defensive enchantments outside the house were triggered, and their expressions shifted as they exchanged knowing glances. Alice cast a sleeping charm on the child, retreating to the inner room to open the prepared partition, kissing his chubby cheek before placing him inside. After ensuring the child was secure, Alice returned to the main room, nodding at her husband, then took her wand, hiding in the optimal position for an ambush, hoping fervently that they were merely being paranoid. The door's wards were breached with a creak, and a large shadow loomed through the half-open door. Frank Longbottom, Alice Longbottom, long time no see. The visitor, clad in black robes, greeted them with an elongated drawl. Frank's countenance shifted instantaneously upon hearing that sharp voice, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the figure. The familiar silhouette confirming his suspicions. The insane woman among the Death Eaters. Frank trembled with rage. This brutal Death Eater had tormented and destroyed countless families. How dare she appear before them alone? "It seems you still recognize me?" Bella cackled, tapping her wand against her palm as if applauding his keen perception. Lucius frowned, positioning himself protectively behind Bella to prevent her from provoking the couple further. "Mr. Longbottom, Mrs. Longbottom, shall we negotiate?" Chapter 94, The Deathly Hallows have arrived. From the moment Frank recognized the three intruders, he knew their movements had been compromised. The ensuing conversation was hardly pleasant, particularly as the three Death Eaters discussed exchanging their son for a higher position within the Ministry of Magic. As the crimson glow and emerald light flickered through the room, both parties bore fresh, blood-soaked wounds. Regulus surveyed the evenly matched quartet with a sigh. How had a diplomatic negotiation devolved into a chaotic melee? Casting a glance at the wall clock, he realized that nearby Aurors would soon arrive, necessitating their swift retreat. "There's trouble. We must withdraw," Regulus whispered, hurling a blazing fireball towards Frank Longbottom. The spell was dodged by Frank, but struck the lengthy curtain beside him, igniting it and quickly spreading flames that filled the room with a noxious smoke. Meanwhile, Bella continued her frenzied assault against the opposing side until Lucius forcibly pulled her away. They were there to negotiate, not to commit murder. The Longbottoms, witnessing the fire spreading into the inner room, abandoned their pursuit of the three Death Eaters to focus on extinguishing the flames. Voldemort was not surprised by the trio's failure. Upon seeing their disheveled state, he merely chuckled. "My lord, we regretfully inform you that our mission to the Longbottom residence was unsuccessful," Lucius lamented, cradling his injured right arm with a look of deep remorse. Bella, feeling indignant, fell silent under Regulus's stern gaze. Voldemort observed their subtle exchanges with a sense of irritation. "Enough," he waved his hand dismissively. "Dobby, take them to the potions room for the necessary potions." With a loud crack, the house elf Dobby appeared, bowing deeply to Voldemort before leading the trio away. Voldemort settled in the garden, basking under the feeble sunlight, exuding an aura of solitude. The Daily Prophet, with its uncanny ability to acquire information, published an article the next day detailing the attack on the Longbottom home. Rita Skeeter analyzed the motives of the Death Eaters, speculating whether the Longbottom child was the prophesied one, and if they should surrender the child to quell the anticipated bloodshed. Those who read the newspaper were filled with anxiety, seeking refuge from the threat of the Death Eaters. Others were consumed by anger, demanding the Ministry of Magic enhance protection for the Longbottoms, insisting that if the child was indeed the prophesied one, they should eliminate him. Absurd, utterly absurd. Rita Skeeter's nonsensical assertions prompted outrage. After finishing her morning read, Mrs. Brown banged the table in frustration, clearly incensed. Severus, upon hearing her outburst, glanced at the article to see Rita making yet another outrageous claim. suggesting the Longbottoms should surrender their child, as if children could simply be replaced. At a loss for words, he merely advised Mrs. Brown to focus on her work before heading alone to Hogsmeade to retrieve the basilisk. The creature, having frolicked in the Forbidden Forest for 2 months, was eager to return to Hogwarts kitchen for a feast. Hiss, Severus, you've finally come for me. I miss my bed and the television. I want crisps, cola, and roast duck. The basilisk drooled, having enjoyed the forest but longing for the comforts of the Muggle world. Severus tucked the creature into his pocket, nodded at the centaur Bane, and turned to leave. Bane stood by the Whomping Willow, watching Severus's retreating figure, his expression hidden in shadow. As Severus approached the cafe, melodious piano music wafted from within. Recognizing a segment from La Traviata, he surmised that nearby university students were indulging their musical talents on the cafe's piano. A few months prior, feeling bored, he had mentioned wanting to pass the time, and Zhang Mingyuan had gifted him a second-hand piano, claiming it was the same model used by a queen. Thus, the piano had been placed in the cafe, serving as an ornamental piece. Noticing Severus returning empty-handed, Mrs. Brown remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Mr. Snape, I believe you ought to consider getting another pet. It's rather lonely by yourself. And snakes are cold creatures that hibernate in winter. My dog just had a litter. Would you like one?" Her pets were all fluffy, and her previous puppy had even come to the cafe to fetch her. I think I'm fine," Severus replied, patting the discontent basilisk in his pocket, graciously declining her offer. "I must be off." With that, he departed, carrying a box of pastries. Mrs. Brown shook her head with amusement, recognizing that beneath his stoic demeanor, he was merely a boy yet to reach 20. On May 19th, 1981, a rare sunny day dawned. "James, are you truly all right?" Lily asked, arms crossed as she gazed at the boy seated on a flying broomstick, supported by Sirius, her eyes filled with warmth. "I'm fine, Lily," James replied. Though uncertainty crept into his voice, Sirius was a smokescreen, and no one could discern the true nature of the situation, could they? Lily fell silent, recalling Dumbledore's borrowed cloak and the magical book he had given her, stirring unease within her heart. James, puzzled by Lily's sudden quietness, picked up a passing cat and placed it in her arms. "Don't worry, there will always be a way to resolve this. Dumbledore will help us," he reassured her softly, stroking the cat's head, which purred contentedly. As Lily listened to Harry's innocent laughter, an inexplicable longing for her parents, distant yet ever-present, washed over her, tinged with melancholy. Seeing her expression, James stepped closer and gently wrapped his arms around her, pressing a soft kiss to her forehead. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore was engrossed in studying the invisibility cloak, while most of the portraits around him either dozed or chatted in other frames. The Deathly Hallows comprised the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the invisibility cloak. His hand trembled as it caressed the shimmering fabric, resembling liquid silver. With the Elder Wand and invisibility cloak in his possession, he only needed one more artifact to fulfill his aspirations. At that moment, Grindelwald, utilizing the International Flu Network, had traversed various locations to arrive at the headmaster's office. Emerging from the fireplace, he found Dumbledore entranced by the shimmering fabric. "Albus, what has captured your attention so thoroughly that you overlooked my arrival?" Gellert disregarded the watchful gaze of the Phoenix Fox and approached Dumbledore, placing a potted plant on the desk. Snapping back to reality, Dumbledore hurriedly organized his belongings. But it was too late. Grindelwald had seized the other end of the cloak. "Albus, what is this?" Grindelwald inquired, stroking the soft material, answering himself. "This must be the invisibility cloak, then? I never expected you to find it." The portrait figures squinted, feigning sleep while secretly eavesdropping on the unfolding drama. Grindelwald cast a silencing charm, ensuring that the portraits could neither hear nor see what transpired. "Gellert, I have never truly let go," Dumbledore sighed, reflecting on his youthful desire to resurrect his sister Ariana, only to realize with age and experience that if one were to return from the dead, would it still be her? Grindelwald scoffed lightly, leaning against Dumbledore's desk. "I expected you to be more rational, yet here you are, fixated on that ludicrous prophecy." "I know the invisibility cloak belongs to the Potter family." He observed Dumbledore's change in expression with satisfaction, feeling a surge of joy at the sight of England's greatest white wizard's discomposure. "The prophecy was uttered by Cassandra Trelawney's great-granddaughter, and that individual is ill-suited for the current magical world." Dumbledore defended himself, acknowledging that perhaps it had begun as mere coincidence, but subsequent events compelled him to strategize. All he did was for the greater good of the magical community. Through his own experiences, he concluded that in this society, education does not point towards the future, but rather adheres to the past, thus ensuring the better transmission of magical culture. Innovation and reform without reason would merely thrust the magical realm into another abyss. So what? Grindelwald inquired of Dumbledore with a significant look. Do you prevent a flower from blooming by denying it the chance to take root? Dumbledore closed his eyes, recalling his estranged brother, Aberforth, and spoke hoarsely. I will return the Elder Wand to you. Grindelwald was almost amused by his remark. Had he traveled such a distance merely to reclaim the Elder Wand? No need for that. Let the esteemed White Wizard, Mr. Dumbledore, keep it. Grindelwald inhaled deeply, a rigid smile upon his face. Dumbledore's cerulean eyes were filled with bewilderment as he stroked his chin thoughtfully, hesitating slightly. Do you think, he began, somewhat ambiguously, that the magical world requires reform? Yes. Grindelwald spat out through gritted teeth before turning and tossing a handful of flue powder into the fireplace, disappearing from the headmaster's office, leaving Dumbledore and Fawkes the Phoenix to exchange bewildered glances. Before Dumbledore could gather his thoughts, a figure emerged from the fireplace. Grindelwald. Almost forgot, my flower is still here. Grindelwald stepped out of the fireplace, retrieved the flower pot, and vanished once more. In the Malfoy Manor's garden, Lucius stood anxiously. It was now September, and his task remained incomplete. The Longbottoms and the Potters were both on guard. Before July, he could still observe the elder Potters at their estate. But now they were nowhere to be seen. It was rumored that they had contracted dragon pox while at St. Mungo's. A journalist had caught wind of this and reported it, suggesting that someone had deliberately poisoned them, specifically targeting a certain platinum noble. Lucius stared at the tabloid in disbelief. Although his father had contracted dragon pox, he was recuperating quietly at the manor. How could he possibly poison anyone? He had originally intended to explain things to the 28 families, but was instead met with the news of the elder Potter's demise. Now, he felt like a mute consuming bitter gall, unable to voice his grievances, and even Olymp had subtly suggested that Regulus keep his distance, fearing contagion. Lucius felt unjustly wronged, his worries visibly dimming his hair, and the dark circles under his eyes were beyond the remedy of any restorative potion. It seems that matters are quite troubling for you, Voldemort remarked, regarding Lucius and the others with a dispassionate tone. My lord, ever since the elder Potters passed, the James Potters have been resisting fiercely. Death Eaters are attacked as soon as they approach. Last week, we lost track of them, Lucius replied, opting for candor instead of evasion. He yearned to unearth the identity of those maligning the Malfoy family's reputation, yet Voldemort's assignments were equally vital. He had personally led the Death Eaters in search for 3 days. Voldemort nodded with interest, enduring the searing sensation from his soul as he contemplated the prophecy concerning the Child of Prophecy. At that moment, Regulus hurried in, and upon seeing Voldemort deep in thought, he leaned in to whisper to Lucius. Lucius's eyes sparked with excitement at the news, and after receiving confirmation, he quickly devised a plan. My lord, we have new information on the Potters. They are located in a safe house in Godric's Hollow, and their informant has defected to our side. Lucius explained as Voldemort's curious gaze fell upon him. How intriguing. I shall pay them a visit. Voldemort chuckled lightly as he rose, gesturing for Lucius to prepare. Lucius understood the implication and left with Regulus to gather a team, naturally bringing along the informant who had allied with the Death Eaters. They believed Voldemort would place greater importance on the pureblood Longbottom family, thus intensifying their surveillance on them. Conversely, the monitoring of the Potters was notably lax, resulting in the delay of Karkaroff's information reaching them. However, Voldemort's thoughts diverged entirely from their perceptions. As a half-blood himself, he was far more concerned with the Potter family, which had given rise to a half-blood child, something Lucius and his associates were blissfully unaware of. Voldemort was suddenly plagued by a headache at the thought of the prophecy, quickly followed by a sensation as if every nerve in his body were being torn apart, and his bones felt as though they were exploding, causing him to lose control over his reason. His eyes turned an unnatural red, his robes billowing as the magic surrounding him stirred the debris from the ground, scattering the blooming flowers in the garden as if caught in a whirlwind, leaving nothing unscathed. On the evening of October 31st, 1981, Sirius, as arranged, prepared to ride his motorcycle to find Peter. They had planned to celebrate Halloween together and then head to a pub for birthday festivities. He donned his helmet and bid farewell to the Potter couple, driving towards the sun. James, I have a foreboding feeling, Lily said, watching Sirius's retreating figure, her heart constricting with unease as she furrowed her brow. James, observing little Harry playing with the cat, pulled Lily into his embrace, gently patting her back. It's nothing. Lily, you must believe that no one could possibly guess, James replied vaguely, confident in his friends, convinced they would not betray them. Lily bit her lip, breaking free from her husband's embrace, and retreated to the room with little Harry. Sirius rode his motorcycle over the hill, spreading his fingers to feel the rushing wind, letting out a jubilant shout that released the pent-up frustration within him. Meanwhile, Voldemort, having just apparat nearby, felt a flicker of curiosity. Was this a new breed of creature? Lucius and his companions, following closely, shared the same confusion, having never heard of magical creatures residing in that area. Chapter 95. The Death of Voldemort. Halloween is an important holiday for both wizards and muggles alike. The sweet scent of roasted pumpkins filled the streets, with charming jack-o'-lanterns hung everywhere. As adults bought copious amounts of chocolate candy for trick-or-treating children, the coffee shop displayed numerous jack-o'-lanterns, and patrons praised the owner for her thoughtful decorations. Mrs. Brown had dressed as a sultry Catwoman, while Severus had fittingly donned a vampire costume. "Shall we close early tonight to attend the parade together?" Mrs. Brown suggested, blowing on her red-painted nails and tossing her hair. The other two female employees looked at Severus expectantly. As a considerate employer, he readily nodded in agreement. "Let us head home early. The children are eagerly awaiting their treats," Severus reminded them before gathering some pastries to find Zhang Mingyuan. Laughter and cheer echoed around him as he observed groups of children playing and adults gathering for drinks, and he sighed nostalgically. He wondered how the magical community was faring and whether the prophecy, due to unfold, would mirror the original tale by claiming the lives of innocent people. That night, the crowd grew increasingly boisterous, the warm glow of jack-o'-lanterns illuminating the dimly lit path. Though few wizards resided in Godric's Hollow, they still managed to set up some jack-o'-lanterns to enhance the Halloween atmosphere and share in the festive joy. With a crackling sound, a flash of white light erupted, and several shadowy figures appeared out of thin air, shattering the illuminating lamps with a wave of their hands. "Sir, this is the place," a sycophantic voice guided the intruders. A diminutive figure leading the way. The small figure was none other than Peter, who had gotten Sirius drunk at the pub and tossed him into a prepared room before hastening to join this operation. Voldemort waved his hand, prompting Lucius and the others following him to scatter in search of the lurking sentinels from the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix. Karkaroff, the guide, was also pulled away by him. The Godric's Hollow was dimly illuminated under the moonlight, the heels of polished shoes clicking softly against the stone slabs. Through the veil of night, Voldemort spotted a house below in the valley, its windows emanating a warm glow, while the not-so-thick curtains cast the silhouette of a woman cradling a child. His inherently suspicious nature led him to always doubt the intentions of others, perpetually seeking hidden motives. To Voldemort, this seemingly innocuous scene could conceal a grand conspiracy. "Peter," Voldemort called, lightly tapping his wand with his fingertip. Peter stepped forward knowingly, unwittingly triggering the defensive spells surrounding the house. He rang the doorbell and retreated to wait. The cheerful laughter within faded, soon replaced by the sound of hurried footsteps. "Who is it? Sirius? Peter? Is that you? Why are you back so early?" James's joyful demeanor evaporated upon seeing the cloaked figures outside, replaced by a glimmer of hatred in his eyes. "Who sent you?" "No, wait. How did you know we were here?" Confused and furious, James instinctively reached for his waist, only to find it empty. He cursed himself for having left his wand in the living room. "Mr. Potter, might we not be invited in for a moment?" Peter's voice lowered, though his body had already squeezed inside, his wand pressing against his waist. James, illuminated by the light within, recognized Voldemort's iconic red eyes and silver mask, and his expression darkened. "Who brought you here?" he demanded in a low voice, directing his question towards the wand holder. "Is it Jack, Hops, or Sirius?" He spat out the names through gritted teeth. "Less chatter. Be honest." Peter's wand twitched, yet he chose not to answer. James seemed to recognize the wand in front of him, stepping forward with a forced smile as he entered the living room. The cozy space was adorned with remnants of pumpkin pies, but the lady of the house was nowhere to be found. "Hand over the child, and I shall spare your lives," Voldemort said gently to James. "You have seen the prophecy. Only by surrendering the child to me will there be any benefit to anyone." "Hand him over? To raise him as the next generation of Death Eaters? My child, whether a Ravenclaw or a Hufflepuff, will never join your ranks," James interrupted angrily, his eyes brimming with disdain. He vividly recalled the ruthless measures employed by the Death Eaters during their rise, the countless wizards and muggles they slaughtered. Even if their reputation had improved now, it could never resurrect those lost names, let alone ensure his child's survival in their clutches. Voldemort regarded him quietly, his red eyes reflecting a peculiar and complex emotion. James met his gaze defiantly, unperturbed by the wand pressed against him. Just then, a rustling sound came from upstairs, and a silver-gray doe gracefully leapt through the window, shining brightly against the dark night. James recognized it as Lily's signal for help to the Order and the Ministry, silently praying for their swift arrival. Peter cast a nervous glance outside, internally rallying himself. Unless Dumbledore appeared in person, no one could wrest from Voldemort what he sought. "A struggle of the cornered beast," Voldemort uttered, turning towards the staircase, his intentions clear. It was the child upstairs he sought, not the foolish lion. "Voldemort, I will not allow you to harm my wife and child." James noticed his wand in the corner of his eye and suddenly broke free from Peter's grip, swiftly retrieving the wand from the knitting basket. With a fierce resolve, he pointed the tip of his wand at Voldemort, clearly blaming him for the deaths of his parents. Voldemort deftly evaded the killing curse, swiftly casting a spell that disarmed James. "Watch him," Voldemort grunted, vowing that next time he would surely kill Potter. "Coward." James spat in Voldemort's direction. Before Peter could react, he rolled and snatched up his wand, shouting, "Avada Kedavra." Voldemort's irritation grew. He had merely come to find a child, and was continually thwarted. "Lily, run. Lily," he called out desperately, unleashing a torrent of killing curses in hopes of granting Lily more time to hide. His murderous intent was resolute, as green light erupted from his wand. Aimed at the cloaked figure not far away, Voldemort would not remain passive. He retaliated with his own curse, the green light far mightier than James's. The two curses clashed, culminating in a deafening explosion that shattered the house's windows, reminiscent of a bomb's detonation. James was hurled into the air, crashing heavily to the ground. In a heartbeat, James's anguished cries ceased, leaving him lifeless on the floor. "James! James!" Lily cried out in agony, her vision blurred by tears, too frightened to descend and investigate. In her arms, Harry remained blissfully unaware of the chaos, thinking his mother was merely playing with him, giggling with delight. Peter stared in shock at the lifeless body of his former friend, the heir of the Potter family, a young man he had known for 7 years, now extinguished by Voldemort's hand. Voldemort coldly surveyed the corpse, his soul trembling with exhilaration. He sighed, stating that surrendering the child would suffice. He had never intended to kill James. However, it was too late for words. A life had already been lost. He indifferently stepped over the body and ascended the staircase. Peter trembled, yet he had no choice but to follow, feeling more like an observer than a participant, his watery eyes fixated on Voldemort's every move. The room fell into an eerie silence. Lily had only just managed to hide Harry in a cupboard when the door was suddenly blasted open. "Give me the child." "Lily Potter, I do not wish to repeat myself." Voldemort surveyed the room, growing impatient when he found no sign of the child. Lily recalled the spell book Dumbledore had given her, along with the dire consequences he had warned of. Her heart resisted the notion of handing over her child. "Give him to you? On what grounds?" She spat on the floor, her eyes fixed on Voldemort's back. Not seeing her husband, despair washed over her. "You killed my parents, the Potters, and now my husband. What makes you think I would ever hand my child over to you?" She mocked. "I can offer him unparalleled glory and status. Elevate him to the pinnacle of power," Voldemort replied coolly. "Soon, the entire magical world will know only me as king, and he, if all goes as planned, shall be my marked enemy. If you do not surrender him, you will be opposing all of the Death Eaters. You surely do not wish to be ostracized by the magical community, do you? Do you want to witness more lives lost? Perhaps the Longbottoms? Perhaps your husband?" Lily leaned against the cupboard where she had hidden Harry, her peripheral vision scanning the outside for any sign of movement, anger flaring at Voldemort's words. "Voldemort, go to hell. Die. All of you die. It's because of you, demon, that I have lost everything." She glared, drawing her wand from behind her back, tears streaming down her face as she roared, "James, I will avenge you. Avada, Avada Kedavra." The room was awash in a flickering green light, and the woman's piercing scream echoed through the night, instilling a palpable dread in all who heard it. When Peter finally emerged from his stupor and ascended the staircase, he was met with a scene of utter chaos and the lifeless body of Lily sprawled on the ground. Both Voldemort and the child Harry had vanished, leaving behind only a solitary wand on the floor. Overwhelmed with panic, Peter soon heard the gruff voice of a man nearby. He recognized it to be Hagrid, a member of the Order of the Phoenix. He hastily retrieved the abandoned wand, knowing that his immediate priority was to flee the scene. By the time the Aurors arrived, they discovered nothing but the bodies of the Potters. It was only through the use of life detection magic that they found little Harry. Otherwise, they would have been unable to locate the concealed compartment protected by potent defensive spells. Voldemort's chaotic memories lingered on the moment he cast the killing curse upon the red-haired witch, and now he drifted through London like a restless spirit, seemingly in search of something, yearning to return to Nagini, his white serpent who could offer him protection and lead him to safety. His soul, exposed to the air, was consumed by an indescribable, cold pain akin to being sliced by a blade, eroding his fragile essence. He felt his consciousness being completely submerged, rendering him incapable of coherent thought. All he desired was to find a warm place to rest. Suddenly, Voldemort sensed something and swiftly bent down, rushing toward a specific direction. The basilisk was lounging lazily on Severus' shoulder, its tail flicking back and forth. In the next moment, it seemed to have touched something, and with a snap, its tail froze midair. Severus, could you check if there is something behind my tail?" The basilisk stammered, recalling the horror movie it had watched the previous night. Severus extracted the basilisk from its hiding place in his hair, shaking its tail to ascertain that nothing was amiss. "Ha! Well, just now my tail felt a bit chilly. I thought there might be a ghost," the basilisk replied dizzily, but it refused to remain on his shoulder, opting instead to curl into the pocket of Severus's robe. "There are so many ghosts at Hogwarts. Why aren't you afraid?" Severus queried, bemused. "If it saw a giant python, wouldn't it try to flee to the Amazon to find its relatives? That's different." "Hiss, who knew Muggle films could be so terrifying?" the basilisk lamented, asserting that the ghosts at Hogwarts were rather charming by comparison. Severus shrugged and continued toward the neighborhood where the Halloween parade was taking place. Today was a day for wizards to revel. Just a few steps later, he heard a few cat cries emanating from an alley, which in the stillness of the night sounded quite alarming. Severus suspected it might be a feral cat being bullied by others, but upon closer listening, he realized it was the sorrowful wails of a kitten. "Severus, should we go take a look? I sense that kitten's vital signs are weakening." The basilisk poked its head out, flicking its tongue toward the alley. Severus replied softly, gripping his wand and casting a flickering light before stepping into the darkness. In the alley, amidst a pile of refuse, the cries of the kitten grew louder as it seemed to sense the approach of aid. The kitten, appearing to be no more than a month old, was curled up in a dilapidated cardboard box, its fur dark and matted. In the light, only its bright red eyes were visible. Upon seeing its color, Severus immediately understood why it had been abandoned. Most Westerners harbor superstitions against black cats, deeming them unlucky and associating them with witches. At that moment, the kitten's glistening eyes gazed up at him. Noticing his indifference, it trembled its ears and tilted its fluffy head in an endearing manner. Unable to resist the charm of the tiny creature, Severus hesitated but ultimately scooped the kitten into his arms. It was small and emaciated, scarcely larger than his palm, and shivered in the absence of the cardboard shelter. Feeling the drop in temperature through its sparse fur, Severus removed his cloak and wrapped the kitten snugly within it, then conjured a warming charm with his wand, alleviating its tremors. "Hiss, Severus, are we still going to the parade?" The basilisk glanced at the frail kitten, inquiring about their next course of action. "First, we need to find a veterinary clinic to have the kitten checked," he replied, gently tapping the kitten's head with his index finger, earning a friendly nuzzle in return. "You might just gain a companion," he added, eliciting a puzzled shake of the basilisk's head as it retreated back into his pocket. The streets were bustling with revelers celebrating Halloween, though some shops had already closed for the night. After searching several blocks, Severus finally located a veterinary clinic that had not yet shuttered for the evening. Upon seeing the little black kitten, the staff initially recoiled, reluctant to provide treatment. With a sigh, Severus doubled the offered payment, prompting the reluctant vet to examine the kitten. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Aside from being underweight, the kitten bore no injuries, likely having been discarded in the trash only that day. After an hour of commotion, Severus returned home with various supplies for the kitten, blissfully unaware of the upheaval occurring in the wizarding world. Meanwhile, a drunken Sirius was found by Remus in their hotel room. In the coldest hour of midnight, he sorrowfully revealed the tragic news to his friend. The astute Sirius immediately deduced who had leaked the Potter's address. Without time for further discussion, he seized his wand and set off to pursue the traitor. Chapter 96. Movements from all sides. The little kitten, being merely a month old, grew hungry quite rapidly, compelling Severus to feed it approximately every hour. As dawn approached, he yawned while filling the mewling kitten's bottle, after which he succumbed to a deep slumber. Just as the kitten, content after its meal, began to purr, it suddenly paused its breathing, before resuming rhythmic rises and falls in its tiny belly. Outside, countless owls flitted through the dimness, while the streets of London teemed with searching aurors and wizards. With his knowledge of Peter, Sirius finally tracked him down in an underground shelter, confronting him with a mix of disbelief and rage. "Why did you betray James and Lily? After 7 years at school, haven't we treated you well? I even entrusted you with such an important secret, and this is how you repay me?" "I suspected Remus, but never you," Sirius raged, tears brimming in his eyes as he recalled his fallen friends. "Why do you ask? You two are both scions of wealthy families, living lives of privilege, never lacking for galleons. I am merely a poor boy from the Muggle world. To others, my friendship with you seems like a stroke of luck," Peter scoffed, listing grievances as he spoke. "Where were you when I needed you? And when you required my assistance, I complied without hesitation. Being the secret keeper is both crucial and perilous. Didn't you ever consider what I would endure if captured and tortured? My mother only has one son. I do not wish to die," Peter shouted, his voice breaking, leaving Sirius momentarily stunned. At that moment, Peter disapparated from the shelter, weaving through the streets of London in the dim morning light. When the aurors arrived, drawn by the thunderous explosion, they discovered an entire street reduced to rubble, with Sirius standing amidst the corpses, laughing maniacally. They could only manage to inquire of the terrified muggles nearby before hastily modifying their memories, escorting the deranged Sirius away just before the police arrived. The weather was overcast, with dark clouds hanging low as if threatening rain. A gray owl circled above before finally landing on a branch, pecking at its feathers. As Vernon Dursley navigated his commute to work, he noticed an unusual assembly of individuals clad in eccentric attire by the roadside. Having encountered such cloaked figures frequently in recent years, he dismissed them with a disinterested glance. Could they possibly be friends of Petunia's sister? Yet, it had been nearly a year since he last heard from her. Bored, he absent-mindedly poked at the decorative trinket that Petunia had crafted, contemplating a phone call to inquire about her later. Petunia, enjoying a leisurely morning at home without classes, was roused from her slumber by a call from her boyfriend at 9 o'clock, just as a flock of owls soared past her window. Not yet, yes. I've secured my internship, she stammered, momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. Upon hearing Vernon's concerned voice, she quickly replied, I'll bring you lunch. Ronnie's shop has new desserts. After soothing her boyfriend, she gazed outside at the crowd being harassed by the owls, a sense of foreboding creeping into her thoughts. Once Petunia was ready to leave, she spotted a tabby cat perched on a bench, consulting a map for bus routes. When she turned to confirm her observation, the cat remained, but was no longer holding the map. Regardless, she mused, it was peculiar for a cat to be studying routes. Perhaps it hadn't gotten enough rest after a late night? She gently patted her cheeks to invigorate herself. Wizards were few on the streets. Most had flocked to the Leaky Cauldron or the Three Broomsticks to celebrate. The owls continued their erratic flight overhead, conveying messages invisible to muggles. Today's news was particularly strange. Mrs. Brown stirred her coffee with an automatic spoon while shaking the Daily Prophet, which shockingly reported that Voldemort, yes, that Dark Lord, had gone missing. A few familiar wizards, sipping tea in the establishment, erupted into laughter upon hearing the news. My dear, your information is rather outdated, remarked a diminutive brown-haired witch. It is now confirmed that the Chosen One is the surviving child of the Potters, both of whom were murdered. Noticing Mrs. Brown's skeptical gaze, she added, This comes from the daughter of a friend of my mother S, who has special connections at the Ministry. Perhaps even the Order does too. Not necessarily. Those individuals had previously visited the Auror Longbottom, and besides, the Dark Lord is merely missing, not deceased. They celebrate too soon, retorted another witch, taking a sip of her tea. After a brief exchange of banter, they fell silent, realizing that such matters were too distant for their concerns, preferring to engage in the promotional activities that piqued their interest. Mrs. Brown, however, continued to frown at the newspaper. If Voldemort truly was missing as reported, the fragile peace within the magical community would inevitably be disrupted. Lucius Malfoy, while orchestrating the movements of those tasked with guarding the Potter family from the Ministry and the Order, received confirmation from Regulus stationed outside the villa regarding Voldemort's disappearance. He promptly returned to the manor to arrange for a swift evacuation of his subordinates and instructed the nobles to eliminate any loose ends. James Mead and Muggle elite Mashkin discussed matters at length, ultimately drafting a proposal which they submitted to Lucius overnight. After waiting 10 hours at Voldemort's manor, only the white serpent Nagini frolicked in the estate, with the Dark Lord conspicuously absent. Lucius deduced that Voldemort had indeed vanished, but fortunately, a contingency plan was already underway. Lucius, accompanied by Regulus and a few others, hastened to St. Mungo's, claiming they needed to be examined as they had felt disoriented previously but were now back to normal. Other nobles, delayed in their response, deemed Lucius cunning and invited a physician to their homes to confirm that they had been afflicted by an unknown curse before allowing them to depart. Opting instead to feign illness at home, the proverbial tree had fallen, and the monkeys scattered as the walls began to crumble. Dumbledore received the news with astonishment tinged with regret. Although Voldemort was missing, the Potters he had targeted were dead, leaving only little Harry as the sole survivor. Quickly regaining his composure, he began reaching out to the Ministry and the Order, determined to take action against the Death Eaters. In recent years, the Death Eaters had significantly bolstered their economic power, establishing businesses and creating jobs, amassing considerable wealth without contributing a single canute in taxes. Previously, they had been restrained by Voldemort's intimidation, but with his disappearance, they could now act. The Ministry swiftly moved to shut down Global Corporation and the cinema in Diagon Alley, dispatching Aurors to secure the replica Diagon Alley in Hogsmeade and the northern suburbs. Inciting widespread panic, many wizards employed by Voldemort's enterprises expressed their discontent, as they were primarily half-bloods or Muggleborns who had secured jobs through the Death Eaters, providing for their families. The closure of these businesses threatened their livelihoods. These individuals cared little for the order or the conflict with dark forces. Their primary concern was their own survival, as working in the company was far easier than the arduous search for employment elsewhere, complete with benefits and bonuses. The Death Eaters, led by Lucius, were not without their response. They disseminated news about an improved wolfsbane potion and began selling the concoction. In a frenzy, werewolves scrambled to acquire the affordable potion, though Lucius was well aware of the strategy behind such scarcity marketing. Limiting sales to merely 20 bottles a day, insufficient for the werewolves, but instilling a glimmer of hope. The shops selling the potion informed them that they had initially intended to distribute the improved, inexpensive, and easy-to-make wolfsbane potion for free. But due to the crisis faced by the owner, they were forced to alter their plans. The ministry, begrudgingly, awarded them the second-level Merlin-S Order of Excellence, reducing their punitive measures as they feared being bitten by transformed werewolves infiltrating the ministry. Wizards employed at Voldemort-S Enterprises, along with their families, staged sit-ins at the ministry for several days, demanding the lifting of the company's blockade. Overall, the ministry was overwhelmed, with progress slow outside of the interrogation of a few apprehended Death Eaters. The Potter estate was sealed following the death of its owners, with house elves retreating into hiding. Dumbledore sighed as he held the small bundle that was Harry, reflecting on the implications of the bloodline curse. After much contemplation, he concluded that sending Harry to the Muggle world was the best course of action, to shield him from the deranged Death Eaters and those who might exploit his status as the prophesied child, ensuring he grew up in a healthy environment capable of embracing his future glory. Moreover, he found Voldemort's disappearance suspicious. If it were due to severe injury necessitating concealment for recovery, the Death Eaters would not be so compliant. However, if death had indeed claimed him, they would not remain so tranquil. Not even that madwoman had made an appearance. Everything seemed exceedingly peculiar, yet Dumbledore could not voice his concerns, as a portion of the magical community had long awaited the downfall of the Dark Lord. Was he truly to entrust Harry to those muggles? They appeared to still be in school, struggling to make ends meet, and she was entangled with a dreadful boyfriend. Professor McGonagall gazed sorrowfully at the small bundle of Harry, filled with apprehension for his future. He was now her only remaining family, she thought. Dumbledore recalled the intricate web of bloodlines within the magical world and Harry's immediate relatives, shaking his head in resignation. Yet, why not send him to old Evans? I have observed that couple, McGonagall remarked, wiping her eyes and tenderly adjusting Harry's blanket. Dumbledore paused in contemplation before responding gravely. How long can the Evanses truly care for Harry? 5 years. 10. They are nearing 60. Minerva, they are mere muggles. This was a sorrowful topic, and both fell into silence. McGonagall stole another glance at little Harry as Dumbledore crossed the low garden wall, placing him on the doorstep. Let us go, Minerva. I have detailed everything in the letter. She is aware of the address. A flicker of sorrow passed through Dumbledore's eyes as he turned, the cloak whispering in the air, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Professor McGonagall, following the dim light, noticed a small parcel on the steps and murmured, "Good luck, little Harry." Baby Harry, nestled in his blanket, rolled over, blissfully unaware of the tragic fate that had befallen his beloved parents, nor the destiny that awaited him. In that moment, he was enveloped in happiness, cradled by the love of many. A gentle breeze rustled through the dense leaves, producing a soft whisper, while the dark sky rumbled ominously, illuminating the villa's doorplate. Number 4, Privet Drive. Peeves, disturbed by the thunder, awoke with a start. Thirsty, she reached for the cup on her bedside table, only to find it empty. Resolutely, she threw off the covers to fetch water from the kitchen. Her movement roused Vernon, who rose to accompany her. "It's nothing, Peeves. Just thunder. That's how it is in England," Vernon reassured her. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a deafening crack of thunder. The torrential rain lashed against the windows, as if intent on consuming everything in its path. Startled, Vernon tightened his embrace around Peeves. Outside, a vehicle was struck by debris whipped up by the wind, triggering its alarm. Vernon pressed the switch, relieved that the electrical circuit remained intact, casting bright light into the dim living room. "Peeves, did you hear something?" She trembled on the sofa, gripping Vernon's hand, straining to listen. "It sounds like a child's cry. Very close by. You don't think a child was blown away, do you?" Vernon, skeptical, considered it might be a new tactic employed by nearby thieves, yet he patiently listened. "Vernon, can you hear it? It's getting louder." Vernon perked up his ears and indeed confirmed the sounds. "Peeves, stay here. I'll go check," he said, grabbing a golf club and peering through the peephole, where darkness loomed outside, yet the cries grew increasingly distinct. Taking a deep breath, Vernon opened the door, and the slanting rain drenched him. As he wiped his face, he discovered the source of the cries, a child swathed in a blanket. "Peeves, come quickly. Our doorstep has produced a child." Peeves, glancing at the letter, had not yet processed the sorrow of her sister's death, as the incessant wailing of the infant gave her a headache. The following morning, after a night of soothing the baby, Peeves appeared haggard, yawning as she prepared to send the child to Severus. What? You want me to take care of the baby? Severus stared at Peeves in disbelief. Did he appear to be a caregiver? Peeves clasped her hands in supplication. Please, Severus, just for a day or two. Once I sort out the details and explain the situation to my parents, little Harry's fate will be clarified. This was her last resort. Both she and Vernon were occupied with work, and even if they needed to take leave, it would require time. The weight of her sister's sudden demise bore heavily upon her, the final veil of the magical world dissipating from her perception. Furthermore, Lily's death was so abrupt that they had not even seen the body. Surely their parents would struggle to accept this reality. Yet, how could one describe the magical world? After much persuasion, she finally secured Severus's agreement and hurriedly clutched her bag, heading to the school. Severus, harboring a tumult of emotions, cradled little Harry, his fingers brushing against the child's smooth forehead. Something seemed to have changed, yet remained the same. He truly struggled to comprehend the trajectory of the future. Chapter 97, The Angry Cat. A small black cat awoke from its slumber, its mind still clouded, yet the sweet aroma of milk wafted through the air, prompting its mouth to twitch with anticipation. After satiating its hunger, it did not even bother to open its eyes before drifting back into sleep. The basilisk, using its tail, fed the kitten from a milk bottle. Once the kitten had finished, it coiled the bottle and placed it on a nearby table, where several bottles, enchanted to maintain warmth, rested. Hiss, this is no fun. I'm a male serpent. Why must I feed a kitten? The basilisk poked the kitten's fluffy belly with its tail, eliciting a soft mewl in response. It paused momentarily. Well, perhaps it's not so bad after all. The serpent gently stroked the kitten from its head to its tail, its expression a curious mix of bewilderment and amusement, quite different from its usual demeanor while guarding trees with its minions. The dreaming kitten twitched its ears, irritable at the unwanted attention, and swatted at the intrusive tail. When the basilisk persisted, the kitten opened its mouth, displaying tiny milk teeth, and bit down. Such a little rascal, already attempting to hunt. The basilisk allowed the kitten to gnaw on its tail, contemplating taking it to the forbidden forest when it grew larger, to show the centaur Bane its new little companion. However, boredom soon set in, and the basilisk flicked its tail to clean off the residue before gliding over to the television to watch cartoons. Meanwhile, in the shop, Severus found himself in a rather precarious situation. After Peeves departed, he was left staring blankly at the child. When the infant began to wail, he quickly thrust a piece of milk cake into its mouth, halting what could have been an earth-shattering cry. In truth, caring for a child was simple. Just hand them over to their mother or a nanny, and the troublesome little creature would quiet down considerably. However, Severus was acutely aware that he could not do this. Not only was his residence off-limits to outsiders, but given Harry's current notoriety, any appearance in public could lead to abduction. He sought advice from the mothers in the store about childcare, then took little Harry to the Jean couple. Fortunately, the child was well behaved, aside from moments of hunger-induced fussing. He quietly played with his toys. Oh, Severus, if I hadn't just seen you last week, I would think this child was your own, Mr. Jean remarked, observing the little boy with his daughter, winking at Severus. Severus averted his gaze from the children, casting a sidelong glance at Jean. At least he was clever enough not to be foolish. Mrs. Jean emerged with freshly warmed milk, smiling as she overheard. After a bit of light-hearted teasing from the Jean couple, Severus received a comprehensive parenting manual. I only need to watch him for a few days, not a lifetime, he remarked, his mouth twitching at the sight of the thick tome. Oh, that's perfect, Mrs. Jean replied, extracting a third of the book. You need not concern yourself with recipes and techniques for postpartum care. Severus sighed, casting his eyes upwards, then cleared his throat to change the subject. What was it you wanted to discuss when you called me last night? If it weren't for the necessity of a face-to-face meeting, he wouldn't have come to the Jeans today. Mr. Jean and his wife exchanged glances, leading Severus to a bench in their garden, a spot that afforded a view of the house's interior. My daughter, she may also be a witch, Mr. Jean finally confessed after much deliberation, his expression a mix of joy and regret. If we were still in Hogwarts, she could have studied at Kunlun. Severus found it difficult to bear, redirecting his inquisitive gaze towards Lee Ruelin. Unencumbered by her husband's turmoil, Ruelin recounted the events that had transpired a few days prior. Nanan was immersed in her artistic endeavors within the garden when her second elder brother, while attempting to climb a tree to investigate a bird's nest, inadvertently fell. Utilizing her extraordinary abilities, Nanan swiftly relocated a trampoline beneath the tree, thus safeguarding her brother's well-being. However, her inability to control her powers resulted in the entire garden's contents levitating. Llewellyn gestured towards the mended spots in the garden and the flower pots that had yet to be replaced. Fortunately, a self-proclaimed Auror appeared and, employing magic, managed to control the chaotic objects. After administering a potion to Nanan, she finally regained her composure. Otherwise, her brother might have truly become a flying figure. Indeed. However, Nanan subsequently fell into a deep slumber for an entire day and night. The call she made to you last night was to inquire about this incident. Thankfully, the Auror had mentioned that magical surges occur in such a manner. Zhang Mingyuan sighed, for his Nanan was now 9 years old, and according to information he had obtained from wizards, she would be attending Hogwarts at the age of 11. Severus glanced at the little girl within the house, who appeared no different than usual, and then at the couple filled with anticipation as he proposed his suggestion. How about I first use magic to examine Nanan? If time permits, I can later take you to St. Mungo's for a proper assessment, he suggested, noting that the Ministry of Magic was still in disarray since the Auror had not erased their memories. Once Zhang Mingyuan and his wife consented, he cast his rather rudimentary healing spell and successfully assessed Nanan's health. It turned out that she was merely exhausted from overexerting her magical powers and would recover with a few days of rest. He exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow. I will bring some vitality supplements and soul stabilizers. Please administer them to her according to the prescribed dosage. Upon hearing this, the Zhang couple finally relaxed, pulling Severus to stay as they personally prepared a lavish meal. Due to the presence of a child, they abstained from alcohol, opting instead for a delightful dinner filled with conversation. Clutching a bowl of thin meat porridge, little Harry drooled as he devoured his meal, his emerald eyes fixated on the aromatic garlic ribs and braised pork on the table. Observing this, Llewellyn spooned some egg custard into his bowl, deeming overly salty foods unsuitable for children. Meanwhile, Petunia was solemnly recounting the news of Lily's death to her parents. They expressed disbelief, yet tears had already begun to trickle down their cheeks. No one would jest about the death of a loved one. Their disbelief was futile. How do you know all this? How did they die? Mr. Evans, being stronger than his wife, wiped away his tears and fixed his gaze intently on his eldest daughter. Where are Lily and James' bodies? And what about their child? Where are they now? Petunia presented them with Dumbledore's letter and recounted the events surrounding Harry's discovery. Their bodies are in the magical realm, perhaps buried in Godric's Hollow. Petunia lamented her inability to see Lily one last time, but reassured her parents. The magical world is in turmoil. They left Lily's child at my doorstep, wishing for me to raise Harry. Impossible. Why can't we see our child's body as parents? Are the people in the magical world so cruel? Mrs. Evans cried out, covering her eyes in anguish. Lily was my most cherished child. If only I had known. I would never have let her go to Hogwarts. How wonderful it would have been to have her with us, living a mundane life. Mr. Evans held his wife tightly, yet his eyes betrayed his agreement with her sentiments. Even if we cannot see Lily again, we wish to visit her grave. Why must we be treated so harshly? Mr. Evans directed a half-resentful, half-pleading gaze at Petunia, as if blaming her for not being the one to die. Petunia, please speak with your wizard friend. We will not cause any trouble. We simply wish to see Lily one last time. Their daughter had perished in the magical world, and as the parents of a hero, their modest request should be granted. They only wished to see their daughter. Yet Petunia, being a muggle and not a witch, had come primarily to deliver the news of her sister's death and to discuss Harry's future. At this moment, her parents' demands wounded her deeply. A chill crept into her heart. But understanding their emotional turmoil due to her sister's death, she restrained her feelings. I will try to return and see if we can arrange it, she said, her anger dissipating. As for Lily's child, little Harry, what are your intentions? Mr. and Mrs. Evans exchanged glances, coming to a resolution in their hearts. Since you have decided to raise Harry, there must be a reason. We will provide you with some support, Petunia. After all, he is our grandson. If you are willing, we can spend half a month with you each month, or you could move back in with us. Ultimately, it was Mr. Evans who spoke up, indicating that for the sake of their daughter's only son, they would send Petunia a regular allowance. Petunia merely nodded, non-committal, feeling an even greater sense of disappointment towards her parents. As the night illuminated with neon lights, Severus carried a bundle of clothes for children, a thoughtful gift from the Jean couple, while cradling the slumbering Harry as he made his way to the city center. Perhaps it would be best not to apparate with a child. At that moment, the recently awakened Voldemort opened his crimson cat-like eyes, taking in the vast ceiling and enormous cabinets. He vaguely recalled the powerful snake he had wished to possess during his soul's fragmented state, feeling both familiar and formidable, though it seemed to have been forcefully displaced, leaving his soul to wander into some creature's body. Meow? He attempted to vocalize, startled by the soft sound that emerged. Looking down, he saw dark, furry paws, and as his gaze shifted, the pink pads beneath them came into view. Meow? Meow, meow, meow. An angry feline cry erupted within the room, though in its juvenile state, it resembled a playful mule, filled with confusion and resentment. Voldemort pondered how he had gone from seeking a child to finding himself in this formless existence, devoid of a human body or wand. As he mulled over this predicament, something was thrust into his mouth, and he instinctively began to suckle. As the sweet goat's milk slid down his throat, the kitten's body visibly stiffened. Hiss! You need to drink more to grow strong. The basilisk observed the little black cat's refusal to drink, its tail curiously prodding the milk bottle. It's supposed to be fed every hour. Why aren't you drinking? Caught off guard, Voldemort choked on the nipple, determined not to meet an untimely end upon awakening. He resumed drinking. Yet, his red cat eyes remained fixed on the vibrant green serpent, and if someone could hear his thoughts, they would discover that Voldemort was in a state of shock. He could still comprehend the language of snakes, but this particular serpent seemed remarkably familiar, especially those prominent yellow eyes. Moreover, he was astonished to find himself transformed into a feeble black kitten, as one tends to eat rapidly while deep in contemplation. Voldemort finished the milk, and the fullness in his belly brought him a sense of comfort, lulling him back toward slumber. Haribo, stop watching television and go to my potion room to fetch a few vials of restorative potions to pack. I'll have the owl send them out shortly. Severus tossed the clothes onto the sofa, carefully cradling the sleeping Harry as he entered the bedroom, continuing to converse with the basilisk. The basilisk emerged from beneath the pile of clothing and swiftly made its way to the potion room, efficiently gathering the necessary items before returning to the sofa to resume watching television. Upon hearing Severus' voice, the drowsy kitten perked up its ears, squinting at the figure approaching. It's him. Voldemort's cat ears twitched as he recognized the young man before him, who remained largely unchanged. Severus emerged from the bedroom, observing the kitten lost in thought as it rested its little paws beneath its chin, a smile gracing his lips. Come, let your master give you a kiss. He meticulously examined the emptied milk bottle, then tenderly cradled the kitten, bestowing a gentle kiss upon its inky black head. Next time, I'll procure some orange-scented shower gel for your bath, he mused. The basilisk, observing Severus's affectionate gesture, cast a reproachful glance at the kitten. Contemplating the possibility of casting it aside, Severus affectionately caressed the kitten's plump belly and settled onto the sofa, cradling it in his arms. You are unlike it, Hairball, he began, his gaze drifting over the basilisk's emerald scales, hesitating momentarily. The basilisk, proud and haughty, turned away, switching the television to the interface of Tom and Jerry. Severus scratched the kitten's chin, delighting in its purring, while contemplating a significant question. Let me bestow a name upon you, little black cat. He eyed the adorable creature, pondering aloud. How about little white? Little black? Jelly? Meow meow? Voldemort, striving to suppress the urge to purr, emitted an indignant sound, asserting that his name was Voldemort, and he would not accept such trivial monikers as Jelly or Meow Meow. Alas, he was but a 1-month-old kitten, utterly devoid of any means to resist. Too feeble even to leap down from the sofa, Severus observed the charmingly flailing kitten, the familiar theme music from the television wafting through the air. He glanced up just in time to see Tom pursuing Jerry into a castle in the animated series, and thus an idea took shape. You shall be named Tom, then. I hope you prove to be unlike the cartoon cat, at least capable of catching a mouse. A smile graced Severus's lips as he lifted the kitten, affectionately rubbing his nose against its tiny snout. Meow, meow, Voldemort protested vociferously, having only just rid himself of that detestable name, only to find it bestowed upon him once more in a different form. Severus, undeterred by the kitten's resistance, grasped its flailing paw and planted a kiss upon it. Chapter 98, An Uninvited Auror. 2 days later, Petunia arrived at Severus's residence, prepared to take young Harry home. I apologize. I intended to come yesterday, she said, sipping the tea Severus had brewed, her tense demeanor gradually relaxing. As she critiqued the overly sweet pastries, she devoured her preferred flavors. She vented her frustrations to Severus, releasing the pent-up stress she had been under, before revealing her intention to contact Dumbledore to arrange the funeral in Godric's Hollow. Naturally, the funds required for the funeral would be generously provided by Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic. So, Severus furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting to little Harry, who was playing with a toy airplane on Petunia's lap. You are finally taking this child back? Petunia offered an awkward smile, nodding in affirmation. He must attend the funeral. They were his parents. She understood that little Harry, barely over a year old, could not comprehend the concept of death, yet he needed to be present. Upon hearing this, Severus seemed to recall something and stood to retrieve a small booklet from his study. This contains a distribution of the magical family's influences, along with some tidbits I've gathered. He handed the booklet to Petunia, who regarded him with a puzzled expression, prompting him to explain, the Potter family is an old noble lineage, having prospered early on. They are relatively wealthy. Better to familiarize yourself with the magical world's dynamics than to be deceived or manipulated by others. After all, money can resolve many worldly issues. Petunia recalled her sister, who had graduated from Hogwarts without ever working in the Muggle world, along with her unproductive brother-in-law. Surmising that their wealth likely did not reside in a Muggle bank. All the money is in Gringotts. But Harry is only a year old. How can he access it? Petunia did not covet her nephew's fortune, but feared that by the time Harry came of age, the money in Gringotts might vanish, leaving her without recourse. Severus shrugged helplessly. He had no clear answers, especially since he possessed no inheritance to claim. Petunia pondered while stroking Harry's soft hair, reflecting on her own lack of employment. Barely managing to support herself with her part-time job. She had recently accepted her boyfriend's proposal, and now, with an added nephew. She was uncertain of his feelings on the matter. Though her parents would offer assistance, they too had their own jobs. Frowning in distress, she absent-mindedly ruffled Harry's hair. Feeling uncomfortable from the affection, little Harry pouted and jumped down from the sofa, taking his airplane toy to play in the bedroom. Despite his confusion about why he was in a strange room, why his beloved parents were absent, and why there were no flying broomsticks or carpets, he did not cry out. He remembered the words of the white-bearded old man, that his loving family was nearby. Petunia resumed her conversation with Severus, discussing the myriad loopholes in the Ministry of Magic's laws, which provided ample opportunities for exploitation. The one-year-old Harry, feeling bored, found the television monopolized by adults, leaving him with only the kitten and the basilisk as playmates. However, the kitten was even weaker than he, so he sought companionship with the basilisk. As Severus fed the kitten, the basilisk felt a chill run down its spine upon noticing the small boy approaching with a predatory gaze. With a flick of its tail, a package of fish treats fell into Harry's grasp. Voldemort, whose immense soul allowed only a fragment of his consciousness to operate, was nearly driven to despair. The kitten's body was far too frail, and he could only watch as his snacks were pilfered. Moreover, this green-eyed boy was the very child he was meant to adopt. The unwitting result of a curse that had transformed him into this unfortunate state, filling him with agitation and annoyance. Having become a cat, Voldemort's little mind could not comprehend complexities, yet he had learned to guard his food, clawing at the milk bottle and mewing plaintively. "Kitty, be good, slurp." "I'll just have one," little Harry said, extending a pudgy finger, not hesitating in his actions as he retrieved the smoked fish treats to munch on. Severus had prepared an abundance of smoked fish, not only for the three small creatures, but also for himself, portioning it daily until none remained. Harry, revealing his tiny teeth, devoured 3 fish treats, then gazed longingly at the basilisk, already aware that it held the most snacks in the house. The basilisk glanced at the kitten, who had fallen asleep, suckling on the milk bottle, and then back at the little boy with the bright green eyes, realizing for the first time how challenging it was to care for a child. When Petunia and Severus devised their strategy to bring Harry home, they discovered his little belly was round and full. The following days passed languidly for Severus, as the household was free of wailing children. The kitten was under the basilisk's watchful eye, and upon returning home, he relished the simple pleasure of petting the cat while watching television, feeling as though he had begun to embrace a life of leisure. After several days of effort, Voldemort had finally gained control over the kitten's body, managing to endure Severus's incessant attentions while contemplating a means to regain his human form. Yet, whether due to the prolonged separation of his soul from its body or the severity of his injuries, he felt a gnawing pain, curling up in distress. The basilisk, frantic, paced back and forth. Today, Severus had gone to a cafe to sample new offerings, leaving the basilisk at home to watch a new animated series while tending to the kitten when unexpected complications arose. "Tom, don't frighten me." Hissing, "What is the matter?" The basilisk inquired anxiously, having forgotten that it and the kitten belonged to different species, rendering communication impossible. Voldemort, already suffering from the agony of his soul being torn apart, found the noise intolerable, and in a fit of impatience, he finally unlocked a second language beyond the mewing of a cat. "Stop making noise, my head hurts." The kitten's mouth emitted a hissing sound, though it retained its childish tone, lacking any intimidation. The basilisk was momentarily stunned, then erupted with joy. "Wow, Tom. How astute you are. You have even learned to converse with me." The serpent monster exclaimed with satisfaction. It believed that the kitten had simply acquired the ability to speak parcel tongue due to its prolonged companionship with him, marveling at the feline's innate talent. Voldemort gradually acclimated to the pain and, despite gritting his teeth in endurance, found himself amused by the serpent's words. "Helga, my body is in distress, my mind is throbbing." Voldemort feigned weakness, and after a few days of observation, he discerned that the serpent before him had a soft heart. "Is there any potion you can provide me with?" The serpent pondered briefly, then enlarged its form slightly, using its head to guide the kitten to the room where potions were stored. The little kitten's fur fluffed up. Its tiny paws splayed like blossoms as it carefully perched atop the serpent's head, striving to remain still to avoid tumbling off. "Tom, stay here. I shall procure the remedy for you," the serpent said, placing the kitten upon the potion brewing table, blinking its inorganic yellow slit pupils as it searched the shelves. "Blood replenisher. Vitality supplement. Hair growth potion." Voldemort twitched his ears, listening to the serpent's mutterings. "Hiss, is there any pain relief potion? I feel as if I am dying from the agony." Upon hearing this, the serpent flicked its tail, recalling the stabilizers and soothers it had dispatched days earlier, swiftly retrieving 2 vials from the shelf. It thought to itself that it could simply deduct the cost from its personal treasury. Opening the cork, it administered the potion to Voldemort. In a moment of panic, the little kitten began to struggle, knocking over cauldrons and instruments from the table, but upon recognizing the familiar scent, it gradually began to drink, secretly memorizing the shelf where the potions were kept with the intent to return for another dose when feeling unwell. The serpent stared dumbfounded at the shattered cauldron and broken instruments, its gaze filled with resentment as it observed the kitten drinking contentedly. No one would blame the adorable kitten, but the aggrieved serpent bore the brunt of it. At Hogwarts, the atmosphere among the faculty had grown rather tense. Bold students openly declared themselves Death Eaters in front of the teachers, isolating the Slytherin students and professors. Some even demanded that Dumbledore summon Aurors to arrest them and bring them to the Ministry of Magic. In truth, Dumbledore need not intervene. The Minister of Magic, Meccan, had already dispatched agents to monitor them, only daring to implement arrests once Voldemort's disappearance was confirmed. Ironically, they were too afraid to apprehend known high-ranking officials, opting instead to capture lower-tier individuals to set an example. Young Barty and Andre, having graduated from Slytherin and maintained a close relationship with Regulus, were thus summoned to the ministry by the Aurors. Meanwhile, Severus, who should have been savoring new desserts at a London cafe, was recently invited to the ministry under the pretext of potion supplies for combating enemies. It was well known that the ministry purchased far fewer blood-replenishing potions in a month than he could brew alone. How could Severus respond? Was earning a living a crime? He had anticipated leaving after answering a few questions, only to find himself taken to an interrogation room to discuss the matter of Death Eaters. It dawned upon him that he was being treated as a potential Death Eater, despite never having participated, leaving him sitting there in dismay. When it became evident that no further information could be extracted, the young interrogating wizard decided to release him. Considering the current shortage of personnel and the effort it took to question him alone, Severus enjoyed a day's tour of the ministry, receiving a complimentary cup of hot cocoa and a donut. However, as he prepared to exit the ministry, several wizards passed by, their discussions leaving him perplexed. Topics of conversation included those expelled by Black, the Death Eater roster, and the 13 Muggle fingers cast into Azkaban. From their words, Severus inferred something significant. Yet he could not comprehend why the recent edition of the Daily Prophet had not reported any major incidents, especially regarding Sirius. With a heavy heart, he departed, oblivious to the chaos awaiting him at home, in the depths of the 10th Chamber of Judgment. The Wisengamot jury had been engaged in hushed whispers until 4 wizards were escorted from the dungeon, at which point they fell silent. In the center of the dungeon stood 4 locked chairs, where Andre and young Barty found themselves, and not far from them was Sirius, bound like a mummy, his clothing tattered and hair disheveled, no longer resembling the nobleman he once was. Andre gazed around in confusion, and upon seeing Sirius, he was taken aback. Young Barty remained considerably calmer, offering a reassuring glance to his weeping mother standing nearby. "Are you here to judge me, my illustrious father?" Young Barty tugged at the chains binding his wrists, casting a scornful gaze upward at his father. "I fear you shall be disappointed, Mr. Crouch." He rolled up his left sleeve, revealing nothing but smooth skin, as radiant as the moon. Old Crouch's stern demeanor softened momentarily, only to be replaced by dissatisfaction at his son's nonchalant attitude. As he barked, "Show some respect and decorum, young Barty." Young Barty feigned ignorance to his father's reprimand, surveying the room until his gaze settled on his mother, who was crying behind her handkerchief, softening his expression. The trial continued, with the jury reading from a scroll of parchment detailing the crimes committed by Death Eaters over the years. Among them was the case of the hotel fire and the robbery of gold. After hearing the accounts, Old Crouch raised his voice, his expression grave, presenting the witness testimony in this court. Both Barty and Andre denied involvement in Death Eater activities, asserting that they were either studying at school or teaching there when the terror attacks occurred, providing them no opportunity to commit the crimes. If their word was doubted, the entire student body of Hogwarts could attest to their innocence. As the presiding judge, Old Crouch was aware that his wife had profited significantly from their son's connections. And now that his son had cleared himself of suspicion, he had no grounds for reproach. The jury, left with no choice, ultimately declared the two innocent. As young Barty and the others exited the courtroom, his tear-streaked mother checked him for injuries before enveloping him in a tight embrace. Unleashing a torrent of invectives toward her husband, Old Crouch. He heard her scorn through the still-open door, his face oscillating between shades of blue and white. Rita Skeeter, seated nearby, adjusted her glasses and turned her head away, feigning ignorance to his embarrassment. The trial concluded abruptly, with Barty and the others exonerated. Yet Sirius could not escape his fate. Numerous witnesses had seen him murder 13 muggles and betray Peter, and his deranged behavior led him to offer no defense, repeatedly lamenting, "Death is preferable. It should have happened long ago. Forgive me, James." Thus, the jury swiftly rendered their verdict, and he was taken away by the Dementors. He would be imprisoned in Azkaban for life, under the watchful gaze of the Dementors, each day repenting for the lives lost. Dumbledore wished to rescue this student. Yet since being discovered by Grindelwald with the invisibility cloak, his frequent associations with the former Dark Lord had made the Ministry wary. The Wisengamot had excluded him from participation, citing fairness and impartiality. After addressing the peripheral Death Eaters, the Ministry commenced an internal audit. Anxiety spread throughout the Ministry, particularly among those like Ludo Bagman, who had conveyed information to the Death Eaters. If caught, they could face at least 6 months in Azkaban. When the overwhelmed Wolberg caught wind of this news, regret and guilt marred his countenance. As Orion entered the study with his adorable granddaughter in his arms, he found his wife lost in thought. "Enquire, look. Your grandmother has neglected you during dinner." He gently brushed his wife's hand with the tender little fingers of his granddaughter, his eyes filled with concern. "Well, should I summon a physician for you?" Walburga shook her head, accepting a kiss from her granddaughter. The most important family was right beside her, and she had already done enough for that wayward son. In the garden, Regulus and Lucius, having concluded their discussions via the two-way mirror, received a message from the Golden Eagle, momentarily stunned as they gazed at the tree planted alongside his brother. In his youth, he had idolized his brother, trailing after him incessantly, but everything changed once Sirius departed for Hogwarts. Cynthia bit her lip, anxiously enveloping Regulus's cold hand, even though she did not love her husband. After years of companionship, she had long regarded them as family. Chapter 99, The Dust Settles. The bustling activity at the Ministry of Magic had no bearing on Godric's Hollow, where members of the Order of the Phoenix gathered to hold a funeral for Lily and James Potter. Seizing the lull following the ceremony, Petunia raised the matter of child support with Dumbledore. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I am still a student, struggling to support myself, let alone care for a child." Petunia sighed sorrowfully, gazing at little Harry, whose wide-eyed innocence belied the harsh realities surrounding him, feeling a severe cramp in her stomach, as if she might retch. Dumbledore, clad in his gray robes, adjusted his glasses, regarding Petunia with his kind azure gaze. Petunia swallowed hard, hesitating before speaking. "My sister's husband, James Potter, I mean. Surely there must be relatives willing to care for him? The Potters do not appear to be lacking in funds." Dumbledore seemed to have anticipated her response, calmly adjusting his cuffs and inviting her into a private room for a discussion. "Petunia, my dear child, may I address you as such?" Dumbledore sipped his honeyed water, and upon her nod, he began to elucidate. Since the heir of the Potter family has perished, protective measures have been enacted at Potter Manor, which will only reopen when Harry turns 11. Additionally, the family vault requires either a key or a blood token to access, both of which are located within the manor. This is also the reason for placing the child in your care. Petunia furrowed her brow, realizing that this meant safeguarding a treasure without the means to enter its confines. "Then how am I supposed to afford Harry's upbringing? I have no money." "Do not fret, Petunia," Dumbledore reassured her with a smile as he stroked his beard, establishing a policy. Perhaps at that moment, he felt a twinge of guilt, but for how long could that last? All he needed was to remain guiltless before the wizarding world and himself, seeking to extract the maximum benefit with minimal casualties, even if it was not the outcome he had wished for. Petunia believed she had voiced her inner thoughts, but after a moment's reflection, decided to let it be. As long as the money flowed, the affairs of Potter Manor could be investigated later. In the heart of London, Severus observed the scathing articles denouncing Death Eater crimes in the Wizarding Daily, absent-mindedly stroking the kitten nestled in his arms, his mind unquiet. Upon returning home from the Ministry, he discovered that his potions lab had been ransacked, the cauldrons and instruments shattered. Learning that the basilisk had entered to play with the kitten, he reprimanded the creature and withheld half a month as treats. After feeding the little cat, he rummaged through old newspapers and finally stumbled upon a report in a Muggle paper about a gas explosion that claimed 13 lives. "Tom, do you think this is a good or bad thing?" Severus lifted the sleeping kitten, rubbing its fluffy belly. The kitten, confused, kicked its legs, and finally, in response to Severus's increasingly mischievous antics, impatiently swiped at him with its paw, emitting warning sounds. Voldemort seethed inwardly, thinking that had he not needed the soul stabilizer from Severus and required a bit more time for his body to mature, he would have already disposed of the young man. In the next instant, Voldemort felt a kiss on his feline face, followed by a mouthful of sweet shrimp meat. Tempering his ire significantly, Severus lounged, propping his head on his hand as he leisurely watched the kitten eat, occasionally stroking its back. The light cast their shadows on the wall, creating a scene of warmth and harmony. Meanwhile, the basilisk, engrossed in an animated film, remarked, "Isn't this a movie for three?" Severus's confusion was finally resolved, yet the ministry remained far from joyful. The werewolf, hindered by the wolfsbane potion, wandered around the ministry, causing considerable trouble for the Aurors, leading to several interruptions of multinational meetings. The ministry was compelled to reassign some of the guards from Diagon Alley, nearly resorting to directly telling the werewolf, "Look, I've honored your request, now disperse." The Aurors were diligently apprehending individuals, inciting discontent among ordinary citizens, though it was not uncommon for them to send their sworn enemies to Azkaban. The Daily Prophet fanned the flames, extolling the ministry's swift actions and the Aurors' remarkable efficiency, narrating Dumbledore's victories, while in reality, they were roasting them over a fire, further straining the already fragile relations among the three factions. Let us not forget the wizards employed at Voldemort's company. Some were forced into leave, others captured by the Aurors for trial as Death Eaters, and many chose to remain at the ministry to secure their jobs. The aristocrats banded together, claiming that those captured by the Aurors had fallen victim to the soul-sucking curse, paying a small bail to resolve the matter, allowing it to slip away into obscurity. The ministry could not allow chaos to persist. After extracting a substantial amount of wealth and securing tax contracts from the global company, they finally benevolently lifted the blockade on the company. Employees who had been on leave returned to work, shops in Diagon Alley reopened, yet the lost popularity could not be regained. However, the apothecary at the end of the street thrived, having released an improved formula for the wolfsbane potion. Now, any wizard could master the concoction within a few attempts, and the required materials were reduced by more than tenfold. Yet, the inventor of the wolfsbane potion, Damocles Bell, found his earnings significantly diminished. Regardless, after a month of busyness, everything finally settled, and the wizarding world appeared calm, at least on the surface. Behind the scenes, Regulus dispatched his subordinates to scour for Voldemort's whereabouts, as that esteemed lord had once proclaimed that he would only be truly dead once Nagini perished. Thus, the aristocrats launched a bounty. Anyone with information could earn rewards ranging from 1 to 10,000 galleons. Dumbledore turned a blind eye to their antics, merely increasing the budget for his sweet indulgences. As for Peter, who was supposed to be dead, he had been hiding in the dark, dismal sewers until he overheard wizards discussing that Sirius had finally been imprisoned in Azkaban, prompting him to hasten homeward. However, plans rarely survive contact with reality. He stumbled upon ministry personnel just as he arrived home. "What? This is my son's finger. Is he truly dead?" Mrs. Pettigrew wept. Clutching the box containing the severed digit, her heart shattered. The ministry officials, holding their hats with sorrowful expressions, informed her, "The murderer of your son has been apprehended and imprisoned in Azkaban. We have posthumously awarded your son the first-class Order of Merlin, and we hope you find solace." Mrs. Pettigrew accepted the medal bestowed upon her son through tears, while the ministry personnel exhaled in relief and departed hastily. Peter, now transformed into a rat, concealed himself behind the curtains, only realizing after the ministry personnel left that he had truly become a dead man. Sirius had not revealed that he had betrayed James and the others, and since no one knew that the secret keeper had switched, that secret would remain buried within him. He found a moment to recover and embraced his nearly fainted mother, recounting his plans bit by bit. Lady Pettigrew listened, torn between anger and urgency, lamenting her son's missteps that led him to this predicament, while also resenting her own inability to provide him with a better life, ultimately reduced to helpless tears. "It is all my fault. I failed to raise you properly," she sobbed quietly, kicking and hitting her son, fearful of being overheard, her voice barely above a whisper. Peter remained motionless, allowing his mother to vent her emotions, tears welling in his small eyes. Initially, he had sought wealth and status, never anticipating the consequences. "Peter, must we truly leave?" Lady Pettigrew said sorrowfully, caressing the old furniture in the home where she had spent most of her life in England. Gazing mournfully at the little mouse on the table, transforming back into a mouse, Peter nodded, his tiny, bead-like eyes nostalgically fixed on the old house. But in the next moment, his gaze hardened with determination. A brighter future beckoned him. Lady Pettigrew sighed, cradling the mouse in her hands, realizing it was time to bathe her child, as he was covered in dust. Harry had been living with his aunt for nearly 2 months, which meant Christmas was approaching. On the eve of Christmas, Petunia accepted Vernon's proposal, setting their wedding date for Easter Sunday of the following year, April 11th. Little Harry, at just 2 years of age, would serve as the ring bearer, a fitting role for him. A rare snowfall graced London, and Voldemort, trapped in the body of a cat, lay by the window, peering out at the falling snowflakes. He had been ensnared in this feline form for 2 months, pondering how to contact his subordinates. Perhaps the slicing had indeed affected his intellect. He mused that in this cat's guise, who would believe him to be Voldemort? He feared he would be whisked away by a wild dog upon stepping outside. As he contemplated, his stomach growled, prompting him to leap down to the table, where he brutally poked at a piece of chicken breast with his paw before devouring it, releasing his pent-up emotions. The basilisk, observing the cat's peculiar expressions and frantic movements, shook its head in pity. Poor creature, confined at home, must be unbearable. Severus, I wish to take Tom out for a jaunt, the basilisk finally declared after considerable thought. Play? Where to? It's snowing outside. Helbo, you may venture out, but Tom is too frail, Severus replied, peeling a shrimp for the cat, while simultaneously enjoying a rib. Having overheard the conversation, Voldemort's surprise shifted to indifference, growing increasingly curious about the young man before him, someone he had not heard of previously. Once restored, he would have his subordinates investigate. He squinted his eyes as he savored the shrimp, reflecting on how he had never realized how delectable it was. I can take him to the Forbidden Forest. Bane can watch over Tom, and I could even procure a unicorn's horn from them, which I could fashion into a whistle for you. The unicorn's horn was said to bring good fortune, and he wished to procure one for Severus. Or perhaps you would prefer a leg bone. I've heard some find that appealing. I could make you a pillow. Severus, recalling the whistle made from Salazar's finger bone, turned slightly pale. He had long since stored that whistle in the potions room. No, thank you. My current pillow suffices, he declined with a bemused expression, indicating he was not inclined to accept such offerings. You may go, but Tom cannot accompany you. The forest is too perilous for him. The basilisk eyed him skeptically, flicking its tail. Do you doubt my ability to protect him? He is so feeble, I could swallow countless of him whole. Besides, isn't there the centaur to assist? Severus could only exasperatedly rub his forehead. His concern stemmed from the fear that the basilisk might indeed swallow the kitten, compounded by the ferocious creatures of the Forbidden Forest and the owls of Hogwarts. Such a perilous environment for a mere 3-month-old kitten. Voldemort was taken aback, his shrimp falling from his mouth as he realized the implications. Could the basilisk truly venture into the Forbidden Forest? Was it the same forest he recalled from his studies, one he had scarcely explored during his time at school? Engaged in their playful banter, Severus noticed the kitten's shrimp had fallen. He promptly peeled another for it. Voldemort's pointed ears twitched at the recollection of the basilisk's frequently coiled suitcase, alongside thoughts of the golden crown he had hidden in Hogwarts, stifling a yawn of exhaustion. True to his word, Severus prepared to take the basilisk to the Forbidden Forest the following day. Tom, stay safe at home. He called several times before leaving, assuming the little black cat had merely hidden beneath the bed again, and thus he departed with the basilisk. Although Hogsmeade had been sealed off by the Ministry for a time, the arrival of students restored its former vibrancy, albeit with less financial gain than before. Severus filled his bag with an abundance of snacks from Honeydukes, employing a spell to expand it, and then floated the bag as he approached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The Shrieking Shack had almost become their private passage, the basilisk adeptly navigating inside, quickly darting into the forest after pressing the knot on the Whomping Willow. Severus waited at their usual spot for the centaurs to arrive, handing over the items he had brought. Hiss, Severus, return home. Once I have had my fill of fun, I shall send Star to inform you, the basilisk said, not looking back as it followed the centaur, its voice hissing in the wind. Star was a hawk raised by the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest, capable of scouting for danger and delivering messages. Severus watched the basilisk gallop away like a wild stallion, sensing something unusual in its behavior. Was Helbo preparing for hibernation? He pondered. As the centaur Bane halted in response to the basilisk's call, it placed the snack-filled suitcase on the ground. Bane quickly opened the suitcase. I have a new little brother to introduce, the basilisk proclaimed proudly, its tail pointing toward the ground. Bane, half believing, opened the suitcase to reveal a small black kitten, its tongue lolling out, no bigger than his palm. Is this one of Lady Loris's children? Bane hesitated, cradling the kitten, wrapping it in his cloak, rendering it even more adorable. The basilisk hissed happily, recounting how it had devised a plan to acquire the kitten. Bane stumbled slightly, expressing deep sympathy for the kitten's owner. Back home, Severus sneezed, searching frantically for the kitten, yet finding no trace. In a panic, he summoned it with his wand, only to discover a few stray hairs. It was only upon opening the potions room door that he saw the empty cabinets and a note in childish handwriting that he confirmed a grim realization. The basilisk had absconded with his potions and clandestinely taken the kitten to the Forbidden Forest. Severus mentally noted the debt he owed, resolving to deplete the basilisk's little treasure trove. As for the kitten that had been smuggled away, he could only hope the basilisk would take good care of it. Chapter 100. Encounter with Old Dung. Voldemort was thriving in the Forbidden Forest, save for the kitten's frailty that prevented it from frolicking about. With the basilisk as his mouthpiece, he roamed the forest on the back of a centaur, even managing to coax a few hairs from a unicorn. Bane documented the kitten's mischief in a letter, questioning whether it bore the bloodline of a catfox, as its cleverness was remarkable. "Helbo, let us visit Hogwarts," Voldemort suggested, eyeing the basilisk getting a scrub from a bowtruckle, his paws itching to catch the frolicking creature. The basilisk, enjoying its massage, lazily opened one eye and replied, "What shall we do there? Since the influx of teachers, the culinary delights have lost their former charm." Fumau remained silent for a moment, having recently discovered that this emerald serpent was indeed the basilisk summoned from the hidden chamber decades ago. Yet no one had informed him that a basilisk could shrink and even deactivate its petrifying abilities. Had he known of these capabilities earlier, he could have rightfully inherited Hogwarts and attained immortality through the basilisk, rather than resorting to the act of soul-splitting, right? "I long to see it. I implore you, Helbo," Fumau skillfully pleaded, employing his endearing charm to coax the basilisk, fully aware of how to leverage his advantages, be it as a human or a feline. The basilisk rolled over, reluctantly flicking its tongue. "All right, you've worn me down." Fumau beamed with triumph, prancing lightly upon the basilisk's head. A guardian tree creature, witnessing this interaction, leaped onto the kitten, using its twig-like appendages to groom it. The kitten purred contentedly under the gentle caress, obviously enjoying the attention. In the city center, Severus received a letter from the centaur Bane confirming the kitten's safety, while contemplating whether to send a howler to the basilisk, feeling it was rather audacious. As for the kitten's lineage, he remained uncertain. Perhaps the kitten was simply born clever, oblivious to the surprise someone was preparing for it. The basilisk was currently navigating the tunnels of Hogwarts, moving at a leisurely pace for the sake of the kitten. Fumau stood atop the basilisk's head, his fur tousled by the wind, yet his red feline eyes sparkled with excitement. "Helbo, where are we headed?" Fumau inquired, tapping the serpent beneath him curiously. "To the Chamber of Secrets. It was my favorite place to slumber before I left Hogwarts," the basilisk reminisced. "My previous master treated me well. A little lamb from the estate would feed me, unlike my current contract, which is decidedly less generous than Salazar's." Hearing the mention of a contract, Fumau's little mind began to churn. Why had he not uncovered any records of this nature from the Gaunt residence? Could it be that the old estate housed secrets he was unaware of? While pondering this, the basilisk had already opened the door with Parseltongue and slithered into its former resting place. "This is it. Though now I think a soft bed at home is rather nice," the basilisk declared, lowering Fumau to the ground, its tail poking around curiously. This chamber was unknown to Voldemort. As Fumau gazed at the walls inscribed with ancient runes and the few remaining tomes in the corner, confusion filled his round, feline eyes. Where were the glittering treasures and the towering piles of spellbooks? If the basilisk were aware of Fumau's thoughts, it would surely reveal that all had been squandered by the descendants of Slytherin over the centuries. Fumau bounded around the room, finally dislodging a layer of dust from a neglected spellbook, his own black fur now covered in grime. "Achoo!" he sneezed, the sound echoing through the chamber. The basilisk's nostalgic mood was abruptly disrupted as it sighed and exited the chamber with the kitten, transforming back into its smaller serpent form before leaving the tunnel. "Let us wash up. I know a suitable bathroom," the basilisk instructed, coiling around Fumau's neck, guiding him through the corridors of Hogwarts. Fumau gazed at the lengthy corridors and lofty staircases, feeling vexed by his diminutive feline form. Suddenly, the melodious chime of bells resonated through the castle, a sound he had heard for 7 years, prompting him to quickly hide aside. Young wizards poured out of classrooms, heralding the end of their lessons. "Next is care of magical creatures. I'm done hatching Ashwinder eggs," a round-faced girl in Hufflepuff robes lamented. A Ravenclaw friend patted her shoulder, enviously remarking, "You're lucky. He made us care for the Acromantula's socks, and aren't those found in Africa?" Hiding behind the flowing curtains, Fumau twitched his ears, aware of the professor's notorious reputation. Once the hallway cleared, he leapt up the stairs, disregarding the basilisk's warning about the bathroom being on the 6th floor. Panting as he ascended, "Hiss, don't go up there. I smell that blasted foul bird," the basilisk exclaimed, tightening its tail around the kitten's whiskers in an attempt to halt its advance. Fumau, undeterred and excited by the proximity to the room of requirement, meowed gleefully. dismissing the concern about Fawkes, who resided in the headmaster's office. However, as he sprinted towards the 8th floor, an unexpected encounter unfolded. His round, curious eyes spotted two figures in the corridor. One, a somewhat familiar young man, had pinned another shorter individual against the wall, who seemed displeased and was pushing back against his taller counterpart. Fumao was perplexed. Weren't they wearing teacher robes? Slughorn's office was also on the 7th floor. How daring they were to brawl here. Though puzzled, he swiftly darted past them, making noise to alert them of his presence. Did you hear that sound, Barty? The shorter wizard exclaimed, managing to wriggle free from the taller one's grasp and peering around anxiously. Barty glanced at the blushing, burly Andre, unsure why. After more than half a year of acquaintance, he still seemed so shy. Probably some small creature. You know how many students at Hogwarts have pets, Barty sighed, realizing he would gain no advantage today and leading his friend downstairs instead. Feeling he had performed a good deed, Fumao flicked his tail and continued racing down the stairs. Hiss, slow down, Tom. I'm going to be ill. The basilisk groaned, not having anticipated becoming queasy from the kitten's swift movements. Voldemort, upon hearing this, slowed his pace, not out of concern for the basilisk, but because they had reached the corridor leading to the room of requirement. Helbo, is there indeed a golden crown inside? Fumao queried, gently prodding the serpent around his neck with his paw, curiosity piqued. Yes, why do you ask, Tom? The basilisk replied affirmatively, noticing the kitten lingering by the tapestry as if recalling something. If you wish to see the crown, you should have told me sooner. I could have led you through the tunnel. Having just regained his breath after climbing 3 flights of stairs, Fumao thought, blast it, had I known there was a shortcut. Yet, it was too late for such thoughts. Feeling vexed, Fumao circled 3 times before entering the storied room of requirement. The room resembled a grand junkyard, filled with thousands of forbidden tomes, books defaced by scribbles, and volumes pilfered yet unsalvageable. Also among the clutter were hats, jewels, cloaks, and more. To Voldemort, a distinguished Slytherin graduate, the scene mirrored his initial discovery of the room of requirement, albeit now layered with decades of decay and disarray. He deftly leaped over a blood-stained axe, maneuvering through narrow passages, following the basilisk's guidance until he finally unearthed the crown within a chest brimming with jewels. Why don't you take these out? These artifacts could fetch a pretty penny, Fumao remarked, pawing at a nearly tarnished pearl necklace while eyeing a pile of galleons and sickles below, for the first time questioning how much he had overlooked during his student days. I've taken them out before. Hissing, Severus said it would be unwise to sell them, and the money was sufficient, so I was instructed to bring them back. The basilisk explained. The serpent creature descended from the neck of the kitten, enlarging its form slightly, and coiled its tail around the Ravenclaw diadem, lifting it to its forefront. This is the diadem I mentioned to you. I even suggested that Severus take it to the examination, but alas, my proposal was declined. The kitten regarded the diadem, unmistakably adorned with Ravenclaw traits, and pondered over the fragments of its own soul contained within. It was uncertain whether to feel fortunate or merely speechless. The diadem encapsulated its ambition, and thereafter, its insatiable greed burgeoned, leading to the creation of several Horcruxes. In retrospect, that period indeed felt profoundly unsettling. The 7 deadly sins comprised pride, the diary, envy, the locket, wrath, the noseless Nagini, sloth, the former savior, greed, the resurrection stone, gluttony, Nagini, and lust, the golden cup. Currently, Voldemort had not divided his soul into 7 pieces, thus his emotional state remained considerably more stable, yet the agony of a torn soul lingered. May I don this diadem? The kitten, emboldened, tentatively extended its paw, only to retract it at the frigid touch of the diadem. The serpent creature observed the diminutive kitten, puzzled as to how its head could possibly fit. Are you serious? Hiss, your head is far smaller than the eagle upon the diadem. It let out a discordant cackle, entirely unconcerned about bruising the tender psyche of the young feline. The kitten momentarily wore a dazed expression, and upon comprehending the serpent's words, it felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and swat at it. But that diadem sparkles beautifully. I wish to rest my head upon it. The kitten's eyes widened, and it nuzzled affectionately against the serpent. Ensnared by the kitten's charms, the serpent, in a daze, exited Hogwarts with the diadem, placing it within the small tent prepared by the centaur for the kitten. Good night, Hirebo. The kitten shooed the serpent away with its paw, curling up within the cozy confines, beside a suitcase brimming with delectable treats. It rummaged through the suitcase, carefully grasping the glass vials of soul stabilizers and calming potions. After consuming the elixirs, it nestled within the diadem, while the serpent gazed wistfully at the moon, unable to play with the kitten. The latter was engaged in the monumental task of merging its soul fragments. The process of fusion proceeded smoothly, or so Voldemort believed. After a yawn, he rose, only to be met with the imposing visage of the centaur Bane, nearly causing him to unsheath his claws in fright. Upon noticing his awakening, Bane stepped back, retracting the leaves he had been holding. All is well, Hierbo. Young Tom must have simply been fatigued, and now he is awake, Bane remarked, gently stroking the kitten's back. You have been in slumber for a day and a night. Indeed, the constitution of ordinary younglings is frail. The centaur's words were sincere, devoid of any mockery. Yet, the kitten felt as though it had been subjected to the gravest ridicule. Once I regain my human form, you shall witness what true strength entails. The kitten continued to grumble inwardly, yet its stomach began to rumble with hunger, flushing its feline face with embarrassment. It had not eaten in what felt like an eternity. Hearing the gurgling sounds, Bane chuckled softly and scooped the kitten up, placing it beside the meal that had long been prepared. The serpent had already indulged in a hearty feast. Most of the fare consisted of fruits, and to accommodate the young kitten, they had even sacrificed some of the milk fruits meant for the young centaur. The kitten was not picky. It felt as though it could devour a whole cow. Although there was no meat, the milk fruits were delightful, and it could persuade the serpent to take it back to Hogwarts for a taste of meat. It was indeed amusing that Voldemort, in his human form, had received far less care than he did while in his feline guise. Was this not a form of irony? In the Hogwarts castle, the hallways were relatively empty due to classes being in session, which emboldened the kitten considerably. It flaunted its freshly washed, fluffy black fur, completely disregarding the astonished whispers of the portraits, striding confidently down the corridor. However, in an instant, it found itself seized by the scruff of its neck. Its perspective abruptly elevated, prompting a startled meow. Albus, look at this adorable cat. Oh, its paw pads are pink. The kitten recognized the familiar voice. Its rigid body relaxing slightly as it retracted its extended claws and tilted its head, mewing obediently. The individual holding the kitten was clad in a gray suit, his striking gray hair and mismatched eyes adding to his notable presence, as he affectionately stroked the kitten's ears. Upon locking eyes with the kitten's crimson gaze and ebony fur, Dumbledore felt a twinge of distaste, pondering when Gellert had shifted his aesthetic. Indeed, quite charming. Do not hold it like that. It must be uncomfortable. Dumbledore feigned a smile, then resumed their previous conversation. What are your thoughts on allowing exchange students for the next term? It would be fortuitous as the new faculty would be familiar with the curriculum. Grindelwald non-committally nodded, crouching to caress the kitten's tail. We'll see. You know, I did not come to discuss the exchange students. There was a hint of annoyance in his tone, as Albus often diverted their discussions with other topics. The kitten steadied its nerves, lying on the ground and feigning cuteness, eager to overhear their conversation. However, a lull ensued, and the kitten's tail began to swish impatiently. Dumbledore sighed, bending down to pet the kitten, only to receive several sharp scratches from its claws, exacerbated by Grindelwald's barely concealed amusement, causing Dumbledore's expression to darken. The once docile black cat sprang from Grindelwald's grasp, darting away with its tail held high, mewing a few times before vanishing from sight. After running for a while, the kitten paused beneath a portrait to catch its breath. A smile adorned its feline face. It had outmaneuvered the old wizard, having been adversaries for over a decade. And today, it had finally claimed a small victory. The kitten proudly licked its paw, and as a thought crossed its mind, it spat several times in disdain. Chapter 101, Delivering a Message. Although the kitten wished to linger in Hogwarts a few more days to gather information, the appointed time had arrived, and it could only be escorted out of the Forbidden Forest by the centaur. When Severus returned from the Forbidden Forest with the kitten, it had noticeably grown. He made a special trip to the pet hospital to inquire, learning that kittens grow rapidly is quite normal. Additionally, after hearing from the serpent about the kitten's consumption of the centaur's milk fruits, he felt reassured. At last, he addressed the matter of the empty potion supplies in the potions room with the serpent, unceremoniously locking away its little treasury to compel it to sell potions for profit. The serpent protested vehemently, but upon seeing the kitten's pitiful eyes, it begrudgingly accepted its fate. Severus snorted in disapproval, confining the serpent to the small dark room and revoking its television privileges for a month, before carrying the now significantly larger, yet still light, kitten to the bathroom. Having returned from the Forbidden Forest, it had undoubtedly accumulated a great deal of dust and required a thorough wash. The serpent curled up in a dejected ball, lamenting its momentary lapse in judgment. Severus tenderly stroked the kitten, murmuring, "Hierbo, truly, you are so small. What would have happened if you had encountered trouble in the Forbidden Forest? Thankfully, Bane was there to assist, otherwise I would have had to retrieve you on the very first day." The kitten squinted its eyes, offering no resistance as it was placed in the bathtub. From the initial cleaning to the later indulgence of a bath filled with rubber duckies, it had grown accustomed to such treatment. As the dark-haired youth gently massaged its head, the kitten closed its eyes in bliss, Perhaps one of the advantages of being a cat was the natural inclination to attract affection from others. The feline, clearly oblivious to the esteemed status of black cats in the eyes of ordinary humans, experienced a moment of enlightenment when Severus's gentle treatment led him to sneak out later to send a letter. It was only when he encountered some mischievous children that he truly understood the peculiarities of youth. "Ah, Tom, are we not playing with the little yellow duck today?" Severus chuckled, picking up the rubber duck and bringing it close to the bewildered kitten, giving it a gentle squeeze that produced a delightful quacking sound. The kitten, weary of his monotonous existence, lazily swatted at the duck, splashing a bit of water around until this foolish endeavor was halted by Severus's laughter. With a flick of his wand, Severus dried the kitten's damp fur and then embraced him, showering him with affectionate kisses for a considerable time. "Tom, why don't you entertain yourself while I take a bath?" He patted the kitten's little backside and placed him on a soft cushion before heading to the bathroom with his clothes in hand. Upon his return, he found the kitten engrossed in watching television, where a recruitment advertisement was airing, calling for more volunteers for the expedition to the Falkland Islands. Severus paused, his hand midway through drying his hair, and approached the television. "Is there not a place for peace amidst all this warfare?" he mused, frowning as he picked up the remote to change the channel, allowing the whimsical music of a cartoon to fill the room. "Tom, let us watch a cartoon instead," he suggested, settling down beside the kitten, who was now watching Tom and Jerry with a faint smile, though his narrowed eyes betrayed a lingering melancholy. In the presence of familiar animations and objects, he felt a fleeting illusion of life in a world reminiscent of his memories. The kitten, unaware of the sudden shift in the young man's mood, drew closer, only to be met with Severus's playful affection. The man buried his face in the kitten's fluffy belly, lavishing it with kisses, and if it weren't for a playful kick to his face, he would have continued this adoration unabated. The kitten's expression reflected a resigned discontent. Indeed, he had ventured into the forbidden forest not only to seek the diadem, but also to escape this excessively affectionate human. Why, despite his outwardly calm demeanor, did Severus transform into such a peculiar creature when holding a cat? Oblivious to the kitten's inner thoughts, Severus contemplated taking him to the veterinary clinic in a few days for vaccinations, pondering whether to also bring the basilisk for a checkup. Oblivious to the impending events, the kitten, now licking its paws, and the basilisk, snacking in the dark, remained unaware of what awaited them. As midnight approached, the kitten, nestled in Severus's small bed, opened his eyes and leaped onto the young man's bed, landing with a moderate thud. The basilisk, nestled in a pot of pothos, glanced over sleepily before returning to slumber. After devouring the soul fragments from the diadem in the forbidden forest, the kitten felt a surge of strength within his soul. He could now wield a modicum of the wizard's magic. Though still trapped in the kitten's body, he was pleasantly surprised by this newfound power. Walking calmly on the bed, he took advantage of the soft glow of the nightlight to observe Severus's serene sleeping face. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. The kitten meandered up to the young man's head and shoulders before finally resting on Severus's shoulder, using his teeth to tug some of the blanket over himself. Inhaling the citrusy scent emanating from the young man, the kitten's momentary hesitation vanished as he closed his eyes. Severus, however, was not having a peaceful night. He dreamt of a great mountain pressing down upon him, a discomforting weight that conjured memories of his tragic childhood and his affection for Lily. He was jolted awake by terrifying recollections of being chased by a werewolf in a screaming shack. The sudden movement of his body sent the sleeping kitten tumbling off his shoulder, rolling several times on the blanket before coming to a stop. Severus, breathless, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, the remnants of fear still lingering in his gaze. Those memories were far from pleasant. How could I have dreamt such a thing? He murmured in confusion as he threw off the covers to fetch a glass of water, only to be met with the sight of a dark, furry mass. I knew something was weighing me down, but I didn't expect it to be you. He evidently attributed his unsettling dreams to the kitten's presence. The kitten, feeling crestfallen, let out a soft mewl and crept forward to lie beside the pillow, affected by Severus's memories and now feeling somewhat despondent. Severus, amused, patted the kitten's head, the fear in his heart dissipating somewhat. After quenching his thirst, he lingered in thought before gradually drifting back to sleep. The morning breeze was cool, and the kitten, having exhausted too much energy the previous night, remained in a deep slumber even as the sun climbed high in the sky. The basilisk, confined in the dark, was still in hiding, and Severus, recalling his previous life as a cat owner, assumed the kitten was merely sleeping soundly, perhaps even purring. When the kitten finally awakened, he noticed the streetlights were already aglow, the dusk settling in. Upon checking the time, he was astonished to realize he had slept an entire day. Mew mew meow, the kitten exclaimed, embarrassment flooding over him as his stomach grumbled with hunger. He could only call for his caretaker. Severus, hearing the kitten's cries, set down his book, turned on the light, and approached. "Tom, you're awake? You truly are a little sloth, having slept the entire day," he remarked gently, lifting the kitten's front legs and rubbing his face against the furry head. The kitten, after a moment's tolerance, raised a paw, only for it to be grasped by Severus. Severus kissed the paw and, as the kitten grew increasingly impatient to escape his embrace, carried him to the kitchen. "I've prepared some salmon for you. I hope you like it," he said, mixing the salmon with avocado and broccoli before pouring it into the kitten's food bowl. The kitten glanced at him briefly before diving into the salmon, leaving the rest untouched, and after finishing the goat's milk, he scampered off. Severus sighed softly, realizing that regardless of the country, cats universally detest broccoli. A few days later, on a relatively sunny day, the adorable kitten, coaxed by the nurse, underwent a full examination at the hospital and received a vaccination in his rear. The kitten was taken aback, stepping back in shock. This was the first time he had ever been vaccinated in his life. He cast a resentful glance at Severus, calculating the odds of inflicting injury upon him in return, noting it down in his mental ledger. The young man, under the nurse's recommendation, purchased some canned cat food and nutritional milk powder. He then embraced the kitten for a hearty kiss before heading home with his purchases. The kitten, being cradled, was unsure whether to stiffen his neck or his rear end. After all, as the infamous Dark Lord of the wizarding world, revered by many, he found it humiliating to be subjected to a mundane vaccination. Fortunately, no one recognized him. Otherwise, there would undoubtedly be many eager to capture this moment in photographs, potentially threatening his very existence. Humph, the kitten's body is so fragile, he thought, awkwardly lying in Severus's embrace, plotting how to deal with him once he regained his own form. However, it seemed that his soul fragments were well hidden. In his current feline state, gathering them would be quite a challenge. The kitten gazed at Severus's gaunt chin and recalled the basilisk confined at home, finding it easier to manipulate. That night, Severus affectionately groomed the kitten from head to tail. After yawning and downing a potion for restful sleep, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into slumber almost instantly. The kitten lifted his head from his paws. Sometimes, the young man's enthusiasm could make a cat blush. He nimbly leaped off the small bed, using his night vision to navigate towards the darkened room. Halbo. The basilisk, snuggled under a fluffy duvet, stirred slightly, flicking its tongue before sinking back into deep sleep. "Hirebo, wake up, I've brought you some goose legs." Lured by the sweet, innocent voice, the serpent creature opened its amber-slit pupils. "Hee, I adore goose legs, give me one quickly." The serpent creature drooled in response, having devoured nearly all its hidden snacks after being confined in the darkroom for a week. Fuma, the cat, indeed dragged out a goose leg from behind, which was originally intended by Severus for roasting. Tom, you are truly kind to me," the serpent creature remarked, indifferent to the state of the goose leg, hastily gulping it down. After witnessing its completion, Fuma widened its round, glistening eyes and commenced its persuasion tactics. As for the young man discovering a missing goose leg, don't ask, the serpent creature consumed it. Flicking its tongue, the serpent creature, bewildered by the kitten's persuasion, ultimately agreed to take it on a trip once it grew a bit older. Fuma blinked its eyes, satisfied with the outcome, and scampered back to rest, its frail body limiting its activities. However, before Fuma could implement its plans, it spotted an owl flying outside, a creature previously prohibited from entering due to its potential threat to its life. Only a few days prior, it had the opportunity to observe it closely. Not long after the owl departed, another bird's shadow swooped to the window. This time, it was not an owl but a splendid golden eagle. Severus observed the eagle's haughty demeanor, reminiscent of Lucius, and pondered how many times he had wondered whether this eagle would be besieged by a flock of birds or shot down by a hunter while delivering messages. Yet, after so many deliveries, the eagle remained alive, a testament to its ferocity. Noticing the young man lost in thought for too long, the eagle scanned the room with its keen eyes. Good, the serpent is absent. As for that dark little kitten, it is no match for it. Caw. Impatiently, it lifted its leg, urging him to retrieve the message. Severus snapped back to reality, placing some beef jerky before it, then unfastened the message to read. Fuma observed the eagle consume its food with contemplation, realizing it might be the Malfoy family's bird, which could be utilized for delivering messages. Perhaps incensed by the kitten's gaze, the eagle impatiently flapped its wings, causing the little black cat's eyes to shut tightly, the air filled with the scent of fowl. Fuma swallowed hard, pondering how to prepare the eagle deliciously. Severus, noticing the situation between the bird and the cat, swiftly penned a reply and packed 10 pounds of beef jerky for the eagle to take, thoughtfully puncturing a small hole in the bag. The eagle cooed in satisfaction, casting a glance at the kitten before soaring into the air, only to be ambushed by a flock of birds while passing through the forest park. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius, accompanying Draco on a flying toy motorcycle, bore a spectacular expression upon seeing the eagle with patchy feathers. Thankfully, the Malfoy family possessed more than one eagle, otherwise, their household's reputation would have been tarnished. The day was clear and bright, with a gentle breeze, perfect for a wedding. Severus, with the serpent tucked in his pocket, sat in the church watching the ceremony. As for the dark little kitten, it could only endure the disappointment of staying home. Young Harry, clad in an adorable blue suit, his chubby face straining to maintain a serious expression, rushed to his aunt with a flower basket clutched in his short fingers. The wedding unfolded as a quintessential English traditional ceremony, proceeding smoothly without any disruptions. It was only after the guests moved to the hotel for the banquet that the anxious bride found an opportunity to converse with her friends. "I am doing quite well now, am I not?" Petunia smiled, squinting at the hesitant young man, her palm resting on her slightly rounded belly. "Vernon loves me dearly. Little Harry is adorable, and we are about to welcome a new member." Severus's gaze fell on her abdomen, surprise flickering in his eyes. "Congratulations," he remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Thank you. Of course, it would be even better if you could help me look after Harry more. After all, he belongs to Petunia," she replied with a smile, though her worries were evident. The young man tousled his tousled hair and nodded silently. A new beginning, a new story. Without the marked prophecy child, could he still be called the savior? All of this made the sacrifice of the Potters seem like a mere jest. Chapter 102. The diary is in hand. Some snakes indulged at the wedding feast, while some cats took refuge atop high walls, evading the onslaught of unruly children. Fuma licked its injured paw, its feline face radiating fury, pondering how a dignified Dark Lord had been reduced to being chased by Muggle children. "Look at that black cat. It even has red eyes. It must be a demon's cat," a freckled, chubby boy exclaimed, brandishing a stick as he gazed in astonishment at the black cat. The nearby brown-haired girl edged away, timidly suggesting, "We should go back. If Uncle finds out you harmed the kitten, he will scold you. And perhaps even the animal protection people will come." "It's just a black cat," the boy grumbled defiantly, shoving the girl away. Fuma coldly watched their retreating figures, contemplating that if Lucius did not place the diary in the Hogsmeade house within a month, oh no, within a week, it would not mind bestowing an Avada on him upon recovery. Little did he know that the innocent Lucius was perplexedly holding a letter marked with Voldemort's unique insignia, scrutinizing the cryptic symbols inscribed upon it. Eventually, he pieced together a few words. "I am alive, Hogsmeade diary." He stroked his chin in suspicion, wondering if this letter about the diary's existence in the house in Hogsmeade could have been penned by Voldemort himself, especially since it instructed him not to reply. Lucius glanced at the ordinary owl in the post office, uncertain why Voldemort chose not to show himself, yet he resolved to follow the letter's instructions, just in case. In contrast to Lucius's leisurely demeanor, Fuma avoided the unruly children, only to encounter an elderly woman who detested black cats. Had it not been for its small size and quick reflexes, Fuma might have ended up as the woman's lunch. Reflecting on its life before becoming a cat, Fuma recalled the suffering endured in the orphanage, and how, upon entering Hogwarts and transforming into a cat, it had lived a life of luxury. Well, even after becoming a cat, it had not truly suffered. Sipping nutritious, expensive milk and playing with lavish toys, it was carried everywhere, indeed living a life free of hardship. This inflated its confidence to the point of daring to roam outside as a cat. Now, if it could not return safely home, it would surely become a cat pastry. As it evaded the old woman and leaped over a stinky gutter, the back of its foot landed in filthy water, sending Fuma into a frenzy. It recalled leaving home without traversing these paths. Why was the return so difficult? Now covered in filth, with its front paw swollen from a branch's strike, it could only endure the pain and run forward, cursing the prophecy speaker. "Merlin curse you. You've doomed me." Severus, having returned to the city center with a satiated serpent in Zhang Minjiyuan's car, felt uneasy about leaving the kitten alone at home. But the black cat was not favored by Muggles and could not accompany him to the wedding. His right eyelid had twitched several times today. He wondered if it was due to a restless night. The bustling streets of central London saw Zhang Mingyuan driving to drop off customers at Sam's supermarket before heading home. Severus, carrying strawberries and cherries purchased from the supermarket, encountered a shadow darting towards him as he passed a quiet alley, and in the next moment, he felt something latch onto his leg. He lowered his gaze to the dark, unkempt mass before him, suppressing the urge to kick it away. Instead, he grasped the scruff of the creature's neck and lifted it up. "Tom," Severus inquired, holding the filthy little kitten for a moment before hesitantly speaking. "Shouldn't you be at home?" The rescued kitten mewed pathetically, extending its injured leg for the young man to see. With a resigned sigh, Severus adjusted the bag of fruit he was holding and stuffed the injured kitten inside. "You can stay in there for now. We'll sort you out once we get home," he said gruffly, though his pace quickened considerably. The kitten, confined in the bag, dared not protest and was obediently taken back home. Fortunately, the potions classroom had recently acquired some new brews, and the injury to the kitten's leg was not severe. A potion administered soon healed it. After a vigorous wash in the bathroom, the dirty little creature transformed back into a clean, fluffy black kitten. Severus surveyed his surroundings, finally gazing out the window at the trees, realizing the route the kitten had taken to escape. You. Just look at yourself, barely 6 months old, and already yearning to stake your claim outside. Now you've gotten yourself into trouble, and you deserve it. He poked the kitten's head in exasperation. Meow. The kitten retorted defiantly, thinking that if it weren't for that unruly child injuring its paw, it wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Severus, amused by the kitten's indignant demeanor, seized it for a rough affection, releasing it before its patience wore thin. All right, Tom, I know you're clever, but next time you venture out, do remember to inform me or take Herbo with you, understood? He said tenderly, kissing the kitten's ear. In its little life, there was only him and Herbo. In Severus's life, only they mattered, and the loss of either would bring him sorrow. Meow, the kitten acknowledged, shaking its warm ears, while secretly contemplating when it might sneak back into the forbidden forest. Severus chuckled softly, cradling the kitten as he settled into the rocking chair by the window, resuming his reading of a book he had not finished the previous day. In the tranquil evening, the dim sunlight bathed the handsome young man in a soft glow, blurring the edges as if bestowing upon him an ethereal halo. The kitten nestled in his embrace, enjoying gentle strokes along its spine, could not resist a yawn. The day's exertion had left it weary, and it soon closed its eyes. The warmth and security of this embrace were irresistible, and it ultimately succumbed to sleep. Perhaps it was typical of the Malfoy family. Even upon confirming that the letter was penned by Voldemort, he would concoct some sort of incident to ensure the diary was delivered, preventing any opportunist from taking advantage, thus leading to Voldemort's eventual return and the trouble that would ensue. Besides dispatching someone to surveil the house in Hogsmeade, he also sent agents to guard Diagon Alley. Should there be any trace of that esteemed individual, he would be informed promptly. As June rolled around, while Muggles celebrated Children's Day on June 1st, a golden eagle glided past the clock tower, folding its wings as it flew into the city center. Severus contemplated the invitation to Draco's second birthday party. Recalling the interests and verbal sparring of the aristocracy, he had little desire to partake. Yet thinking of the adorable little bun, he decided that attending would not be so bad. He casually placed the letter on his desk and proceeded to the potions room in search of a gift. Oh, Felix Felicis would do nicely. It was a versatile present. The kitten leapt onto the desk, its tail flicking as it eyed the letter, sensing its opportunity had arrived. What? You wish to venture into the Forbidden Forest to see the newborn unicorns? Severus, realizing he lacked sufficient ingredients for the Felix potion, was changing his shoes with the intention of heading to Diagon Alley when he heard the serpent's words. The serpent bobbed its head, indicating that the kitten also wished to join. Severus nearly laughed in exasperation, contemplating that perhaps he should just buy a house in Hogsmeade since the serpent was so eager to explore the Forbidden Forest. However, considering he hadn't even visited his countryside villa since opening that cafe, the thought of purchasing property was quickly dismissed. I need to make a quick trip to Diagon Alley. I'm out of ingredients. He glared at the serpent, blaming it for emptying his potions room last time, unaware of what they intended to do with those potions. The serpent nodded, casting the kitten a look of I tried my best before scurrying off to pack its suitcase, pondering which lime-flavored crisps Forenza liked, and also remembering to bring some cantaloupe for Bane. The serpent's mutterings reached the kitten's ears, causing it to roll its eyes. A creature that had lived for nearly 1,000 years, and yet its mind seemed scarcely larger than a walnut, consumed by thoughts of food. Severus acted swiftly, and by the next day, he had taken both the serpent and the kitten to the Forbidden Forest. Initially, he had not intended for the kitten to accompany them, but recalling its safe return last time, combined with the kitten's affectionate antics, he reluctantly relented. He concluded that the kitten was unlike ordinary cats. Its intelligence was rather extraordinary. The kitten and the serpent hid behind an ancient tree, waiting for the young man to depart before slipping out through the tunnel of the Shrieking Shack, beginning their aimless wandering through Hogsmeade Village. Hiss, Tom, why are we here? There are wizards everywhere. It's not fun at all, the serpent lamented, coiling around the kitten's neck, its head resting atop the kitten's. You must know that in the Forbidden Forest, I could transform back into my massive serpent form and have the tree guardian scrub my scales, or sneak into the Black Lake for a swim. I brought you here for an adventure, Herbo. Don't you enjoy watching horror films? The kitten's ears twitched at the serpent's words. Had it known, it would have left the serpent behind in the Forbidden Forest, for its incessant chatter was driving it mad. The little black cat pranced down the street, its crimson eyes surveying the bustling crowd. Had it been in a Muggle neighborhood, it surely would have caused a commotion, but here in the wizarding village. It garnered only fleeting glances from busy passers-by. "Look at that black cat. Its paws are so big," a boy exclaimed, nudging his companion with his elbow while peering through a pair of binoculars. The elbowed friend rubbed his chest, squinting in the direction indicated, but saw nothing but empty air. "Are you seeing things? There are no cats in the street," he muttered in frustration, snatching the binoculars and aiming a slingshot at an owl soaring above. The boy stared at his empty hands, murmuring again, but it truly was quite large, a black cat wearing a scarf, no less. The kitten, observed by the boy, continued its graceful prowl towards the establishment opposite the Duke of Bees, which stood adjacent to the Three Broomsticks. Hogsmeade was perpetually blanketed in snow, bustling with candy-seeking patrons outside the Duke of Bees. The kitten paused, watching a 5-year-old savoring a coconut pudding, momentarily lost in thought. Reminiscent of its own days in the orphanage. Life had been quite difficult then, amid the chaos of war, with countless orphans and scant relief for the orphanage, compounded by the director's embezzlement and alcoholism, rendering life even more arduous. As a child, it was a struggle to fill its belly, let alone indulge in sweets, which remained out of reach due to its circumstances. When it came time for schooling, meager finances meant that treats were a distant dream, but once it attained power, indulging in sweets became a cherished secret, especially from the ice cream shop in Diagon Alley and the candies from the Duke of Bees. Was everyone to be like Dumbledore? That old bee, addicted to sweets? Well, once it regained its strength, it would sample every delicacy from the ice cream shop, though lost in reverie. The kitten's paws made no sound upon the snow. "Hiss, there are 2 wizards with wands on the left, one on the right. And it seems there's one on the roof as well," the serpent discerned, spotting a wizard under the disillusionment charm, and questioned curiously, "Is the place we're seeking adventure truly this dilapidated stone house?" Fumau crouched beneath the window, momentarily taken aback by the number of ambushers revealed by the serpent creature. A rare sense of embarrassment flickered within him in response to the serpent's inquiry. "Well, perhaps, hissing, maybe so. Look, even this dilapidated house has several guards. There must be treasures hidden within," he suggested. "How about this? You incapacitate the one at the door, and I'll take a peek inside." Fumau coaxed the serpent. "My reflexes are swifter than yours. If we come across anything valuable, we shall split it." The serpent calculated that it only had to deal with one individual while the cat would handle the remaining 3, nodding in agreement as if it had struck a bargain. "Very well, Severus doesn't allow me to use poison frivolously, but I shall use a little." As it spoke, the serpent slithered into the room, where a man lay sprawled behind the sofa. It wriggled into the man's trousers and sank its fangs into his ankle. The man instantly turned pale, convulsing as he expelled froth from his mouth, his trembling hand knocking over the teapot beside him. Another wizard, who had transformed into a storage cabinet, hastily reverted to his human form, brandishing his wand to investigate the commotion. The other 2 individuals remained vigilant, yet their focus was inevitably drawn to the unfolding events inside. Taking advantage of his dark feline form, Fumau darted about the room, quickly confirming that the journal on the stone pedestal was indeed his before deftly stowing it in the small pouch at his chest. By the time the occupants realized the item was missing, the serpent and the cat had already made their escape. "Tom, is there treasure inside?" the serpent inquired, munching on a snowflake. Fumau shook his head, flicking his tail as he dashed into the tunnel, returning to the forbidden forest. Bane, the centaur, carved wood sculptures while casting a complex gaze upon the obedient black cat indulging in its meal, recalling the sudden shift in the stars from the previous night. He tightened, and then relaxed his grip on the dagger he held. Meanwhile, at Malfoy Manor, Lucius received news from his subordinates, and a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. It seemed that the esteemed figure was indeed alive. However, the circumstances surrounding it remained unclear. "Lucius, shall we extend an invitation to the Parkinsons for little Draco's birthday?" Narcissa asked, planting a kiss on her son's delicate cheek, hinting at the fact that their daughter was of similar age to Draco. Although they were all aware that the Pure Blood Alliance was merely a means to fortify their connections and consolidate interests, the enterprise was now in disarray with the boss missing. An upstart nouveau riche sought to claim a share. Hence, the established aristocracy became increasingly desirable, as intermarriage emerged as a significant avenue for the new moneyed class, led by economist Meade, to penetrate the inner circles. "Oh, Sissy, do you know their stance?" "There might still be collateral connections," Lucius remarked, incinerating the letter in his hand and offering a resigned smile to his wife. "Most of those people are muggles." "You are overthinking this." Narcissa understood that he grasped her meaning, and she smiled softly. Chapter 103, Peter's News. Draco's birthday celebration was understated, akin to an ordinary family gathering, filled with familiar faces. The garden was adorned with various rare flowers for admiration, while the house elves were tasked with ensuring the little master did not harm the delicate blooms. Regulus appeared at the gathering with his wife and daughter, little Anquilla, who surveyed her surroundings with wide, curious eyes like black grapes. Cynthia entered the garden gazebo with her daughter, where several children had already congregated. Draco was amusing a little girl with a toy dragon, while the other children munched on pastries. The ladies of the household sat on the opposite side, engaged in conversation, occasionally laughing at the affectionate antics of the children. Narcissa took Anquilla in her arms, noticing the plump little girl had gained even more weight. "How have things been?" "I mean, the one by the seaside," Narcissa said, kissing the girl's cherubic face and encouraging her to call her Auntie. Cynthia popped a pastry the size of her thumb into her mouth, took a sip of red tea, and replied, "I visited last month. The situation seemed fine, but he has been vague with his last words, leaving everyone perplexed." Narcissa sighed, the weight of sadness evident in her expression. The blacks were less mad than they were obstinate, stubbornly clinging to beliefs that not even 8 oxen could drag away. Meanwhile, Lucius and others discussing this topic outside found the atmosphere turning somber. The head of the Parkinson family and Crab, sensing the shift, suggested a stroll in the garden, leaving space for their conversation. Severus rose, feigning ignorance of Lucius's unuttered words, frowning as he entered the garden. Little Barty politely smiled at Lucius before excusing himself. "Is Sirius still unwilling to speak?" Lucius broke the silence, fatigue etched across his brow. Regulus sighed, gazing towards the garden, feeling wearied by thoughts of his troublesome brother. 3 months prior, they had received word that 2 individuals had migrated to Australia, with the immigration process facilitated by them. Upon investigation, it was discovered that Peter, previously presumed dead and reduced to a mere finger, had resurrected and brought his elderly mother to Australia for a quiet retirement. "I do not know what he is holding on to," Regulus admitted, fidgeting with his knuckles, ultimately voicing his conclusion. "Our parents seem intent on bringing him back." Lucius's expression grew inscrutable as he twirled the family ring on his finger, unsure of how to assess this brother-in-law. "I mean, the fact that he killed 13 muggles has been conclusively established by the Aurors." He touched the family ring, uncertain if he truly is in Australia. "We must send someone there." Regulus nodded in agreement with his assertion. This could also explain why he hadn't moved to rescue Peter sooner, as all evidence had pointed towards Sirius. However, even if he were to clear himself of the murder allegations, his prolonged stay in Azkaban had undoubtedly come at a cost. "I had sent him potions before, but it was futile. One is dead, another has fled, and the last is missing," Regulus lamented, feeling helpless. "This brother of mine, whether among the Death Eaters or the Order of the Phoenix, seems to be equally unwelcome on both sides." Within the Black family, only he and their parents remained concerned for Sirius. "How about we send Karkaroff to Australia?" "If you wish," Lucius suggested. "After all, Peter holds no further value for him. It would be better to make use of him." Regulus furrowed his brow in contemplation, deciding to return and inform his mother, allowing them to make a decision. In the garden, Severus observed the exquisite magical plants that could be utilized for potions, feeling restless. After rounding a corner with the Parkinson patriarch and others, he encountered the gathering of noble women. Little Barty leaned in beside him, casually inquiring whether he had any moonlight grass or other rare ingredients, as he wished to brew a potion. "You drink it?" Severus glanced at the tall young man, utterly perplexed. Not out of the question, little Barty chuckled, then shifted the conversation to other matters. "As for the childbirth potion, let us reconsider." A white peacock frolicked by the fountain, its melodious calls echoing in the ears of the attendees. Though Severus had seen the white peacocks before, he was always struck by their beauty. The Parkinsons and Crab were engrossed in discussions about the development of New Diagon Alley, completely disregarding the presence of others as they boisterously debated. Knowing that once New Diagon Alley was established, their contributions would be immortalized in history. Severus absorbed snippets of economics and architecture, his head buzzing, ultimately concluding that purchasing land and erecting buildings incurred no debts. Fortunately, he did not have to linger long. After partaking in a tasteless lunch, he was finally able to take his leave and return home. "Farewell, Severus," Regulus smiled, his demeanor as gentle as ever, as if the estrangement of the past 2 years had never occurred. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that he could finally confront the young man before him with calmness. Severus, with a slight smile gracing his lips, responded softly, "Farewell, Regulus." The two exchanged a fleeting glance before quickly averting their eyes, reminiscent of their days at school, their departing figures devoid of any lingering attachment. The sky over London was shrouded in ominous clouds, hinting at an impending downpour. Upon returning home, Severus shed his uncomfortable formal attire and instinctively yearned to cradle a kitten in his arms, to stroke its fur. However, after calling out several times with no response, he remembered that the kitten and the basilisk had ventured into the Forbidden Forest. At that moment, deep within the Forbidden Forest, The kitten unhesitatingly declined the invitation from a mother unicorn to drink her milk, after playfully tugging at the unicorn's mane and a few of its horns. It mewed loudly, summoning a centaur to carry it back to the gathering place. Earlier, the basilisk had mentioned visiting the forbidden forest to see the newborn unicorns, and he had assumed it was merely an excuse. Little did he know there were indeed new foals, their bodies soft and rosy. The kitten pondered that even a gentle kick might send the foals into a fit of tears, though he would never dare to act on such a thought. The memory of the mother unicorn's tender gaze left him feeling uncomfortable. It was quite terrifying. Did maternal creatures become so overwhelmingly nurturing during their nurturing period? The kitten envisioned himself being nudged toward the mother unicorn's belly, and his fur bristled in response. He had grown up, well, perhaps he had drunk from a mother's breast during his infancy, but since he could remember, the most humiliating experience had been transforming into a kitten and being taken home to drink from a bottle. The thought was unexpected. The kitten fell silent for a moment, nestled in his small tent, and began to rummage through his diary. He had yet to absorb the soul fragments within. One reason was that his kitten body was too frail, and the other was that he had failed to persuade the basilisk to clear out the potions room. Thus, he dared not absorb the soul fragments recklessly, for if they were to explode, he would be in grave danger, especially considering they belonged to a vibrant 16-year-old boy. The diary was a vessel for the soul of a 16-year-old handsome youth, embodying Voldemort at his most ambitious age. It was a time when he had just uncovered his heritage and learned from Slughorn about the creation of Horcruxes, a period marked by unbridled ambition. The young boy with crimson eyes and black hair observed the grotesque visage of his main soul, marred by scars, within the confines of the diary's constructed abode, mockingly laughing at it without reserve. "Have you not given up yet?" The boy's striking face revealed a smirk, his ruby-like eyes glinting with cunning. "Did you think you had long forgotten the past? Shall I call you Tom, or shall I refer to you as Voldemort?" The kitten struggled to control the magic within him, desperate to suppress the inner longing to absorb the fragments. "We are one. There is no need for such formalities." The kitten gazed earnestly at the boy, his expression tinged with helplessness. He had become desensitized to being called Tom by Severus. "There is no benefit to our fusion. And besides, I am quite content on my own." The boy smiled faintly, recalling the ruthless severance from him in the past. Now, merely exchanging a few words seemed to imply a desire for reconciliation. The kitten lowered his head, contemplating licking his paw, only to suddenly remember his current human form and stifled a yawn. He had not anticipated that the soul fragments within the diary would develop a consciousness of their own. If the other fragments were similarly aware, he would find himself in a precarious situation. "If you do not wish to return, I shall soak you in basilisk venom for 3 days. I doubt you would find that agreeable." The kitten uttered this phrase after much contemplation, knowing the soul fragments had seen his memories and understood his meaning. The handsome boy's expression shifted, and with a wave of his hand, the opulent surroundings vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of pure white. "Is this a threat?" The boy's crimson eyes flickered with uncertainty as he regarded the kitten, a hint of malice crossing his brow. The kitten calmly nodded, his words icy and devoid of compassion. "Does it not count, dear other self?" The boy's finely arched brows twitched. As a fragment of a soul, he was pitiably weak, especially since the diary, his vessel, remained in the kitten's possession, leaving him with little choice. "Did you only retrieve one of me, or did you reclaim us all?" He pondered for a moment before voicing his inquiry. The kitten nodded, unperturbed by the question. Even at 16, he had known that he would not create merely one Horcrux. All of them. Their souls conversed within the diary. But to an outsider, it appeared as though the kitten was simply cradling a dark diary, blissfully asleep and occasionally purring. The basilisk and the kitten frolicked in the forbidden forest while Severus found himself bewildered, cornered in a cafe. "You wish to return home? Why did you not mention this before?" he inquired, puzzled. Across from him, Zhang Mingyuan, visibly excited, cleared his throat and took a sip of fruit tea to calm himself. "Mrs. Thatcher is expected to visit China in September, and since it is only early August, I need to return to resolve some matters for the company. Perhaps I can catch the tail end of the visit." He candidly explained that market research and additional investments were all aimed at generating profit. Severus nodded, contemplating whether he should return to take a look, but the thought of the affairs concerning Hong Kong and the small kittens and basilisk extinguished any inclination. "Then what brings you to seek me out?" He recalled that last year, the investment had taken nearly half a year to break even, and the money earned was merely resting in the bank, accruing interest. Zhang Mingyuan rubbed his hands awkwardly, his earnest expression pleading for favor. "Well, my friend, I thought of you when something good came my way." Upon seeing Severus frown, he quickly added, "Do not worry, I have contacted my uncle in Wales, and they are looking to move to London. They can provide me with some support." Severus sighed in exasperation. Unable to comprehend where all of Zhang Minjayuan's wealth had disappeared to, yet he still feigned poverty before him. Speak plainly. How long until you can break even? His demands were modest. He simply sought to recoup his investment. Zhang Mingyuan smiled broadly at the inquiry. I plan to invest in real estate in Hong Kong. So you understand. Severus finally grasped that Zhang Mingyuan was attempting to rope him into sharing the risk. Not too much. This amount will suffice. Zhang Mingyuan wiggled 2 fingers enticingly. 200,000? Severus mused aloud, voicing a figure. Zhang Mingyuan shook his head, signaling him to continue guessing. Severus scrutinized him, contemplating his response. It cannot possibly be 2 million. That would be quicker than robbing a bank. He rolled his eyes, clearly displeased by Zhang Minjayuan's enigmatic demeanor. Zhang Mingyuan cleared his throat softly. We are merely dabbling. You and I only need to gather 200,000, and my uncle will cover the rest. His words dripped with envy for his wealthy uncle. Severus felt like rolling his eyes to the back of his head. What did he mean by only need to gather 200,000, especially in 1982? By the way, isn't the 1982 law fight supposed to be exquisite? Should I stock up on some? He mused. Noticing the silence from across the table, Zhang Mingyuan assumed Severus was uninterested in participating and felt anxious yet helpless. He had confidence in the real estate market in Hong Kong, but others were not privy to that, especially not a staunch Englishman like Severus. What date is your flight booked for? Severus recalled that Hong Kong was still under British jurisdiction, and the profits could be considered foreign earnings. Plus, by tapping into the basilisk's little treasure trove and adding a bit of his own money, he could easily make up 10,000. Zhang Mingyuan wiped the sweat from his brow and gulped down the remaining fruit tea. It's for August 9th. My mother checked the almanac and said it's an auspicious day. Severus clicked his tongue, refraining from commenting on that. As time passed, the Battle of the Falkland Islands finally concluded, and upon learning of this, Mrs. Thatcher grew increasingly confident about her upcoming negotiations for her visit to China. The basilisk and the kitten, having frolicked in the forbidden forest, were eventually brought home, seeking refuge from the sweltering summer heat in the cool confines of a room, where they settled down to watch television. Severus meticulously organized the basilisk's belongings with his wand, discarding expired snacks before unearthing a tattered notebook in the corner. Its cover marred by scratches. Is this one of Tom's new toys? It is no wonder he has lost interest in the scratching post, he mused, casting a cleansing charm on the notebook before placing it in the kitten's cozy bed. Although the kitten was engrossed in watching television, it kept a vigilant eye on the young man, relaxing its tense hind legs upon realizing he had not discerned the notebook's peculiarity. The basilisk, yawning in boredom, rolled over and changed the channel with the remote, clearly disinterested in documentaries. On this sun-drenched afternoon, our little feline contemplated how to execute its plan while gazing at the closed door of the potions chamber. Chapter 104. The Battle of Cat and Serpent. Severus was entirely unaware of the kitten's scheme. At that moment, he cradled a small black cat draped in a red cloak, with the emerald basilisk perched on his shoulder, awaiting the camera's shutter click. The feline, unsure of the appeal of such a motionless muggle photograph, complied for the sake of expedience. Eager to be freed from the embarrassment of donning a pink shirt, the basilisk, adorned with a large red bow, swayed its head while inquiring of Severus whether it appeared handsome. The kitten cast a disdainful glance at it before adjusting its little bow tie and striking a pose. Severus stifled a laugh as he captured numerous photographs of the basilisk and the kitten, lamenting the missed opportunity to photograph the kitten in its younger days. It was truly thanks to Zhang Mingyuan that he had even remembered to purchase a camera, as it had completely slipped his mind. Moreover, once the pictures were taken, the absence of a developing room at home necessitated a trip to the photo lab, which was rather inconvenient. After indulging his passion for photography, Severus reminded the basilisk to keep an eye on the kitten before departing with the camera. The kitten gazed at the closed door, realizing that its plan ultimately relied on the basilisk's assistance. The basilisk curled itself into a spiral, and upon the kitten's suggestion to relinquish the rights to snacks and television, it felt a shameful stir of excitement. Are you certain that only the stabilizer and the calming agent are needed? The basilisk inquired once more, twisting its neck. The kitten nodded affirmatively, sensing that after consuming the soul fragment this time, it would finally be able to depart from the kitten's body. Receiving confirmation, the basilisk easily slithered into the potions chamber, which was protected by numerous defensive charms, and emerged with a cloth bag clutched in its jaws. Halbo, you are truly remarkable. As the basilisk placed the bag in the kitten's bed, the kitten circled it several times, showering praises. The basilisk, overwhelmed by the compliments, laughed heartily. Entirely oblivious to the consequences of Severus discovering the potions chamber had been raided, the kitten cleverly coaxed the basilisk into the living room to watch television, and after shutting the door, climbed onto its little bed to extract a glass vial containing potion ingredients. Shaking off its fur, It retrieved the alchemical materials collected from the Forbidden Forest and a bone from the nightmare, carefully drawing a magical circle on the table with its paws and tail. The kitten, truly the Dark Lord of the magical world, sought to craft a corporeal form for itself using the alchemical materials. Originally, the plan had been for Lucius to deliver the materials to Hogsmeade, yet after meandering through the Forbidden Forest and rummaging through the warehouses of magical creatures, it had managed to gather most of what it needed. The centaur Firenze, pondering the rapid loss of his hair, wondered whether he had been shedding at such an alarming rate. The kitten, with its tail dipped in a red viscous substance, sketched the magical circle using the mother's milk, centaur hair, and the ground bone of the nightmare, all mixed with the basilisk's blood. Once it finished drawing with meticulous care, it sprawled over the notebook, contemplating whether it could detach itself from the kitten's body and merge with the fragments contained within the pages. The clock on the wall ticked mechanically, while the streetlights outside flickered to life. The kitten and the notebook engaged in a fervent struggle with their souls, as it endeavored to forcibly merge with the fragment of the boy's soul. However, due to the added challenge of reconstructing its body, the process was painfully slow. Indeed, a soul that had developed its own consciousness proved to be quite troublesome. The kitten scratched at the notebook, consumed a vial of stabilizer, and immediately resumed its position, determined to succeed today. Gradually, the notebook ceased its resistance, and the array beneath the kitten transformed from black to a radiant white light, merging into its body. When Severus returned, carrying a food container, he found the kitten asleep while scratching at the notebook. He chuckled helplessly, deciding to dine with the basilisk first, and then place some jerky in the kitten's bowl. It was not until the following morning that Severus discovered the bowl still contained its contents, while the kitten lay deeply asleep in its little bed, not even emitting a purr. Initially dismissing it, he called out several times, but aside from the basilisk swaying its tail over, there was no response from the kitten. Could it have played too hard during the night, resulting in such a deep slumber? Severus approached and poked the kitten's rear. Usually, he would be met with the kitten's claws, yet today there was no reaction. Tom, what has happened to you? He scooped up the kitten, giving it a gentle shake, and upon drawing closer, he noted its heartbeat was still steady, which eased his worry. However, the scalding sensation in his palm indicated that the kitten might be ill. He touched the kitten's nose, which felt damp and warm, clearly indicating a fever. Yet, having cared for the kitten for so long, it had never fallen ill before. What could be the cause? Severus carried the kitten into the potions chamber, first using a spell to diagnose the problem, and subsequently locating several vials of appropriate potions to administer. Halbo, what did you feed him yesterday? Seeing the kitten's condition stabilize, he stormed off to confront the basilisk, clutching a glass vial he had retrieved from the little bed. The basilisk, observing the pitiful sight of the kitten sniffling in its sleep and the enraged young man before it, recoiled slightly and opted for honesty. Hiss. Tom mentioned wanting to taste the potion, so the basilisk stammered, noticing the young man grasping its tail and hurriedly elaborating. I only took the calming agent, the digestive aid, and such. How could he possibly fall ill? Severus, upon hearing this, vigorously shook the basilisk, only releasing it once it begged for mercy, thereafter ordering it not to watch television until the kitten had awakened. The basilisk, feeling wronged, clutched its tail, its yellow slit pupils filled with grievance, silently vowing never to assist Tom again. Another day passed, yet the kitten remained in a deep slumber. Severus took the kitten to the veterinarian, where the diagnosis yielded that it was perfectly healthy, yet the kitten simply would not awaken. Fortunately, the kitten's temperature had returned to normal, though it continued to sleep, and the only solace was that it had begun to purr softly again. Meanwhile, the worried Severus was also suffering. The forced fusion with the conscious soul fragments had resulted in several instances of soul fragmentation and reassembly, undermining the effects of the calming and stabilizing potions he had consumed. Currently, he remained bound to the kitten's body, silently enduring the searing pain of his soul. In a moment of blurred consciousness from the agony, he felt a sudden chill envelop him, followed by a bitter potion being poured into his mouth, alleviating his condition somewhat. Severus, do you think Tom is experiencing a bloodline awakening? Did you not mention that he has the lineage of a cat dog? The basilisk, witnessing the young man's bloodshot eyes from sleepless nights spent caring for the kitten, ventured a rather implausible hypothesis. Furthermore, he drank unicorn milk in the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps he has received a blessing. Severus nodded thoughtfully at the words of the basilisk, decisively retrieving fantastic beasts and where to find them to peruse, perhaps discovering the mutation target of the kitten within its pages. The basilisk, relieved by this action, extricated its tail from the kitten's embrace, knowing full well that it was on the verge of cramping. The drowsy feline remained blissfully unaware of the basilisk's fabrications, diligently continuing to merge its soul fragments. Otherwise, it would have leaped up to deliver a scathing reprimand. Suddenly, The tranquil night was pierced by a fierce wind, rustling the leaves in the trees. Severus glanced at the little kitten beside his pillow, sighed, and gently stroked its head before resting his arm and drifting into slumber. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, the awning creaking under the strain of the wind. In the dim light, a pair of blood-red eyes quietly surveyed the surroundings, ultimately resting upon the young man's pale, fragile neck. The feline stirred its stiff and aching body. Even this small movement drained a considerable amount of its energy, compounded by the gurgling of its empty stomach. Although it did not comprehend why it remained trapped within the kitten's form, hunger prevailed, demanding sustenance. In the quietude of the night, beneath the soft glow of the lamp, the refrigerator door in the eerily empty kitchen suddenly swung open, revealing a small shadow illuminated by the light. Abruptly, Severus was jolted awake by the sound of something crashing to the floor. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he noted that the clock on the table indicated 3 o'clock. Herbop, nestled among the potholes, slept soundly, its tail swaying gently outside the pot. The kitten, however, was absent from the pillow. Had it awoken from hunger and ventured out? Yet, the kitten would not have made such a ruckus. Finally, sensing something amiss, he donned a coat, grasped his wand and pistol, and exited the bedroom. In his city center abode, he had fortified the premises with protective charms, ensuring that muggles would seldom intrude. If an intruder were to enter, it was highly probable that they would be a wizard, and thus he took up the pistol to catch them off guard. The kitchen door stood ajar, sporadic sounds emanating from within, yet no sign of life was visible. Had he misjudged the situation? Tightening his grip on the wand, he slipped into the kitchen and cast a silent, revealing charm towards the source of the noise. However, the kitchen revealed no intruder, only the kitten, suspended midair with a dried fish clutched in its mouth. The feline lamented, "Is it truly so difficult to procure a meal?" Upon seeing the open cupboard and the scattered snacks on the floor, Severus breathed a sigh of relief, tinged with amusement. "Tom, if you wish to eat, you ought to rouse me. You nearly gave me a fright." He dispelled the charm and caught the kitten just before it fell, cradling it in his arms and planting a kiss upon its head. "Meow, meow." The kitten grumbled as it devoured the dried fish, turning its rear towards the young man. Severus poked its little behind, offering an apology while retrieving the ingredients he had purchased earlier that day. Soon, a delectable bowl of cat food was placed before the kitten. "You've been in a stupor for several days. I wonder if it has affected your health. However, seeing your hearty appetite, you must be fine." He propped his chin on his hand, observing the kitten devouring its meal with fervor, rambling on. The kitten felt a rare twinge of guilt, but the thought of the uncertain success of the magical array compelled it to continue feasting. Outside, the rain had ceased, leaving only heavy clouds in the sky. Yawning, Severus washed the dishes and returned to the bedroom, cradling the reluctant kitten. Upon glancing at the calendar, the kitten realized it had been in a deep slumber for 5 days, which explained its stiff and sore body upon waking. Once tucked into the warm blankets, the instinct to sleep after a satisfying meal surfaced, and it began to yawn once more. Severus tugged at the kitten's ear, noting the bewildered gaze it cast in his direction, before retreating under the covers to sleep once again. The kitten squinted its eyes, reminding itself to stay awake. But the intoxicating scent of potion lingered in the air, ultimately lulling it into a deep slumber. Together, the man and the cat harmoniously shared the warmth of the blankets, while the basilisk, twisting its body atop the pothose, felt a chill and decided it was time to find a warmer place to rest. When dawn broke, after Severus completed his morning routine, he spent a considerable time cuddling the kitten before entering the potions room to resume brewing. He had neglected customer orders in the past few days while attending to the kitten's needs. The basilisk seemed to have forgotten its harrowing experience with the kitten, eagerly scuttling over to Severus, its yellow slit pupils brimming with concern. "Tom, are you all right? Have you awakened the bloodline of the cat? Could this be related to the unicorn's milk? Did you truly drink it? Was it good?" The basilisk chattered incessantly, oblivious to the increasingly hostile glares from the kitten. "Be quiet." The kitten raised its paw to scratch the basilisk, its sleek black fur bristling. "Who else have you spoken to about this? Was its illustrious reputation truly to be tarnished? After all, it was not merely a cat. It was a dignified being, and the thought of drinking milk was utterly mortifying." The basilisk, unable to comprehend the kitten's sudden ire, felt the kitten's small claws inflict negligible damage. It inched forward, claiming the prime spot for watching television, casually responding, "Hiss. I merely mentioned it to Severus. Do not worry, you are still a mere cub. Drinking milk is quite normal." The basilisk's attempt at comfort fell flat, as the kitten's ears twitched violently, emitting a growl that resembled a motorcycle's roar, clearly infuriated. The basilisk chuckled, munching on some quail jerky, and mischievously teased the kitten with its tail. The kitten, incensed, launched itself off the back of the sofa, landing atop the basilisk and scratching it vigorously. Thus commenced a chaotic chase, with the kitten pursuing the basilisk, sending fruit from the bowl tumbling to the floor. As a resilient serpent that had lived for a millennium, the basilisk was not easily deterred by pain, yet it feared for the kitten's safety and ultimately dashed into the young man's potions room. Severus was initially taken aback, then waved his wand, levitating the two little creatures that were racing around his legs. Upon learning the details of the ruckus, he found himself both amused and exasperated. Casting a glance at the aggrieved basilisk and the furious kitten, he decided to punish them both equally before tossing them outside, reinforcing the door's enchantments. The kitten clutched its sore behind, its wide eyes filled with disbelief. Ouch, that truly hurts. When has the Dark Lord ever endured such humiliation? It silently vowed to retaliate once it regained its former stature. The kitten's thoughts were earnest, yet it failed to notice how increasingly childlike its reasoning had become. Chapter 105. Is the kitten an adorable boy? On a sunny day in September, the weather outside was perfect for an outing. The kitten eyed the young man, dressed in a crisp white shirt and black trousers, looking remarkably sharp. Curiosity tinged its red eyes. Who was he so finely attired to meet? Severus neatly tied back his shoulder-length hair with a hairband, scooping up the dazed kitten as he prepared to head out. The basilisk had long since nestled into the folds of the young man's coat, hissing incessantly with questions. We're off to the new Diagon Alley. I've heard a wand shop has opened. Severus gently stroked the kitten's back as they boarded the wizarding bus heading towards Diagon Alley. This was a convenience afforded to wizards who had emulated Muggle public transit, establishing several routes in England to facilitate the travel of visiting wizards, much to the benefit of the local wizarding community. Certainly, there is no need to fret about the job security of the night bus drivers. Their styles are entirely distinct. Some wizards seeking a thrill or an urgent need will still opt to ride, and it remains immensely popular. Feline, with ears perked, wondered if the individuals previously dispatched to Germany and the United States to study wand-making had finally yielded results. On the wizarding bus, a group of youthful wizards could be seen, their backpacks indicating they were tourists. They whispered among themselves, occasionally casting glances towards Severus, until a brown-haired girl was playfully nudged forward. "Excuse me, are you headed to Hogsmeade?" she asked shyly, her cheeks tinged with a blush. "No, I'm going to Diagon Alley," Severus replied, shaking his head. The girl's expression fell with disappointment, her mouth opening as she nervously forgot the words she had prepared. The young man offered a reassuring smile, absent-mindedly stroking the cat in his lap. The girl's face flushed deeper, leaving her speechless. Feline, feeling a tinge of annoyance, nibbled on Severus's hand and began meowing loudly. "What's the matter, Tom? Are you unwell?" The young man leaned down to check on the kitten, recalling how it had been unconscious for quite some time. Although it was lively now, one could never be too careful. The kitten, upon hearing his voice, squinted and nestled on the young man's lap, its tail curling around his hand as it purred softly. Noticing that the young man was preoccupied with the cat, the girl awkwardly touched her nose and returned to her companions. Severus gently petted the affectionate kitten, his eyes filled with warmth. Upon reaching the street outside the new Diagon Alley, he disembarked with the cat in his arms. Passers-by seemed oblivious to the sudden appearance of this group, continuing their conversations undisturbed. He walked by, vaguely hearing mentions of wizards curing cancer. However, when he focused on the words, the group boarded the bus and departed. The new Diagon Alley, meticulously replicated from blueprints by Lucius and others, has become a hub for both wizards and muggles. It has blurred the lines between the two worlds, creating a harmonious coexistence. This place has existed for 3 years, seemingly untouched by the Ministry of Magic or the Death Eaters. Originally, there were no wand shops in the new Diagon Alley, as Ollivander had no apprentices to open branches. Thus, wand makers from Germany were invited to establish a presence, with their apprentices managing the business, which has been quite successful. Severus also spotted a few Asian faces, wondering if they were from China. At the end of the new Diagon Alley stood a grand silvery building, crowned with a large clock that provided the correct time from any angle. He first visited a cinema, only to discover a horror film playing. What could possibly be the source of terror for wizards? Curiosity piqued, he purchased a ticket and entered, only to find it depicted a wizard battling vampires to save muggles. Ah, who has such a wild imagination? He mused. Meanwhile, Gilderoy Lockhart, engrossed in his writing, sneezed, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his nose, and then adjusted his hair in front of a mirror, flashing a radiant smile at himself. Yes, another dashing day, he affirmed. The kitten and the basilisk yawned in boredom, urging the young man to return home swiftly, as they would prefer to watch dull documentaries rather than jostle among so many people. Sensing their agitation, Severus stopped by a pet store to purchase some cat treats and toys before heading home. On a less fortunate note, Minister Minka had been forcibly removed from his position, accused of being too rigid and conspiring with Dumbledore to control the ministry. How lamentable it was. Minister Minka merely sought Dumbledore's support to collaborate in dismantling the Death Eaters' organization and schemes. Yet he fell victim to those with ulterior motives and was ousted from the ministry. Furthermore, does controlling the ministry require collusion with outsiders? It was already riddled with leaks. Consequently, the Death Eaters, although officially disbanded, had become even more united in the shadows, as evidenced by the new Diagon Alley. The Order of the Phoenix also disbanded following the demise of the Death Eater organization, leaving behind only the insignificant remnants. The Longbottoms had narrowly escaped a crisis years ago, but were subsequently detained by the ministry for a time. Under the ludicrous pretext that they had contacted the Death Eaters to betray the Potters in exchange for their survival, an utter chaos at that time. Yet, some gained notoriety, such as Barty Crouch, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who ascended to the position of Minister of Magic, a different kind of fulfillment indeed. The usually meticulous old minister, who maintained a perfectly groomed appearance, was now in a furious rage, all due to his ungrateful son. I will never consent to your marriage. Give up on that idea. Old Crouch panted, his trembling finger pointed at young Barty. Young Barty smiled nonchalantly, even offering him a cup of hot tea. Knowing full well that decisions at home were beyond his father's control, Old Crouch waved his hand in irritation, turning to glance at his wife nearby. Amanda, are you not the slightest bit concerned? He softened his tone, cautiously inquiring, if young Barty marries that man, what will become of our family legacy? Our family legacy? Mrs. Crouch scoffed, slamming her teacup onto the table. Your legacy has already been squandered at the ministry. Everything else has been earned through hard work between young Barty and me. He can do as he pleases. Old Crouch surveyed his assertive wife and his indifferent son, despondently covering his face with his hands. In the heart of London, Severus combed the kitten's fur, intending to gather enough for a small cat fur felt once he had a sufficient amount. Feline was not swayed by toys or gentle massages. His mind lingered on the prospect of reverting to human form, gazing sleepily at the television. The young man felt lighthearted. Just days prior, he had received a call from Zhang Mingyuan, who informed him that everything was progressing smoothly on the island, and that a few boxes of apples and other items had been airlifted for him before he hastily signed off. This reignited Severus's anticipation of awaiting a delivery, wondering what treasures he might find from the island. Strictly speaking, the young man was a wizard and could easily use magic to transport the kitten and basilisk onto a plane, smuggling them to China. However, he feared the kitten might struggle with the unfamiliar environment. If something went awry, who would take responsibility? Thus, he shelved that plan, opting instead to remain in London until he concocted a potion to address these concerns before making further arrangements. As Christmas approached, the weather grew increasingly frigid. Although the room was enchanted with a warming charm, the basilisk preferred to lounge before the cozy electric fireplace. Feline gazed at the electric fireplace, marveling at Muggle technology's brilliance, wishing he could do more than just observe, lest he inadvertently assign Lucius the task of researching Muggle technology. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius, seated upon a white peacock with his son in his arms, shuddered as the peacock pecked his hand and swiftly darted away. Lucius muttered to himself about needing an extra layer of clothing, continuing his ride on the peacock with his son. Perhaps after a snowfall, the stars would shine brightly. The basilisk, emulating the fortune tellers on television, spent some time gazing at the stars before dozing off on the windowsill. After finishing his bath, Severus noticed the basilisk had fallen asleep and gently tucked it into its cozy nook, even pushing it closer to the electric fireplace for warmth. He entered the bedroom to find a small lump under the covers, realizing that the kitten had nestled inside. The lingering influence of the kitten's previous fainting spell had led him to grow accustomed to its presence, just as the kitten had grown accustomed to his proximity. Unbeknownst to him, snow began to fall once more outside, the delicate flakes blanketing the fire hydrant on the street. The young man stifled a yawn, closed the novel he had only partially read, and, after gently stroking the kitten's head, succumbed to a contented slumber, accompanied by the sound of falling snow. Severus found himself immersed in a dream where he frolicked with a group of children, who surrounded him, calling him daddy. Suddenly jolted awake, he surveyed the familiar room, and with a sigh of relief, wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. He scooped the snoring kitten into his arms, lavishing it with affection until it impatiently prodded him with its paw, prompting him to nestle back into bed with the warm little creature. Thank goodness. There was only one kitten, not a horde of children, Severus mused, and before long, he drifted back into a sweet reverie. What he did not know was that a delightful surprise awaited him upon waking. As dawn broke, the alarm clock on the bedside table signaled 7:30. The young man reached out from under the covers to silence the alarm, then snuggled back into the warmth of his bed. As he extended his hand to the side, his fingertips encountered a warm sensation that felt distinctly human, rather than the familiar softness of his kitten. At that moment, Severus's drowsiness evaporated entirely. He sprang from the bed, flinging the covers aside in a quest to uncover the source of this anomaly, only to find himself utterly astounded. Before him lay a boy of 4 or 5 years, with black hair and pale skin, curled up against the chill and instinctively moving closer to the sole source of warmth. Severus recalled the nightmare from the previous night and hastily brushed the boy's hand away, pulling the covers back over him. He retreated further from the bed, donning a serious expression as he pondered the child's sudden appearance and, more critically, the whereabouts of his kitten. At that moment, the snake creature made its entrance, flicking its tongue and calling for its little brother, only to be unceremoniously tossed onto the bed by Severus. It burrowed into the sheets and emitted a sharp hiss. Hiss. Severus, little Tom is missing. Where have you thrown him? Severus rubbed his temples in exasperation, sharing the same curiosity about the kitten's whereabouts and the origins of this little boy. The snake wriggled on the bed, its tongue exploring the room for an extended period before reaching a conclusion. Severus, that child appears to be Tom. Goodness, could he have truly awakened some extraordinary lineage? The young man furrowed his brow at the remark, uncertain, and questioned, Are you certain? But the kitten is merely an exceptionally clever black cat. Indeed, I would not misinterpret the scent, the snake asserted with conviction, its tail curiously poking the transformed kitten. Perhaps it is due to the unicorn's milk? After all, he has consumed all manner of peculiar things in the Forbidden Forest. As the man and the snake conversed, they moderated their volume, yet the kitten stirred awake. The little feline blinked its sleepy eyes, instinctively shaking its fur and attempting to stretch, only to be greeted by a pair of small, pale hands instead of its usual dark paws. Meow, meow, the kitten cried out in alarm, clearly unaware that it had reverted to human form. Severus, recognizing the familiar crimson eyes and gestures of the boy, exhaled in relief. Tom, little Tom, are you all right? He restrained a smile as he approached and embraced the kitten. I never anticipated it truly was you. What lineage have you inherited that has allowed you to transform into a human? The kitten, feeling the familiar aura and understanding the implications of his words, suddenly grasped the situation, recalling its earlier panic, and its face flushed crimson. Severus gazed at the child's beautiful face, even in his anger, and thought to himself how remarkable it was that he had raised such a handsome little creature for so long. Once the kitten fully accepted the reality of becoming a child rather than an adult, Severus had already retrieved a newly purchased shirt that he had magically resized and slipped it onto the boy. Tom, wear this for now. We shall go buy you some suitable clothes shortly. The young man smiled as he neatly tied back the boy's hair and adorned his feet with fluffy, resized slippers. The kitten blinked in surprise and nodded obediently. Okay, Severus. The child's voice was soft, carrying a certain unfamiliarity from not having spoken for a long time. Severus ruffled the boy's hair before heading to the kitchen, considering that now, as a 5-year-old boy, the kitten should be able to consume human food without issue. While Severus busied himself in the kitchen, the kitten dashed to the nearby full-length mirror to gaze at its reflection, a flicker of astonishment shining in its red eyes. Orphanages rarely captured photographs, and during that time, there were no means to do so. By the time he reached the age to attend Hogwarts, he had dismissed the Muggle world entirely, and wizards in the magical realm paid little attention to someone of his insignificance, resulting in even fewer preserved photographs. Curiously, the kitten poked its face, struggling to recall what it had looked like at 5 years old, surprised to find itself so adorable. The snake creature lounging on the sofa stretched its tail, utterly devoid of envy for the now human little one. Not in the slightest. After finishing dinner, Severus took the kitten to the mall to purchase some clothing before heading to the hospital for a checkup. Fortunately, the results were reassuring, revealing no anomalies. The kitten, clad in a long rabbit-eared nightgown and fluffy yellow duck slippers, pondered what to discuss with Lucius. Severus observed the kitten's serious expression and chuckled softly, shaking his head as he retreated into the potions room to brew his concoctions. Chapter 106, The Grudge-Holding Tom. Setting aside the question of whether to go out, the kitten, having enjoyed a delightful dinner at home, had to confront a matter it had never before considered: bathing together. The kitten's eyes widened in disbelief. When it had still been a cat, it had always claimed the bathtub for itself. Severus, I can manage alone, really. The kitten firmly declined the offer of assistance, feeling that while it had been inconsequential as a cat, it was now back in human form. Severus regarded the child's short stature and the expression of resistance on his face, somewhat perplexed. But you are too short, Tom. You cannot reach the hot water tap. The young man contemplated that as a magical creature, the kitten was unlikely to be easily harmed, yet fearing for its safety, he could only respond patiently. The kitten glanced at the high tap, then down at its tiny feet, suddenly filled with indignation. Then you can help me fill the hot water. I can wash myself. Severus relented, agreeing to assist in preparing the hot water, thoughtfully placing the little yellow duck into the basin. "I will be right here. Just call if you need anything," he instructed before reluctantly leaving the room. Once the door was shut, the kitten climbed onto a small stool and began to wash with a towel adorned with a kitten pattern. However, the child evidently forgot one crucial fact. At merely 4 or 5 years old, he was still in the stage of short limbs. After applying shampoo to his hair, the foam obscured his eyes. Calmly rinsing off, he soon discovered that his eyes were still uncomfortable, leading him to reluctantly summon the occupant of the room. "Severus, Severus. My eyes hurt." He hastily wrapped a towel around his little belly, suppressing the embarrassment of calling out. Severus, always vigilant for sounds from the bathroom, promptly set down his book and rushed inside, hastily rinsing the boy's eyes. "Next time, I will wash your hair, and you can take a bath by yourself, all right?" He squatted down, gently wiping away the tears from the boy's eyes with a towel, speaking softly. "I understand you desire your own space, but regardless, you are still a child." The kitten nodded through watery eyes, a vague thought crossing his mind. How wonderful it would be if those dark eyes were to gaze upon him forever. Severus deftly tidied up the boy's appearance before settling beside the sofa, using a hairdryer to dry his hair. He preferred this modern method over the use of magic, relishing the contemporary ambience it provided. Tom, feeling the cool fingers weaving through his hair, comfortably squinted his eyes. Following this, he went through the rituals of brushing his teeth, applying baby lotion, and finally arrived at his little bed. "Severus, aren't you going to sleep with me?" Tom, clutching his small blanket, sensed something was amiss and hastily inquired. Severus smiled and nodded. Initially, he had kept Tom close out of concern that he might struggle with his sudden transformation into a human, but now, half a month had passed, and it was time for Tom to acclimate. "I'll have Helbo keep you company, dear. He truly regards you as his child," he added, placing a gentle goodnight kiss on Tom's forehead. Tom scrunched his forehead and pouted. He found the cold-blooded serpent both irritating and excessively talkative, and he had no desire for its company. Donning a red nightcap and red socks, the serpent flicked its tongue and coiled itself at the foot of the bed. "Tom, go to sleep. We need to take the ferry tomorrow," it yawned, smacking its lips before closing its eyes. Ignoring the serpent's words, Tom hugged his small pillow, felt the plush carpet beneath his bare feet, and quietly climbed onto the big bed to sleep. When Severus returned to the room after finishing his tasks, he sighed at the sight of the lump on the bed. Let him be. He is still just a child, he thought, silently turning off the main light and lying down. Ever since the little cat transformed into a human, Severus had altered his reclusive lifestyle, increasing his outings. Not for any particular reason, but to teach Tom to adapt to his new habits as a human, striving to help him thrive in the human world. Tom was already quite familiar with these matters, sometimes even more adept than the young man himself. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, he patiently began to learn. On the eve of Christmas, Severus sent a gift to Petunia in Cokeworth, congratulating her on her baby's first Christmas. Tom still remembered that green-eyed little brat who loved to pilfer his snacks. Should he consider that a familial rivalry? However, at that time, his own impulsiveness, combined with the resistance from the Potters, had driven him to act. His feelings toward that little brat were complex, entangled in a web of right and wrong that no one could untangle. Originally, he had no intention of dwelling on it. If anyone were to blame, it would be the one who had prophesied it. If asked how he would act if given another chance, he would undoubtedly opt for a cannon and take them down. Severus was unaware of Tom's convoluted thoughts. He brought the little boy to an amusement park, where they spent a relatively joyful evening playing together. "Oh, Tom, point the camera at me, and then press this button to take a picture, all right?" Severus instructed as he demonstrated how to handle the camera before hopping onto a carousel. Tom let out a resigned sigh, straining his short fingers to capture the older children on the carousel, while the serpent coiled atop Tom's hat like an ornament, silently mocking someone's childishness. The young man chuckled as he reviewed the photos on the camera, nodding in satisfaction. Passing a hot dog stand, he bought 3, one for himself, one for Tom, and the last to hold up for the serpent to nibble. "Shall we take the cable car? From up there, we can see the entire amusement park," Severus suggested, already striding in that direction. Tom found the cable car uninteresting. Once he regained his magical abilities, he could fly as he pleased. The wizard's flying carpet or broomstick was certainly far more entertaining than the cable car. He internally scoffed, looking up to see the young man's eyes shining with genuine delight. On the cable car, Severus attentively explained the various buildings and delectable treats to Tom, occasionally pulling out the camera to snap pictures. Tom's gaze fell, pondering if the young man would still treat him so kindly if he were to discover Tom's true identity. As they exited the amusement park and passed by a shopping mall, they spotted Santa Claus, surrounded by a gaggle of children singing Christmas carols. Severus inquired if Tom wanted to take a picture with Santa, which would earn him a candy cane. Tom shook his head in refusal at the sight of the snot-nosed children nearby. Such actions were utterly shameful. Moreover, Santa Claus was nothing more than a fabricated figure. He had long since outgrown the anticipation of Santa's arrival. Severus nodded in slight disappointment, and they proceeded to a hotel for a festive Christmas feast before enjoying a fireworks display, returning home with lingering satisfaction. The conclusion of the Christmas season signified the end of leisurely days. As the clock chimed, time swiftly moved to 1983. Severus rifled through the stack of potion orders, calculating delivery times while summoning an owl for dispatch. Observing his busyness, Tom seized the opportunity to express a desire to go out and play. Severus glanced at the multitude of owls in the room, contemplated for a moment, and then nodded in agreement, giving Tom some pocket money and instructing the serpent to keep a close watch over him, all while sending him off with the sentiment of a father seeing his child off to school. The snow piled along the streets, pushed aside by snowplows, forming thick walls akin to icy barriers. Nearby, some children were building snowmen, while others engaged in snowball fights, with the bolder ones frolicking atop the snow heaps. Tom sensed that someone was watching him closely. He feigned playfulness with the other children for a while, but once their attention diverted, he took the money and boarded a wizarding bus. Lucius, hiding in his manor and enjoying a soak in the hot springs with his wife and son, found his peace shattered, forced to suppress his resentment as he collaborated with Regulus and Dolohov to discuss how to convert Muggle electricity into magical energy. Lucius stared in exasperation at the letter from Voldemort, wondering if it was a request for them to invent a perpetual motion machine. Tom, however, was indifferent to his subordinates' grievances. He only cared about the outcome, and the process was of no concern to him. Yet now, he found himself facing a minor predicament. "Hey kid, hand over all the money you have." Two teenage boys surrounded Tom, reaching for his pockets with no regard for the fact that he was merely a 5-year-old boy who might escape. They had been watching this child for some time, noting his residence in an affluent neighborhood and his expensive attire, suggesting he was likely wealthy. Now, with no adults around him, they seized the opportunity to rob him. Tom nimbly dodged the outstretched hands, his half-closed eyes obscuring his emotions, but the furrow in his brow revealed his displeasure. He recognized one of the boys, still chubby and freckled, giving him an intimidating appearance. This was the same boy who had injured him with a stick when he was still a black cat, though the girl who had accompanied him was nowhere to be seen. "Hiss, Tom, do you want me to help?" the serpent inquired, twisting its body slightly. "No need," Tom replied in Parcel tongue, already plotting his retaliation. He had learned to fend for himself during his time in the orphanage. Tom fixed his crimson gaze on the taller boy as if his eyes held an endless abyss, drawing anyone who dared to meet his gaze into its depths. The taller boy felt a chill run down his spine. He spat onto the ground, rolling up his sleeves with impatience to grab Tom. However, in the next moment, a branch overhead, laden with snow, crashed down, knocking the taller boy to the ground, while Tom remained unscathed, not a single snowflake landing on him. The freckled boy gaped at the scene, attempting to rescue his companion, but tripped over something unseen, stumbling forward, struggling to rise from the ground. The freckled boy spat out the snow in his mouth, fearfully gazing at the black-haired boy before him. Tom curled his lips, his crimson eyes fixated on the freckled boy for a moment, idly twirling his fingers. The freckled boy yearned to flee, but it was evidently too late. His chubby, frostbitten face began to swell, his small eyes bulging outward, and his mouth gaping wide in horror. He expanded, his clothes straining against his burgeoning form, buttons popping off like bullets in all directions, one striking the tall boy squarely on the forehead. "Help, help, there's a monster. Ah, mommy, mommy." The freckled boy's fingers, swollen like sausages, trembled as he fearfully cried out, his limbs flailing awkwardly, but soon he found himself lifted off the ground, soaring like a hot air balloon, eventually becoming entangled in a power pole. The serpent creature silently observed the ruckus, emitting an eerie chuckle. "Ha ha, hiss, he looks just like a bloated pig. Well done, Tom." The monster's taunt seemed to uplift Tom's previously disheartened mood, prompting him to smile faintly. "Let's head home. It's not fun out here at all." The exquisitely handsome boy smiled like an angel, casting a disdainful glance at the tall figure unconscious beneath the tree branches. He dismissed the incident entirely, and the serpent creature shared his indifference as they made their way home. Not long after their departure, parents searching for their child stumbled upon the scene and gasped in shock, hastily calling the fire department. When the incident response team arrived, they coincidentally spotted firefighters using an escalator to rescue the inflated boy. "Jiang, it seems we have our work cut out for us," remarked a woman in a hoodie, chewing gum as she shrugged at the middle-aged man beside her. The man, known as Jiang, nodded and reported the situation via his walkie-talkie, then employed a wand to restore the inflated boy to his original state, beginning the process of altering their memories. "How much of a bonus do you think we can earn this time?" The woman flipped through a small booklet, striding toward the direction in which Tom had departed. I don't know, Jiang exhaled smoke, but one parent will definitely face a fine. The woman giggled. For they were both newly hired employees of the Ministry of Magic's incident response team. Originally a mere bureaucratic entity, it had gradually become prosperous following the minister's reforms to introduce bonuses and fines for those responsible for incidents. However, after searching thoroughly, they found no one in the booklet that matched the situation. As wealthy wizards living in the city center with children were few and far between, excluding those from the global company. They meandered about, inquiring with several wizards, ultimately arriving at Severus's doorstep. So, you are members of the incident response team, Severus said, gesturing to Tom, who was seated on the sofa watching television. Then pointing to their identification. And my child used magic to launch a muggle boy into the sky? To be precise. He inflated that child into a balloon and sent him soaring, while another child was knocked unconscious by branches and snow, Jiang patiently clarified. Having encountered too many troublesome parents due to the impending fines, Severus gazed at the middle-aged man with a look of exasperation, while the kitten was indeed a magical creature. He had never witnessed a kitten wielding magic. Moreover, the kitten had only descended to play. Had it not been for the trouble caused by others, it would not have retaliated. Oh, rest assured, we've already restored that child, and his memory has been adjusted. He recalled this incident, and no harm was done. The woman assured, noticing the young man's skepticism. Severus, seeing this, summoned Tom over to inquire about the matter. Chapter 107, Lucius's Speculations. Tom warily regarded the man and woman outside, and when he saw the youth inquire about this trivial matter, he nodded without hesitation. They tried to rob me and said if I didn't obey, they would bury me in the snow. He blinked innocently at Severus, expressing his disdain. I hate them. They are the bad guys. Having said this, Severus felt there was little left to clarify. He did not reproach Tom. Rather, he affectionately ruffled his hair, looking helplessly at the individuals outside. My child acted in self-defense, so just let the fines go, all right? You did wonderfully, young one. But remember to inform your parents next time you encounter such situations, the woman encouraged with a smile, continuing. The fine can be waived, but our fees are unavoidable. This is a new manual issued by the Ministry of Magic, which I trust you will understand. As she spoke, she retrieved a palm-sized booklet from her bag and handed it to the young man. Severus glanced at it and was taken aback. The Ministry of Magic was set to thrive any day now. He handed the woman 3 galleons as per the manual's stipulated fees, acknowledging their work. Had such a responsible organization existed earlier, many tragedies could have been averted. Once the two had departed, Severus redirected his focus to the obedient-looking Tom. What is it, Severus? Tom tilted his head, an uneasy premonition creeping in. Severus said nothing, instead turning and patting the empty seat beside him on the sofa, beckoning the child over. Tom, puzzled, complied and sat down, his crimson eyes filled with confusion. Do you understand that misusing magic is perilous? It should only be done under adult supervision. And why didn't you inform me when you encountered trouble? That truly saddens me. The young man pinched the child's soft cheek, sighing as he continued. One careless mistake could transform you into a muggle, and that experience is far from pleasant. Noticing the child's continued bewilderment, he provided a simplified explanation of muggles and their plight. If that happens, you won't be able to attend Hogwarts. And there might be villains who would take you to the ministry for a trial, ultimately imprisoning you in Azkaban. The young man's tone was earnest. Tom nodded thoughtfully. I will be careful, he mentally added, careful not to let others see. Severus chuckled softly at the thought. What ill intent could the kitten possibly harbor? Nonetheless, he intended to impose a slight punishment, lest the little rascal cause further chaos. Due to Hirebo's inadequate supervision, you will have your television time reduced by 1 hour and your snacks halved for the next week. His demeanor was gentle, yet his words pierced like a cold arrow. The serpent creature, nestled by the fireplace, caught wind of the conversation, feeling a chill run down its spine as it twisted its head in protest, but ultimately succumbed to relentless suppression. The snowflakes danced and the northern winds howled outside, as the serpent gazed longingly at the neon lights, tears of regret streaming down its face. It should have charged at those 2 human children and bitten them to death, then disposed of the bodies. Thankfully, Severus remained oblivious to the serpent's thoughts. Otherwise, a lesson on moral education would have been necessary. Tom glanced at the serpent and then at the homemade limited cheese stick crafted by Severus, ultimately deciding to appease his loyal guardian with it. Hirebo, I'm sorry. It's my fault you can't watch television or have snacks. I'll share mine with you. Tom spoke sincerely, even helping the serpent open the roasted mango slices. It's not your fault. I failed to protect you. The serpent recalled the battles fought with Salazar a millennium ago, shaking its head in dismay as it extended its tail to gather the snacks, munching contentedly. Since the deed is done, I might as well transform my grief into appetite. Seeing the serpent regain its spirit, Tom couldn't help but think of Nagini back at the manor. That pitiful snake who had lost her human form and memories due to the blood curse. He wondered how she was faring now. Meanwhile, in Voldemort's manor, Nagini, joyfully chasing after a goblin, suddenly paused to sneeze. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the little goblin darted into a hole, prompting Nagini to shake her head and resume her playful pursuit. Though Nagini pondered the reason for Tom's prolonged absence, the manor offered an abundance of food, drink, and entertainment. Occasionally, thoughts of Tom would cross its mind, but only after indulging in a feast of lamb. The weather in London was capricious. One moment the sun shone brilliantly, and the next, torrents of rain would descend. Severus had to postpone his plans to venture out, opting instead to remain at home, accompanying Tom in reading. Little Tom, would you like to attend kindergarten? There are many children your age there, and you could play together, he suggested, observing the lonely child. He rummaged through a pamphlet he had received earlier, noting its proximity to home, the abundance of educational resources, and its former status as a royal estate. Kindergarten? Royal estate? Tom flipped through his memories, finding little familiarity with the term. However, the promotional rhetoric indicated it was a fine place for a paid education. He was merely curious as to whether this royal estate surpassed Hogwarts. Severus nodded, turning the brochure to the page showcasing a splendid playground. This is a place where children aged 3 to 6 can socialize, learn, and play. I believe you would enjoy it. He pointed to the grand playground and the lavish cafeteria depicted. Tom frowned, displeased. I do not wish to go to kindergarten. I already know all those things. He pointed at a section of text and recited, and I am already in a place I love. Severus marveled at the child's intelligence, feeling a warmth bloom in his heart upon hearing Tom's words. Thus, he resolved to have Tom take an accelerated examination, allowing him to advance directly to primary school. Sev, but I will be attending Hogwarts when I turn 11. Tom echoed the words of the youth from days past, adding, moreover, my magic is not stable. Severus recalled then that one reason for the wizarding child's self-study at home was indeed the fragility of his magical control, which made accidents all too likely. Then I shall hire a tutor for you. However, no, that won't do. Outsiders are not suited for our home. He frowned in contemplation, temporarily dismissing the thought of hiring a tutor. Should I not arrange for a birth certificate for this child? Though he will eventually enter the magical realm, he must first navigate the Muggle world, or else he will face numerous inconveniences. Yet, Severus seemingly overlooked the fact that Tom was not a typical child. He was half a magical creature, and the age of magical beings cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Though the youth had abandoned the notion of sending the child to school or hiring a tutor, he still deemed it necessary for Tom to experience the outside world. Oh, Sev, are you serious? Tom asked incredulously, tugging at his strap. The youth affectionately adjusted the child's hair and tidied his small tie, nodding in affirmation. I have purchased tickets for the technology exhibition. It would be delightful for us to attend together. Severus donned Tom's coat, casting a warming and wind-repelling charm before continuing. Tom, I know you are exceptionally bright. After you turn 11, you will go to Hogwarts. But remember, Muggle inventions are not to be underestimated. For instance, tanks, airplanes, cannons, and atomic bombs. If Muggles wish to annihilate wizards, they could simply bombard them with machine guns. No need for atomic bombs. Wizards experience hunger and fatigue. Their magic has limits. However, bullets are inexhaustible. As long as the weapon exists, a new soldier can wield it. Severus did not expect Tom to become an expert in everything. He merely hoped he would acquire useful knowledge, avoiding the disdain for Muggles that could ultimately lead to his downfall. Tom remained unaware of the youth's concerns. Yet he understood that he must visit the technology park. Otherwise, the youth would not cease his incessant reminders. As they descended the stairs, Zhang Mingyuan had already arrived in the car for quite some time. Today, little Tom looks quite dapper, Zhang Mingyuan remarked, extinguishing his cigarette as he beheld the black-haired boy clad in a small suit. Tom offered a polite smile, then opened the car door and settled into the back seat. Severus took a seat beside Tom, his curiosity piqued upon noticing only the three of them in the vehicle. Weren't you supposed to bring one along? Why is it just you? Zhang Mingyuan drove steadily, glancing at the rearview mirror. She was taken to France by her third uncle for a few days, and her mother accompanied her. This morning, she called to inform me that her third uncle was treating her to roasted chestnuts under the Eiffel Tower. If you ask me, I can make roasted chestnuts too. Now, I'm left with just these two troublemakers at home. He lamented, a sour expression spreading throughout the car. Severus had no intention of asking the foolish question of why she hadn't come. Instead, he smiled and shifted the topic. Do you have plans later? Perhaps to go fishing? Fishing? Oh, don't even think about it. My dad won't even let me kill fish in the kitchen. I'm just thankful for that. Zhang Mingyuan exclaimed, pressing the horn in frustration. Listening to their trivial conversation, Tom stifled a small yawn. He had been awakened before dawn by Severus to be dressed, which was rather cruel for a child. Coincidentally, the technology exhibition was situated not far from the new Diagon Alley. After Zhang Mingyuan dropped them off at the exhibition entrance, he hastily ventured into the new Diagon Alley, claiming he wished to explore new things. Severus led Tom through the exhibition, ultimately purchasing a model airplane as a concluding gift. You see, Muggle technology is continuously advancing. With thermal imaging devices, one can locate hidden individuals within a certain range. Moreover, once a position is confirmed, a plane can drop a bomb, leaving those individuals with no means of escape. Severus spoke earnestly. Do not underestimate anyone, not even children. Tom nodded solemnly, realizing that Muggle scholars had concealed truths from him. Furthermore, the inventions that Lucius had developed were far too rudimentary for the rapidly advancing Muggle society. Why could they not simply utilize what was readily available? Such knowledge should be in my hands, but I shall wield it with gentleness, he replied. What? Severus did not quite catch Tom's words, responding with curiosity. Nothing, Sev. I want to ask, are you afraid? Tom tilted his head, fluttering his long eyelashes. The youth paused for a moment, then smiled warmly. Of course, I was terrified. When the Dark Lord had not yet vanished, I was exceedingly worried. He gently squeezed the child's delicate hand and continued. In truth, he was not so brutal. If he had refrained from allowing his followers to indiscriminately slay Muggles and wizards alike, he was a powerful and wise leader, beloved by all. As he spoke freely, he remained oblivious to the furrowed brow of the child. The two walked into the new Diagon Alley, where Severus ordered a batch of potion ingredients to be delivered home, before taking Tom to the Quidditch boutique. Now, the shop not only sold Quidditch-related merchandise, but also offered flying carpets and flying motorcycles. Severus purchased a children's flying broom and a child-sized motorcycle, paying a little extra for the shopkeeper to deliver them. How about we go to the robe shop and have a few outfits tailored for you? Mrs. Malkin advertised a 50% discount on seasonal clothing in the gossip magazine. The youth suggested quietly, having overheard discussions among those nearby. Additionally, she can enchant them with self-ironing and self-repairing charms. Tom recalled the days of scouring thrift shops for second-hand robes and books during his student years, contrasting it with his current affluent lifestyle. And he felt a pang of bitterness. All right, should we buy some socks for Helga? She mentioned she likes orange. Tom did not forget his serpent bodyguard and seized the opportunity to make a small request for the basilisk. Severus had no reason to refute this and chuckled as he handed Tom a few galleons. Choose some styles for her. The rest will be your pocket money. With that, he led the child into the robe shop. Lucius, observing the scene from a distance, stroked his chin thoughtfully. The child, with dark hair and crimson eyes, bore a striking resemblance to his memories of Uncle Voldemort. Could this be a reason behind Voldemort's disappearance? Yet, the child's age seemed inconsistent. He appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, perhaps a tad older. Just as Lucius contemplated drawing nearer for a closer inspection, the child vanished without a trace. He could only sigh skyward, pondering whether the burdensome task assigned to him by Voldemort had induced hallucinations, making everyone appear akin to the Dark Lord. After a moment of self-reflection, he entered the confectionery shop to procure some of Narcissa's favorite pastries. As for why a noble Malfoy would venture into the new Diagon Alley personally to shop, it was, of course, to experience life and inspect the establishments, especially in a street destined to be recorded in history. Upon boarding Zhang Mingyuan's carriage for the journey home, both men simultaneously sneezed, oblivious to the vast imagination of a certain platinum nobleman. Are you both catching a cold? Is it true that wizards are indeed so fragile? Zhang Mingyuan inquired with concern, planning to intensify the physical training for his daughter upon her return. Severus wiped his nose with a handkerchief and replied in a gruff voice. My nose suddenly itches. Are you speaking ill of me in your mind? Zhang Mingyuan vehemently protested his innocence and, in an effort to make amends, took the two to a restaurant, personally preparing a lavish meal for them. Meanwhile, the basilisk, left alone at home, received a barrage of owl deliveries. Wearied to the point of cramping its tail, yet still waiting for the return of the two. Chapter 108, The Return of Lupin. In the summer of 1983, an unexpected visitor arrived at number 4, Privet Drive. Once the newcomer clarified his purpose, Petunia sheathed the surgical knife she had concealed behind her back, and Vernon lowered the firearm he had been holding. At last, the three could comfortably sit on the sofa and engage in casual conversation. The background noise consisted of Dudley's shrill shrieks and Harry's laughter from the television. None of them found it bothersome, merely gazing quietly at one another. Ultimately, it was the man seated closest to the door who broke the silence. His hair was impeccably styled, and he donned a respectable suit. I am Remus Lupin, a friend of James and Lily. I believe you might have seen me at their wedding. With a gentle demeanor, Lupin continued after receiving a nod from Petunia. I have been abroad for business, and thus was unable to learn of their fate until now. I sincerely apologize for my tardiness in visiting Harry. As he spoke, his voice quavered, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Petunia and Vernon found themselves at a loss for words, the living room resonating with Lupin's sobs. Vernon cleared his throat, pushing a tissue towards him from the table. "Thank you. I am truly sorry," Lupin replied, blowing his nose into the tissue, his reddened eyes and heaving chest betraying his inner turmoil. Harry, intrigued, glanced at the weeping stranger and then turned back to the television, thinking it a bit embarrassing. As he rarely cried, the tears that Lupin had struggled to contain began anew upon seeing the striking resemblance between Harry and his father, particularly accentuated by the boy's vivid green eyes. "I never imagined Harry would resemble his parents so closely," he remarked, wiping his tears, completely shedding his earlier composure. Petunia furrowed her brow, hesitating to speak, casting a glance at Vernon, before ultimately heading to warm milk for the two children. Vernon pinched the bridge of his nose and, after allowing Lupin to weep for some time, finally ventured to inquire, Mr. Lupin, may I ask what brings you here?" He suspected it could not be merely to see little Harry, especially since the Potters had passed away several years prior. Mr. Dursley. It is as follows. When James and Lily were alive, we were the best of friends," Lupin said, gazing sadly at the joyful figure of little Harry running into the kitchen. "If possible, I would like to adopt Harry." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Petunia's abrupt exclamation. "Absolutely not. Harry can only stay with us," Petunia declared, her brows knitted as she thrust Dudley towards her husband, pointing assertively towards the door. "I care not for your intentions. Leave my house at once." Her eyes blazed with fury, resolute in her determination to protect her children's well-being from any perceived threats. "Calm down. I was merely suggesting if, not demanding anything." Lupin raised his hands in a gesture of peace. However, Petunia was disinterested in hearing more, grabbing a nearby phone to threaten him. "If you do not leave immediately, I shall call the authorities." Lupin surveyed the agitated Petunia and the watchful Vernon, ultimately deciding to depart. Once tranquility returned, the atmosphere in the room faltered, devoid of warmth. Petunia gazed at the bewildered Harry, suppressing her tears as she embraced him, showering him with kisses. Though she and Lily had been at odds for many years, they remained the closest of kin in the world. Young Harry, oblivious to his aunt's complex emotions, merely reached out to wipe the tears from the corner of her eye. In the bustling street, throngs of people passed by, and a colossal billboard proclaimed, "Come to the new place, explore the magical world with me." Lupin settled into a rented room at the Broken Axe pub in Charing Cross, sipping brandy as he perused newspapers from previous years. He had not anticipated that a simple mission to the werewolf gathering in the deep woods, focused solely on infrastructure development, would lead to such a transformed world upon his return. Of the 4 brothers, 2 had perished, and 1 was imprisoned, leaving him solitary. Lupin took another swig of brandy, his finger jabbing emphatically at the newspaper's headline featuring Sirius, his eyes brimming with regret. Had he known it would come to this, he would have rejected that contract from the outset. "Sirius, you truly are heartless, even willing to turn against Peter," he muttered drunkenly, nearly tripping over the carpet as he stood. "I must confront you about this. James treated you so well." He collapsed to the floor, his mutterings continuing. The night was still, yet thick with fog, the streetlights enveloped in a shroud. "Tomorrow should be a bright day," Severus remarked while drying his hair. Tom's ears perked up, glancing curiously out the window at the misty scene, pondering how one could deduce it would be sunny. Nevertheless, he dismissed it, realizing that youth often uttered peculiar sentiments. The scenery in central London remained unchanged through the seasons, and prolonged exposure to the urban landscape inevitably sparked a yearning for verdant expanses. Since being assigned to guard Tom at all times, the basilisk had seldom ventured into the forbidden forest. It gazed longingly at the sparrows outside, flicking its tongue with a desire for freedom, its eyes fixed on the young man beside it. "What's the matter, Hirebo? Are you feeling unwell?" Severus, mistaking the basilisk's eye twitch for discomfort, began to ponder which potion might remedy it. The basilisk sighed, adjusting its hat with its tail and sitting upright with a serious demeanor. "Severus, I wish to play in the forbidden forest. It is exceedingly dull at home." The basilisk, unable to maintain its seriousness for more than 3 seconds, flopped back beside the window. The young man, observing Tom gazing at him with a similar yearning, hesitated. After all, he was no longer a mere kitten. Venturing into the forbidden forest could lead to injury. Severus recalled their last meal with Zhang Mingyuan, where they discussed preparations, and thought of the villa in the small town, ultimately deciding to spend some time there. The basilisk grumbled in discontent, for the place lacked even a television. Severus playfully tugged at the basilisk's tail, smiling as he explained, "The television has long been procured, and I have heard that a reservoir has been established in town. There is a place for you to frolic." The basilisk perked up at these words, wrapping its tail around the young man's arm. "Hiss, but we must agree first. There must be plenty of snacks," it stipulated, calculating how many treats to bring along. Severus placed the basilisk upon the sofa, resignedly listening to its incessant chatter. The man and the serpent quickly reached a consensus and began to tidy up their belongings. Meanwhile, Tom, somewhat taken aback, realized he was unaware of the existence of a villa in town. Had he known earlier, he would not have felt so confined in this modest abode. The basilisk cast a sympathetic glance at the feline, knowing full well that the villa paled in comparison to the excitement of the forbidden forest. It had been purchased several years prior, and it was entirely understandable that Tom was unaware of it. Severus gently ruffled Tom's hair, speaking softly, "I have only visited a few times. After all, it is far more convenient to conduct business in the city center." Tom nodded thoughtfully and inquired about the precise location of the quaint town. Severus, without much contemplation, readily divulged the information. "You should also help with the packing. Consider what toys you might take to the town. Who knows, you may even make some friends," he encouraged. The youth urged him. "There are quite a few children in the town. This summer promises to be a joyous one." However, plans often change swiftly, and as they were in the midst of their preparations, an unexpected visitor arrived at the door. "You mean to say you wish to exonerate Sirius Black? You want me to testify against him? If it weren't for his words at school, I wouldn't have spent half a month in the infirmary." Severus observed with a touch of amusement as he regarded the disheveled and inebriated Remus Lupin, who appeared quite downcast. Yet, if he were truly destitute, he would not be able to afford a 2,000-pound watch. Remus offered a strained smile, aware that he was asking for the impossible. If he were to appear before the jury as a werewolf, his testimony would hold no legal validity. The reasons for Sirius's imprisonment extended beyond the label of betraying the Potters. He was also convicted for the public use of dark magic that resulted in the deaths of 13 muggles. The prospect of an appeal seemed daunting. Remus noticed Severus's furrowed brow, replete with disdain for him, and bitterness filled his heart. Just last week, he had bribed a guard at Azkaban to meet with Sirius, who had been imprisoned for 3 long years. After listening to Sirius's furious outburst, they managed to settle down to discuss the matter at hand. From Sirius's somewhat deranged ramblings, Remus learned that Peter had been switched to a different secret keeper and had betrayed James and Lily. It was Peter who had caused the demise of those 13 muggles. "Then why did you not inform the Ministry of Magic? Do you enjoy Azkaban so much? Why did you switch the secret keeper?" Remus's voice sharpened with accusation. Deep down, he wished to express why he had not been allowed to be the secret keeper himself, but the past was immutable, and he could only stifle his tears as he said, "Moreover, they were merely missing, not defeated. What does the sacrifice of James and Lily amount to? I am a black. Remus, they will not believe me. My entire family consists of Death Eaters." Sirius's gaunt face pressed against the iron bars as he offered a sardonic grin, revealing his sharp canines. "And what identity do you possess to question me? You vanished right after graduation, only to align yourself with a werewolf clan. The Death Eaters must have compensated you handsomely these past years." He suddenly erupted into manic laughter, hurling any nearby objects at Remus. Soon, Remus's gray suit became a pitiful sight, his heart racing, and his complexion turned ashen. "Sirius, if the truth aligns with what you claim, I will advocate for your appeal if we find Peter," Remus uttered before hastily fleeing Azkaban. The recollection concluded there. His only course of action was to spend money to seek out the possibly living Peter and to find the somewhat familiar Severus. This was one of the few plans he could conceive. "I refuse. I cannot possibly testify for someone who attempted to take my life. Seek someone more capable." Severus dismissed Remus's pleas, having already shown considerable humanity by refraining from kicking him while he was down. Remus could only depart in disappointment, pondering whom else he could turn to for assistance. At Black Manor, Regulus furrowed his brow as he perused the intelligence received from Australia. They had finally traced the whereabouts of that rat. Tom observed the dejected youth and surmised the substance of their earlier conversation, though it was hardly optimistic. Once Severus had composed himself, he turned to find both the man and the serpent gazing at him with concern, stirring an inexplicable tenderness within him. "I am fine, truly." He smiled and resumed packing his belongings. Tom and the basilisk exchanged glances before entering the bedroom. "Little Tom, what have you stuffed into my suitcase?" the basilisk queried, eyeing the boy's actions suspiciously. "Do not take all your toys to the town. I shall return." It assumed Tom had pilfered some toys. Tom nodded nonchalantly, his actions gentler as he placed a glass jar inside. "Hiss, I understand, Helga," he replied. When Tom and the basilisk conversed in Parcel tongue, they did so with their backs to Severus, and the basilisk had promised not to disclose this secret. Thus, Severus remained unaware of this little secret until now. The basilisk flicked its tail, directing Tom to place its tiny hat within. Once all was prepared, as they descended the stairs with their luggage, yet another visitor appeared at the door. "This is not a shelter. Why does everyone come to me with their troubles?" Severus lamented as he reluctantly ushered the newcomer into the room, his expression far from pleasant as he faced Petunia. Petunia offered an awkward smile, raising Harry's small hand to wave at him. Harry, this is your Uncle Severus. He held you when you were but a year old. Little Harry gazed up at the gaunt, dark-haired youth, blinking his bright green eyes as he blurted out the question that occupied his mind. Are you my daddy? We both have black hair, and we're both pale. He babbled, waving his chubby little hand in front of him. Severus shot a look at Petunia, silently questioning what she taught her child. Petunia gazed back innocently, acknowledging that children develop their own thoughts as they grow. What could she do? Ahem, Harry. Haven't I shown you a picture of your father? Have you forgotten? Petunia patted Harry's hand affectionately, smiling gently. Little Harry perked up, breaking free from his aunt's grasp to hug the youth's leg, declaring emphatically, but the person in the picture doesn't look like me, and he never comes to see me. He is not my daddy. Severus felt a pang in his chest. He had no desire for a little brat with the surname Potter. Petunia struggled mightily to detach Harry from the youth's leg, pinching his pouting lips and sternly saying, Harry Potter, your mother is Lily, your father is James. The people in the photo are them. They sacrificed themselves for you. They were extraordinary, and you must not say such things. Harry stared at his aunt's stern face, blinking his watery eyes in acknowledgement. While other children enjoyed the love of their parents, he could only gaze upon the cold gravestone inscribed with his parents' names. Severus sighed, and once Petunia had calmed the child, he instructed Tom to take Harry to watch cartoons. Petunia, I truly cannot take Harry with me. I am preparing for a holiday in the town. He gestured to the luggage on the floor and his attire, his meaning clear. Petunia clasped her hands in prayer, beseeching the youth. Just days ago, a friend of the Potters came to my home, wishing to adopt Harry, but I declined. However, he returned yesterday. You know how wizarding methods are. I'm fearful that if I refuse too many times, it may provoke him. She was worried for Harry's safety and had no one capable of counteracting wizarding magic, so she sought you out, Petunia explained. Severus inquired about the man's appearance and learned it was Lupin. He truly was a good brother to Potter, returning with the first order of business to care for his nephew. Petunia, write to Dumbledore. He will resolve this matter, the youth suggested, effectively refusing to watch over Harry. Penny pursed her lips, realizing that her initial plan was unfeasible. Reluctantly, she proposed an alternative. Could you temporarily take care of him for a week? I will strive to devise a solution. Severus had intended to inform Penny that he could not possibly take young Harry away, but upon witnessing her fearful expression, he hesitated momentarily before acquiescing. Penny sighed in relief. Ever since she had taken in little Harry, the frequency of troubles had notably increased. Chapter 109, Harry and Tom. Their plans for the small town were put on hold, leaving the basilisk to idly stare out the window in boredom. Severus looked at Harry's face, which bore a striking resemblance to his father's, and felt a pang of discomfort. During the incident at the Shrieking Shack, regardless of Potter's motives, he ultimately acted to save him. As for vengeance, when one is aware that the quartet would eventually meet their demise, who would still sully their hands with murder? All he could do was watch coldly as they walked towards their fated paths. His earlier hints to Lily were merely a means to excuse his inaction. Now, with the Potters deceased and Harry unmarked, the Death Eaters had spurred rapid economic growth in the magical community. Who could predict what the future held? Severus shook his head with a sigh, taking up his wand to tidy Harry's belongings. Regarding Harry's stay, Tom's indifference had shifted to outright reluctance. As for guilt, perhaps a smidgen, but in his journey to become the Dark Lord, the dead numbered far beyond one or two. That is my bed. That is my toy. That is my little motorcycle. Ah, my snake. Never mind, you can play with it. Tom glanced at Harry, whose eyes brimmed with tears, and impatiently waved his hand. He reminded himself that, as an adult, he should not stoop to childish pettiness. The basilisk, suddenly captured, flicked its tongue, entirely out of sorts. Severus chuckled at their interaction, serving a pear soup he had specially prepared for Tom, and affectionately patted his head. Our Tom is a generous child, but if you truly dislike it, you must muster the courage to voice it. Although the young man felt sympathy for Harry, he could not neglect his own child. Tom's sour mood began to lift upon hearing those words. He gulped down the sweet pear soup and rushed to reclaim his toys and the basilisk from Harry's grasp. If you dare to cry, I will bring Mrs. Cole's dog from downstairs. He threatened Harry, his eyes wide. Harry bit his lip, fearing the large dog below and the only adult in the room's absence, and thus swallowed his tears. Tom clapped his hands in satisfaction, commanding Harry to tidy up the mess of toys. Only after Harry and the basilisk apologized was he permitted to sit in a corner of the sofa to watch television. Harry, with his tiny hands clutching his knees, gazed tearily at the animated show, missing his aunt. Tom, do you think we're being too harsh? He looks like he might cry, the basilisk remarked, though it was already adeptly changing the channel. Enjoy the television. Tonight I'll have Severus prepare minced meat with steamed tofu for you, Tom promised Harry, having already inquired about dinner. Harry's eyes lit up at this. And after licking his lips, he nodded earnestly. During dinner that evening, he would glance at Tom after each bite, his eyes sparkling with admiration. At home, he ate whatever Aunt Petunia prepared, even the unpalatable broccoli, but at Uncle Severus's, Tom allowed him to choose his own dishes. How remarkable, unbeknownst to Severus regarding their clandestine dealings. He smiled and encouraged Tom to eat more carrots for better eyesight. Tom, however, furrowed his brow while consuming them, deciding to blacklist carrots altogether, even those made by Severus. The subsequent days saw Harry's exemplary behavior, and in the midst of it all, Severus took them to Diagon Alley, where Harry acquired a cloud bed floating a meter above the ground, much to his delight. Before long, a week had passed, and Penny arrived with Vernon to collect their belongings, leaving little Dudley in the care of his grandparents for the day. Thank you, Severus. Remus has apologized for frightening us. We have reached an agreement that he can take Harry out for a day each week. Penny relayed the outcome, lifting Harry to weigh him, noting he had gained some heft. It's good that this is resolved. For any future matters concerning Harry, you may consult Dumbledore, Severus replied with a nod. Penny lingered on the topic of Remus seeking to exonerate the individual from Azkaban, her gaze resting on the young man for a moment longer. What about the murderer in Azkaban? If he is exonerated, there will be no issues. Dumbledore will handle it. Let us hope so. Vernon's gruff voice interrupted the silence as he called for Penny to get into the car. Well then, goodbye, Severus, Penny said, taking a deep breath. Severus observed the little chubby boy waving incessantly in her arms, a smile tugging at his lips. Goodbye. Once tranquility returned, the basilisk bounced up again, eager to venture out. The young man pondered the troublesome father of Harry's highwayman quartet and the elusive Voldemort, contemplating whether he should relocate to the Far East. But would he be able to earn a living brewing potions there? Tom, noticing the young man's deep contemplation, wondered when they would vacation in the small town, for he had longed to return. On a sunlit morning, Severus held Tom's hand, with the basilisk coiled around his wrist, as the trio strolled leisurely down the street. They had arrived in the small town the previous afternoon, resting for a night to regain their energy, indulging in local specialties while enjoying their time. Tom finished his plate of fried eggs and grilled sausages with an impassive expression, eyeing the young man who was diligently taking photographs, considering making an exit. The incessant need to document every moment, even while boating, was rather irksome. Would you like to visit the water park, Tom? Severus finally thought to inquire after a lengthy photo session. Before Tom could respond, the basilisk piped up. I want to go. I want to eat grilled sausages and grilled fish. Can we find a place I can go next time? The basilisk appeared quite animated. Its tail, end lingering on its words, clearly displeased with being overlooked. Severus had always found the basilisk's appetite a mystery, according to serpentine behavior. Prey requires a prolonged digestion period without the need for sustenance, yet the basilisk was perpetually consuming without pause. Had it known his thoughts, it would have explained that it needed energy. If it relied solely on food for strength, the Forbidden Forest would have been depleted long ago. Its eating was merely a passing fancy. However, the young man remained oblivious and continued to dig into his galleons, perhaps due to the basilisk's heavy grievances. Tom stroked its head and suggested they visit the reservoir. The reservoir? No, Tom, that would be too dangerous for you. Severus shook his head, willing to let the basilisk go, but insisting that the 5-year-old boy remain close. The basilisk cast a helpless glance, eagerly urging the young man to take it to the reservoir. However, its dreams were soon dashed as they were led to a vacation resort, featuring a large lake. You can play here, Halabo. When Tom is older, he will accompany you, the young man reassured the basilisk with a smile, rising to set up the barbecue grill and preparing the basilisk's favorite sausages. Oh dear, for the sake of sausages, fine, the serpent murmured, entreating Tom to join him for a swim in the lake. Tom, indifferent to the destination of their play, donned his swim trunks and grabbed the little yellow duck float that the young man had specifically purchased. With a splash, he leaped into the lake, the resulting spray signaling to the nearby children that a newcomer had arrived. The vacation resort, though modest in size, attracted a considerable number of visitors eager to hike the nearby Peculiar Mountain, thereby providing a boost to the local economy. Next door to Severus resided a family of 4 on holiday. The parents were barbecuing outdoors while their 2 children splashed about in the lake. Is that boy yours? You two bear an uncanny resemblance. The husband of the family, beer in hand, struck up a conversation with Severus. Are you also here on a family trip? Sigh. I think I'd rather be at home. At least I could catch the game. The man's tone hinted at dissatisfaction, but he dared not voice his grievances too loudly with his wife present. Severus shook his head in response. That is not my child. He is my brother. Oh, that explains the resemblance. I didn't realize he looked so mature, the man mused, seemingly unfazed by the awkwardness of the misunderstanding, taking a swig of his drink while staring vacantly at the lake. After a considerable pause, he resumed speaking. Have you heard of the camp killer? Oh, just kidding. It's a movie set in a vacation camp, but it features a teacher bringing students along. A lewd smile crept across the man's face as he recounted the tale of young lovers meeting a tragic fate at the camp, along with the masked murderer. I reckon that killer must be a staunch Christian. Otherwise, why would he go about ruining other people's good times? Severus felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. After all, a murderer has no need for motives. Nevertheless, the story seemed oddly familiar. It appears you have quite the impression of that film, don't you? Why aren't you helping with the moving of things? The man's wife, wiping sweat from her brow with a handkerchief, tugged on her husband's ear, leading him away, though she flashed an apologetic smile at the young man before they departed. After the couple left, several more families arrived at the resort, all bringing children whose chatter soon filled the air. Tom, with his delicate features and captivating demeanor, was quickly encircled by the other children, each eager to engage with him. Hiss, quite the charmer, isn't. Where's my other half? Grumbled the serpent from a distance, watching enviously as it dove to the lake's bottom, swallowing several sizable fish to quell its jealousy. Tom, feeling the weight of the serpent's envy, furrowed his brow in irritation, a look that, on a 5-year-old's face, only served to appear adorably comical. The older boys, noticing the girl's attention being drawn to a mere child, felt a sting to their pride, lamenting their own lack of allure compared to a toddler, silently brooding in frustration. Severus arranged the grilled items on a folding table, instructing the children to help themselves when they grew hungry, before reclining beneath a sunshade. The serpent, already salivating at the aroma, returned at the sound of the call and indulged in a frenzied eating spree, devouring everything on the table within moments. The young man adjusted his sunglasses, relieved that he had cast a concealment charm on the serpent. Otherwise, the spectacle would surely raise eyebrows. Hiss, delicious, but far too little, Severus. When can I venture into the forbidden forest? I long to feast on some water buffalo, the serpent inquired, sipping chilled plum juice while hesitantly asking. Severus did not respond immediately, instead applying sunscreen to the serpent and encouraging it to rest nearby. Halbo, this is a serious matter. As long as you can assure me that you want to take Tom along and will safeguard his safety, you may indeed venture into the forbidden forest. The young man's reasoning was sound, considering the serpent's past indiscretion of smuggling a kitten in a suitcase. The serpent chuckled awkwardly. Who hasn't made youthful mistakes? Perhaps I shall remain at home then. Hissing, the trip to the forbidden forest can wait. Severus shrugged in resignation. After all, he had not attempted to deter it. When Tom finally extricated himself from the throng of children and returned to the cabin, he was greeted by the sight of the young man and the serpent basking lazily in the sun, puffing out his cheeks. He dashed inside to change into clean shorts before flopping beside the serpent at the young man's feet. The serpent, deeply asleep, showed no reaction to being tossed aside, merely curling up and continuing its slumber. Severus, sensing the movement beside him, gently patted the child's head and covered his belly with a blanket. By the time they awoke, the sun was setting, and the families vacationing nearby were discussing the possibility of hosting a bonfire. Are you going to take the child to participate? There will be roasted venison and beef. He can have some, suggested the wife of the man next door, a 7-year-old girl trailing behind her. Severus glanced at Tom, who shook his head in refusal. Thank you, madam, but my brother and I will abstain. I wish you a delightful evening, he replied with a smile. Such a pity. The venison was freshly hunted from the woods today, she lamented before leading her child away. The young man, upon hearing this, peered toward the dense woods behind them, contemplating whether, if there were deer, wolves might also roam there. Perhaps sensing the unease in the young man, Tom tugged at his hand, concerned. What's wrong, Severus? You seem a bit off. Severus shook his head, guiding Tom into the cabin, hoping his worries were unfounded. Surely the resort had security measures in place. Not far from the cabin, a pair of green, malevolent eyes fixated on the figures gathered around the bonfire. Severus felt a gnawing sense of unease, as if misfortune loomed on the horizon, but he had no inkling of what it might be. The only recourse he had was to retrieve his firearm and wand. He handed Tom a spring-loaded knife, instructing the serpent not to stray from Tom's side, and to strike fiercely should any danger arise. Tom and the serpent nodded vigorously, though they both felt the young man's vigilance was perhaps excessive. As the bonfire festivities concluded and the moon hung high in the sky, silence enveloped the surroundings. Until suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the night air, jolting the young man from his slumber, his premonition having come to fruition.